Ladies and gentlemen, James Williams, Dog Waters, and I'm here on camera for once. I never really am on camera. This is like history in the making. I never got my cigar, but I'm here on camera, and I'm here with Jimmy Barr. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me say this about Jimmy. The opportunity to spend some time with Jimmy is something that I really, really enjoy. Um, Jimmy and I started talking like last year, but what was really interesting about me having a conversation with Jimmy was that during that time period, there were all these people who were like, Dark Waters is the worst person on the world, blah, 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 blah. And Jimmy was like, I don't care. I'm gonna do an interview with you. And so I appreciate you, Jimmy, spending time with me and having an opportunity to talk to each other because most people, when there's chaos and confusion, they run away from it. They're afraid of it. And you're just not that type of guy. For those of you who don't know, Jimmy's been on multiple TV shows with his Bigfoot encounter. I'm gonna have him touch on it, and then we'll spin and talk about some other things. So welcome back, Jimmy. It's good to see you, my friend.
Man, it's been absolutely an honor to have you back. Thank you so much for having me back. It's always a pleasure being on your show.
Man, how's life been going for you since you exposed all of your encounter? How's that went? I mean, you find yourself being a celebrity at this point in time?
No, I try to actually I for the most part I try not to do um the podcast and the shows and whatnot, just for the simple fact of um it's such a saturated market, and if I don't want to be that person that's on and everybody goes, oh, for the love of Pete, this guy is just seeking the camera. I've turned down as many podcast offers as have I been on, and I felt bad about it because I like the people. It's just and then sometimes you get a podcast that their crowd's not as friendly, and then they decide to just tear you up in the comments, and there's really nobody reining in the people. And the trauma itself of having a Bigfoot fall out of a tree 5 feet from you is enough. And now you got to relive the trauma and then be ridiculed all over again for it, every single time you do a show. And you can only put yourself out there so many times. This is me speaking. Before it just seems to be not worth it. You know what I mean? So it's better for me to pick and choose. Who asked me to be on, and when I uh, decide, yeah, I'll come on your show because what you got going on is great, and the direction you got things going is great. I don't want to go on a show that is just full of hateful people in the comment section. That doesn't do anybody any good.
Nah, and that's a real life experience for people who are eyewitnesses. They come on, they share their encounter, and then they are literally just savaged in the comments. And it's unfortunate because the way it affects the eyewitness is they never want to speak about it again. And that's one of the reasons why I always do my content and story form as opposed to interview form, because if I'm in interview form with a person and you start attacking, I'm going to have to say something to the point to where it's going to turn into an argument because people are just crazy. So I've always stuck with the stories because it leaves a certain amount of anonymity for the audience, for the person who had the encounter as opposed to the interview. But nonetheless, it's one of those things where that's a part of this business. And to anybody listening who plans on being in this business and you plan on telling your encounter, know that you're opening yourself up to the public and be prepared to deal with the ramifications of it. And you should be wise about who you go and deal with, because there's some people who just care about the encounter. They only care about getting the encounter recorded. And once they have it recorded, to hell with you. You know what I'm saying? Run them quickly through your encounter and then we'll spin and go to the next thing. It was you and your brothers, right?
Correct. Yeah. I'll give a Cliff Notes version of it. My encounter was aired on the Travel Channel's These Woods Are Haunted season 2. Episode 7, I believe it was titled We're Goners. And I was probably 7 or 8. My next oldest brother was 9 or 10. My next oldest brother was 11 or 12. We were 2 years apart. And basically the long and the short of it is we were chasing each other around a trailer that just got put there. Prior to that, when we drove all the way across country from Illinois to North Carolina, as soon as we got out of my stepfather, he's Native American, he said, stay out of the woods, there's a hairy man back there. And as kids, hearing the words hairy man, 40, geez, I'm 51 now. So 44 years ago, it was funny to hear the word hairy man, to ha ha, laugh, whatever. He didn't like us much. So his attitude was, well, I told you, you get eaten, you get eaten, whatever. And we were running around the woods about 3 weeks after we got there. And my mom and my stepfather were gone for this like day 3. They just left me and my brothers. They were gone. They just didn't come back. And we were chasing each other around the trailer, and we heard a scream from behind the trailer. It just sounded like a woman get ripped in half. Just one scream, just terrible woman scream. And it was terrifying. And we went from chasing each other to we came together without saying a word. Just we were drawn to each other without saying a word. We kind of moved as one unit to go back and kind of investigate whatnot. About 75 feet from the back of the trailer, we walked up on a tree, and there was a crack up in the tree. And when I looked up in the tree, there was a 6-foot tall chimp in the tree, squatched down on a branch with his feet up against the trunk of the tree. It was about 15 feet up. That was the very first branch. And when we looked up, when we heard the crack and it looked down, its eyes got big and it started to stand while it was holding onto the tree. When it stood, the branch was unbroken and it dropped right there by us, 5 feet from us. We took off running. My brother Bobby beat us back to the trailer. Me and my older brother jumped into a freezer chest. It was outside the back door. And because my brother locked us out, at 12 years old, there's no fight or flight. It's just self-preservation, but he got eaten alive by the Bigfoot community and all across the world, and all the comments and everything, because the actor that played him was probably 20, 22 years old instead of 12, like it should have been.
Right.
And so it portrayed him as being much older. But then the fact is, this little boy that played me was probably the age of my oldest brother that locked us out. And then later that night, a bigger one came back. It looked nothing like the one at the window, or the one that fell out of the tree. The one that fell out of the tree was about 6 foot tall. It was built like a swimmer. It had a face like a chimp. It had the bubbled lips. It reminded me of Caesar from Planet of the Apes. Its face was charcoal gray, the skin, and then it speckled into my flesh tone around the lips. It was just speckled into all, pink, right in here. It like freckled into one solid color right here. It followed us back. It didn't chase us. It just meandered and followed us back. Later that night, a bigger one showed up at the window when we were playing with the ghost gun. And it looked like a really, really, really old Native American combined with a caveman. It was cinnamon. It was not black like the other one. And from here to here took up the entire window of our trailer. If it was standing straight up, it was at least 8.5 feet tall. If it was standing straight up, if it wasn't hunched over, it was ginormous. And then I just happened to be from me to the front of my windshield on my golf cart, which is 5 feet away from the window when the light went in its eyes. I jumped over the bed. By the time my feet hit a cinder block that the back door steps were made out of, cinder blocks was thrown through our back door. And then we waited for mom and dad to get home, my mom and stepdad to get home, pleading our case because I had a very, very rough childhood, I guess. Very abusive, very neglectful, very I was told by most of my siblings, cousins and whatnot, that we don't know how you guys lived. We were punching bags, we were stress relieves, we were slaves, we were whatever you wanted to call it, to make my mom feel better. If it meant, beating us with a board because she stubbed her toe, whatever. That was my life growing up. And the real monster just pulled up in the drive when we heard the truck pull up, because if we knew that she seen that back door and thought we did it, we didn't think we were going to live through the night. And we rushed the door and told mom and my stepdad the hairy man tried to break through the back door, and they had a big old knockdown drag out because my stepfather never mentioned a word about a hairy man to my mom. And then it was, I don't know, this big old fight in the kitchen, punching and everything between the two of them. And later that night, we packed up all of our clothes in garbage bags and drove back to Illinois in the back of El Camino after 3 weeks of living there.
Yeah, man. The very first time, and ladies and gentlemen, if you're listening to this, the interview was there. You need to go listen to the interview as he details it step by step as to what he encountered. This is one of the most terrifying things that I've ever heard. I mean, it really is truly one of the most terrifying encounters I've ever heard. And it's also indicative of what I've been telling people about abusive households and some of the things that coincide with the things that go on inside of your household and how they relate to encounters that people have. Most creators don't touch on that. They only care about the encounter itself, but they won't go into how the background of the individual who had the encounter leads into these type of encounters. So for example, if they weren't home alone, I guarantee you they wouldn't experience that the same way they did. There's a reason why it happened when nobody else was there, because those things have been watching them. All right, Jimmy, with that being said, you wanted to share something else with everybody, and I'm excited to hear about this other encounter that you have. And before you start, let me say this, ladies and gentlemen. The men go through things in life, and the way that we learn from each other is by learning from mistakes and experiences that others have had. In this field, that's kind of shortchanged because everybody focuses on a monster, right? And so the focus is on a monster that most people will never see. They'll never experience it. They'll never encounter it. But the focus is on a monster and not the individual. But when you start to focus on the individuals, you grow as a human being because you learn so much from talking to people. And this is what I like about being in this field. And the focus of the Dark Waters channel is not just a monster. It's about the person. And so I'm interested in finding out what else Jimmy wants to talk to us about. So walk me through this other encounter, Jimmy.
Well, we're talking about my spiritual experience. Yeah. So in the early 90s, I'm from Illinois. I moved to Florida. This is going to be a lot of personal stuff, but it's all relative and it's all important to lead up to what happened to me. I had gotten married, fell in love with the, thought was the love of my life, and we got pregnant. I was a strong believer of never get married just because you get pregnant. You get married for the wrong reasons. Never do it. I preached to all my friends. They didn't listen. The relationships went to crap. And, we got pregnant. I was absolutely fine with that. She hit me with marry me or I'm going to have an abortion. And I hated her, but there was no way I was going to have an abortion. I had dreams about what my son looked like before he probably even had a heartbeat. And those dreams came true. He came out looking exactly what I had been. In fact, all of my children did, except my daughter. And I think there's a reason for that. And so I hated her for it. She tried to make up for it, but I hated her for making me do something that was just against my belief. But I did it for my son. Well, my son Zach, he fell asleep on my chest every night for the first 18 months, and every night that's how I fell asleep. Well, when we got separated, she had him, and I didn't, and it caused me to have a sleeping disorder, and it hit hard. And when we separated, she moved to San Diego, and I went back home. And she wasn't supposed to go to San Diego. She was supposed to go to Pennsylvania and go to college there. That's why I decided to go back home to Illinois. It's a lot closer, Illinois to Pennsylvania, than it is Florida to Pennsylvania. It made more sense just logistically. And plus, I had nobody down here in Florida. All my family and friends are back in Illinois. It just made sense. So when I got back to Illinois, she called me from San Diego. And that changed everything. Big fight about, wait, how can you keep my son from me? Blah, blah, blah. You can't, I'll never get to see him, and words were said, and people say things out of anger. She was trying to manipulate me, and just the words came out of my mouth. Look, if you try to keep me from my son, I'm going to get him, and you'll never see him again. And you say dumb things, you just, the lack of maturity and age and whatnot played into it. There's no excuse for it, but when you're 23, you don't really think a whole lot through before you talk. And so he was born January 15th, 1995. And since then, I've seen him 3 times. She kept him from me. We had mediations where I agreed to do everything she required from me, even though it was impossible. And the mediator said, "You'll never be able to do that." I said that I would do it, and then she would end the mediation with, "Well, even if you do, I'm still not sure that I'll agree to sign anything to let you have actual visitation rights in writing." So this pain that I had from being away from my son, I was the one that taught him how to walk. I had changed his diaper. She had never changed a diaper in her life. I had a younger sister that had 4 kids by the time she was 18. She had twins when she was 14. I had changed thousands of diapers before I had my own child. So I had the experience, I had the knowledge, I had the patience. And it got to be too painful. It wasn't just an emotional pain. I couldn't sleep. My heart was hurting. And I didn't know how much more I could handle this, because every day that went on was another day away from my son, another day of feeling the same thing, another day of trying to act like everything is fine, another day where I had no control of the outcome of anything that had to do with the most important thing in my life. So at this time, in 1999, I was working at a tire factory called Bridgestone Firestone in Bloomington, Illinois. And I worked in the prep booth, the North prep booth. And when in the prep booth, I just have to explain it so people understand the process, because there's a time lapse. If you take a tire when it's raw before it's pressed, it's in the shape of a round trash can. It looks like a barrel. When you put it in the press, it pushes the sidewalls together, and the sides actually come out and make the tire. Okay. So you got the sidewalls where the rims go, and it presses the sides out. And so I have to drill 100 holes in the sidewall on each sidewall, because when you press it, trapped air gets trapped. It's going to make the thing wobble, and it allows the air to escape once it gets pressed. So I just stabbed right through these things. I was breaking records on my 9th day there at Bridgestone Firestone. It was a union job, and I was told, if you want to keep this job, you got to bust your butt. I wanted that job. It was the best money I'd ever made. And so my 9th day there, I was breaking records at a 2-man job. My 13th day there, I was training people. So within 3 weeks, I didn't have to wait 90 days. They moved me to full time. So I was crushing it and just, stabbing this tire, a drill bit with an ice pick on the tip of it. I'm just crushing it. It takes me no time to get through these things. I was working at Firestone, and every night I told myself, this is the night. This is the night I'm going to go home. I'm going to swallow those pills. I'm going to drink everything I got, and I'm just going to finally get some sleep till I don't have to feel this anymore. Every night I said this. But I also worked at an ag chemical warehouse. And there was a cat, barely weaned, in our heated warehouse, and he was batting around a half-dying mouse that had eaten rat poison. He was going to eat it. And I couldn't let that happen. So I ended up basically taking this kitten home And I had him for 2 or 3 weeks. I just kept calling him Kitty until a name came to me, and Kitty was the name that stuck. So every night I'd come home from work, and I worked the D shift. So Monday, Tuesday, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. Then the next week, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I had off. And Wednesday, Thursday, I worked 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. D shift, dog shift. And so one week I worked 60 hours. One week I basically worked 24, but they would roll over 20 hours and give it to you. But every night I'd come home contemplating it every night. So this is the night, this is the night. And I would come home, and as soon as I'd walk in the door, my cat would do some weird, cute little cat type of trance and just bow up on me like, let's do this. And it would make me smile, and it gave me a reason to smile when I never thought I could. And all I ever did when I wasn't working was watch movies. I never left. I never went out. I had friends and family, but it didn't matter to me. The pain was too much, and all I did was drowned myself in watching movies. Movies from the time. If there was a second I was awake and I wasn't work, I was just watching movies at home, isolated and watching movies at home. That's it. And this one night, I had made up my mind. Kitty's full grown now, and this is it. I can't do this anymore. And the pain, the physical pain, my heart was hurting. So I made that decision that day on the way to work that I'm finally going to get some sleep when I get home after work. And we was in the break room during lunch, and I was right across the North Prep booth is the tread station. And his name was Brian, not Mike. Black guy, super sweet, super cool. And he knew my situation. He seen my pain. He tried to comfort me as much as he could without it being awkward. Guys, being guys. And I already made up my mind, and it was at lunch on our way back. Lunch for me was like, I think, midnight. And on our way back to the prep station, I made this comment. Man, I should have went to frickin' college because this job sucks, but the money's too good. He's like, yeah, it's good money. I'm like, I ain't gonna be doing it much longer. I already made up my mind. I told him I wasn't gonna be doing it much longer, and he thought that was kind of odd because he knew my situation. So I walked up to my tires, 4 tires hanging on a rack on this side, and the other 4 hanging on a rack this side. And I grabbed my drill, and I stabbed that tire just one time, and everything went black. Everything went black, and everything after that was in the form of a movie. I'm sitting in a movie theater. Everything went black. I'm sitting in a movie theater. I'm the only one there. It's a black screen. And if you and everybody that's listening, just close your eyes and picture how the rest of this plays out, because this is how it played out for me. On the screen, a white G faded in. Right below it, a white O faded in. And then right below it, a white D faded in. And this is all playing out in movie form. The G faded into government. The O faded into organized. And the D faded into discipline. And that entire phrase melted away to smoke. And it was like, I'm in next scene. I'm in college. I'm trying to figure out a way to get this last easy credit, and I chose some course on religion, and I figured it was just going to be a breeze, a blow through, a whatever. I'm late getting to class because it's my first day, and I walk in, and the professor guy, he's teaching, wasn't too happy about me being late and kind of grills me for it or whatever. And
hey, come here for a second. If you enjoying this interview that you listening to, first of all, I need you to understand that I got a lot of these. I mean, I got a whole lot of content. But I'm going to need you to hit the subscribe button. But I need you more than to do that. I need you to go on over and listen to it because it's hundreds of interviews, real people who've had real encounters. So if you're one of those people that's into like real creepy encounters, scary stories, interviews, say, bro, you're in the right place. But you got to go on over, hit the subscribe button, and then go treasure hunting. I'm telling you. Now, if you're one of those people with a short attention span, you can't do nothing but watch a second video or 2-second video or 10-second video, bruh. This will help you. I'm going to help with your short attention span. It's going to help you in everything in your life. You're going to be able to think longer. You're going to be able to pay attention. And see, when your wife gets to talking to you and you hear that blah, 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 bro, all that's going to become clear. You're going to hear her saying, hey, man, take out the trash. My car dirty. And to the ladies, when your husband be telling you, say, girl, I want to get some. You're going to be able to hear him say, give me some of that good, good. Yeah. Hang out in the dark waters. Chill with me. I got you. Subscribe. I got you.
I'm kind of a smart aleck. I like to make jokes. And they start talking about giving money to God and how much percentage you should give, and me being the smart aleck I am, I made the comment, how are we going to give it to him? I mean, are we going to FedEx it to him? Is this going to be a money order? How? And he didn't like that comment. I was in that class 20 minutes and I got kicked out of college. I kicked out of college over a joke that I had made. And anything religious based, a lot of things religious based are controversial. And so it kind of hit the local news and they made a big deal about it because religion got kicked out of, separate church and state and blah, blah, blah. I didn't care. I was just trying to get credit. And I'm on local TV shows, and the next thing you know, I get invited to be on Jay Leno. And this is all still movie form. This is everything going on. Jay Leno invites me on, and we start talking about it and yucking it up. And then he started asking me what my personal views were, and I was like, I don't know. I've never thought about it much. What if God was just made up? What if God was way back in the day, whatever the king said, the peasants believed, and the peasants were rioting, and the king said, tell them if they don't just calm down and relax, that they'll burn an eternal fiery death. And it worked. But that worked here. Well, it spread to the next kingdom, and it spread to the next kingdom, and it spread to the next kingdom like wildfire. And what if that's how religion really started? I said, it's all just government organized discipline. Wild dogs have a organized government. Ants, birds, lions, whatever. What if it was just government organized discipline and it all led us to be a foul? And the audience was aghast. And not because of what I said, but it was like a light that went off for them. So it wasn't shortly after that, because of what I said, the world really did start going to hell. When I was on the show, I had mentioned, if there was no religion, People didn't have an incentive to do the right thing, be good to each other, be kind to each other, and love each other and respect each other. We'd just be full of rapists and murderers, just like we were when the world got flooded in the first place. And that's what started happening. I had paparazzi following me around with cameras. I couldn't go anywhere. So whatever I did, I was on the news in every country. And it was a terrible world disaster movie. There were tsunamis, there were earthquakes, there were hurricanes, there were volcanoes, there were fires. It was really a crap storm. And it was because of what I said. And I was just throwing it out there. And I walked out of my store. I live in the town of Atlanta, Illinois, 1,300 people at the time. And I walked out of my store and I could see tornadoes. And they were barreling in. As soon as I walked out, I could see the tornadoes. There's a paparazzi guy with the camera over here. There's a paparazzi guy with the camera over here. And I looked at the camera and then I looked up. And I said, you want everybody to believe. The whole world's watching. Prove it. And everything went away. It just dissipated. And when I went prove it, I was frozen, with my arms out. And I lifted up. And as I was rising, and the cameras were on me, this thunderous, it sounded like if James Earl Jones said believe from the sky. It was just one word, but it sounded like thunder. And because I was being filmed, and this is still all in movie form, mind you, because I was being filmed by these guys with the cameras, when he said believe and it sounded like thunder, it panned to Asia, where people are in the streets watching the big Tron TV thing in their streets, and they heard believe in their language. It panned to an Arab country where they're in the shack with their TV and their antennas up. They heard believe in their language. It panned to other countries and they all heard the word believe in their language. And all together, it just sounded like thunder. And when the lights came back on, I was sitting there frozen and I was bawling. I was uncontrollably crying. And I didn't know why, but I couldn't move. It felt like somebody took a bucket of warm water and dumped it on top of my head. And I could not move until it went from the top and it got down to my feet. I couldn't move. And when the sensation went away to my feet, I'm still stuck in this position. And I look over at Brian and he looks at me and he's like, dude. And I gesture like I don't know what's going on. How long have I been like this? And he said, you just went over there and stabbed the tire and started crying. And I don't understand why that happened to me. There's so many more people deserving of it. But I went home and hugged my cat. I locked myself in my house for about 3 days. I didn't watch a TV. I, I felt like the wrong person got the message. You know, why was I so deserving of what had happened?
Let me say this to you. Wow. First of all, wow, freaking wow. What you experience is being called slain in the spirit, and it's when you're literally slain. It's like you're taken from out of your body and brought somewhere else. And the simple fact that you're thinking that you don't deserve it, God loves each and every one of his sons and daughters that way. That's the most amazing thing about him. I call him daddy. That's the most amazing thing about daddy. We come to the realization that no, we don't deserve it. And we as individuals, we're not worthy of it, but he loves us that much that he will move that length to save us. So you're here today because he intervened, because if not, you would have done it. And that was his way of intervening in your life. And it explains a whole hell of a lot about you, Jimmy. It explains why, to me, explains why you had the encounter. It explains why you ended up where you have an opportunity to have influence. It explains some of the other things that have went on in your life that we've talked about personally. It explains a whole lot. But no, that's how he loves each and every one of us. And people have heard my story of when I was suicidal, what he did for me. And there's something about that moment when you're going to make that decision to where he says, okay, you want to make this decision. Let me give you the option to understand that I'm really real. And he shows himself. He completely reveals himself. And it's in different ways for different people, but it's the perfect way for that individual. You see what I'm saying? So it was the perfect way for you to get the message. There's no way you don't get that damn message. You know what I'm saying? You got the message and you didn't do it. And your life is better and the world is going to be better for you getting that message. I promise you the world is going to be better for you getting that message. The simple fact that, huh?
I was just going to say, go ahead. I'll let you finish because I can come back to it.
Go ahead and say what you're going to say.
Well, so my cat Kitty became a huge part of my life. And I didn't realize it. You know, sometimes you don't realize things until it's too late, right? Kitty stopped me 50 times from committing suicide. Kitty, I became so close to that cat afterwards because I felt after that like he was there for a purpose. And I never put much thought. I tried to do the religious thing. I tried to go to church when I was a kid, but I was baptized as a kid. You know, I learned one Bible verse. And they made me learn it and memorize it before that's another thing. My memory's terrible. But I remember that verse. They made me memorize John 3:16 before I got baptized. And I got baptized. My life got worse. The beatings got worse. The neglect, the starvation, the abuse, it got worse. And I thought I did something wrong. So a year later, I wanted baptized again. And it didn't get any better. It got worse and it got worse. And I walked away from something that I put my all into when I was younger. But Kitty, so I wasn't even spiritual. I didn't care one way or another. I know that I've prayed for things before, but it was never for me. It was pray to protect my mom. My stepmother was more of a mom than my birth mother, and pray to protect my father. Anything that I couldn't get with my own two hands, I didn't deserve or need. So I never. Yeah, okay. Okay. I probably prayed for the lottery, you know, a few times. You know, I mean, that's kind of a given. But I never prayed. You know, I didn't pray for me because I've felt for the longest time my prayers weren't worthy. They were never answered. And Kitty, so I got remarried. I got 2 boys. And at the time when we moved from Illinois to Georgia, my wife and I worked our faces off, and she excelled at State Farm. I excelled. Every time she got a degree, her income doubled. And she'd get her master's and her bachelor's, and it would double, and then it would triple. You know, everything was going great for us. We moved to Georgia, got a dream home, something we never thought we would get. 4-story house, 5,000 square feet on a lake, only access to it. Never thought we'd ever have a house like that, but we worked our faces off for it. And Kitty was with us still. We had all this. And Kitty died when we were in Georgia. And he couldn't walk, he couldn't eat anything. And so I had took him myself to the vet to be with him, to have the humane thing done. And they gave him the first shot, and his eyes dilated. And they gave him the second shot. And when his heart stopped, that whole, before you die, your life flashes in front of you. But when he died, my life flashed in front of me, because it dawned on me that second, because of him keeping me sane, I have a beautiful wife, amazing kids, great life, financially stable, and I never once thought to even think. And I was beat up, man. I didn't know how to leave the vet without him. I didn't know what to do. I came home and I cried like I've never cried. And it was that night that I found out that there is something after death. Because if anybody has ever owned a cat, or you're a cat person, and they get up around your ears and they start purring, and you can feel that vibration in your ear, and it gives you that weird chill feeling, that cats do. I'm in my bed bawling. My wife's bawling that night, but I'm stupid bawling, telling her, everything we got to him, not even thinking. I'm a mess. The loudest purr I've ever heard in my ear. It made me gasp, but I don't even like saying the word. It just sounds so cheesy to say. It made me sit up and gasp. I felt him. I heard him purr like a freaking lion in my ear. I sat up and I was like, and I instantly, the pain of not considering what I had a lot to do with the cat that kept me sane, was gone. I was mourning my cat, but the pain was gone. It would never happen again. But there is something after we die, because again, my cat helped me with my sanity 5 hours after he died.
Man, that's an amazing encounter, man. That's absolutely, wow, mind-blowing encounter. It truly, truly is. And if there's anything I would say, and it's that what I've come to learn, this is just me as a man speaking, what I've come to learn is that God meets us where he wants to and how he wants to. And he uses whatever he wants to, whenever he wants to get a message across to you. And I found that as I matured, he's met me in various different ways with people, things, places, but it all got me to the point to where he wanted me to be. And in my case, it was, raging waves that kept me alive. wind blowing reeds over, bending them, that kept me alive. Trees breaking, that kept me alive, because I didn't understand how to communicate with him at that point in time. So he communicated to me his love through what he had around me. And it sounds like to me that's what happened to you. And that's a beautiful thing, man. And I'm happy that you have the family that you have. I'm happy that you're still here. And I'm thankful that the Lord saved you the way he did. And I'm thankful for Kitty for being there. He's the Lord of spirits. He can use anything he wants to change your life at any point in time. And unfortunately, people don't understand that. They don't understand that love. They understand the pain and the hurt, but they don't truly understand the love that's there. We're almost out of time. There was something else you wanted to talk about with a family friend that's going on with them. Talk to me a little bit about that so I can see what I can do to help.
Yeah, I got a buddy. He's been my best friend of about 30 years. Bandmate, teammate, researcher. His name's Bobby White. He's one of the hardest working people that I know. His wife, she's had some hard times with some issues. She's got some kind of bone disease or disorder. I don't know if it's osteoporosis or I don't know what it's called, but it didn't help when she fell off her horse and broke her back. That's when things kind of started to go downhill. He just bought 10 acres, built a brand new house on it. I mean, he was at the stage of his life where he wanted to be. But with all these surgeries that his wife has had, his entire life savings is gone. His savings account is drained. And now he's saving what little he can between paychecks to pay for surgery that's scheduled for Friday. And she's already had one or two surgeries on that hand. And if this surgery doesn't get done, she's probably going to lose full function of that hand. And they started a GoFundMe page. And at the last I checked, they were like at 1,200 and something, and their goal was 5,000 for Friday. And you know, I singer-songwriter. I wrote a children's book. I've had no success with reaching out to people on Facebook, and no success reaching out to people in inner circles with any of that. People just don't seem to want to help in that way, probably because it's more of an accomplishment, not a need. But Bobby and Lori, they're great people. And like I said, Bobby's the hardest working person. He's never asked for help that I can ever remember. He's like me. If he can't get it with these two hands, he can't get it. And they're in a financial mess, and he's never ever asked me for help, even though he knows I'd be there. But he reached out to me when I reached out to you just 5 minutes before I reached out to you. He reached out to me, and I'm like, I'll do everything I can, whatever I can, however I can. And that's where we're at. We need help, so they continue living their life. She can get the surgery that she needs, and hopefully relieve a little bit of this ongoing financial burden that they've had because of her medical issues.
Well, I'll tell you what, this is what I want you to do. I want you to send me that link. I'm gonna post it on this video. And ladies and gentlemen, I want you to listen to me. We're in the Christmas season, it's the giving season, and take opportunity to help these people out. I'm gonna go ahead and give $150 to them now. And if you break it up, and it'll probably be 20, 30,000 people here. There's easily. That's $100. I mean, that's $50 from 100 people will get the job done to help them out. But anything you guys can do, ladies and gentlemen, to help, do it. I'm not one of those guys that asks for super chats. You never see me doing any of that. I barely even sell my website anymore because God blesses me in so many different ways. So if you can help. And I'll post a link in the description. Now, prior to me posting the link, I'm gonna go through and vet everything myself, so you ain't got to worry about nobody beating you out the money. But I'm gonna post it, and then if you can support, you're spending money anyway. So If you got $50, give $50. If you got $20, give $20. Whatever you can give to help, go ahead and do it and help. And Jimmy, I'm gonna ask that you email that to me as soon as we get off the line. Is there anything else you want to share with us before I let you go? Because we got another interview I'm button up on in probably about 10 minutos.
No. Again, the hardest part of that encounter that happened to me was, one, I didn't feel like I deserved it, but two, the sensation of the warmth that started here
Mm-hmm.
and it went all the way down and to my feet, like into the ground, the paralyzation, the knowing it's happened, but couldn't do anything about it, being frozen. Um, it was really, I don't know. I don't know if I was scared about what had happened because again, in this time frame, all that happened in that time frame. I went from this to bawling, and seeing all that in that amount of time. And when I explained it to a friend of mine, he's a preacher. His name's Abel. Um, he's he does a Latino online service, and speaks Spanish, and he speaks in tongue. And I watch him all the time. I can't understand the lick of it, but I can kind of feel a bit of it. When I explained to him about what had happened, he's like, I've had that. He struggled with drugs and selling drugs and the lifestyle of drugs, and his daughter dying at a young age, and that feeling, that washed over feeling that he said you were touched by God, is what turned him around. He's like, no way in a million years did I think I'd be a preacher, but now I can't think of doing anything else. And then when I explained to him about suicide, only one other time did I have that feeling, and it was when I went to Clearwater, and we were in a condo, and we're like 15 floors up, and the view was great in the living room, but then you walk over here and go to the bedroom and go out on the balcony. Every time I broke that threshold to go on the balcony, something heavy was telling me to jump, but I didn't want to jump. I would come back in, and that heaviness would go away. I would go around the wall and go into the living room and go out on the balcony. It was not there on that balcony. I could see the balcony over here in the bedroom. But I went back out on this balcony 2 or 3 times, and it was overwhelming. Jump. But I didn't want to jump. It was overwhelming to jump. And I shut the door, and I told my wife, and she's like, never go in this room again. Stay out of that room. And I didn't know any about any of the spiritual stuff. And Abel had mentioned, he's like, you had a suicide, what do you call it? A
suicidal spirit of suicide.
Spirit. Yes, he said you had a suicidal spirit, I think is what he said. And he's like, and it was probably madder than you can believe that you overcome it without praying to God, without saying the word of Jesus. I didn't want to jump, but the feeling of doing it was overwhelming. It wasn't like that in the other balcony. It was only in that spot. It didn't make any sense. So I've dealt with that. But as far as, I don't know, when people ask me if I'm spiritual, I say no, but I don't know if that's the case, or if I just, am I, with what happened to me? Am I spiritual, or am I still trying to only get what I can provide and need with these 2 hands?
Well, we're all spiritual. That's the thing that people don't get. We're all spiritual. We're all spirits in a human body experiencing life. So in essence, we are nothing more than spirits. So based on the law of territory in the Bible, no spirit can function on this planet, in this realm, without a body, right? And so if you understand the law of territory, when God made man and woman. He made Adam and Eve. He made a spirit for them first, then he made a body. He put those spirits inside of a body. We're all spiritual at our core because we are spirits that are experiencing life. And
Hey, bro, come here. Have you been warning your friends and families, telling them that things ain't right, everything ain't what it seems, and they think you crazy? I'm telling you, join the Dark Waters family. You ain't gonna experience none of that over here. We know what's going on. We know they got reptiles. We know they got Bigfoots. We know they got aliens, and we be on top of it all. Come join us, the Dark Waters family, where we wear tinfoil on our heads and we crack jokes about it. Subscribe.
This realm, right? And so you are spiritual. The essence of everything that you deal with is spiritual. And what you've been experiencing your whole life is spiritual warfare. And I'll say this to you, the level of spiritual warfare that you've experienced is always complementary to the level of what you're supposed to be doing. So the simple fact that you've experienced things in this nature at this strength means that there's something phenomenal that you're supposed to be doing and that you should do. And that's why you're getting fought like this. Like when the spirit of suicide came at me, it was trying to kill me before we got to this moment and this time where I came to the knowledge of God, where I can help people and bring people to him. But it was like, oh no, because nothing's hidden in the spirit realm. All things are revealed there. It would say, oh no, we can't let this guy get to this age at this time where he can do this thing because it's going to be a problem. So they've been pursuing you for a very long time. And I'll say this to you. Anytime that tries to rear its head and those thoughts start coming in your mind, it's real easy. You know what? You know it's not your thoughts because you've experienced it. You say, listen, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ. Leave me alone. And watch, boop, gone. Just like that. I'll give you another suggestion that will help you tremendously. And I've been trying to explain this to people, and I'll be doing a deep dive on it. The simple fact that you dedicate a place in your home to God, I call it an altar to God. Like behind me, if I move, you'll see there's a Bible there. There's a little scripture on a stone. There's anointing oil there. In my house, there's 2 altars. Here in this office, there's an altar. And what ends up happening is when you give space to him in your life and you say, okay, God, I welcome you in, and I build a space for you, an altar. An altar is a landing strip where spirits land. That's why you see in witchcraft, people have altars with candles and all the rest of the stuff. If you read throughout the whole Old Testament, the Bible, it's full of people talking about altars. Well, when you design and you build one of them and dedicate a space for him in your house, then you're saying, okay, I welcome you in. And that altar that you tend to by praying, fasting, just going into the room and talking. Like if you're feeling down like today, I went in the room and I got on my face and said, Pops, this is bothering me. This is bothering me. This is bothering me. What do you want me to do? How do I deal with this? Take this from me. Boop, gone. No, not even a thought of it. Get up, come out, and go on about my business. As you do that, there's his presence is there and it fights all that foolishness. Like there's family members that come to my house that are in heated arguments before they leave their house. When they walk into my door, the argument stops like that. And they'd be like, man, they don't want to leave. They're like, man, it's so peaceful here. You know, we want to hang out, stay as long as you want. But it's the environment that's controlled because God is there and he is peace. So there's peace there. And so you control that environment by inviting him in. You do that, watch how the sleep changes, any arguments, all that stuff just goes away because in his presence, you can't have all that foolishness. And he's going to sit there and say, okay, something's causing them to argue and fight. Let me hammer this out, work it out. Oh, something's affecting his sleep. Let me hammer that out. And then as you do it more and more, and as it becomes more powerful, it's called servicing in the altar. As you service your altar of God even more and more by praying, fasting, singing, then it supercharges it to where you get to the point to where with me, like crazy stuff happens in my house. I mean, insane stuff happens where I'm sitting there chilling, watching TV, and you'll see something move, and I'm like, what was that? It ain't nothing bad, but there's things in our house protecting us. And people have witnessed it because they've tried to use sorcery and witchcraft, and they say, well, oh, you know, we did this and this happened. No, you're not fighting me. You're fighting God because you're trying to hurt one of his sons. And so that's my suggestion to you, bro. Do that and watch how things start to change because he has a very, very powerful way he wants to use you. And you've experienced it. It's just all the pieces to the puzzle haven't been put together. Once those pieces to the puzzle connect, bro, you're gonna be amazed. I mean, you're gonna be absolutely amazed at what happens in your life. It's gonna be phenomenal. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's been my friend Jimmy Barr. We spent some time hanging out with him. We got another interview we got to knock out in 7 minutes. So, ladies and gentlemen, Jimmy, I want to thank you. Tell people if they want to reach out to you, where can they find some of the information on you? I don't know if you're really doing a whole bunch public. You may just be on the old shows. How do they get in contact with you? Is there anything you want to promote?
Well, I mean,
What about the
they
books?
can always, well, my daughter, Carly, she's 4 and she's autistic, and every time I think about her, it just makes me smile. And one day at work, I was thinking about her, and this stupid, ridiculous idea of you should write a children's book came to mind. And my grammar's atrocious, but I finished it that day, got it published. It's at a couple of the Barnes and Noble stores. It's online at Barnes and Noble. It's online at Amazon. Her name is Carly, and the title of the book is called Carly the Princess Dragon, because I can't write about bunnies and puppy dogs. Dragons are cool, so I had to make it about dragons. But it's basically about a baby dragon's first day and her adventures along the way, type of thing. So I mean, they can always for the princess in your life, you got a daughter, a granddaughter, a daycare, if you children's hospital, if you worked at a pediatrician's office, this kind of book would be great for anywhere. Christmas is coming up, may not get to you by then because it's coming up really quick, but there's that. I've got some songs out from but I don't ever really promote that stuff. I don't really ever promote me or anything I do. I always feel like that somebody else should be promoting me, not me, because it feels weird to me. I've never gotten that down yet. The one time I tried to ask somebody and tell somebody about my stuff, they called me conceited, and
really?
yes, that struck a chord. And I was like, no, I was just really excited about one of my songs won a World Songwriting Award. And just wanted to know if you wanted to listen to it and check it out, because I was proud. 39,000 songs were submitted, and my song was nominated and won an award. I mean, it's not MTV Awards. It's a World's Independent Artist Award, World Songwriting Award. But it struck a chord with me. Man, am I really coming off conceited? I'm not very good at this. So I just stopped. I've got 3 songs that are in the ranking. I've almost finished, actually, because of my religious experience, my spiritual experience. I started writing a Christian song called "You Can," and I think it's going to be good when it's done. But it's just a matter of finishing everything with the time I have. One autistic child in the house. She's 4, got a 16-year-old and a 12-year-old. There's not a whole lot of free time.
Right.
It's not.
Right. Trust me, I know. Well, I'll tell you what, reject whatever that person told you and start talking about yourself. You're a phenomenal guy, really cool, down-to-earth guy. And that's just a way of blocking your blessing, man. Talk about what you've been doing, promote yourself, put it out there. People gonna always have something negative to say. Bro, if you ever read my comment section, you lose your mind. Because I read the comment and be like, oh, this person said this, banned. Because people, I mean, unless they really know you, bro, I mean, it's preconceived notion. So if they don't know you, then it's just what most of the time is them projecting what they believe about themselves onto you. And so I just say, okay, you can project whatever you want. Banned, blocked, banned. I got like 40,000 people blocked, bro. It's ridiculous. I don't care. I mean, I really don't. I'm secure in my identity. I know who I am, and I know the person that I am. And that's where we have to, in order to be successful, that's where we have to rest in. I know who I am as a person. All right, brother Jimmy, it's great talking to you, my friend, man. We'll get back together soon, bro. We'll get back together soon, but I need you to send me the link. You got to send me the link.
Okay.
All right, brother. Good talking to you.
Appreciate it.
Welcome to a spine-tingling episode that ventures into the shadowy realms of the unexplained and the supernatural. Today, we delve deep into the enigmatic world of paranormal investigations with a special guest, Joshua Chairs, the lead investigator of the renowned Phantom Detectives. In the heart of a land shrouded in mystery lies the Summer Winds Mansion, a place where the veil between worlds is whispered to be at its thinnest. Rebuilt, yet echoing with the secrets of its eerie past, this mansion stands as a testament to the otherworldly. Joshua Chairs takes us through the silent halls and dimly lit corridors of this infamous locale, unraveling tales that are bound to send shivers down your spine. But our journey doesn't stop at mere ghostly whispers. Prepare yourself as we confront the truly terrifying. Joshua shares his most harrowing encounters with demonic entities, experiences that challenge the boundaries of our understanding and flirt with the darkest corners of our psyche. And as we stand at the crossroads of fear and fascination, Joshua also sheds light on the meticulous techniques employed by the Phantom Detectives. Their methods are a blend of the scientific and the mystical, a toolkit designed to pierce the veil and seek truths hidden in the paranormal fog. So dim the lights, steady your nerves, and join us as we explore the unknown with a master of the ghostly realm. This is more than just a story, it's a journey into the heart of darkness itself, where reality is stranger than fiction and every shadow could hide a secret. End this evening not just with a tale, but with an experience that will haunt your thoughts and challenge your beliefs about the world beyond. This is the story of the Summer Winds Mansion, as told by Joshua Chairs of the Phantom Detectives. Do things seem off? Trouble sleeping? Issues in your marriage, finances, or with extended family and friends? These are challenges that many men face, but you don't have to face them alone. The Men of Steel Prayer Group is here for you. We are a fellowship of individuals who share a common interest in the paranormal and cryptid fields, united in our quest for understanding the supernatural. Our goal is to educate and guide those curious or seeking insight into the supernatural, emphasizing the role of Jesus Christ as the supreme authority over the supernatural realm. Visit us at strongmenpraying.com to learn more. The Men of Steel Prayer Group, where faith and curiosity forge a stronger spirit.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? The one and only James Williams, Dog Waters, and I'm back with another phenomenal interview. Now, let me say this. The gentleman that I'm about to interview, I've known him for quite some time. I mean, he's been behind the scenes of the paranormal field for a long time. He worked as a producer for Dr. J. I think he still does work as a producer for Dr. J. Dr. J is my homie. He's cool as they come. And recently, over the past couple of years, I mean, he's spun off and done his own thing, and it's amazing. And so I'm excited to spend some time with him talking about paranormal investigations. And you guys know where I stand on investigations. There's people who say they're investigators, but they don't have any techniques. They don't have anything. They're just like, I went in the woods or I went into the field, and they don't have anything. But I know for a fact that Joshua and his team, that they understand what it means to investigate. And I know they go into some spooky, ooky places and they investigate. So we're getting ready to dive into the world of ghosts and paranormal investigations. And I think this is going to be awesome. Without any further ado, I'll bring Joshua Chairs into you guys and we're going to chop it up. Joshua, what's up, baby? How you been?
Absolutely. I am wonderful, Mr. Waters. How are you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic, man. I'm glad we finally got a chance to do this. And I was just telling people, you know, you've been around for a long, long time in this game. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you've been around and like behind the scenes, you know, in the networking aspect, knowing everybody, doing interviews, helping people get into interviews. I mean, you've been here for a minute, man.
Oh, absolutely. I've been doing this for probably since booking the guests and helping, you know, doing like different pitches, you know, organizing, scheduling, sound checks, writing the questions, all that for about since 2015. So now I decided to spin off and build my own organization from the ground up. So I'm very excited, especially for answering any questions that come in from your end and from your listeners' end.
Awesome, man. Well, again, let's start by saying we're just about to have a conversation like two guys chopping it up. What I love to do is to go back to people's beginnings.
Yes.
When did you really first find the interest in this field? Was it as a kid? Was it due to family experiences? Was it due to childhood experiences? How did you find yourself taking interest to this field?
Yeah, I took interest in this field back in the 1980s, of course, watching In Search of by Leonard Nimoy, which was like one of the best shows of the paranormal back in the 80s. And then, of course, watching Unsolved Mysteries with Robert Stack, was on, on many of the NBC and stuff like that at night. And there was this one episode on there called The Haunting of the General Wayne Inn in Marion Station, Pennsylvania. And this is this old English coaching inn that dates back to 1705. It's called the Inn of the 17 Ghosts. Many Revolutionary War figures like George Washington, Marquis de Lafayette, Edgar Allan Poe, who wrote several stanzas of the Raven here, as well as other famous dignitaries used to stop by this old stagecoach inn. And of course, it was renamed to the General Wayne Inn in 1792. And this episode that really captivated me was on Unsolved Mysteries back in 1988. And I remember watching it, and there's all kinds of claims of paranormal activity associated with this old inn. The first, of course, is their supposed patrons would be at the bar, and that a lot of the ladies that would be sitting at the bar in the General Wayne Inn at the night would actually start basically having like unseen fingers actually touch their shoulders, and they would say, "Hey, they would go to their husband and say, "Hey, was that you touching me?" So a lot of them would feel like touched in the barroom area, and then of course a lot of the patrons would be at the bar area watching the television. Supposedly, when the Unsolved Mysteries General Wayne episode went on, the TV reported going clockwise and counterclockwise, and of course a tenant had went outside the General Wayne Inn one night in a parking lot, and supposedly his car was completely locked, and of course there was also a lot of there was lights on, it was completely turned on by itself, and no one was out there. And a lot of people also report seeing Hessian soldiers from the American Revolution inside this mansion. They
Uh-oh.
So, Mr. Waters?
Yeah, I'm there. Go ahead. Keep going. It's for some reason it messed up on us. Go ahead. It's almost like something pressed the button while you were talking, bro. There you go. Unmute yourself. For some reason, it's got you muted.
Is that better, Mr. Waters? Okay.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead. All right. So you were talking about the Civil War soldiers.
Yeah, Revolutionary War series.
Revolutionary War.
Yep, it was basically these Hessian soldiers that were seen in this old inn that dates back to 1705. So basically, a lot of people reported seeing this Hessian soldier in the basement area, and of course, on standing on the steps. So what's amazing was years later. Of course, as I watched that episode, I started reading every book by Dr. Hans Holzer. Of course, Dr. Holzer was pretty much one of the first true ghost hunters in America.
Right.
He started all of the early investigations with his trans medium Sybil Leek and Ethel Myers, and studying a lot of his cases, and of course reading books by Lorraine Warren and Ed Warren and some of the things that they were involved in doing. That was pretty amazing. And of course, one night along the dot, I remember hearing this radio person. I said, "This is Dreamland with Art Bell," and hearing Linda Moulton Howe talk about crop circles and cattle mutilations, and I was immediately hooked. Hearing about Art's show and hearing how he interviewed all his different guests, and so I got hooked on Art Bell around 94, 95, and then of course, much like any kid, I started wanting to do more in the investigation part. So I started researching, of course, UFOs and all sorts of flying anomalies, and understanding different cigar shapes and hearing about those. And I think especially when 2002 hit, I actually had the opportunity to investigate the General Wayne Inn with my late mentor, Michael Lee Mayer. She has since passed away, but she had a local Philadelphia team in 2002 at this old inn. So when we went to go down the basement area, I started taking pictures of different parts of the place. And in the basement area, that's where the Hessian soldiers been sighted. And in one of my digital camera pictures, I picked up green and yellow streaks of light. I have no reasonable explanation why that happened. And then, when we took it later on, I took it to Kodak and other film companies and tried to have it developed. And they had no reasonable explanation why these streaks of light were in the image. And what's amazing is back then, of course, ghost hunting equipment wasn't as sophisticated as it is now. You might have had an EMF meter, a Geiger counter, and maybe you might have had a voice recorder and maybe dowsing rods at the most. I mean, it was very, very basic, and then of course 2004 I go to Westchester University and start doing my studies in business administration. And in terms of that, that was pretty awesome. I got my bachelor's degree in 2008, and around that time, all the ghost hunting shows started coming on television. Ghost Hunters came in 2004. The Plumbers from Rotor Rooter.
Right.
Ghost Paranormal State with Ryan Buell. I know I got one of Ryan Buell's former team members working with me now on basically Holly Fosh, who heads our occult symbols department, our in spiritual beliefs department. And of course, we also Ghost Adventures started coming out with Zach Baggins. So all these shows immediately started hooking to me. I love how they would basically go interview clients at locations and on the phone, and then set up equipment in different parts of the haunted location, and then review the evidence, and then try to come to a conclusion based upon the information, and look up the historical records. So these television shows really fascinating me. But and then of course 2014 rolled around, and then I watched this episode called The Haunting of the Summerwind Mansion. The Summerwind Mansion, of course, is a ruined mansion on the shores of West Bay Lake, Wisconsin. It was built in 1914 by a guy named John Frank, who lived in Akron, Ohio. And of course, Mr. Frank, of course, built it as a fishing lodge. You could stay there for $4.99 a night in this lodge. And what was amazing about this lodge is that it has supposedly lots of paranormal history associated with it. It has Indian burial mounds on it. And according to the legend of the mansion, Mr. Frank went ahead and sold the mansion to a guy named Robert Patterson Lamont in 1916. And Mr. Lamont, of course, was a future U.S. Secretary of Commerce under President Herbert Hoover. So he's one of Herbert Hoover's cabinet members. So he reconverted this fishing lodge into a mansion. It took about 2 years for the renovations. And after it was complete, the servants started going into the mansion saying, "Hey, this house is haunted. There's a floating lady in the kitchen. We're hearing noises and loud footsteps upstairs." And of course, Mr. Lamont's like, grow up. There's no such thing as ghosts. Until he himself had his own paranormal encounter. And what was amazing, here's an old story that dates back to 1935 at Summerwind. According to the story, Mr. Lamont and his wife were eating dessert one night in the kitchen area. And of course, the basement door flew open like this, revealing the ghostly form of a man. And according to the legend of Summerwind, Mr. Lamont fired pow pow 2 shots at the door, thus missing the ghost, and never returned to the mansion. And then of course,
Wow.
in 1948, Mr. Lamont unfortunately passed away, and the property went to a lady named Lillian Kiefer. So Miss Kiefer purchased the property in 1948, and then over 20 years, she would lease it out to people. They would give it back to her. And it wasn't until the Hinshaw family moved in. And the haunting episode is a haunting season 1, episode 2, The Haunting of Summerwind, is available on Discovery Plus. You can watch it still. It was aired in 2005. When the Hinshaw family moved into Summerwind, they thought this would be a great fixer-upper. It had great potential. They thought that this would be the perfect family home for them, because Mr. Hinshaw had three kids of his own, and of course Miss Hinshaw had 3 kids of her own. So it's kind of like the Brady Bunch, bringing two families together as one in one roof. And then of course when the Hinshaws first moved in, they had all kinds of strange things started happening to them. They actually had a window fly open basically on its own. They had to nail the windows shut. They started seeing floating, basically like floating figures. They started hearing footsteps. They started hearing loud bangs. And of course, workers would try also, when they tried to work on doing renovations to the mansion, which was amazing, was these renovations, actually they would have their tools in different parts of the house working on, renovating the place. And then of course, when they would renovate the place, they would actually, stuff would break down, like tools, appliances would break down, would work again, but then the tools would disappear. So what happened was, as things started escalating at Summerwind, and of course, Mr. Lamont actually, supposedly his car caught on fire when he was trying to go to a construction site for a job. And then what happened was, there was this crawl space. Supposedly, Mr. Hinshaw was in this in the house, basically in the guest room, and in one of the guest rooms there was this crawl space. So he sent his 12-year-old daughter April, who I've talked to numerous times. I'm a Hinshaw family friend, and supposedly this 10-year-old girl actually crawled in this crawl space, and then she saw a skeleton with black hair. And then when she went there, so she crawled back to tell her stepdad, And then, of course, after the skeleton was found in 1970, 71, they finally tried calling the police, and the police came and couldn't find the skeleton in the crawl space again. So this is
What?
when things, yes, there's a skeleton found in the Summerwind mansion, supposedly by the family, but it was never been documented by
But the
any other.
police never found it.
Yep,
I'm gonna stop you
never.
right here. Let me ask you this question: This summer wind, is this the same place you were telling me about that you guys are trying to renovate, or is this another
Yep.
place?
This is the
So
same
you guys
place.
are
Yep.
you guys are trying to have you guys bought it already?
Not
Are
yet.
you just
No. Just trying to talk about rebuilding it. And so here's what happens with the story.
whoa?
Here's where the paranormal activity really picks up. So according to the Summerwind story, now this is where Mr. Lamont, of course, had supposedly went mad. He played the organ to all hours of the night, saying the ghost had claimed that he wanted him to play this organ. And then, of course, the family was so terrified hearing this music go all night, they actually had to stay in one of the living rooms in the house. So they also had to stay in one room. They were terrified. And then, of course, Ginger, according to the book, A Carver Effect, it's a paranormal experience. You can still find it on eBay and Amazon for like $300 to $500. It's very rare and it's very expensive. But the book supposedly covers how Miss Hinshaw supposedly tried committing suicide. And of course, what happened was the family abandoned Summerwind around 71, 72, and it went back to Miss Kiefer again. And then all of a sudden, this Raymond von Bober, a popcorn vendor from Chicago. So this guy named Raymond von Bober, who is Ginger's father, said, "Hey, me and my son Ray need a fixer upper. We want to try making a go of this place again." So they went ahead and said, "Hey, why don't we go ahead and purchase this, property and lease it out from the Kiefers?" So they, of course, never lived on the property of Summerwind. They had a trailer on the property, and that's where they stayed to do most of the renovation work. And they thought it was a great fixer upper, just like the Hinshaws did. And the Von Bobers ran into similar problems, appliances breaking down. And of course, according to the legend, they would measure the original blueprints. I actually have the original blueprints to Summerwind in my closet, and they're still
Can you
available.
get him? Can you get him? Can you grab him? Show him to me real quick.
Yeah, absolutely. Can you hold
Grab
on a
him.
second?
Let me see. Yeah, let me see
Sure.
this. This is crazy, bro. This is insane. I got to see this.
Yes, definitely.
I want to see the original blueprint. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you like this. There's an episode of Suspense, the old radio show, that's actually based on this story. This is why I'm freaking out, because I listen to Suspense when I'm on road trips, and they actually called it The Summer Wind. And I didn't know that it was based on a true story. It's freaking crazy that it's based on a true story. I mean, it's insane, but I got to see these blueprints. I'm sorry, guys. And when I tell you, Joshua is an encyclopedia when it comes to like the paranormal and ghosts. Like he's a freaking walking encyclopedia. I mean, he really is. Every time I ever talk to him, the conversations go from 0 to 100, and then boom, he's telling you some stuff that you just don't know, or at least I don't know. Some of you guys may know this stuff. I don't know it. All right, I got to see this. Look
It's like one of the original copies. You can see it's quite a big place.
That's massive. Let me see if I can make you big. How do I do that? How do I make you big? That's not working. All right, that's a big old building, bro.
Absolutely. That's just one floor. And I think there's some more. I'll show you a couple more pages here of the original blueprints. Which is really amazing is there's not anybody in the world that has these blueprints. So I'll show you another page of the prints. And here is here's another house on the property, the guest house. You can see this is just another house. There was like 3 or 4 buildings on top of the original mansion right there. I'm going to show you guys just a few more. And what's really amazing about this place, you can just see, here's the outside of the house. This is the arches and all that. Zoomed in like right
I got
there.
it. We got it.
Cool. Awesome. So these blueprints are very rare, and which is amazing was when the Von Popers had it, they of course tried to make a go of it. They tried everything they could to restore it, but of course they would. Here's a really strange stuff I got from Raymond von Bober, who I bought the blueprints from. So Mr. von Bober, of course, he actually when he tried going upstairs, he started seeing visions of the flashback, and of course when he went downstairs, he saw the bullet holes which still remained in the basement door at Summerwind. And of course, 1979, the Von Bobers gave it to Miss Kiefer, and of course, Miss Kiefer's like, okay, basically that's the next family that had it. And unfortunately, according to the book, The Carver Effect, there was this 19th century or 18th century English explorer by the name of Jonathan Carver, who was born in Weymouth, Massachusetts. And Jonathan Carver, of course, supposedly it was alleged that he was haunting the property and looking for this deed, this land grant for the northern third of Wisconsin, which his family and his heirs would have actually had. But unfortunately, that was never proven. So after the property was Miss Kiefer died in around 1985, it went to a couple named Harold and Babs Tracy up in La Crosse, Wisconsin. And of course, Harold and Babs actually, bought Summerwind, and Mr. Tracy bought it as a wedding anniversary present to Miss Tracy. So they thought, hey, why don't we go ahead and why don't we try to turn this into a bed and breakfast and make it into something awesome? And of course, they ran into similar problems. And unfortunately, on Father's Day of 1988, after they bought the place, 2 years after that, when they tried to start doing renovations, the property was supposedly lightning and fire took it down. Now, which is weird because my friend Craig Naring, who knows the owners of the property, Harold and Babs, who are trying to sell it now, according to the supposedly Craig, he talked to a neighbor next door that lived at Summerwind, and according to the actually a neighbor, supposedly the town was tired of all people trespassing and vandalizing on the property, so they went ahead and supposedly burnt it down around 1988. So the township itself was behind the actual fire and the lightning at Summerwind. So all that remains today, unfortunately, are the two tall chimneys, the foundation, and the steps of Summerwind. But the beautiful thing is, 2014 rolls around, 26 years later. I watched the episode and I reach out to Raymond Von Bober Jr., who is Ginger Hinshaw's brother, and I make an offer of the blueprints. I buy the blueprints, and then I try to start looking for a connection to the owners of the property. And I came across this news feed of Summerwind, and I came across Craig Naring from the Fox Valley Ghost Hunters, who's been on television himself, pretty syndicated guy. And of course, Craig knew the owners. He's like, hey, I know the owners. Call me. So then together we came together and created the Summerwind Restoration Society around 2014, and the idea was to restore, rebuild, and relaunch Summerwind as a bed and breakfast. And of course, with the original blueprints, we're hoping to eventually restore the mansion. And the idea is, imagine turning this into the Zach Baggins of the haunted Midwest, basically the haunted museum of the Midwest, where people can come investigate and also enjoy themselves and enjoy the museum. So hopefully someday that project comes to fruition. So that was one of my favorite stories. So the Summerwind Mansion is pretty amazing. It's known as Wisconsin's most notorious haunted house.
Let me ask you this question. So how's the financing going for that? Have you guys partnered with any grants? Because there should be all kind of grants out there for you guys to get the financing to do this, to bring it to fruition. Because it's a historical home. There should be all kind of grants.
Absolutely. And I'm going to talk to Craig about that, because Craig now is basically heading up the project. He does all the investigations on the property. And mind you, the ruins is still haunted even to this day. His team has been out there many times investigating it. They've had rock throwing incidents where rocks would fly out of the foundation. They would take one of their team members and put them in isolation. And of course, would get EVPs saying, hey, this young girl with one of the female investigators would say, hey, why is this raccoon on my lap? And all of a sudden the EVP would play back saying I pushed it. So I think overall, like, we've had estimates done and contractors done on the original blueprints. And we've looked at just rebuilding the main mansion, not the servant's house, not the...
Come here, bro. Let me tell you something. If you've been enjoying these interviews and you are part of the tinfoil hat community, everybody trying to tell you you crazy, you don't know what you talking about, bro, join the Dog Waters channel. We love that tinfoil. We all about that tinfoil. Don't be listening to nobody else. We about that tinfoil over here. Hit the subscribe button. We about that foil. Don't worry about all of them. Come holler at me. We about that. We all about it. Yeah.
Guest house, not any of the other exterior buildings, just the main mansion. And supposedly, I was told the rebuild is between $500,000 and $600,000. But like you said, if you have grants and stuff, and you can go mention, because since it's a historical home, there might be an investor out there that might see the potential in doing a rebuild of the original mansion right on the property of the original, right where it is. And we find the right, land grant people. Maybe Craig and me could call the different bureaus in Wisconsin and see if any of them are willing to give us some grants or charters or any kind of licensing that we would need to find investors.
Yeah, you need that, or you're going to need an angel investor. I'll tell you from my experience, it used to be angelinvestor.com. It may still be there, but just a piece of advice. Just look up angel investors, and then you guys would need to put together a proposal as to how you're going to finance the repayment. It's called debt service, how you're going to service the debt.
And
Right.
it sounds to me like you should be able to do this project because it's what, $6,000 per million
Yeah.
in this
Yeah.
environment. So you probably talking about $4,000 a month. As long as you guys can generate some income, which I think you should. I mean, you
Yeah.
really should be able to generate a lot of income. You guys be able to pull that off, man. You really should be able to pull it off.
Absolutely, because imagine like the idea of creating like a air bed and breakfast or some kind of like mansion or museum basically, like where people can we could do tours and investigations and stuff like that. I think it has great potential, and factor in basically it was also in the 1980 Time Life magazine is one of America's most haunted houses, with the one with Walter Cronkite in the on the cover. I think it was November 1980. So this place has a lot of history to it. It's got so much stuff. And I think that with the right investors, like angel investors, we could definitely make it happen. And we could probably regenerate the income from all the people staying at the bed and breakfast and stuff like that.
I think so too. Let me ask you this about the land itself. When you guys did the research, what's the deal with the land? Because it can't just be the structure, because the structure got destroyed and you still
Right.
have activity, right? So what the hell is going
Yes.
on with the land?
So basically,
What's
the
the
land
history of it?
itself, of course, like what we feel like a lot of the alleged activity at Summerwind is a lot of it is because supposedly, Craig told me there's a lot of Indian burial mounds there. So Summerwind supposedly was built on a lot of Indian burial mounds. So there's a lot of reports of people hearing and seeing like chants and different ghostly Native American apparitions. So we definitely feel the most of the activity associated with Summerwind is pretty much from like the land itself, with all the Indian tribes basically fighting each other. And of course Jonathan Carver, who was an 18th century explorer, was supposedly trying to keep peace between the Indian tribes in the 18th century, according to the Carver effect. So I think a lot of the land is associated with the Native Americans and all that.
How's the terrain? Is it near any waterways? What is it close to? Is it what type of rock? Is it the foundation? I mean, what type of rock is under the ground? Have you guys
Yeah.
done all that research?
So it's actually like it's pretty much right on the upper UP of Wisconsin. I think it's like literally along the Michigan-Wisconsin UP border, and I believe it's pretty much right near the shores of West Bay Lake, which is like right up there in like northern Wisconsin, the northern third. So I think it's like the
Right.
northeastern part, and there's a huge like fishing community in there as well. And so there's a lot of potential to rebuild this, and we have a lot of support from a lot of people. And for the best way for any of your listeners that want to get involved with the project is to go to Facebook. And Craig, of course, heads the project up now. Craig Naring from the Fox Valley Ghost Hunters. And you can just type in Summerwind, haunted Summerwind Mansion, like haunted and all one word, Summerwind Mansion on Facebook. And there should be a group you can join. And that's how people can start getting involved in the rebuilding project.
No, man, that's awesome, bro. I think it's awesome, but it's scary at the same time, because it's like, to me, it's like, all right, we put money into building this thing, and nobody who's ever lived there successfully been able to live there. It's always went bad. So it's like, man, you bring it back to life and then it goes bad again. It's insane. Do you know anything about the original transaction to acquire the land, or how it came into the original family's ownership? Was it violence that took place when that happened? Was it taken from somebody? Did they legally buy it? What happened? Do you guys have any clue?
Yeah, I think when Mr. Frank Ball did, like he wanted to, because he basically was like an industrial kind of guy. Like, this was during the Industrial Revolution, like around late 1800s, early 1900s. So he basically wanted to move to Wisconsin because he was doing a lot of carpentry and a lot of like, maintenance and stuff like that. So he wanted to be able to build like a small fishing lodge there where people can go and stay. And he wanted to build his own like business there. But unfortunately, 2 years later, he decided to abandon efforts. And he was very interested in like industrial, like engineering and stuff like that. So that's why he was very interested in like trying to get like as much like business up in Wisconsin, because there was more opportunity for him there than in Akron, Ohio. So he was very influential figure in the Akron, Ohio area.
Right. That makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. That makes all the sense in the world. Man, that's a wild project. All right, let's spin to some of the investigations you've been on. All right, so we're gonna ask you a few questions. All right, let's start here. What do you say has been the worst location that you and your crew has went to investigate, and what happened at the absolute worst location?
Sure. So I'm going to say the worst location, of course, we had our first demonic investigation in November 2022. This client, DH, had reached out to our case manager, Melissa Ferrazzano. And of course, Melissa, supposedly this family was so terrified where they were supposedly, they had reported seeing like dark shadows, and, they started hearing a sinister laugh in this basement area. So we went ahead and took on this investigation to help this family. That's what we do as investigators. We help families, in homes and businesses all over the country. So we wanted to reach out to this family. We booked the investigation. Then, of course, Mr. Rick Warner, who's not here today, who was our lead investigator, director of client relations, and case manager or tech manager, he went ahead and did the interview with the client. So then we booked the investigation, and we had a lot of things happen that night. Of course, we would go down and we have numerous EMF spikes on our EMF meters. We had a lot. We actually picked up several EVPs where we got cursed at in the basement area. We got one that says "F you." That was completely terrifying. And then, of course, we got this other one, like this really evil laugh saying, "I want you to go." Like, you can hear it on our website, phantomdetectives.org, in the basement area. And then, of course, when we would use the SLS camera, and the SLS stands for structured light sensor. What it does is it picks up stick figures. It draws them like a stick figure, like of a person, and then it maps it on the wall. We started picking up these black oil spills on the SLS camera. I've never seen anything like it before. Yes, black oil spills that were forming people on the SLS camera. And this is the digital dowsing SLS camera. I've never seen anything like that. And mind you, the SLS camera, you just have to be very careful when you hold it, because when you move it side to side, it can pick up, if you have a water bottle or a chandelier hanging off a wall, it could easily pick that up. So what we did, we just usually aimed against solid walls. And when we went to the basement aiming this thing on solid walls, we actually picked up like the really black, the thing was completely changing shape. It was absolutely terrifying. And then we took our thermal imaging camera, which is, they pick up hot and cold signatures, the thermal imaging camera, and we pointed and clicked it, or a REM pop was going off in this corner, and we picked up this full body apparition. And mind you, that it was a cold signature. It wasn't a heat signature. If it was a living person like me or you on a thermal imaging camera, signature. Yep, it would come up as a red or orange. But mind you, this was a cold signature, and there was no reflective surfaces. I went and caught this image basically using a FLIR, which is one of the thermal imaging cameras that is really good quality. FLIR makes the best thermal cameras. And in this corner of this room, I picked up this apparition. You can see it standing in the corner, and that was right in the area where REM pod and EMF meters were spiking like crazy. And what was scary was that night, Rick, actually, our team member Rick, I remember being there with him that night. He was sitting in the chair just taking a break. All of a sudden, his eyes closed, and he started, you could feel something literally pressing on his chest. And what's terrifying was, we have one of those 8+1 EMF meters. It goes up to 2,000 milligauss. A milligauss, of course, is the standard unit of measurement with EMF meters. This thing started spiking all the way up from literally green to red. So it was completely terrifying. I have no reasonable explanation why that happened. So the good news is that we were able to help the family, help DH's family. We blessed every single room. We went ahead and used sage. We burnt that, and we used special holy oil from Jerusalem, which we have on our team, and we blessed every single. We marked it with a cross in every door space. And after we did the cleansing, the house felt different. It felt more vibrant. It felt more lively. The family come in and immediately noticed the difference, and they haven't had any single paranormal activity at all since that investigation.
Yeah, so basically y'all went about consecrating the house and closing it off. Exactly. It sounds to me like, man, what you saw on that wall was the portal that this thing was coming in and out of. That's what it sounded like to me.
It was terrifying. And mind you, the really great thing is every single investigation that we do, we always pick up at least 3 or 4 pieces of evidence every time, because I think it's the way that we're always very kind. We treat the spirits like this is their home. This is their place. Thank you for letting us come into our home, allowing us to investigate. So when you treat them with kindness, you're going to get a lot of good results. And almost every time we come up with these 2 or 3 pieces, because we're very humble, we're very client-centered. We want to do the absolute best for every client and give it our all. And one thing I love about doing investigations is helping people and helping families. That's what the mission of Phantom Detectives has been since its inception, making sure that every family, making sure that they can sleep comfortable at night and not have to worry about any kind of footsteps or unseen anomalies on their in their home or business. So we do a great job, and we're always working to get better. And we've come up with our own investigation techniques too.
Let me ask you this question. Have you met Zach before? Zach Bagans? You've met him before, right? Or do you know him?
I have not yet, but I will say I have met Jeff Bellinger, who is a longtime, really good friend of mine. Of course, Jeff, of course, was the writer and researcher for Ghost Adventures. He's been there since
Right.
2008. He creates all the haunted locations. He helps write the show. I've met Bellinger before. I've met Nick Groff before too. Nick was, of course,
Yeah,
on
Nick is
Ghost
cool,
Adventures.
bro. Nick is really
He's
cool. I love Nick.
he's the nicest guy. And what's even funnier is him and my best friends, Katrina Wyman did a show called Paranormal Lockdown for a while. And which is wild was Katrina, of course, went to school with my best friend Gwen. And of course, Katrina was on Paranormal State with Ryan Buell back from 07 to 2011. So overall, it was pretty amazing to see the journey we've been on. And we're only going to get better and better, with every single investigation. And we've also created some really cool techniques that no other team uses that we've improved upon. And I would love to talk about those investigation techniques too.
I want to ask you one question. So what about, I know that with Zach, and this is to be clear, Zach, I ain't talking crazy about you. I know that Zach likes to antagonize the spirits. You guys don't go about antagonizing them at all, right? You don't challenge them, do you?
Because I think that when you basically do that approach, I've seen like you did it to him, now do it to me. I think a lot of that is the entertainment value of ghost hunting shows, because Zach and Aaron and Nick and all them who were on the show, they were doing that to try to drive the ratings and create a rating spike for their televisions to get more viewers, basically. I think that was more of the entertainment value of it. But I think overall, like that is kind of sending the wrong message in the paranormal community of provoking or antagonizing spirits, because you don't want that, because then what if it attaches itself to you, it tries to scratch you or attack you, or I mean, it can be very dangerous to go in that aspect of doing things, or like, daring a spirit to try challenging their authority. I mean, you're going to get things that are that you don't want. And especially, I highly recommend nobody gets involved in Ouija boards or any kind of seances or any kind of messing with the occult, because it could be a very dangerous situation. And I feel that Zach is, he used his original vision of how he did Ghost Adventures, and compared to where he is now, he's just a completely different person. And we try to use holy light because we're all born again Christians. We all serve the Lord, and we want to help investigate our clients in homes and businesses. So I feel that Zach Bagan's approach is not the right approach. The right way is to say please and thank you. Thank you for allowing us to come into your home. Thank you for letting us, we appreciate anything that you can give us. And when you treat the spirits kindly, you're going to get rewarded with some amazing evidence. And also you're going to be able to help them, if they need to eventually cross over. So I think the being kind and, being cool and collected and not being scared, it's the best way you can do it.
No, I agree with you, man. I've had a lot of encounters with spirits based on the conversations that I've spoken with people, like helping people and discussing their stories, and just across the board, bro. It's been wild for me. And I found that even sometimes when you antagonize a person, because a part of my process is to antagonize a person a bit to get to the truth of what they're saying. When their spirits attached to that person, that antagonizing of the individual provokes those spirits and they get pissed. That's how I learned that, you have to use the name of Jesus Christ to get rid of them. I'd be like, look, you over here, man, trying to manifest in my house. Look, I rebuke in the name of Jesus Christ. You have to go. And if you don't go, these angels about to escort you up out of here. And I won't have any problems. But I've always found that interesting. There is this division between the entertainment aspect of what's going on, because there's entertainment, and then the reality. And I always felt like people push that entertainment boundary and get themselves in trouble, bro. It's dangerous when you push it like that,
Absolutely. And I feel that Zach, he's more of the entertainment kind of investigator. He wants to be able to, I think, half of the ghost hunting shows on TV today are, half of everything is real, but also half of it is also entertainment, meaning they're trying to, get rating spikes to deliver. But the one thing is, we're the real deal. We go in with respect, and we get, great results, because we have, investigation techniques that no other team has done. And they're so revolutionary because we've improved the Estes method, which is the standard method used by many para-investigation shows like Kindred Spirits with Amy Bruni, Adam Berry. We created our own uniform version called the Chairs Warner method. So the Chairs Warner method is where we take our psychic medium, Melissa, who's been taught by Cindy Kaza from the Holzer Files. Cindy is a great mentor to Melissa. She's been, of course, Cindy was a student of James von Prague, a famous medium. So what we do is we wire Melissa up. We put headphones on her. We put these really cool Gansfield orange goggles on her too, and then we scan the ghost box, the AM FM stations on the ghost box, and then what we do is we use an EMF meter and a voice recorder. So we call that the Chairs Warner method, part 1. And then what's really neat is we use the PSB7 Pro, which is a brand new ghost box from Gary Galka. It has temperature. You scan the AM FM stations. Melissa, her psychic abilities go up through the roof when she's like blindfolded and is scanning AMF stations. I mean, she picks up on history like of every location almost like amazingly. And when you guys talk to her very soon in the near future, basically you'll see like how she approaches investigation. So that's part 1. And then part 2, what we do is we remove the blindfold and then we give her a scrying mirror. Of course, scrying, which is like where a medium can use to shape different, feelings and different experiences in a mirror. We have her look into a scrying mirror, and then we just have her scan the ghost box again, and then we add in like a power plant from Relatively Paranormal, which uses like crystal energy. So we have her hold a crystal, and it starts channeling like crazy. She starts picking up on different kinds of spirits like you wouldn't believe. I mean, she's really amazing at what she does, and she picks up on literally numerous spirits every time, and she delivers those messages. She's very gifted, and mind you, our Ovulus, we use the Ovulus 6 and Ovulus 5. The Ovulus words match her readings, so that's pretty awesome. When you can take a piece of
Wait, what's an
equipment.
ovulus? I'm not familiar with ovulus. What's an ovulus?
So an Ovulus is basically it's like a dictionary. You can scan it. It has like different words. What it does, you flip it on, and it has like different words and responses. I can go grab mine real quick and see if I can find it for you real quick, if you would like, or
No, don't worry about it. Just explain it to me. I just want to understand what the terminology
yeah.
means.
So what it is, it uses the EMF fields to generate words and responses. It was developed by Bill Chappell on Ghost Adventures, and the idea is it's basically scanning the EMF fields to generate words. It shows up on dictionary mode. So some of the words always pop up on dictionary mode, match Melissa's feelings and readings.
So it's basically reading the EMF field and popping up words based on what's in the EMF field.
Yep, exactly.
That's wild. That's wild. And I've had this theory. As it pertains to monsters and cryptids, that the changes of the EMF field that eyewitnesses encounter have a lot to do with why they feel like something's talking to them in their mind. I feel we as human beings, we're all psychic to a certain extent. That's how we were made.
Right.
We have intuitive senses. So what ends up happening is you're reading what's being in that field, and you're reading, okay, I feel danger, or I feel like something wants to hurt or harm me. It's no different than when you're sitting in a car and somebody's looking at you and you're not looking. You can look over and look at them. You can damn near tell what they're thinking when you first look at them. I think all humans are built that way. I think that's how we were created.
I think so too, because we all experience things. We all have like the sixth sense, and I believe all of us have some level of psychic development. Of course, there's also the 3 clairs, which are clairvoyant, which is someone that can see the dead. There's clairaudient, which someone can hear the dead. And there's of course clairsentient, which is sensing the dead. So I believe we all have some extent to see, be able to pick up on spirits. It depends on if we choose to develop those gifts. And which is really great. Ours is Melissa's mentor, Cindy Kaza, actually teaches, entry-level classes in mediumship on Zoom. And of course, she does all the way up to advanced mediumship. So, she's fantastic. You can purchase her classes right off her Facebook page by looking up Cindy Kaza. And, mind you, she teaches all levels all the way. She teaches about auras and, automatic writing. She also teaches channeling techniques. I mean, great mentor. So it's really neat to know that there's people out there that that can help people that are intuitives or empaths that develop those abilities.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. I've dealt with people in my personal life who've unlocked those abilities by mistake, and they would literally hear spirits, and they would tell you, "Hey, man, A, B, C, D, E, G, F, G is going on." You're like, bro, get the hell out of here. No, I'm telling you, the next day those things would happen. But it corrupted that individual, horrifically corrupted him, because he just couldn't balance it off. It's a very difficult thing for a person like that to deal with. All right, so we talked about the investigation methods. We talked about your project. Let's circle back and let's talk about the blog a little bit. I remember when you called me and you was like, "Hey, DW, we're getting ready to, we've got Dark Matters news, and we're building it out." I remember when you said that, and time passed. And the next thing I know, I look at it and it's completely blown up. I mean, you guys did a phenomenal job building it out. Talk to me a little bit about how and why you decided that you were going to do that.
So what happened was after, literally, of course, this is before Melissa joined. After Rick joined our organization, of course, we have our team member Mark Anthony, the psychic lawyer, psychic explorer. He joined us in January 21. Rick joined us in March 21, and of course, Melissa joined June 21. Leo Ashcraft all of a sudden called me one day. Of course, Leo Ashcraft worked for Art Bell on Midnight in the Desert. He was his newsreader and affiliate director in 2015. So Art hired him because Leo actually had connections in the Mutual News. He did a lot of the local, he ran 30 or 40 news stations all over Texas and different parts of the South and Midwest. So Leo was like, hey, I don't want Dark Matter News anymore. This is the newscast I used with Art Bell in 2015. Would you guys, would Phantom Detectives LLC be interested in purchasing Dark Matter News? I'll sell you the files, every newscast I did for Art. I'll give you the website, and I'll give you the name, the logos, the rights to everything. So we went ahead, instead of because this was about 3 years after Art passed away in 18. We went ahead and completely bulldozed the original site down and completely restored it. And mind you, when we did it, we wanted to be able to honor Art's legacy, but also, embracing its new, because basically it's from transferring from Leo to me, we wanted to revitalize it as like a website where all paranormal things, UFOs, ghosts, Bigfoot. So I wanted to be able to honor Art Bell's memory in a way that we can give it a new leash on life. And we did a great job. We did a complete makeover of the Dark Matter News website, and I'm very proud of that website. To me, knowing that we can honor Art, and also everyone misses him on the air. And of course, Vincent and Kevin, who live near me, Art Bell's sons, are very supportive of the Dark Matter News website as well. And someday, I hope we can eventually buy the company, Dark Matter Digital Network. That would be a dream come true. The problem is that Keith sold the network. Keith Rowland, who was Art Bell's longtime business person and webmaster, he sold it to a guy named Mike Marshallak, who was based out of Hoboken, New Jersey. And of course, there was supposedly an agreement that was made between David Rubini, who was one of Art's early producers on Midnight in the Desert, and of course, Mike Marshallak. And supposedly, Rubini was supposed to pay back $50,000 to Marshallak, and then him and Marshallak had a falling out. So Marshallak seized the company, and unfortunately, nothing's left of that actual network. But I'm hoping someday we can purchase it, and then we'll relaunch it as a paranormal news or a paranormal network. And then maybe someday, if Heather ever comes back, she'll do it, or maybe we can get one of Art's sons to host Midnight in the Desert. That would be really cool. For now, we just have to remember Art through those old shows, and the Dark Matter News is a great tribute to him. And I feel very proud knowing that we can remember him and also continue the legacy of Dark Matter News through Phantom Detectives.
Man, I tell you, one of the highlights of my career in this field is when I had the opportunity to briefly talk to Art. That was, to even have the understanding that he knew who I was, and he was like, I really like what you're doing. You're a great storyteller, and you do it real good live. I'm like, bro, I've never been awestruck. I'm like, what the hell? I'm talking to Art. This is insane. Absolutely. Like, bro, I was like, hold. Hey, come here for a second. If you're enjoying this interview that you're listening to, first of all, I need you to understand that I got a lot of these. I got a whole lot of content. But I'm going to need you to hit the subscribe button. But I need you more than to do that. I need you to go on over and listen to it, because it's hundreds of interviews with real people who've had real encounters. So if you're one of those people that's into like real creepy encounters, scary stories, interviews, so bro, you're in the right place. But you got to go on over, hit the subscribe button, and then go treasure hunting. I'm telling you. Now, if you're one of those people with a short attention span, you can't do nothing but watch a second video or 2-second video or 10-second video, bruh, this will help you. I'm going to help with your short attention span. It's going to help you in everything in your life. You're going to be able to think longer. You're going to be able to pay attention. And see, when your wife gets to talking to you and you hear that blah, 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 bro, all that's going to become clear. You're going to hear her saying, hey, man, take out the trash. My car dirty. And to the ladies, when your husband be telling you, say, girl, I want to get some, you're going to be able to hear him say, give me some of that good. Yeah. Hang out in the dark waters. Chill with me. I got you. Subscribe. I got you. Crap. I was starstruck, bro.
And it's so funny because I like to talk about Kevin Yanaga. Because I'm really good friends with Vincent Pontius. Vincent was Art's first son from his first Art married a woman named Sujiko Taguchi back in 1965 to 68. And of course, Vince is his first son. He told me about this sixth son of Art's that no one had ever heard about. And then he told me, hey, I got another brother. I didn't realize it. And I said, look up Kevin Yanaga. And I find out he's actually a sushi chef in Philadelphia. And mind you, Kevin looks exactly like a young Art, same shape face and everything. And he's got his own sushi business in Fishtown. So if you know anybody that has like that loves fish, and sushi in Philadelphia, check out Art Bell's son's, Amakaze by Yanaga business in Philadelphia. Kevin's a really great guy. Very talented chef, and of course, Vincent has a love for the paranormal too, and I'll connect you with him pretty soon, Mr. Waters.
Yeah, that's got to be awesome, man. I love to talk to him. I mean, when I tell you, bro, that blew my mind. And when I tell you, I've done Comic Cons where I've met the guys from Supernatural.
Nice.
I've hung out with Dave Schrader at events and met people from Ghost Adventures, and I'm just like, yo, I'm talking to Art Bell. This is insane, bro.
And
I was dumbfounded.
That must have been like, holy heck, like I'm talking to the legend on the radio who had 15 to 20 million listeners. And let me say, a night on about 500 affiliate director stations. I don't know if there's even talk shows like with Dr. Phil might generate like 12 million a day, but Art had 18 to 20 million a night, which was unheard of at that time. And for you to talk to him, I think was an absolute awesome thing.
That was the highlight. That still is the highlight. I'm still looking for something to outdo that. And there's never been anything that in my mind, I don't think there ever be anything that outdoes that for me. That was freaking amazing.
Absolutely.
We're running up on our time. We're about to run out of time. I want to touch on some more about the other affiliate websites that you guys have. Talk a little bit more about the other websites that you've rolled out. So we've got the Dark Matters website. We've got Phantoms, the Phantoms website, but then there's more. There's affiliate websites for your other people on the team, right?
Yes, so I like to go through all the websites. The first one, if you have a UFO case that you need investigated, you need something to research, any kind of flying analogy knowledge, Mr. Rick Warner is actually also the U.S. ambassador to the Italian UFO Federation. He'll go through his qualification in a future show. He's been certified through MUFON, really great guy. If you want to reach his website, he's got his own UFO organization called Extraterrestrial Research Center. That website is ERC2explore.com. That's ERC, the number 2, explore.com. So ERC2explore.com is Rick Warner's UFO website. To reach Melissa, our psychic medium, our case manager, if you have investigations that you need done by the team, her website is psychicmediumautumn.com, all one word, psychicmediumautumn.com. You can see it right on the homepage of our website. It says under important websites. If you want to talk to Mark Anthony, he's a psychic lawyer. He's a fourth-generation psychic medium, Oxford-educated attorney. He's a world-renowned psychic lawyer, been on Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie, Gaia TV. Mark's website is all one word, afterlifefrequency.com. So that's afterlifefrequency.com. And then, of course, our team member, Holly Falst. You can just type, Holly heads up our occult symbols and spiritual beliefs department. She's a research department with us. You can find her on Facebook just by typing in Holly Falst Psychic Medium. And then, of course, our Dark Matter News website is all one word, darkmatternews.com. That's all one word, darkmatternews.com. And, of course, our main website, all one word, phantomdetectives.org.
Gotcha, brother. Gotcha. Man, I really want to tell you, I appreciate you hanging out with me. Now, guys, ladies and gentlemen, next week, I'm bringing the whole team on. It's going to be a pretty big discussion. And we're going to be bouncing around, going back and forth, talking about, and I'm really interested in hearing their perspective as a team on the investigations that they've been involved in. And it's always awesome to hear one person's perspective about investigation while this other person was there experiencing something. And I'm telling you guys, this is going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome. But I definitely wanted to get Joshua on because, man, when I tell you he's a walking encyclopedia, he really, really is. Josh, I mean, I really appreciate it, bro. And I look forward to next Saturday, man. We're going to do it. And that one's going to be long. Y'all need to buckle up. We're going to be talking for a minute, bro. It's not going to be an hour. It's going to be a while.
As Art Bell and Heather would say, we're going to be taking a long stroll basically down the heart of paranormal investigating. We're going to hop on the train and we're just going to roll.
We're going to roll, bro. That's what we're doing, man. That's what we're doing. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the one and only James Williams, Dog Waters. I'm out of here. Josh, tell everybody bye, and I'm going to hit in.
Bye-bye, hello, and I hope to see you guys very soon. All right.
Welcome to the Dark Waters channel, where we delve into the mysteries and stories that captivate our imaginations and stir our deepest curiosities. Today, we have the privilege of sitting down with Tom Cantrell, a renowned Bigfoot researcher, author, and a true pioneer in the field of Sasquatch studies. Tom's journey into the enigmatic world of Bigfoot began on August 25, 1958, marking the start of what would become a lifelong quest to understand this elusive creature. As a logging engineer with extensive time spent in the remote wilderness, Tom's unique position allowed him unparalleled access to the habitats believed to be frequented by Sasquatch. It is within these dense forests and secluded areas that Tom has had countless encounters with Bigfoot, each adding a layer of depth to our understanding of this mysterious being. Tom Cantrell is not just a witness to history, he is a creator of it, having authored 13 books on the subject of Sasquatch. These works have become essential reading for anyone eager to learn about Bigfoot, offering insights into the creature's habits, appearance, and possible habitats. Through his detailed research and captivating storytelling, Tom has attracted a dedicated following of enthusiasts and skeptics alike, all seeking answers to the age-old question, what is Bigfoot and where does he live? Join us as we explore Tom Cantrell's fascinating encounters, his groundbreaking research, and the profound impact his work has had on the field of Sasquatch studies. Whether you're a longtime believer or new to the world of Bigfoot, this interview promises to shed light on one of nature's greatest mysteries through the eyes of one of its most passionate and knowledgeable explorers.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? The one and only James Williams Dog Waters, and I'm back. And today I have another exciting interview for you. I am with author Tom Cantrell. And we're about to have a conversation about the Bigfoots. People walking around in the woods. The hairy man. The squatches. The boogers. That's what people call them. They got all kind of names for them. Catamounts. All kind of stuff. And I'm excited. And you know I don't beat around the bush. Let's get Tom in here right now and get the ball rolling. Tom, how you feeling today, my friend?
I'm doing just finer than frog hair. If I were any better, I couldn't stand myself.
Thank you for joining me, my friend. Like I told you in the pre-interview, we're about to sit back, relax, have a good time, and we're going to talk about the squatches, the woodsmen. There's all kind of different names for them across all different cultures. Let's start here. I like to start with the first question, which is always, I'm probably going to have to change my first question. Your interest in cryptids, when did it start? Was it something that happened as a youngster, or was it something that happened as an adult? How did you find interest in it?
It started in 1958, and there's a fellow in Northern California, about 300 miles north of where I lived, came to work one Monday morning. They were road builders, and his cat, they'd left there over the weekend, and here was a set of 16-inch tracks. Came down off the mountain, walked up the road around his cat, and on around the back up the road, and went down in the canyon a ways. And it got started. That's what started it. That happened on the 25th of August, 1958. And he kept coming back. Every few days he'd come back. And finally, Jerry Crew was the fellow's name. Jerry Crew took a plaster cast of the tracks, and went to talk to a friend of his in Eureka, California. And while there, a newspaperman there, Andrew Genzoli, got word that he was in town and asked him to drop by and see him. Well, Andrew wrote a newspaper article on that. And interestingly enough, that article is the first time that the word Bigfoot appeared in print.
What?
And yep. And
wow.
That article was picked up by the wire services, and my hometown newspaper, Santa Rosa Press Democrat, in Santa Rosa, California, picked that up on the 4th of October, 1958. And my dad saw it, and he came to me. I was 15 years old at the time. You can probably tell how old I am now if you add those up. But
you look young.
And he said, "What do you think about this?" Dad always had a way of instilling curiosity in me anyway, or piquing my curiosity. And I read it. And then I started reading everything I could find on that subject. There was a paleontologist, world-renowned paleontologist, that came and investigated it. Name just jumped right out of my mind. But he's written 11 books on mammals of the world. His books were the go-to books for mammals of the world at the time. And I can see his face, but I can't remember his name. That's what happens when you get to be 80 years old. These things leap out of your mind. But that's what got me started. And since I followed everything I could find, the Patterson-Gimlin film, was along the line there. Same area, actually. The equipment dump for Jerry Crew's logging crew was the campsite where Roger and Bob camped the day they filmed Patty. So same area. The roads that Jerry was building are the ones that Roger and Bob were driving. So, and I knew the area pretty well. We'd been there. We had friends who lived in the area, and we'd been in that area hunting. So that's what got me started. And of course, I had to finish high school, and then joined the Navy. Spent 9 years in the Navy, and 300 feet below the surface in the North Atlantic was not a great place for studying Sasquatch. But still, I read whatever I could find. And when I left the submarine, the Navy gave me my choice of duty station, and I chose the Polaris Missile Facility at NAD Bangor in Washington. And that's how I got to Washington, and I've been here virtually ever since. And that was 1968 I came to Washington. That's when I got started in earnest, because now I lived right in their midst, okay? I got out of the Navy in 70, started college, had a little logging operation going, and got my degree in logging engineering. Now, that said, I've never worked a day in my life for a company as an engineer. But what I did do was a lot of consulting work. In this state, if you're going to build a road that crosses a stream used by anadromous fish runs, that's fish that spawn in freshwater and live in saltwater, like salmon and steelhead, then you have to have a permit from the state. And in order to get that permit, you have to do a study on the stream flow, bank types, soil types. All of these things are very important. And these companies would hire me to do that because that was my expertise. Now, you have to remember, at this time, this was all in old growth timber. Timber was 400, 500 years old. Okay? So I'd have to hike back in 4, 5, 6 miles off the road I could drive on to find where the stream crossing was going to be. All the ones easy next to the road, their own engineers took care of. I got the ones that were the long walk in. Well, I learned really quickly there. You do not take your measurements, go back home, sit down to draw it out, and find out that you've forgotten one measurement. That'll ruin your whole day if you've got to hike back in 7 miles the next day for one measurement. So I would sit down and take my little Write in the Rain notebook and do a quick sketch and make sure I had all of those measurements that I needed. And when I was doing that, if you can imagine, I'm miles back in the timber. Nobody had been here for 400 years at least. Even the natives don't go there because heavens, there's no feed for animals under old growth timber. So there's no elk, there's no deer. So why would they go there? They go where there's food. Okay. And so here I am sitting all by myself, drawing this. And all of a sudden I look up and here's something peeking around a tree at me. And a little while later, there's something peeking around another tree. And then there's a little whistle they do. It's just a, pardon my whistle, it's not very good, but just a little up-down whistle. And at the time, I thought it was just a bird that I hadn't classified. And it wasn't until actually 1980, I was at, Ron Moorhead was speaking at a conference in Eugene, Oregon, the Oregon Sasquatch Symposium. And he was playing his Sierra sounds, and that's on that tape. And that's that sound, that's that whistle. And what I found out since then is that, yeah, that's a locator whistle. He's one of them is saying to the other one, I've got the big guy on my side over here. I'm watching him. So they're just talking back and forth to one another. That's what lit my fire, okay? And from there on, it just built. I spent the next, for a while, from 1970 actually to 2010, just learning things and amassing facts. Just tons and tons of sightings, because I lived in the woods on the Olympic Peninsula, which is the hot spot for Sasquatch in the world. I'll put it up against any place in the world, and or any place in North America, and I've been all over North America. I've had sightings in Georgia. I've had sightings in Louisiana. I've had sightings, just virtually everywhere in this country. Oklahoma, but none like on the peninsula. There are just lots of them there. Okay, and I got the chance on more than one occasion to just sit and watch them. One particular time, my friend and I, we were on the peninsula, and my logging company was shut down, fire shut down. It was September and hot and dry, so they shut us down. And he took a day off, and we went grouse hunting. Well, September in the woods on the Olympic Peninsula, grouse hunting is a euphemism for playing with the elk while the bulls were bugling. Because I don't know if you've ever had time in the woods when the bulls were bugling, but that's a magical time. And so we did. We played with the herd, followed them for 3 or 4 hours, and finally they broke up, and we'd irritated the herd bull massively, and we decided we didn't want to push him any further, and turned around, and we'd gotten separated. But we did that. We were both foresters. We knew what we were doing, and I started back, towards the truck. And as I was hiking along in the timber, and again, this is old growth timber, I saw a clearing ahead of me. And clearing in that country generally meant a water hole. So I thought I'd sneak up on it and see what was around the water hole. Well, I got to the last big spruce tree. It's about 7.5, 8 foot diameter spruce tree, and peeked around it, and there's 2 bears there eating mushrooms off of down logs. It wasn't a water hole. It was a little blowdown area, probably 5-6 acres of blown down to trees. And so I just sneaked back, and so they didn't see me. The wind was from them to me. I was going to sit and watch it. And after just a couple of minutes, one of them stood up and looked around, just checking his territory out to make sure that nothing was sneaking in on him. And that was no bear. That was no bear. He was about 9 feet tall, and he was massive. And my eyes popped open, and I said, "Oh my!" And I just sat there. And pretty quick, his mate stood up, and that was a female. And they'd go back to picking mushrooms, and they were feeding towards me. And this probably went on for 20-25 minutes. And it was just like the same thing Jane Goodall and Diane Fossey did. Be able to sit and observe. Okay? And then I felt a gust of wind hit the back of my neck. I was, busted. And I had 4 eyes snap to me right there, So I just stood up and stepped out from the tree so they could see who it was. And I told him, I said, I'm not here to bother you. I was just observing you and enjoying your family. And he stepped back, let her walk in front of him. And as she did, she reached down and she picked up an infant and just put it on her chest. And he just climbed onto her fur and held on while she used both hands to guide herself. And she started back into the timber, and as he turned to go, I said, "Thank you for sharing your family with me." And he turned back and looked at me, and I swear he nodded at me. He acknowledged that I'd spoken to him. And that was the first time that I had ever gotten to see them where I knew what I was looking at and could observe for a long period of time. And that's happened several times in the years since then. Enough so that in 2010, I got what I call my teacher. He's an elder Sasquatch, and he's the cause. I've written 13 books on them, and he's the cause for all of those books. He was the guiding light when I start writing a book, and about 3:00 in the morning, here's his voice in my mind telling me what to cover, what to write, what to research. This is how this works. This is how that works. So I would write it, and I'd ask him, can't we do this at 9:00? He says, well, you're not bothered at this time. I said, no, but I'm fully retired. I had to retire medically in 2007. I says, I'm fully retired. I wouldn't be bothered at 9 either. No, it's a better time. And I found out later, that's the time of the strongest energy levels of the night, 3 a.m. And and that's why he was doing it then. But that's how it started. That's how it all started. And we worked and we worked and we worked together, like I said, through 13 books now. And now he's got me helping other people write their books. And I've edited several for other people. Arla Collette, I've edited a book for her. Keith Bearden, I edited his books, and several other people. And I enjoy doing that. And now I'm working with Barb Shoup, Squatching with Barb and Goldie. And we're doing a book for her together, and some other people. It's great fun. I can't get around like I used to because I am 80 years old. I have to use a scooter to get around. I can't walk on my own anymore, so that slows me up. But that doesn't keep me from getting out there. When Barb has her camp outs, I go out by the day. I have to come back in. I can't sleep out there, but I have to come back in. But I've learned a lot. Oh, believe me, in 65 years of doing this, I have learned a ton. And that's what I'd like to share today is the things that I've learned, things I want people to know. And number one is I want people to understand that they exist. They are real. They're not vicious. If you respect them, they respect you 100%. Okay? One of the first conversations my teacher and I had was very simple. He says, I do not understand human beings. You have no respect. You have no respect for the land where you live. You have no respect for one another. And worst of all, you have no respect for yourselves. And he's dead right. People are so disrespectful, it is unbelievable. If they don't agree with you, what do? Do they give you... Yeah, they attack, don't they? Exactly. Yeah. And that's wrong. You know, if I have somebody that I disagree with, it's okay to disagree. That's how you learn things. I never learned anything worth knowing from somebody who agreed with me totally. Dr. Joe,
I'm going to cut you off right there. I want to ask you a question. Because see, you open a can of worms that I want to jump in, swim around in, and play with the worms. Because when we talk about proof of Sasquatch, and you can help me because you've been in the Bigfoot community for a long time. So I'm looking for education here. There's been this long-going feud to me, it seems, between people who have this concept, and it's an angry feud about whether Bigfoot is flesh and blood or if it's some supernatural paranormal aspect to Bigfoot or the Squatches. And it's like everything you're telling me now seems as if it's a little bit of both. Like telepathy wouldn't be a normal thing for human beings to experience, right? So there's something quote unquote supernatural about it. It seems like it's a blend that's the actual answer. Where does the divide from that come from? You've been in this since 1958, 1969. Yeah. So where does that teach me? Where does that come from? I don't understand that argument at all. It makes no sense to me.
They are 100% flesh and blood.
Mm-hmm.
They can do some remarkable things. But another part of that same conversation I alluded to earlier, my teacher said, we have no powers that you did not at one time have. The difference is you stopped adapting to your environment and started adapting your environment to you. We did. We moved indoors. Okay. Now we're talking across the fire. We're not talking ridgetop to ridgetop, so we don't need telepathy. And in our body, in the human body, if you don't use it, what happens?
You lose it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what there are still people with messages of it. You know, and there are people that can do great things with their minds. The amazing Kreskin. Just a few like that. But proof is where it's all at. I've heard the old saw, there is no proof. There is no proof. Open your eyes, people. There's all the proof you want. Let's start with one little thing. There's a anatomical constant. Let's start with the simple one first. In all primates, your height is 6.5 times the length of your foot. Okay? So if your foot is 10 inches long, you're 65 inches tall. Now, does that mean everybody in the world who has a 10-inch foot is going to be exactly 65 inches? No. That puts you in the center of the bell curve. Then you have the variations from that. Okay? Second one is called intermembral index. This is anatomy 101 in any university that teaches anatomy. It's the ratio of your arm length from your shoulder to your wrist compared to your leg from your hip to your ankle. In all primates, that's different. In human beings, it's 72. In chimpanzees, it's 104. Their arms are longer than their legs. In gorillas, it's like 122. Their arms are really longer than their legs. In Sasquatch, it's 84. Now, you take a picture. Remember the 4th of July footage where the female reaches down, picks up the baby, and walks down the ridge?
Mm-hmm.
Very good picture. Very easy to do the intermembral index on that. Measure that arm and then measure that leg. Divide the arm length by the leg length, and it comes out to 84. Patty, frame 79, I think it is, directly from the back. She's standing almost straight up, or at least her arms straight and her legs straight. Measure those out. Their intermembral index is 84. Measure Bob Hieronymus, who said I was the one in the suit, although he couldn't even tell you where they were. He couldn't find his way to the site. But measure his, it's 72. Now,
and all of this stuff is covered. You're touching on all these points in your book, Proof of Sasquatch, and all this combined.
It's called Sasquatch, the Proof. And that's one of the first things we talk about is intermembral index, because it's so simple and so convincing. I've done it on virtually everything I can get good measurements on. The Marble Mountain footage in California where the big one's up on the ridge top screaming at the people down below, 84. Paul Freeman. Paul was a friend of mine. His video, 84. Anything Ivan Marks did, 72. Okay.
Wow. That's interesting. That's super duper interesting.
Okay. Now, like I said, you give me the picture. Now we've got another problem with pictures. We've always had problem with pictures because they've never been proof. They aren't allowed in a court of law even. Why? Because you can do so much with them. Today, with AI and CGI, you can make better pictures than I can take, and I used to be a professional photographer.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what'll still get them if they don't know those ratios is that ratio.
So that ratio is the key to determining if it's a fraud or not. That was one of the things that I've always struggled with since I've been in this field.
Mm-hmm.
I've said this. Nobody has laid forth any criteria for checking evidence. It's more of an emotional thing. This is a hoax. This is a fraud. There's no criteria.
You've got to check the evidence. Now, what does science require? Reproducible, testable evidence, right?
Yep.
What's your intermembrable index if that isn't it?
No, I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah.
That's been my whole problem with this field since I've been in here.
Yeah. Now, I took that a little further. Okay.
Okay.
When I was doing forestry work, I'd find these tracks. I mean, I'm a mile and a half, 2 miles off the road, a little no-name creek you can step across practically, and a sandbar, and here's a 16-inch track in that sandbar, still filling with water. It's left for you. It was left for, so I would find it. Nobody knew I was going to be there. I didn't even know. I would have a contract like that. It'd sit on the dashboard of my truck until I had a few hours free. Then I'd go do it.
Mm-hmm.
I never knew if I was going to do it that morning for the most part. So nobody else did either. So it got me to thinking, here's these tracks. Well, I've already told you how to find out how tall they are. But what about the rest of it? So I got to thinking, tracks will tell you how much they weigh if you know some things. Number one, if you know how much weight, pounds per square inch, they put on the ground when they step. So I set out to do that. In engineering, you have a tool called a planimeter. It's used for measuring irregular shapes. And you just run the perimeter of it with the tool, and it'll tell you the area enclosed. And it doesn't matter what the shape looks like. So I could take that footprint, make a sketch of it, use the planimeter on it, and tell exactly how many square inches I had in that foot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, it's easy to find the length. That's from the toe to the heel, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you divide the square inches of it by the length, that'll give you the average width, won't it?
It will.
Length times width equals area, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. So now I've got the length and width to use, and that width is 40% of the length.
Mm-hmm.
If you use 40% of the length times the length, it'll give you the area. Now, I started out just guesstimating. I bought a lot of cattle at auction, so I was used to estimating weight of cattle standing in the auction ring within 20, 25 pounds. And so I would estimate their weight and then work on it. That wasn't accurate enough. So I built a great big tub out of wood with a single foot on it. And I had 2 or 3 different feet I could exchange for it, depending on the size. If I wanted one that was, 80 square inches, I'd put that one on. For 90 square inches, I'd put that one on. Then I could sit there beside it and fill that with sandbags until it sunk in the same depth as the track.
Okay.
Then weigh the amount of weight I put in there. Now I knew exactly what they weighed. Now I could do my little trick with the foot, size-wise, square inches. Divide the total weight by those square inches, and it gave me pounds per square inch.
It gives you pounds per square inches. Yep.
And it comes out to about close enough, 7.5 pounds per square inch. So if you have a 15-inch track, multiply that times 0.4, that gives you 6 inches. 6 times 15 is 90. So you got a track that has 90 square inches.
Mm-hmm.
Times 7.5, 675 pounds.
Wow. This is the first true scientifical breakdown of how to determine if prints are real and evidence is real. When I tell you, this has been a point of contention. And this is where I believe all the contention in the Bigfoot and cryptid community comes in general, is because there is no criteria. Like, you have to have a way of determining if something's real or not. Outside of, oh, I've seen that before, that's a hoax. I've heard that before, that's a hoax. I've never heard anything like this. And this is amazing. This is an education for me, because this is what I've been looking for.
I did that one back, I think it was 72 or 73 when I came up with that one. But I just never told anybody. Actually, I never told anybody what I was doing until 2010. My family just wanted to make a joke out of it and even then I knew that they deserved more respect than that. But so I just never told them what I was doing, and did it all on my own. And then in 2010, I found out there was an internet community that was doing this, and that's how I got started. I'd published my first book, and Ghosts of Ruby Ridge, which is, and this is another thing I do. I write a novel and put Sasquatch in the novel, and everything about Sasquatch is true. But I do that so the haters can't hate.
The haters gonna hate. It don't matter what you do. The haters gonna hate.
Yeah, but they can't say anything. It really frustrates the daylights out of them, What you put in there so that the Sasquatch is such and such? I say, hey, that's a novel. I mean, that neo-Nazi colonel I have in there, I could have made him gay, and he couldn't have done a thing about it, I'm in charge there. Right?
I'm with you. Haters gonna hate, bro. That's unfortunate. They're gonna hate.
And they're gonna do it. They're gonna do it without any thought. You don't know what I've been called for having espoused what I just told you. I go take a pencil and do it. Go out. I'm an engineer. I measure things. That's what I did for a living. Okay. And so that's it frustrates you sometimes, but that's what they do. And people who have no idea what they're talking about, absolutely no idea. Just this past week, I've got involved in one. If you remember the big white guy that Laurie Simmons and Adam Davies.
Come here, bro. Let me tell you something. If you've been enjoying these interviews and you are part of the tinfoil hat community, everybody trying to tell you you crazy, you don't know what you talking about, or join the Dog Waters channel. We love that tinfoil. We all about that tinfoil. Don't be listening to nobody else. We about that tinfoil over here. Hit the subscribe button. We about that foil. Don't worry about all of them. Come holler at me. We about that. We all about it. Yeah.
Picture from a few years back where he's kneeling down over the people in a sleeping bag. Well, I was there when that happened. Okay, I was part of that party, and I know the whole story on that. This guy came up and he says that couldn't be his breath, you see, because I checked Google and it said it was 50 degrees that night. I said, what are you talking about? I said, I looked all around and I didn't see you there. But we froze our butts off. I slept in the car because it was that cold. And I never do that. The reason Lori and Adam were sleeping by that picnic table is because it was too dang cold in the tent and they went over there to get by the fire. And you're telling me it was 50? Well, I did some research on that. It's the stuff he didn't do. And where's the weather station that recorded that? Well, I don't know. So I looked it up. It's 20 miles away and 1,000 feet lower elevation, right at the edge of the Cascade Mountains. Well, yeah, very different biome, totally different biome. Okay. But would he listen? No, not at all. Not a bit. His mind's made up. Don't confuse me with facts. Okay. But anyway,
I'll tell you this. Let me say this. You see, when it comes to, and what we're touching on right now, ladies and gentlemen, is the things that field researchers actually go through. Those who go out into the field and collect evidence. Now, I am not a field researcher, but I have the highest level of respect for them because I personally, no offense, Tom, I think y'all are crazy to go run around in the woods with big old monstrous things. But I respect the hell out of it because it takes a certain amount of bravery, and you have to be curious enough to do it. But it seems as if it's not. It seems there's the field researchers, there's people who are commentators like myself, and then there's just haters. That's the three groups that are in this.
Right.
And until those haters move out of that arena and go into doing one of those things, they don't truly understand what's going on. And until they get like scared to where they're about to poo on themselves or pee on themselves, or they have an encounter, they don't really understand what goes on out in the field.
They have no idea.
They have no clue. And then there's a level of humility you have to accept the information that comes from somebody who's been out in the field and realize that, hey, I didn't go there. Like for me, Tom, I tell people all the time, like, DW, let's go here. No, I'm not going. Are you scared? Yes, I don't have to go. I'll talk to somebody who went, and I'm fine with the public knowing I'm not going. I don't have no problem with it. But it allows me to be humble and say, okay, man, teach me what you know. And so my knowledge level skyrockets because I'm willing to listen to what everybody has to say.
There's one.
I want to touch on this. Where else do you think the disrespect comes from as it pertains to this field? Like, because I'm talking about there's sharp levels of disrespect that happen in the Bigfoot community that would get people hurt if they were walking up and down the street.
They anthropomorphize. They try to make it human. And while it's very, very close to human, it's not. Okay, there are differences. And there's a group I can't remember the name exactly, something like Society for rightful thinking and Sasquatch research and do it my way. I think that's something like that. At any rate, they labeled me the Pope of Woo, and Arla was the high priestess of Woo at one time. If they knew how much fun we had with that, they'd have never done it. It's so freaking ridiculous. But yeah, they have no respect. That's the first thing. They don't respect themselves even. People say, oh, you're lying. No, you know why you're calling me a liar? Because you're a liar, and you think that's everybody else is. That's what justifies you being a liar. What I'm going to tell you is what I saw. Now, is it exactly as you would have seen it? Perhaps not. But it's what I saw, period. Okay? I have no reason to do anything else. Okay? My books, 13 books, were written for one purpose, to get the word out on Sasquatch. Somebody said, do you make any money on those? It's about enough to pay for the ones I give away. I do sell a lot of books. It gets me to conferences where I can tell people about Sasquatch, tell them about the humanity in them and the humanity that's not in them. Okay? And believe me, I've had some marvelous, marvelous experiences. I got to watch the birth of twins, sitting with 18 male Sasquatch. Try that sometime.
Let me ask you about the term woo, because I noticed, I forgot whose channel I was watching a while ago. I was just scrolling through YouTube, and I always watch like smaller YouTube channels. I'll just click them just to see what they're talking about and give them donations just to encourage them. And the conversation was about the term woo. And it was like, one of the guys was saying that woo was injected into the Bigfoot field in the early 80s. Like prior to the early 80s, nobody was talking about like the woo elements and aspects of Bigfoot. What is the official definition of woo as it pertains to Bigfoot? Because when they say that, I'm like, I need a definition of what is considered to be.
Anything that person doesn't understand.
Okay, so it's a catch-all term.
It is a catch-all term. That's all it is. To some people, cloaking is woo. Even though we can do it now. Okay, we have the technology to do it now. I know how they do it. I don't know exactly how to do it, but I know what they do to affect it. And it doesn't change them, it just changes what you see. Okay? And my friend Arla was part of it one time, and she tells that story, and yeah, it's fantastic. But it's not important. If I say something somebody doesn't believe, that's fine. I don't care. But don't attack on it. Store it away and see what happens. Little incident that happened back in 1980, that first conference I ever went to. I don't know if you know Autumn Williams, but her mother, Sally Shepard Beaufort, wrote a book called Valley of the Skookum. Okay. And Sally was talking about her book. And in it, she mentioned that she saw tracks appearing in a field as the Bigfoot was walking away. She couldn't see him. He was cloaked, but she could see the tracks forming. At the next break, I probably had 20 people come and ask me, does that happen? Is that possible? I said, listen, that's Sally's experience. It wasn't mine. I haven't had that experience. That does not mean it didn't happen. It just means that I haven't had that experience. And it was that winter. Dr. Igor Burtsev from Russia was over, and I hosted him a few days, and we went up to McMinnville, Oregon, and met a young man there that was taking Igor out into his area. And I had some things I wanted to do at the car. I had some writing essay I was due. And so I said, you guys go ahead. I'll just sit here. And I put out a bag of apples. I had 21 apples stacked in the pyramid on a big flat rock there. And first thing I did was go sound asleep. And when I woke up again, there were 5 apples left. I got out and looked at it. I was going to take a picture, and my camera wouldn't work. I just put new batteries in it. And I looked down, there's a little alder bottom there with the salmonberry bushes. Of course, it was like February, so there are no leaves on them. And it's muddy there. And I could see 2 sets of tracks appearing across that mud bog. And I couldn't see anything. I said, boy, it's sure a good thing I didn't say that was impossible, isn't it? And so don't ever say it's impossible. Just categorize it. Say this is something that hadn't happened to me. I don't know. Maybe it's possible. Maybe it's not. You know, there's things that astound me every day. Barb Shub's group has found some photos, some video of stuff that they've been finding out here that's just blow your mind away. And I don't know what it is, but it looks, I'm going to say, it looks like a fairy, but I don't know what it is. But I know it's very, very fast. We did an analysis on it, and it traveled between 120 and 160 feet. So I just said, let's use the minimum. If it was only 120 feet and it traveled that in 0.4 seconds, that's 205 miles an hour. I know of no bug, no animal of any kind that travels at 205 miles an hour. But it's on video. And so
let me touch on this with you. Because since we touched on the woo aspects of it, I'm really, really interested in this. The supernatural or paranormal aspects of Bigfoot. There's so many eyewitnesses that I've talked to who've had all kinds of paranormal things happen. I feel like it's poo-pooed and shoo-shooed away, but I don't understand why. And I'm asking very pointed questions because to me, it adds validity to the topic. It adds like a branch. It's like a tree with branches on it, right?
Yeah.
If you were looking at an apple tree that had grown up, and all the apples are on this tree, and you ate the apple on the left-hand side of the tree, you wouldn't say, "Oh, I'm not going to eat the apple on the right-hand side of the tree because that apple over there just doesn't seem right. It's all from the same tree. And I struggle to understand how the paranormal aspects of it are a problem as it pertains to it. Does that make sense? Am I making sense to you?
Yeah, it makes very, very good sense. And it's a very good question, because the problem is, first of all, it goes against what they think for a couple of reasons. Number one, most primary, they want to kill one. They can't do that if it's human or if it has paranormal aspects like that. Okay, I can get you to a story on that in a bit. Number two, they want it to be an ape only. And it can't be an ape if it can do these things.
Right.
Okay, but let's check. Apes don't have a chin. Sasquatch does. Apes don't have external lips. Sasquatch does. Apes don't have a hooded nose. Sasquatch does.
Definitely
Apes don't have sclera in their eyes. Sasquatch does. Okay? Apes are not capable of articulated speech. Sasquatch is. So how can it be an ape? Okay? Just right there. How can it be an ape? But this is what people do. It's got to be an ape. My good friend Cliff Bergman. Nice guy, but he has no idea what he's dealing with. None whatsoever. When he sees one disappear in front of him, when he follows a set of footprints out across the field, snowfield, and they stop in the middle of the field and don't go anywhere, okay, then he'll understand, maybe. All right.
And I think the gap is in experiences that people have. Everything in life is based on the experiences that you have, and those experiences are what we grow by. And a wise person, and this is no shot at anyone, because I know somebody might watch this and be like, "Oh, you're talking about me." I don't freaking know you. The point I'm making is this: wise people learn from other people's experiences. You don't have to go up the block and get shot in the head with an AK-47 and know that they're shooting people in the head with AK-47s over there.
Right.
And you say, okay, they shooting people down there. I'm gonna run this way. And it's one of those things where I really believe that what I've experienced in my 9 years in this field is people want to avoid the process of learning by gathering information from other people's experiences and encounters. And once you bring it in, it's okay if you don't accept it. You compare it to the data that you have. You say, okay, this is the data points I got. This is what I know that exists. This is extra data. And then you go through and try and validate it for your own purposes to see if it fits in. What I found is when you start to look at it from a data perspective, there's a lot of it that seems to be paranormal. I mean, a whole lot of it. And it can't be out. It can't be thrown away.
Exactly. Let me tell you about a story about this, what forms in your own mind. In 2017, we had a camp trip down to Northern California. I had worked in that area back in 1978 for a short period of time and had an event down there. And I always wanted to go back. And I didn't get to go back until 2017. And one day, we were there 12 days, camped there 12 days at the end of the GO road, end of the east end of the GO road. That's Cascade, California to Orleans, California. We had gone in on the Orleans end. We're camped at milepost 31, end of the road. We had come out to do some shopping, and we're going back in one evening. And milepost 14, I came around the curve, and there were two Sasquatch standing right square in the middle of the road. And just bang, there they were. By the time I got stopped, I was about 20 feet from them. The lady in the front passenger seat, riding shotgun, was over from England. Her name is Jackie Tonks. Jackie had come over for this camp out, and she was also part of the Adam Davies, Laurie Simmons camp out that we were talking about earlier with that Whiteman. She was there for that. But Jackie just yelled at the top of her lungs, "Bigfoot!" And Arla was asleep in the back seat. So that woke her up. She got to see them. And they turned, and 2 steps were gone over the bank. That was at milepost 14. By the time we got back to milepost 31 in our camp, Jackie had convinced herself she had not seen 2 Sasquatch standing in the middle of the road. She had seen 2 Mexican drug mules wearing long-haired ghillie suits, flip-flops, and backpacks. Why? Very simply. Her mind didn't know what a Sasquatch was, but it knew what a Mexican drug mule was. Her mind didn't know what long-haired people were, but it knew what long-haired ghillie suits were. Her mind didn't know what Osman pads were on the feet, but it knew what flip-flops were. And by the time she got back, her mind would not let her see that. And it was 2 or 3 days later, we were sitting there talking about it. And finally, Arla says, "Jackie, you've traveled 6,000 miles from England to be here. And now your mind's not letting you see what you saw." And she got to thinking about that. And before I dropped her off at the airport in Portland, probably 4 or 5 days later, she had reconciled and understood what her mind had done to her and understood what she'd really seen. But that's what your mind can do to you. That's how strong it is. So yes, if it's going to tell you it's an ape, you're going to believe it. You're going to discount everything else you see. But I want to tell you, they can speak to you in your mind. First time it happened to me, but I love it. I absolutely love it now. Yeah.
The human mind is strange like that, because if there's once the human mind, the context of the mind starts to stretch, it automatically tries to retract. Once it gets uncomfortable and you get outside the normal context, it contracts like, oh no, I don't want to go that far. It's like it's being shattered. And most people can't deal with that process of that shattering because it makes them uncomfortable. Because you have to accept that if one thing is real, if Sasquatch is real, then what else is real? What have I believed that isn't? So are vampires real, or werewolves real, or aliens real? And it's too much for a person to actually comprehend. Good question. Have you experienced anything in the woods that would tie a connection to UFOs or lights in the skies to Sasquatch activity?
I wouldn't. Yeah, I have. But I don't know. Yeah, I have. This happened back in Georgia. In 2016, Bob Gimlin and I flew back to Georgia to be with Arla and her gang at this gathering we had every year in October in western Georgia. We're about 8-10 miles from the Alabama line. It's that far west. And the year before, 2015, we're sitting there at their campfire. There's a whole group of us sitting around the campfire, and 2 of them joined us at the campfire. I looked up and looked across the fire, and here's this lady directly across the fire looking at me, and all of a sudden her lower lip starts to quiver, and she's pointing, her fingers shaking, and I, she was pointing right at me. So I just went like that behind me, looked behind me. There's 2 of them standing right behind me at the fire. Okay. We had about 18 people around the fire at that time. They turned and walked back into the brush. Arla, Keith Bearden, Jonathan, and a young man named Zach Henson. He was about 8 years old at the time. Followed them. And they caught up with him back in the brush a ways. And there was a 3rd one there. And when they came back, everybody was pretty excited about that. But that next year, when we came back, I got to tell you, Zach, he was just grinning from ear to ear. Like I said, he was 8 years old, maybe 9 years old. And he says, I've seen more Sasquatch on one weekend than Finding Bigfoot has in 3 years. And And he's right, he had. But the next year, Bob and I were there. They put us up in a cabin. I was getting to the point where I couldn't camp anymore, and nights get too cold now. I don't know who turned the thermostat down, but yeah. So I was about to have shoulder surgery. My right shoulder was being replaced. We were there in late October, and that was going to happen in November, late November. So I was about 2 months from it. And oh, was it sore. And the rotator cuff was totally gone on that shoulder. I had overused the left shoulder because I couldn't use the right one anymore. So it was aching. And by 10 o'clock in the morning, my pain level was a solid 8, with gusts to about 14 if I moved wrong. And I'd get back to the cabin at night and just almost crying. And of course, at that time, I was still recovering from pneumonia that had put me in the hospital, and I was still on a CPAP machine, and going to bed was a real chore. And I'm in bed, and I had a little balcony outside my room, my bedroom, and all of a sudden, pine cones start hitting the window. And I get up and look, and I don't see anything. Then another pine cone, and I saw where it came from. It wasn't coming up from trees or above; it was being thrown from the ground. And voice says, go back to bed and relax. And when I did, they worked on my shoulder. The pain went away. Next day, it was noon, 1 o'clock before it came back. They did it again that night. The next day, it was later. But it would always come back. And finally, the last day there, they came in, and I swear I was taken up to a ship. And there were Sasquatch people there. But there were other people too, and I couldn't see them very well. And there was a big console. Like what it reminded me of, like I said, I was a submariner, Polaris missile system, and it looked like the launch platform, the console for the missiles. And probably had different switches and buttons, but that's what it had, switches and buttons and stuff. And I get the impression I wasn't supposed to see that console. But at any rate, when I came back to myself that night, I have never had an ounce of pain in either shoulder since, even through surgery and recovery. Now, also happening there, I don't know if I can pull my jacket enough to see, but, there it is. I don't know if you can see that little button right there.
Yeah, I can see it.
Bump? Okay, yeah. That's an implant that was put in there that night. It's metal. I have no idea what it does, but I've left it there and left it alone. It is metal because it'll deflect a metal detector. And that happened that night too. So yeah, I've seen some paranormal. I've seen some stuff, and UFO type stuff, because I don't know what I was on, but I was not in my bed. I know that. Very strange. Very strange.
That's super strange.
That's what happened. Like I said, that was 2016, and I've never had an ounce of pain with that since.
So, are these recanted in your personal encounters in your book? Which book is this in? This is in your.
That one would be in Sasquatch from Myth to Mystery. That talks about my Georgia experience. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to add these to my library. I want to read some of this stuff. This is crazy. This is insane encounters. What about aggressive encounters? Have you had any where you crossed the line, where you did the wrong thing?
Have I ever been in the wrong place at the right time? Yeah, I have. And you know what I did? I backed out and let them have it. Yeah, that's all. Kathy Blunt got a hold of me one time. She and her friend had what they felt was an aggressive encounter down in the Upper Clackamas River area, Mimaloose Lake area in Oregon, and just outside of Portland a ways. And I said, do you want me to come down go with you and see what's going on. She said, would you please? So we made arrangements and went down. And it was cold. It was cold, a cold night. About 2 o'clock in the morning, this big male came into camp, and he was upset. And I just whoa. I says, why are you upset? He says, the trash. You people are destroying this. And he was right. I mean, there were car batteries in the creeks. There were tires laying in the creeks. But we had been picking up junk all day long, and Kathy's friend's truck was clear full of junk that we'd picked up out of the creeks. I said, hold on, let's look in the back of our truck. We've been trying to clear this junk as much as we can. We can't do much. We're only one set of people. But I agree with you. See, this is the first national forest outside of Portland, and you get all those.
Hey, bro, come here. Have you been warning your friends and families, telling them that things ain't right, everything ain't what it seems, and they think you crazy? I'm telling you, join the Dark Waters family. You ain't gonna experience none of that over here. We know what's going on. We know they got reptiles. We know they got Bigfoots. We know they got aliens, and we be on top of it all. Come join us, the Dog Waters family, where we wear tinfoil on our heads and we crack jokes about it. Subscribe.
People, and they just destroy things. And he was upset. He was exercised, very much so. But as soon as I explained to him what we were doing and what the problem was, he calmed right down. He had no problem. But that's the most aggressive I've ever seen. I've walked in on a family when, they didn't know I was coming, and yeah, it scared them. And, I got the foul smell, and said, that's all right, I'll just leave. You can just, no problem. And just turn around and left. And it went away, no problem. It's a matter of respect. You've got to respect what you're in their home. So I don't take pictures. I don't even take a picture of the landscape unless I ask permission. I'm going to take some pictures of the landscape. Do you mind? If nothing comes back, I'll do it. If they say, sometimes I hear, not now. Okay, not now. I'll never take a picture of one of them without permission. I've got one picture of my teacher, the only one he's ever allowed me. And he photobombed me to get that.
Wow. That's awesome. That's amazing. Yeah. You mentioned the smell. What do you think that smell is that people get hit with?
It's a defensive thing, just like a skunk smell or a buzzard smell. Have you ever walked up on a buzzard unexpectedly and see what they do? They puke. And if you can imagine what they eat, you can imagine what that smells like when it comes back up. Believe me, there'll be two piles of us right there together.
Wow.
Yeah.
I had a field researcher. We ran a camera project. It was called Dogman Cams, where we put live cameras in the woods and sent researchers out into a predefined area that we knew there was activity, right? One of my researchers went out and he got hit with something. Came inside. He forgot what he was out there to do. Came inside and his nose started pouring blood. And I've been wondering why that would happen. I've heard people talk about infrasound and intrasound and all the rest of it. Do you have any insight into what that is?
Yeah, and infrasound is anything less than 20 cycles. It's what we can't hear. And yes, it could, if a person is susceptible to nosebleed, that could very easily rupture a vessel. I'm very subject to it, so I have to be careful. But it's just a defense mechanism. It just keeps you, from attacking them, because you're not going to walk into infrasound at any degree. Now, I think their hearing goes down to like 10 hertz, where ours, the best we can do is like 20 hertz. And, but that's super low frequency stuff. That's what it is. What they do with it, I'm not sure.
Well, we definitely experienced it. what I found, and I want to circle back on this, I want to get your opinion on this. When I had that project, this was the first time that I had ran into this prevailing thought in the cryptid community. I think it's across the cryptid community that anything that has monetization is evil. So, for example, that project was designed to fund researchers to go into the field to do research. So 92% of the funds that was generated went to the research, right? And the objective of it was to fund 20 different researchers. Because most field researchers don't have the money to do field research. It's a hobby. And what really pissed me off was it was attacked as if it was hoaxing. It was like, oh, you guys are hoaxers. You're this. And I'm like, hold on. You guys can't even get in the field. You can't afford the gas to get to a location on a consistent basis. And when someone brings something forward where they're going to monetize their audience and then hand the monetization to you where you can do field research in exchange for sharing the information with them, they're a hoaxer. Man, when I tell you, Tom, I was so pissed. I was like, man, screw y'all. How about you go in the woods and get some evidence your damn self with your broke ass? You ain't got no money.
They don't. They all they do is they sit on YouTube. You know, I've had people say, well, this is how they live because I saw that on YouTube. This is how they breathe. This is how, you know, you don't have any idea. You don't have any idea. You know, until you've been there, until you've done the Diane Fossey, Jane Goodall thing, you have no idea. You have no idea how their family lives are. Yeah. But one thing I want everybody to know, if nothing else comes out of this, it's okay to disagree. You can disagree without being disagreeable.
Disagreeable.
You know, just catalog it, put it down. Okay, we agree to disagree on this for now. Let's see where we go from here. Eventually, if you're good researchers, answers will come. I'm to the point now, I'm 65 years of doing this. They're waiting for me. Probably why I get so many invitations. Huh? But when we go out, they're waiting for me. Especially the kids, the youth. Unbelievable. Again, in Georgia, I'm laying on my cot in the tent, reading. I got a little light there, and I can hear them running back and forth through camp. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 back and forth. And it stopped right outside my tent. And it was quiet, just nothing was sounding. And I got the feeling to look out, and I just looked out over my head back out the tent window, and here's his hairy face looking in at me. His eyes got about that big around all at once, and boom, away he went.
Before we wrap this up, let's do this. Because I think this is something that'll be very good from an experienced field researcher. And this is something tangible that people can truly take from this. Give me a quick list of do's, not the do's, a quick list of things not to do when you're in their territory. Because I think that's important for people to understand. I don't think people really understand what you should and shouldn't do. Give me a quick list of things not to do.
Don't do things disrespectful. Number one, don't litter. Don't litter ever. Okay. Number two, don't indiscriminately take pictures. Don't put up a trail cam, because I'll tell you right now, trail cams are the biggest Sasquatch inhibitor there are. Okay. They know what they are. They want you to put them up, for Pete's sakes. Plus, most of them give off an infrared signal, which they can see very readily, and they just stay away from them. What's their names? Olympic Project had probably got 150 trail cams sitting in a warehouse now. They don't use them because they never showed a thing. Even though the tracks were there, didn't show anything. It's that's the number one. Be respectful. Be respectful. Know whose house you're in, and talk to them. Talk to them. You know, hi, my name's Tom. I'm here to learn from you. If you'd like to speak to me, I would love to speak to you. I'm not going to hurt you. I'm not going to harm you. I just want to learn from you. And I do that all the time. My research, I have a folding chair, an ice chest that I put fried chicken hips and boiled eggs and Diet Pepsi in, and my Kindle. And I go out and I open up a chair, open up my ice chest, and grab a boiled egg and a fried chicken hip and a Diet Pepsi, open up my Kindle, and start reading and eating and wait for them to come to me. Because they will. They get curious about why you're there, and they'll come check you out. Just pay attention. You know, I have done things, and I want to do it on camera one time. I have had people in dark clothes with a dark shroud over their face, like a camel, archer's camel shield, and had them just stand in the woods along a trail and take a group through on the trail and see how many ever saw anybody. Nobody ever does.
Wow.
Learn how to look, learn how to see, and don't be in a hurry. Take one or two steps and stop and look. Look at everything. Put everything in its place. Take a couple more steps and do the same thing. You will be amazed at what you see. You will be flat amazed at what you see. Okay?
Awesome sauce.
That's the main thing. That's the main thing. Be respectful.
All right. We're going to end it here because I want to spend a little time talking about some other stuff. So we can cut it off right here so you and I can spend a little QT and talk about some things behind the scenes. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, James Williams, Dark Waters, the Dark Waters channel. This is a place where you're going to find phenomenal interviews, phenomenal stories. And I am a researcher-friendly environment. And I also, because there are going to be people who listen to this and hear this, if you're on the other side of the coin and you believe that Bigfoot is just flesh and blood and there's no such thing as woo, there's an open invitation for you as well to come here and talk about whatever you want to talk about. I firmly believe, and I need you to understand this, I firmly believe that conversations need to happen where people disagree, because that's where you're going to find the common themes. Mm-hmm. If those conversations don't happen, if it's two megaphones screaming, if those conversations don't happen, we don't get to the truth. 100% truth. And
when the voices go up, reason goes out the window.
Yep. So you're more than welcome. The door is open to you. So I don't want to hear no trash about, oh, he don't want us over there. I said publicly, bring your ass. Don't be acting funny. Bring your ass. I don't have no problem talking to nobody. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's the one and only James Williams, Dark Waters, Tom Cantrell. We are out of here. Peace out.
Welcome to our show, where today we have the privilege of hosting Seth Shostak, a prominent figure from the SETI Institute. The SETI Institute, a distinguished nonprofit research organization nestled in the heart of Silicon Valley, near the NASA Ames Research Center, is at the forefront of one of humanity's most profound quests. Their mission? To lead the exploration into the origins and prevalence of life and intelligence in the universe, and to share the insights gained from this quest with the world. Join us as we delve into the fascinating work and discoveries of the SETI Institute with Seth Shostak, exploring the vast, mysterious cosmos and our place within it.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? It's the one and only James Williams, a.k.a. Dark Waters, the proprietor of IamDarkWaters.com, the Dark Waters channel, where you get the best, true, scary stories from people just like you. And tonight I have a phenomenal interview. I'm excited about this conversation with Seth Shostak. We're going to talk about aliens, and we're going to talk about extra-dimensional beings, interdimensional beings. We'll talk about everything that we can touch upon within an hour. But I'm going to tell you even more why I'm excited, because, in this realm that's going on right now, everybody's talking about aliens, the Miami alien incident, the Peru alien incident, but nobody's actually talking to people who do it for a living. Nobody's talking to people who research it for a living and getting their opinions. It's just opinions of people like me that are on YouTube. And I mean, I think there has to be a balance. You got to talk to somebody who actually knows what the hell they're talking about before you start spouting things out about aliens. And so I'm interested in finding out what the real deal is. And that's what we do. We get to the real. Without any further ado, I'm going to bring Seth in. Seth, how are you today, my friend?
Well, so far so good, but the day's not over, James. Things could still go wrong.
They could, but they won't. They won't go wrong. They could still go wrong, but we're going to say that they're going to go fantastic. First of all, let's start here. I want to say thank you for joining me. And like I
Thank
said
you.
in the pre-interview, we're just going to sit back, kick and relax, and crack some jokes and talk. I like to ask this question to start off. Everybody who's interested in something that most people outside the norm would consider to be weird or kooky, there's an impetus, there's a starting point for it. When did you find your fascination with the stars and what was going on outside of our planet? When did you first find yourself being fascinated with that?
Oh, James, I don't even remember how far back that was, but it was very far back. I was a kid, and I had relatives in New York City. I would go visit them, and during the day, I would just take 20 cents, which was all it cost for a round trip ticket on the subway, and I'd go to Manhattan to the Hayden Planetarium there, and watch the shows and wander around and stuff like that. So I was interested in the subject of astronomy for a very long time. But the astronomy interest, I think, was largely motivated by the possibility that aliens could be out there. I saw a lot of cheap movies.
I think that's how a lot of people get into it. It's either the books or the movies when they're younger. And it's just most people, they get diverted as they get older. They'll be like, I'm going to go be an engineer. I'm going to be a doctor. I'm going to be a lawyer. Nobody really follows that passion into adulthood. But the people who do end up being in extraordinary places. Let me ask you this question. So we're at a young age. We get to the point where we have an interest in astrology. We got an interest in the stars. When did it kind of dawn on you that, okay, there actually may be something out there that we're not aware of? Like there may be real aliens or extraterrestrials. When did you get to that point?
Well, I can't say I know precisely when that happened, but
It's not a
remember
trick question. It's not a trick question. Don't freak out on me. I'm not trying to trap you. Go ahead.
I didn't expect it was a trick question, but nothing could make me happier, James, than to know that the aliens are hanging out on a planet around, I don't know, that star up there, right? Because that would be sort of job security for what I do now, because we could we could send them messages and maybe get something back from them. Who knows? But I do recall even when I was 10 years old, so it goes back at least that far, in the Hayden Planetarium, the guy in charge giving the presentation was passing out tickets to be on the first rocket to the moon. And because we hadn't been to the moon at that point, this is a long time ago. And I treasured that ticket. I kept it, in a drawer in a secret place, upstairs in the bedroom there, because I thought it was for real. And when I later learned, probably at the age of 35 or something, but when I later learned that, it's just a public relations stunt, I was both mad and disappointed. But
What about
my
your
interest
parents?
goes back along. What about, sorry?
I was gonna say, what about your parents? Were your parents into astrology at all, or anything like that? How did that play into it?
No, my mom didn't work after she got married, so I guess you would say she was a housewife, although she had a lot of activities actually. And my father worked for the Office of Naval Research, so he worked for the Navy, and they were doing research, and a lot of that was actually astronomy, because if you think about it, astronomy is pretty important for the Navy, or at least has traditionally been important for the Navy, because they got these ships out on the ocean and the ships need to know where they are. And yes, today there are lots of ways to do that. But, 100 years ago, knowing where you were on the ocean required knowing some astronomy.
Yeah, that makes all the sense in the world. Anything weird coming from your dad's end that brought any conversations overheard, anything like that could have piqued your interest when you were a kid, or was it just straightforward?
No, I think it was pretty straightforward. I mean, I used to call my father down at his office in downtown Washington, a couple of times a week, because I would be working on various projects and I needed some help. And he was always willing to help, I have to say. But yeah, no, there wasn't anything particular that he brought back from the office. Not really, no.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm just digging in your business. I'm trying to get a baseline for where the interest came from. It sounds like it was truly interest that you just had. All right, let's fast forward a little bit. And I'm going to just jump off the deep end. I'm kind of disgusted. This is just me. I'm kind of disgusted with the whole alien narrative that's going on, where there's aliens in the mall. There's aliens. There was supposed to be aliens in New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina. It's aliens everywhere, but not a drop to drink, in my opinion, at this point in time. And it's to me, it's like it's just we're being bombarded with the concept and the notion of them. And I'm trying to wonder, is that them? Is that someone or something pre-rolling out for disclosure of there actually being real alien beings living among us, or is it just fluff? And you've been in the game, you understand this. So I'm wondering what your thoughts is on that.
Now, James, I don't want to ruin your whole day, but here's the deal. Are there aliens out there in the universe? The real answer to that is, well, we don't know yet. I mean, we haven't heard from them. We haven't found them, right? We actually have no evidence for them. But what we do know is that there are like a trillion planets just in our galaxy. And, you know, some of them undoubtedly have life, and some of those with life undoubtedly have what we call intelligent life. So are there aliens out there? Yeah, I'm sure they're out there, but we're not in touch with them. Although, you know, some of my neighbors think they are. But, you know, if you go to the Museum of Natural History in New York, for example, you will not find an exhibit featuring what we know about aliens on Earth, because from the science community, it's pretty dicey to say that the aliens are visiting us. That would be the biggest story ever. And in fact, it's not a story.
That's where I'm kind of standing on it right now. And I know over time, we're not going to get into a crazy conspiracy, underground bases, and all that foolishness. But I don't even want to open up those can of worms. That's just way too much. I just wanted to get from your opinion on what you thought was going on recently. So have you seen the videos of the, I kind of got pissed off about this. They called it a jellyfish UFO. Have you seen that?
I haven't seen the jellyfish UFO. I mean, obviously I saw there were like 3 videos that were released 1 or 2 years ago, supposedly showing alien spacecraft, you know, sailing around and pirouetting through the atmosphere that had been made by the U.S. Air Force. But no, jellyfish aliens, I don't, you know, if they're really like jellyfish, can they manipulate a screwdriver or a pair of pliers? I mean, it doesn't sound like they could be very accomplished.
That's exactly what I was saying. There was videos that came out, and the first thing that got me was when I saw it on the news. It said the jellyfish UFOs. I said, okay, so they branded this as some kind of jelly. It looked like a man in like a rocket suit to me. But nonetheless, you touched on something that I was hoping you would touched on it inadvertently, but we're going to dive into it. We were talking about the recent disclosure that was all over the news. I'm pretty sure that's what you're talking about, where they showed the Tic Tac UFOs and the pyramid UFOs and the flights and people trying to chase them down. And those were actually technology that our military has then, right? That's what I was thinking the whole time. It had to be something from our government.
Well, maybe. Actually, a lot of those videos, including the Tic Tac video and the others that you referenced there, can be explained in terms of very prosaic phenomena, in particular, just commercial aircraft, right? The cameras that made those videos, as I say, they're gun sight cameras on, you know, fighter jets. Okay. Mm-hmm. And if you just work out, well, suppose one of these fighter jets was more or less following a commercial aircraft, say United Airlines on its way to Milwaukee or who knows what. And you can just do the geometry, and it turns out, well, they could see that fighter jet from essentially 100 miles distance, right? Because they're up at altitude, and so, you know, their horizon is farther away. And you figure out, okay, what are these cameras going to see if they were following, you know, United Airlines flight to Milwaukee, whatever, right? Well, these are infrared cameras, so they're sensitive to heat. And if you're following that other craft, right, it's either a 2-engine or 4-engine commercial jet, right, a Boeing of some sort. And, you know, its tail jets might be, by chance, aimed in your direction. And those jets, of course, are hot on the back. And so you'll just see 2 big blurry dots. And that's what the videos show. So, you know, we don't have proof. It isn't that anybody sent us an email saying, yeah, well, it was just me and my jet. But it can be explained as what you would see of commercial aircraft. And I'm of the opinion that if it can be explained that way, you ought to consider it seriously.
Now, I'll tell you, those Tic Tac videos, you probably could explain this way. I don't know what those giant flying triangles, though, were. I mean, these were giant triangles that were flying around. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, I haven't seen too many flying triangles. There was one that was being touted by, I guess it was George Norrie on his radio show, and he had posted some videos showing triangles, and indeed they look like triangles. I don't know why the aliens would build spacecraft that look like triangles, but who's to say? On the other hand, again, you could explain those triangles as being due to various things we've put up into orbit. So it wasn't that they were labeled product of alien manufacturing or anything like that. It was just something you didn't understand, and that doesn't mean that it's alien. I mean, there is this tendency every time somebody sees something in the sky they don't understand, the first thing they reach for is it's alien spacecraft. Well, it might be, but I think you need some pretty good evidence.
No, I would have to agree. I mean, I think it's human nature that when we see something we don't understand, we have to find a way to contextualize it and put it in context. And you see a floating triangle in the sky, like that's a UFO. It could be a Special Air Force spaceship for all we know, but in the human mind, that's a UFO. And that's what we've been trained to think of it as. And that's what makes it a little bit difficult. That's why I steer clear of aliens and all those things in conversations, because to me, it seems like you have to truly have a deep dive, not only on the history of propulsion to truly understand what's possible and what's not possible, and then the history of all these secret programs and developmental programs that you just don't have access to those things. You don't have access to. I don't. Maybe you do, because you deal with it. Do you have any secret documents you want to share with us right now? Anything like that? Or no?
I'll just.
Oh, you don't have nothing on the desk?
Yeah, I got to paw through the desk drawer here. No, I don't have any secret documents. No, I don't. It's too bad. It might be more interesting, but no, I don't have anything that's secret. But this has indeed been a phenomenon, and to be really honest about it, there is real evidence to suggest that at least in the early days of UFO sightings, that sort of thing, the government kind of encouraged people to interpret these as alien spacecraft, because that drew attention away from the possibility that they might be, high performance aircraft that they didn't want the Russians to know about. I don't know if that was true, but that was certainly a suggested idea.
It would make sense that it's the perfect diversion for anything. I mean, from anything that's going on, if you want to divert attention, UFOs is the universal diversion. That's one thing that everybody across the globe will be fascinated with just what's in the sky. So to me, it seems like it's the best diversionary tactic. I just always try to figure out when something's rolled out in the news where there's conversations about aliens, I stop looking at that and I try and figure out what else is going on that I'm missing, because it seems like that's what it's used for. All right. With that being said, you're with the SETI Institute. Talk to me a little bit about the Institute. And it's a nonprofit. When was it founded and what was it founded to do? Just bring me up to speed on that.
Well, the SETI Institute, SETI, it's almost my name, one letter different, but that's coincidence. SETI stands for the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence. Okay. And that's an acronym that's been around for a fairly long time. Anyhow, so what the scientists here, and there are roughly 100 of them, I think, are primarily interested in is life in space. Now, that doesn't mean aliens necessarily. Life in space could be bacteria on Mars. In fact, it could be bacteria on Mars that aren't even there anymore. The bacteria were there, 4 billion years ago, but Mars kind of dried up and they all died or something like that. But it's a general question of life in space. And of course, that includes intelligent beings too. But there aren't too many experiments to look for intelligent beings in the universe here, other than our one SETI experiment where we use big antennas and try and do what Jodie Foster did in the movie Contact and eavesdrop on radio signals that some, civilization out there might be sending. But most of what's done here is looking for life much nearby. For example, there's all sorts of, if you will, technical hardware sitting on the red planet on the surface of Mars that NASA has put up there and some other countries as well. And, they send back data, they send back photographs, of course, but they also send back, chemical analyses of the soil and stuff like that. So people are looking at that for life in space, Martians, but they're not looking for the kind of Martians that, you might see in the movies that would hold up their side of the conversation. these might be microbial Martians, right? Is there any evidence of any sort of biology on the surface of Mars? Haven't found any convincing so far, but that would be interesting. But that's what it's really about. It's not so much about finding Martians who want to invade, New York City and flatten it.
Right. Well, that's awesome. I find it absolutely phenomenal that culturally, humanity has been moved into a position where basically we've accepted the fact that there's got to be something else out there in the universe, in juxtaposition to the fact that there seems to be not enough evidence of there anything being out there in the universe. Like, do you think there's any form of cover up of evidence since you've been involved in this field? For example, Roswell, right? Everybody talks about Roswell, the alien spacecraft landing. I mean, how does that play into, from your perspective? Because you have a conspiratorial perspective over here with people who are conspiracy theorists, and then you have the hardcore science and data perspective, where it seems like you are. And it's like that in every field. There's like the hardcore science data driven minds, and then there's the conspiratorial minds. How does your mind, how do you treat that in your thoughts when you hear about things like that?
Well, it would be great if aliens had come all the way to Earth, presumably coming light years of distance. That's a long ride. And they come to Earth to visit New Mexico. Unclear why they wanted to go to New Mexico, but and then in the last 50 feet, they make a navigation error and crash into the dust. That's a sort of an interesting story. How could the aliens be that dumb? But whatever. But there's no evidence for it, right? If you go to the Smithsonian and look for the exhibit showing, I don't know, debris recovered from a crashed spacecraft in New Mexico, you won't find it because it isn't there. If there was something, you'd have thousands of scientists working on that, but they're not. They're not, because this is a nice story, but it doesn't seem to have any basis in fact. There are things that crash into the New Mexico desert, but they're things that were made by humans, not by aliens. So again, I'd love for some of that to be true, but nobody ever supplies the evidence for it. And if you complain to people who write on their websites, or they write articles, or they go on the radio or the television shows and say, that's right, the aliens came to Earth, unfortunately they crashed, right? And then you say, well, okay, do you have any evidence for that? Oh, there's plenty of evidence. Well, can you show us some of that evidence? And that's where they say, well, I can't because it's all classified, which is a very convenient response, but doesn't make you any smarter.
Right. Therein lies, that's the impasse that has to be crossed. It really boils down to evidence. And in my opinion, this is my opinion, if there ever was a real alien crash and any government got to it, there would be no evidence for anyone to get, because I know if I'm the head of any government and there's actual technology that I'm not aware of, that I've never seen before, that transported people light years away, I'm not letting the public know about that. I got to dissect this technology and figure out how to use it for myself. And so I think that's a conundrum that we find ourselves in. If there ever was a crash, then there was technology that was taken. I don't think we would know about it, unfortunately. That's
James,
fun to talk about. I just don't think we would know about
it. At least you have offered your opinion on this and your reason why you think it would be covered up. I don't think it would be covered. I don't think you could cover it up. To begin with, why are we so certain that the aliens would crash land in some part of the U.S.? Maybe they crash land in Burma, or they crash land, to Tajikistan or something else. I mean, it's always American focus, and they usually crash in the American Southwest. I'm not sure why that is. I mean, maybe they like the Tex-Mex cuisine. It's not clear to me why they always crash there. But look, if the government had retrieved alien debris, and you can find that all over the web, right? Scientists are studying this debris retrieved from crashed spacecraft. I mean, that would be in the literature, the science literature, because there would be lots and lots of people studying that. In fact, you would want lots of scientists to study that, because that might bring you closer to the truth about what this stuff is. But you know, I don't know any scientists who are working on that. They say there's no evidence.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm with you. I know exactly where you're coming from. All right. So, according to the SETI Institute, I understand what you guys are looking for. So, we're talking about extraterrestrial being any form of life that's off of this planet, from a microbe to anything. It doesn't have to be a walking, talking, bobble-headed, black-eyed ET. It can be anything that's alive, which would be extraterrestrial life. What are your thoughts on interdimensional life as opposed to extraterrestrial? Interdimensional meaning there are things that are there that are outside of our dimensions that we can't see, that people would, if you were able to see it, we consider it to be an alien because you couldn't see it on a normal basis. I know that probably doesn't fit into your purview of what you guys research because it's way off base, but I'm just asking a question, just throwing it out there. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, people do say, you know, well, the problem, you know, you're complaining you don't have any good evidence for this. And then they'll say it's because the evidence is all, you know, interdimensional, right? Now, I'll be honest with you, James. I don't even know what that means. What does it mean to be interdimensional? But if it means I can't see it with my eyes, and I can't photograph it with a camera, and I can't measure it with a spectrometer, I can't do anything about it except talk about it, then, you know, from the standpoint of science, it's somewhat irrelevant. Right? Because in science, if you have an idea that, look, something is, you know, sitting over there that came from the sky, it's not anything we know about, some alien spacecraft, but it's in the 4th, 5th, and 6th dimensions. I don't know what to do with that. If my instruments can't measure it, if I can't see it in any way, then, you know, it's like.
Hey, come here for a second. If you enjoying this interview that you listening to, first of all, I need you to understand that I got a lot of these. I mean, I got a whole lot of content. But I'm going to need you to hit the subscribe button. But I need you more than to do that. I need you to go on over and listen to it because it's hundreds of interviews, real people who've had real encounters. So if you're one of those people that's into like real creepy encounters, scary stories, interviews, say, bro, you're in the right place. But you got to go on over, hit the subscribe button, and then go treasure hunting. I'm telling you. Now, if you're one of those people with a short attention span, you can't do nothing but watch a second video or 2-second video or 10-second video, bruh. This will help you. I'm going to help with your short attention span. It's going to help you in everything in your life. You're going to be able to think longer. You're going to be able to pay attention. And see, when your wife gets to talking to you and you hear that blah, 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 bro, all that's going to become clear. You're going to hear her saying, hey, man, take out the trash. My car dirty. And to the ladies, when your husband be telling you, say, girl, I want to get some. You're going to be able to hear him say, give me some of that good. Yeah. Hang out in the dark waters. Chill with me. I got you. Subscribe. I got you.
Fairies and ghosts and things. Yeah. It's something that exists, but there's no way to prove that. And so coming at that as a scientist, say, look, if you have this idea, but there's no way to prove it, then I don't know why your idea is any better than the ideas that, you know, my cousin Ernie had last week about anything else, right? In science, again, you have to be able to think of the experiment that would help you prove what you're saying is true. And, you know, it would obviously prove that the aliens are here. You could just say, look, the spacecraft is right over there, you know, in the bottom of that crater there, and take a look at it.
And we can see it, right? No, I'm with you.
Yeah,
I'm 100% with you. I'm 100% with you. I want to swing in a different direction, and let me ask you this. Now I'm going to go into conspiracy direction. So there's thoughts of, and this is not going to hit on science, so don't even try and put it in the science box. It's just there's thoughts about Mars, right? So we know there's been experiments on Mars. They sent all kind of tech to Mars to measure it. There's been these thoughts that are these concepts that people put out that countries from this globe, from this planet, have been a long time ago that they've planted civilization on Mars, or human civilization on Mars, that there are people currently living on Mars now as we speak. I'm not asking you to agree with this. I'm just asking, is it even possible for that to be a reality? Because in the conspiratorial realm, just like, oh no, they got people on Mars right now. You know, they've been on Mars for the past 40 years.
Yeah.
I never had anybody to ask this question to that would, from a scientific standpoint, just be like, nah, James, you can't be because this and this and this and this. That shit's stupid. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just going to put it out there so I can get your opinion on it.
Well, here's my opinion on it, James. You know, to begin with, allow me to point out that Mars is actually a very tough place to live for anything that, you know, has biology like we do. I mean, Mars is, you know, the average temperature on Mars is minus 50 degrees, minus 50 degrees. You know, that's going to be kind of chilling, I would say. You got that. And you know, it's hard to find liquid water on Mars. You have to melt ice to get liquid water. If you saw the movie The Martian, that's exactly what he had to do. You know, and it's tough for various reasons to grow your veggies on Mars and so on. I mean, it's always pictured in the movies or in, you know, articles in the newspapers or the magazines. It always kind of looks like the Arizona desert, right? Without the cacti. That's kind of the way it's portrayed. But what you don't see in that, you know, vision of Mars is the fact that it's minus 50 degrees. It's really it's not so pleasant to be on Mars. If you're going to go to Mars, you're going to have to wear a spacesuit. You know, you're probably going to stay indoors essentially the entire time, this, that, and the other. Okay, fair enough. But, you know, people who say there are Martians there, first off, you got to admire the Martians for living on a planet that's so inhospitable. But of course, presumably they're adapted to what's on Mars. But again, if we had any evidence that there were some sort of beings on Mars, or for that matter, anything that walked around, and for that matter, even a plant, because when we first sent spacecraft to Mars, everybody expected, including Carl Sagan, everybody expected that at least they would find plants. Well, they didn't even find plants, right? Mars looks dead. It's dead, Jim. And so that was a bit of a disappointment for all concerned. But, you know, Mars is pretty inhospitable. I mean, you think there are places on Earth that are inhospitable, like Antarctica or the Gobi Desert or whatever. Yeah, they're inhospitable, but they're a lot better than Mars.
All right, that's what I was thinking. I want to ask you this. So let's talk about planets that probably actually could sustain life. I know there's let's not go there. This is another question. Let me rewind. All right. There was this gigantic asteroid. I can't remember what they were calling it, that came through our solar system maybe about a year or two ago. Maybe it was a year or two ago. And there were thoughts that the trajectory that this thing was taking, that it was a spaceship. Do you remember what I'm talking about?
Oumuamua?
Yeah. What the hell was that? Was it just a regular asteroid? What was the deal with that?
Well, as far as we can tell, it's probably, one thing we know is that it's a very cold body. So it's been speculated that it was just a piece of a comet or an asteroid that broke off the main body. You know, so just a chip, if you will, and that's flying through the solar system. And, you know, we can't be sure. The only way you could be sure is to catch up with it with a rocket or something and make photographs from most up close. Yeah, that's not happening. We can't for various technological reasons. But in any case, it was greatly interesting. But some people thought that this was a spacecraft and that it was, if you could get up close to it, you would see windows along the side with little green faces looking out at you. You know, that would be great, but there's no evidence of that. And in fact, if you just look at the path of this thing, the orbit of this object, it was flying through the solar system. You know, it's you could describe that. Let me take care of this. You could describe that orbit simply on the basis of 17th century physics. You know, it wasn't anything odd in the sense that it was clearly put into that orbit, or it was an orbit that wasn't just you know, an inert thing flying around. So it looked pretty natural to people who, you know, tried to learn more about it. But we never got close to it. We never got closer than about 200 million miles or something like that.
And when I was reading everything about it, I was like, okay, let's just see if it changes direction in any way, shape, or form. Like it had some propulsion to it. And nobody said it changed direction. And I was like, all right, well, maybe it's just a rock.
Yeah, it was. I mean, there were some anomalies with the orbit that were pointed out by people who preferred to think of it as some sort of, you know, alien craft. But those changes in the orbit were very small to begin with, and they could be explained in terms of, the gravitational pull of other objects in the inner solar system, Venus, Mars, those are Jupiter. Those things all tug on anything flying around the solar system, and the effects might be small, but they would be measurable. And so people went to the trouble of figuring out, how much would the orbit of this thing change, so orbit change because of these other objects, and it was consistent with being, totally natural. There's nothing unnatural about it. That was the thing, and yet people were hoping.
And I think that's what it's part of human nature to hope for there to be something else outside of this universe other than us. It's like it's hard for people to accept that, okay, we're just here on this rock, floating around in space, revolving around the sun, going through the universe. It's hard for people to accept that. And people want to know and understand that there's more.
Well,
all right.
Well, we like to be special, James. Everybody likes to be special. All of humans.
Yeah, it's human nature, man. That's human nature. Yeah. Let's talk about planets that could sustain life, because I know over the past couple of years, they found quote unquote super Earths. They found all kinds of things. Have you guys done any research into any of those locations?
Well, we generally do. I mean, one of the big advancements or developments in astronomy in the past 20 or 30 years has been the ability to detect planets around other stars. That's really a hard thing to do because, you may think the Earth is pretty big, but in terms of what's in the universe, it's pretty small, right? The big things in the universe are stars and assemblies of stars like galaxies. So only in the past maybe 3 decades have we been able to find planets right around other stars. And so people have done that. And of course, the kind of planet you want to find would be one that, has an atmosphere and oceans and reasonable temperatures, something like the Earth. But those are really hard to find because, Earth is small compared to other planets. I mean, compared to Jupiter, you could pour 1,000 Earths into Jupiter, right, to fill it up. Right. So it's small. And because it's small, it's very hard to find its cousins, if you will, among the stars. Some have been found, a couple have been found, but we don't know terribly much about them because they're far away.
And that was my thing. Every time I read an article about a super Earth, I'm like, how do you know it's a freaking super Earth? And just in my mind, you would have to be the right direction. I mean, the right distance from that star in order to make sure you got the right climate, the right everything. And so they're like, oh, we found a super Earth. And they'll show a photo of this gigantic Earth. And I'm like, man, this is BS. Like, how do you know any of this? Unless you have some technology that I don't know about. Go ahead. You going to say something?
No. But the only technology they have that you don't know about, and you probably do know about it, are telescopes. There are super Earths. Those are planets that are much bigger than the Earth, and then they're cousins of the Earth, Earth-like planets. And those are the ones you're trying to find. And we do know of a couple of them, but the way you find them is not by seeing them, really. Normally, you find these things by the effect that their gravitational pull has on other things in that solar system, right? So, that's how you find them. I mean, it's, if you didn't know about the Earth, you would know about it because of our moon. Our moon's going around the Earth, right? If you could see the moon, not see the Earth, but you could see the moon, then you would know it's orbiting something. And you could use 17th century physics to tell you how big that something is. And you'd probably conclude, there must be a planet in there. So that's the level of what we do. We don't actually see these things in most cases. They're planets. They're too small. They're too dim.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes all the sense in the world. Let's talk about the radio show that you guys have. How long have you guys been doing your radio show and podcast?
Yeah, a long time. I don't actually know, James. I think, it's more than a decade, I think. We've been doing this a long time. Yeah, every week. Well, you know that making radio shows isn't trivial. And we've been doing it for a while. I mean, we often interview guests about things, as do you. And, that complicates the production a little bit because now you've got to get in touch with those people and set up the technology and all that sort of thing. But we've been doing it, as I say, at least 10 years, probably closer to 20 now.
Wow. And how often are you hosting the shows or yourself, or is it you hosting every night or on the majority of shows?
Well, yeah, I'm on almost all of them, but my co-host is also the producer. Her name is Molly, and she has a background in radio, not so much in astronomy. So she leaves the astronomy to me, and she makes the whole show sound better because she has a good voice. And
She has a radio voice. Yeah.
she has a radio voice, and of course, plenty of experience in doing radio shows.
You know, I'm gonna tell you the thing that I find fascinating about being in radio is you always run across. I tell this to people: if you want to know if your thoughts and your opinions are firm and sound, then do a radio show, because you're gonna always run across people who have contrary opinions to yours. You're gonna always find people who are gonna be able to add to what your current thought process is. Who would you guys say has been the most profound guest that you've been able to interview since you had that show?
Well, I'm not quite sure. I mean, we've interviewed people that are well known to the general public, like Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's at the
Right.
planetarium in New York. He's been on several times. We have physicists that are on the show. We didn't get Stephen Hawking. He was a difficult interview for obvious reasons, but we talked to the people that work for him. Yeah, in the past,
from your perspective, not just from your perspective, who you thought was the most profound person you had a conversation with on your show. So I know to send people to go listen to that direct episode. So who do you think, just from your perspective?
I'm not sure. There've been so many. I mean, there've been hundreds and hundreds of them. I think Neil deGrasse Tyson was one of the more interesting ones. And he also has a lot of experience talking to the public, which makes a big difference. You can tell, you can get a guest who might be very well known in the science community and has all the, the criteria. He's got all the sheepskins on the wall that make him, look like a good guest. But if he isn't used to talking to the public, he might not be a very good guest, because nobody will understand what he or she is saying. Most of our guests have been pretty good, though. And we don't restrict ourselves to astronomers or anything like that, because it's a science show. It's a general science show. So a lot of the people we have on are doing things like social science, if you will, even psychology, efforts to create life in the lab, things like that. So a broad range of science endeavors. And in many ways, those are more interesting to me than the astronomers, because I kind of know what the astronomers are going to say, but I don't know what the biologists are going to say.
No, I'm with you. I'm 100% with you. I think I've listened to a lot of this stuff by Neil, and he is quite a talker. I mean, he's super witty. He doesn't really fit the frame of what a normal scientist, kind of egghead scientist would feel like. You don't fit it. You have a great personality, great humor. It's like, he just doesn't fit the mold for what you think your typical scientist would be. He's just outside of that mold. So he makes for a great interview, great conversation. The kind of guy you can have a glass of bourbon with and hold a conversation, even though he's probably 10 million times smarter than you, still going to be able to hold a conversation with him and enjoy the conversation, So that's the kind of guys you got. Both of you guys strike me as that type of person, which is awesome. Because that's a difficult thing to balance. How has it been? This is me digging a little bit. How is it socially for you? Just in general, because of what you do for a living. How does it play out with friendships? Is all your friends or people that are in that field? Do you find yourself gelling with people outside of the field that you work in pretty easily?
Well, from my point of view, it's pretty easy, but there may be other people who disagree. I don't know. I mean, it doesn't usually come up. You would think maybe it would. I know a long time ago, James, there was a show on television called The Dating Game. Now, you're probably too young to remember that, but The Dating Game, I was on it 5 times, I think, right? And,
you're
playing.
You serious?
I'm serious. I only won the date once, but I was on the show 5 times.
Okay.
And and I've been on Neil deGrasse Tyson's show, and I've been on various radio shows that are popular with the public. I mean, I've had a lot of media exposure, but it's, it doesn't happen that often that somebody will come up to me in a restaurant and say, "Hey, aren't you the," that kind of thing. It's gratifying when it happens. It impresses my wife, but I can't say that it happens very often. maybe they just want to forget me. I don't know, but yeah, the dating game. I was recognized once.
Wow, that's crazy. You was on a dating game. That's awesome. The reason why I asked that question is because I know for me, what I do for a living, talking about crazy, weird stuff. Like when you go out to have dinner, you sit down, and somebody's like, "So okay, so what do you do for a living?" And you go to explain it to them, they're like, "What the hell?" Like what? They want to talk about it, but they have no clue what to talk about. And it works out pretty good because then the conversation shifts into another direction. And it just gets awkward that time. And I figured you might experience that every now and then, but yours is not as bad as mine,
Yeah, apparently not. I mean, it's not terribly. I mean, if you're taking a flight across the country and while you're taxiing for takeoff, the guy next to you says, "So what do you do for a living?" I mean, not even saying anything about TV or anything like that. And I say, "Well, looking for aliens." That's a big mistake because you're not going to get any peace for the rest of the flight. So I usually tell them something else. I tell them I don't know. I torture test Pop-Tarts or something. I mean, I don't know what. I just say something.
Say something. I know the feeling, man. You say anything sometimes just because you don't want to have that conversation, man. It really is. It's really one of those things. You just don't want to have that conversation because it just opens this can of worms. And I find it, I'll tell you this other thing I find amazing. To say that people live inside of their context boxes, right? So if I'm an engineer, I'm an engineer. That's what I do. That's how I am. That's what I am for a living, right? When you start to like poke the lid of the box a little bit, they jump out of the box with all these questions, man. I mean, they come roaring out of the box with hundreds and hundreds of questions. And then when it gets uncomfortable, they just close themselves right back in the box and go back to what they were. And that's been the biggest thing for me to watch people do that. And to see them behave that way, it's been absolutely amazing. I'm like, man, you just asked me all these questions. And then when we get to a point that you're uncomfortable with, you just close back into your shell and hide away. And it's just been wild, man. It's been a wild experience. That's why I was digging in your business, asking about it, seeing how much we had in common when it came to that. That's all.
Yeah. Well, it happens. And if I'm in a good mood or I'm already asleep or something, then it's not very onerous. But yeah, sometimes all you want to do is, put your head back and fall asleep for the next 6 hours or whatever it is.
Relax.
And if the person next to you wants to hear all about, what it is you do for a living, then you might not be able to do that. Yeah. But
no, I'm with you. All right, let's circle back to the SETI Institute itself. So what kind of ongoing projects do you guys have working right now to find this extraterrestrial life? What else do we have going on? I know we talked about the stuff on Mars. Do we have anything else going on that's worth mentioning right now?
Well, I mean, yeah, looking in our solar system is something that a lot of the scientists here are keen to do, simply because if you're talking about looking for life on Mars, or for that matter, even Venus, or perhaps some of the moons of Jupiter or Saturn, they're all places where you find liquid water, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you find liquid water, you say, okay, I don't know, Bob, you think there is any life there? And of course, nobody knows, but you can say, but if there's liquid water, then there's a certain amount of chemistry that's been going on ever since that planet or moon was born 4.5 billion years ago, because that's how old they all are. And maybe by now it's cooked up something interesting, right? So there's always a chance of life in the solar system, not human life necessarily, but, some sort of biology happening elsewhere in the solar system. And that sounds kind of dull. Oh, so you found, alien cacti or something. But it wouldn't be all that dull for the scientists, because for them, they'd say, look, this shows that life is not a miracle, right? Look, this planet, which isn't very far from where you're sitting, a couple of 100 million miles. That sounds pretty far, but that's nothing in the sky. A couple of 100 million miles. There's other life that got cooked up over there, right? So there must be life all over the universe, which would be a very profound thing to be able to say. We can't say it yet. So far, the only place we know about having life is Earth. But, I suspect within the next 10 or 20 years, we'll find evidence for life on another world. And if we do that, then at least you'll know something. You won't know whether there are actual aliens out there, but at least it's plausible that there are, because now you see, hey, look, life not only started here, but it started over there and over there. And so you think, okay, life is not a miracle. Life is just some sort of cosmic infection. That would be interesting to find out if true.
Yeah. What about private partnerships? Are you guys, the SETI Institute, who you guys partnered with? Just across the board, who you guys partner with right now?
Well, I don't know. Partnering. I mean, it's research. Sorry.
Is it research? Is it universities? Like who you guys partner with for the research?
Well, yeah, with universities for sure, with NASA also for sure, various labs. But it's, most of the people that work for the SETI Institute are basically academics, right? They're research scientists, either at a university or affiliated with a university, or they were just at a university and they've graduated or something like that. So it's a fairly academic discipline. And what's the output of this place? What do we produce? One thing that would be great to produce are photos of aliens, but we don't produce that because we don't have any. But what we produce indeed are academic papers in refereed journals, the same thing that a physicist would produce if they worked at some national lab or something. So it's just research results. That's what we find.
Research results.
Yeah.
I have one more question for you before we run out of time, and what is the deal? And you may not even know the answer to this. What's the deal with this whole Space Force thing that we had come out for American Space Force? What was that all about? Because it was touted, oh, we have a Space Force. I'm like, okay, well, what do we need a Space Force for? What's going on? What's in space that we need a force for that's going to go into space? That's a military force. And I figure you might have some insight on that.
Well, not terribly much. I mean, there was a lot of noise made about it when it was first announced. I haven't heard too much about it since. Now, I have to tell you that because of where I grew up and what my father did for a living, I have, fairly close contact with people in the defense business. I grew up 2 miles from the Pentagon, and I worked for the Navy's Office of Naval Research and stuff like that. A lot of basic research in this country is done by the military, actually, and that's historical, actually. Probably if you were starting it all up again, you would do it differently. But you didn't have NASA and stuff like that in the beginning. It was all being done by the military and the Navy in particular. And why was the Navy doing astronomy research? Well, if you think about it, the Navy has, for hundreds of years, been very much invested in astronomy because you needed astronomy in the 18th and 19th century to navigate. Exactly right. So a lot of what's been developed, for navigational purposes, like timekeeping in space, satellites that broadcast clock signals and so forth. That's all about navigation. And of course, that's never gone away. I mean, you've got a whole bunch of, rockets with nuclear warheads or whatever that you have to fly to somebody else's city and hit the city. You need astronomy for that. Okay, so there is that. But of course, that's not astronomy research. Astronomy research, when you study things like quasars or pulsars or planets around other stars and stuff like that, that's done by the military simply as an historic thing because they were the only ones that could do it for a long time. So there is this kind of close relationship between the military and basic research in astronomy. Everybody says that that's an awkward thing. We shouldn't have it. And that may be true. But because of history, that's still the way it is true to some extent.
Yeah, not only that, it's a way that anything that was discovered would be hidden as well because it's under a command structure. So they did discover something. I mean, it's a great way to hide it. Not saying they are, but if they were, then that would be the perfect command structure to keep things hushed and quiet. So that's my only problem with it. I think that if we're going to get truth out to people, which, I mean, when you even say that, sometimes after being in this field for so long, getting truth out to people sounds kind of silly to me, but nonetheless, because, people don't know. You could sit here and tell people, you can sit here right now and go in that drawer behind you and pull out a picture of an alien and show it to everybody. It could be a real alien at the SETI Institute got a photo of, and everybody's gonna say it's fake anyway. So it's just one of those things, nonetheless.
Yeah, that kind of a result would be job security for me, James. I mean, if we photos of aliens, if we had them freeze dried and stacked up, in New Mexico or something, I mean, people think that the government would keep that all secret. And that always astounds me when they say that, because I always ask them, I say, well, why would they keep it secret? I mean, what could be more interesting to know that aliens came all the way to New Mexico for that Tex-Mex cuisine and then crashed? I mean, that would be really, really darn interesting. Why would the government keep it secret? And the only answer I ever get to that question is, well, the public couldn't handle the news. Now, I'm asking you, James, if you picked up the paper tomorrow morning, if they still have papers where you are, if you picked up a paper and the headline was, scientists find evidence of aliens visiting Earth, would you, start rioting in the streets? I mean, would you go nuts? Would the public go nuts? No. You'd say, man, that's interesting. And you try and learn more. You'd read other stories and so forth and so on. So this whole idea that the government is going to keep anything like that secret is just a way of covering up the fact that there's no really good evidence to that.
No evidence. Well, I know if I woke up and saw it in the news, I would look at it and be like, okay, whatever, and keep on going about my daily life, honestly, because I believe there's got to be something somewhere out there. It just makes perfect sense that it would be. Now, to the average individual, I don't see anybody rioting and going crazy at all, because I understand that the memory of the average human being right now is as short as this pen right here. So they'll be interested in it for 24 hours, and then they'll be thinking about the next football game or the Super Bowl or whatever else is going on. So I'm of the opinion that it shouldn't be covered up, because you could roll it out and it would just be in a news cycle for a while, and then it will go away. Now, if they were roaming down the streets eating people, then we would have a problem. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe try and offer them something tastier. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I mean, if you really had evidence of this, you would just make that note. I mean, you would start emailing all your scientist friends everywhere. He says, hey, you may want to get in on studying this stuff, whatever it is, right? So in science, keeping secrets doesn't get you tenure anywhere. So usually everything is made public right away.
I'm with you. All right, well, Seth, we're coming up to the end of the show. I appreciate you spending an hour with me, man. I hope you enjoyed yourself. I told you we would just sit back and talk like just two guys talking as much as we could. I think we did a great job. Tell everybody a little bit about the show and what days and times it's available for them to listen to, and also what platforms to hear it on. And then I do not want you giving out contact information. I'm sorry, because I don't want people bothering you with fake alien stories. So I think we should focus on you getting out the show information. What platforms can they listen to the show on?
Well, obviously they could just do a search for Big Picture Science. If they know the name of the show, they can find it. And of course, you can just download files from the internet. If you really want to hear it on the radio, then you have to look at one of our websites. Again, Big Picture Science. Just Google that. And if you look at the websites, there's some indication of what cities have a radio station that carries the show, and then you can listen to it there.
But it's in podcast format too, then, right?
I'm sorry?
It's in podcast format as well, right?
Yeah, you can get it as a podcast, sure. As I say, Big Picture Science. You can just download it to any device. You can download it to, your Aunt Minnie's device. You can lots of ways to get it. It's not secret.
All right, my friend. I appreciate you spending some time with me. I hear your phone blowing up. That's probably the president calling them, guys. He's keeping secret. He's ringing right now. That's the president. He's trying to track him down. All right, Seth, my friend. Thank you for spending some time with me. I appreciate it.
It's been a real pleasure, James. Thank you.
All right, okay. Bye-bye.
Welcome to the Dark Waters channel, where the depths of mystery and the heights of imagination meet under the shadowy waves of the unknown. Today, we're stirring the pot of tales not with a spoon, but with the artful touch of a master baker, as we welcome the extraordinary Carol Ann from the In-Between. Carol Ann, a connoisseur of the art of storytelling, kneads together stories that rise in the warmth of intrigue and curiosity. From the dense forests haunted by the elusive Bigfoot to the dark corners of the world where Dogman lurks. From the vast starry skies frequented by aliens to the comforting warmth of a kitchen where the Great British Bake Off unfolds. Carol serves up a platter of narratives as diverse and delightful as a British high tea. In today's interview, we'll sift through the flower of folklore, add a pinch of the paranormal, and glaze our conversation with the sweetness of storytelling, all while Carol shares her ingredients for captivating tales. It's an episode baked to perfection, combining the savory with the supernatural, the eerie with the endearing. Join us as we indulge in tales that are as varied and rich as the layers of a classic British Victoria sponge cake. Light, airy, but with a depth of flavor that keeps you coming back for more. Carol Ann is here to share her recipe for stories that captivate, chill, and charm, all in equal measure. Prepare your palate for an interview that's a feast for the soul, right here on the Dark Waters channel. Let's dive in.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? One and only James Williams, Dark Waters, and I'm back with another phenomenal interview. Today, I have Carol Ann with me from The In-Between. And I'm going to tell you something, guys. I'm excited about talking to this woman. I've been watching her content for quite a while, and I personally believe that she's going to be one of the YouTube paranormal superstars in the near future. I told you guys about Tony Merkel being super duper star way a long time ago, because Tony has that it factor. She has that same it factor, and I'm very happy to have her hanging out with me right here, right now, down from New Orleans, Louisiana. And without any further ado, I bring you Caroline. Hey, love, how are you doing today?
I am awesome. Thank you very much. How are you?
I'm great. I got a little bit of a cigar nub left. Today has been a wonderful day. I've been recording all day. Things are going extremely well for me. It's Mardi Gras down here, and it's kind of quiet right now. I give it like another hour where I'm at. It's going to be super noisy. You're going to hear people dragging wagons with their children in it and everything else, but it is fantastic. I'm happy that you've taken time to join me, and let us begin our interview.
Fabulous. Thank you so much for having me, by the way. I appreciate it.
You're more than welcome. I've been watching you for a long time. For a long time. Like this lady's dope. This is going to be the bomb. She's going to be the bomb. I like to start the question off with this. Everybody who has an interest in the quote unquote paranormal or supernatural or cryptids, however people want to define it, because it's fluid. It starts somewhere. Where did your interest start? Was it as an adult? Was it as a child? Where did it kick off at for you?
It was as a kid. I vividly remember Saturday nights. I mean, I was one of 4 kids. Saturday nights, my mom just took off. So we were all to fend for ourselves for dinner. And my brother and I would make ourselves something for dinner, and we would sit down right in front of the TV. And it was, and I'm going to date myself here, In Search Of with Leonard Nimoy. So It was Bigfoot and UFOs and psychic abilities. And we watched that show religiously for its entire span, however long that lasted. And that, I think, is what kicked it off. And then I think the second factor is when I was 13, I read the Amityville Horror. And the fact that it was a true story just made it that much more terrifying. And from then on, I mean, anything that was true, it had to be true. The ghost stories, the demon stories, the cryptid stories, any of that has just always perkled in the back of my imagination. And so when it came to finding, an outlet for that, we were like, well, let's make a YouTube channel. So now I have a YouTube channel where I can tell the stories that just fascinate me.
I tell you, there's something about storytelling. I've always loved telling stories. It's an art form. Like, I've learned storytelling from this perspective. I learned it from my mentor, a guy named Joe Baker, when I was very, very young. He said, man, if you want to tell somebody something and you want to put them straight, tell them in a story, because they can't get offended by a story. And it will be anytime there's a difficult situation, James, you need to tell somebody something, tell it to them in story format. And I remember over the years hanging out with people, having drinks, having champagne, doing some of the wildest things you could ever imagine. Anytime I wanted to relay something, I never just told them flat out. I would just tell them a story. Whether it was a threat, it didn't matter what it was. It was a story. And be like, bada bing, bada boom, this is this, bam. And it would always get the message across to people, and it always relayed the message. And I just fell in love with telling stories. For me personally, it didn't matter if it was paranormal. It doesn't really matter. I think there's an art to it. And you are fantastic at it. I want you to know this. You are absolutely fantastic at it. You really, really are. Now, how long ago did you guys officially start this particular channel?
It would be it was a year ago, July. So we're almost up to 2 years.
That's pretty good. You guys are moving along pretty fast for 2 years. That's awesome. And so you guys touch on every type of story there is what I'm seeing. You touch on Dogman, touch on other cryptids, you touch on true crime stories, you touch on real ghost stories, you touch on like manuscripts. I mean, you guys touch on everything. How did you get to the point to where you decided you wanted to just have that broad stroke of content that you created?
I think because what fascinates me is a broad stroke. I mean, anything that's just weird and strange and mysterious, be it the manuscript that nobody can, you know, I how many years later can't decipher, or I don't know, one that I have in my head that I still have to do is the story of Travis Walton and his UFO abduction. Anything that's just weird, it's like, I have to like get it out there. I mean, not that people haven't heard of Travis Walton before, but I don't know. I just want to talk about the things that fascinate me. And it's a pretty broad range of things that fascinate me.
No, I'm with you. And they haven't heard your perspective on what happened to Travis Walton. And you should give your perspective on what happened to Travis Walton. You really, really should.
Right.
How
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was going to say, that's just something that I'm still getting used to. Because we're still pretty small. I'm still getting used to the idea that everybody, I mean, all of the channels that are, you know, in the same genre can tell the same story. And so I will think, well, I'm not going to do that story because it's been done a million times. I can't get used to the fact that, no, I have a base of people who want to hear me tell the story.
Yep.
And that's just kind of a strange perspective that I haven't gotten used to yet.
That's the strangest thing about this YouTube, I guess, influencer is what it will be called, kind of job. It's the transition in your mind to understanding that people want to actually hear what you have to say, and that there's a group of people who respect your opinions on things.
Yep.
That's kind of freaky and weird. It took a long time for me to adjust to that. It took a long time for me to adjust to it. Now, has it hit home yet with friends off of YouTube for you, where like some of your friends that are not normally associating with you with being like a YouTube influencer, has it hit their feeds yet? Any of them where they pick up the phone and be like, "Hey, I saw you on YouTube." Has that happened to you yet?
No.
Oh, buckle up your seatbelt, sister.
Yeah.
Buckle up your seatbelt.
I have a couple, very few family and friends who listen because they like the content.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I haven't gone out to the rest of my family and said, you have to watch this, because, you know, whatever. If they're not going to watch it naturally, then I'm not going to force them to watch it. So I haven't had anybody come up to me and say, "Oh my God, I just saw you." I haven't seen that yet.
Matt, this question. Have you went through, I'll tell you what I went through. So I remember when I decided to start this channel, we're sitting at Cigar Factory New Orleans. I'm sitting at a table full of dudes. We're drinking Meal Cow cognac. It's a cognac. We're drinking it, smoking cigars. And I said, man, I think I'm going to do a YouTube channel where I tell scary stories. And you're talking about all hardcore businessmen. One guy right now has the largest martial arts school in Louisiana. Another guy has one of the biggest private wealth funds. And we're sitting there smoking, and everybody looks at me. Man, you crazy. I said, bro, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. He's like, bro, you done lost your mind. Time passes, and it's crazy. It starts showing up in their feeds, like just recently. Shannon Sharp and what's this other guy? Shannon Sharp and somebody after the Cat Williams interview is going crazy. And I start getting phone calls. I said, bro, I was watching Shannon Sharp talk, and I'm scrolling through the shorts, and I saw your black ass on one of the shorts. I'm like, yeah. This is crazy, bro. I'm gonna call you back. Said, bro, this got 500,000 views. This got this. And it's funny because none of these people are interested in the paranormal. They have zero interest in it. But it's starting to hit that point to where they're starting to see it. So I'm just telling you, prepare yourself, because that's where you headed. It starts to hit.
I hope so.
People from high school trying to reach out to you on Facebook. Girl, what are you doing? What is this? It's insane. It's absolutely insane. It's absolutely insane. So what about out of all these topics that you've been discussing, I noticed you've been doing some Dogman content. Where do you stand on the Dogman thing as itself? I'm not talking about the flesh and blood versus the spiritual aspect. Like, where do you stand on the origins of Dogman? Like, where do they come from? How they got here? Where do you stand on that after your research?
You know, I think my personal jury is still out on Dogman. I mean, I'm from Minnesota. We have a family cabin up north that is like square in Squatch country. You know, I think the Squatch capital of Minnesota is like an hour away or something. And I, you know, through enough stories and enough accounts, I've come to the conclusion that there's too much out there for Bigfoot not to be real. So I'm in the Bigfoot camp. Dogman, and I say this with, you know, I've got one video where we found 3 or 4 stories from Danbury, Wisconsin. So I mean, it's like Dogman Central. That's only an hour away from me. That's closer than the Squatch country at my cabin. So there's plenty of accounts of that as well. Why personally I have a little harder time with that one, I don't know. But I'm starting to move Dogman into the same camp of there's too many accounts to have it not be real. I mean, even if 90% of the accounts out there are crap, that leaves 10%, and that 10% turns out to be a fairly sizable number.
A huge number.
Yeah. So not everybody can be lying. I just refuse to believe that, you know? So Dogman is getting a little closer to that camp where it's just, there's just too much out there to believe that it can't be true. You know?
No, I'm with you.
Yeah.
I'm with you. I started off saying it was a whole bunch of BS. Because like growing up in New Orleans, everybody hears about the rougarou, right? But the traditional rougarou is a person who converts. It's like a werewolf. Person who's cursing and convert into a werewolf. So everybody's heard about the rougarou, right? But when I started hearing about Dogman, I was like, this can't be real. This cannot be real. And so let me go find out. And man, did I find out real quick that it's real. And then when you start talking to eyewitnesses and you kind of can wiggle through the stuff that's BS and get to the truth, when people started having like meltdowns on the phone, crying for like 30 minutes, telling their encounters, I'm like, no, you're not lying about this. You can't act this well. You know, you're not Jennifer Lopez. You're not Brad Pitt. You are not acting like this. You are terrified out of your mind. And then when the description started coming back very consistent, I was like, oh no, this Dogman thing is super duper real. It's super duper real.
One of my favorite videos that we did was we did it not too long ago. I heard the story from another channel, and I heard this guy tell the story, and it took him like an hour and a half to tell the story. And it wasn't the detail that convinced me. It was just how disjointed and how he told it, how a normal person would think in kind of a disjointed manner. I thought there is no way that this guy's lying. There's just no way, you know? And then also I just recently saw the full interview of Joe Barger and his Michigan account. And I'm hoping to get a hold of him very soon to see if I can tell his story. Because that was another one. I saw his interview and I'm like, there's no way. There's no way that guy's lying. No.
And that's one of the things about the eyewitnesses. Like when I get eyewitnesses who call me and their story is so succinct, it's like A plus B plus C plus D equals this. I'm like, bro, you spent a lot of time thinking about this, but this is not true. But when they start telling their story and this is why my stories end up being this way, because when a person's telling you a true encounter, they jump around as the events are taking place. So they're not going to tell you in sequential order. They tell you based on their emotions and what scared them the most. So they'll start off saying, well, the first time I saw it, it was standing outside the house and it was nighttime and it had these amber eyes. And then all of a sudden their mind flashes to when they had an encounter in the woods. You got to literally drag that person back to the beginning,
right,
and start all over. And that's how you can
right.
tell what's real versus what's fake. When it's in this linear order, it's, you know, it's not real. Like people who listen to Vic, if you listen to Vic shows, a lot of his eyewitnesses are kind of bouncing around as they tell their story because they're recanting and retelling that encounter. They bounce from this portion to that portion to this portion to that portion. And the host's job is to try and keep them wrangled in and bring all the information up. And so that's how you can tell, man. It's really, really that simple. And I find it amazing that over the time period, it's thousands of eyewitnesses.
Come here, bro. Let me tell you something. If you've been enjoying these interviews and you are part of the tinfoil hat community, everybody trying to tell you you crazy, you don't know what you talking about, bro, join the Dog Waters channel. We love that tinfoil. We all about that tinfoil. Don't be listening to nobody else. We about that tinfoil over here. Hit the subscribe button. We about that foil. Don't worry about all of them. Come holler at me. We about that. We all about it. Yeah.
I mean, it's probably in a 10,000 range. When you look at all the Dogman channels with all the different eyewitnesses, it's 10,000 some people. And that's a small sample because those are only the people who want to talk. And I say all the time, if you threw out 50% of that and then extrapolated it back out towards the people who don't want to talk, there's a lot of people who've encountered this. Absolutely. Next question. So you have land in Bigfoot country. Have you had any encounters with Bigfoot? Any weird or strange thing that happened?
I have not, which is weird, you know, having a channel about the strange and mysterious. I have had exactly 0 strange and mysterious encounters in my life. 0. Absolutely none. And I'm not sure that I really want any, to tell you the truth. No, exactly. It would just rock my world a little too much.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you. As a person who's had every kind of encounter you can think of, from dealing with witches to dealing with evil spirits to dealing with friends who went into practicing dark magic, I would, if I could rewind time and put like a barrier around those things and not encounter those things, I'd be the happiest man on the planet, because that stuff is horrific.
That just means that you and I are going to have to sit down with a cigar and a glass of cognac off camera sometime so you can tell me, because now I got to know.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. When I tell you, girl, I've had some crazy stuff. If one of my sons were here, they would tell you there was a time period where crows, I'm talking about murders of crows, would swarm where we live. And I'd be sitting out there smoking a cigar, and you just wah, 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 and they'll just move and they'll go to another location. I remember I walked over one day and there's this guy washing a car, and these crows are over his head, and he's just washing the car. And you can look at him and tell. So I'm like, why are these crows here? And I walk over and I look, and he's washing his car and he's looking up. And I walk up to him. I said, bro, you all right? He said, yeah, man, but I don't know what's going on. These crows are here. I said, well, that's a very, very bad sign. Let me say a prayer with you. So I pray with him. And within 10 seconds, these crows do like this. They shoot like that away. And he's standing there. He says, dude, what happened? I said, bro, you about to die. I said, what kind of stuff you got going? He goes on and tell me the story about how he hurt somebody. I'm not going to go all the, but there were people looking for him because of what he did. I said, yeah, bro, you was about to die. And I said, all them crows was coming to let you know that something's about to happen. And about a week later, he just knocks on my door. He's like, Mr. James, hey, man, I just wanted to come tell you thank you. I said, no, it's all good, bro. He said, because, man, you know, I really realized that something was about to happen to me. I said, yeah, you need to stop doing what you're doing. Whatever you're doing, you need to stop, dude. And I mean, when I tell you I've had crazy stuff, man, I've had absolutely insane stuff. It's a blessing and a curse at the same time, but I've had some insane stuff. All right.
That now, I can imagine.
During the pre-interview, you were talking, and I like the approach that you took. You said, I'm just a regular person. I'm a mom from Minnesota. So how do you balance off family life with paranormal life? That has got to be one hell of a task as a mom. Like as a dad, you can kind of throw stuff off on mom and let her deal with kids. And how do you balance it all? Because that's a lot.
Well, the balance isn't very good right now. I mean, my husband and I both work full time, and we also homeschool our son. Now, we both work from home most of the time.
Mhm.
So dad gets most of the homeschool responsibility and the house responsibility. And I get the other full-time responsibility and the channel responsibility. Well,
Mhm.
the creative part of the channel. He's the manager of the channel. So he does all the
That's
posting
awesome.
and all that kind of good, and the tagging and all the behind the scenes stuff. I'm the one that picks the stories and writes the stories and shoots them and edits them. All the creative side is me. But unfortunately, that's the time consuming side. So right now, until we can get big enough that we can make this a full-time gig, there's not a whole lot of balance. So the only blessing is that because we homeschool my son, he can come in and say hi to me or tell me that he's having a problem with his math or something like that at any time. So I can see him throughout the day. I'm not gone from the house 16 hours a day. I'm always here. I'm just always working at this point. So,
but it's a team effort in the household, which means you guys are going to be super duper successful. I mean, just having that house on one accord, you guys, no, I'm telling you, guys are going to be super duper successful because it's a team effort. So the whole burden is not on one person. That's awesome, man.
No,
that's super. I'm so excited to talk to you. I'm telling you, first of all, ladies and gentlemen, go ahead on over there and subscribe and show the woman some love, because you see, she's a mom from Minnesota and she's busting her behind to make it happen. So subscribe. Don't be funny acting. Y'all know how y'all act sometimes. Y'all funny. Y'all want to watch people content that y'all don't want to subscribe. I don't like to stop being jerks. Go subscribe. All right. You ain't got to even say I sent you over there. Just subscribe. That's the first thing. The second thing is, I think it's amazing to take advantage of the opportunity that's laid before you. Like, there's this thing in the cryptid field. Don't comment on this. I'm gonna say this because I don't want nobody to mess with you. There's this thing in the cryptid field where cryptid people in this field, in this genre, should not be able to sustain a living from being in this genre. And that's the reason why the actual information from the people who are in it never gets out there. So, for example, this is why I love Tony Merkel so much. Tony went to the woods, did a documentary about Dogman, put the documentary on Amazon. He's done another documentary, put it on Amazon. So you have somebody who's from our community and in the grassroots of the community rising to a position where he's controlling the narrative, as opposed to like somebody from Hollywood making up something. And that's what has to happen for the grassroots people to actually take the proper places where the information gets out. And I think that's what you guys are going to end up being. I can see it, and it's a wonderful thing. But just keep at it. I'm telling you, keep at it, because your content is phenomenal. All right, let's go on to a couple of more things. So you were telling me that you were inspired by Mr. Ballin, which first of all, Mr. Ballin is dope. You don't get him and How to Hunt are two of the dopest creators that there are out there. I'm gonna tell you, I love How to Hunt because it's just down home demeanor where it's just like, this is what it is. I don't care what you got to say. This is what it is. And then Mr. Ballin has this pizzazz to him. When I first saw him, I was like, who the hell is this dude? And I watched, it's like, this dude is pretty damn dope. Who is this dude? Yeah. And that's when he first started. Next thing, pew, it was off to the races. What about him inspired you the most?
Just the way he told his stories. I mean, first, the subject matter was totally in my interest wheelhouse. It's just the strange, dark, and mysterious, so the content was there. And then just the way that he tells it, like he's the guy at your party with the beer in his hand telling the story, which is, obviously why the millions of people who subscribe to him because they like that method of storytelling as well. But yeah, it just totally hooked me in.
And what I like about him is you can tell he's actually been that guy with the beer in his hand, telling a story at the party. That you can tell that's just who he is. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. There's nothing stiff about it. It's just like, hey, let me tell you a story. Boom, 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 boom. I think it's absolutely phenomenal and amazing. And I always feel like you should pay honor to people who've accomplished things and they've blown up. And I just think it's amazing what he's done. And he's an inspiration for a lot of people in this field. And it's those people who inspire others to come in that open the doorway for all of us. You know what I'm saying? Like, it is what it is. And that's something that has to be done. Now, I want to know where the name came from. Where did you get the name from? Why did you choose this particular name for the channel?
The In-Between?
Yeah, why did you pick the In-Between?
It was just the name that we liked. when we, like I said, this is not our first channel. We started other channels before. So when we decided to start this one, we had more information. We're like, okay, we know that if we're going to start a channel, you need to figure out what the name is going to be. What is the subject matter? There's planning that has to be done when you start a channel. So when we decided, let's start a channel, and we started planning, we're like, okay, what are we going to call it? And we each, and this is my husband and I, each made a list of names, titles that we thought were cool. And we just merged the two lists and kind of picked them off until we found the one that we both liked. And it just seemed to kind of fit the vibe that we were going for. And yeah, we just liked it. And it was because it was going for the vibe that we wanted. It's the in-between. It's not any one particular thing. It's between reality and fantasy, or non-reality, or normal and paranormal. It's riding that line of, is it true? Is it not true? I mean, I want the stories on my channel to be true stories, because those are the ones that scare me the most. But, truth be told, more than half of them sound fake because they're just crazy. So it's that line between, is it true or is it not true? The number of people that put in the comments, are these true stories or are you making these up? It's like, okay, we're hitting that in between. You don't know. It's that mystery. That's what we were going for.
That's why you guys are going to be successful. Like, I'll say this. Like, when I talk to the average person who comes on YouTube, they just got inspired in a moment and they just picked a name and they just went on YouTube. They didn't do any research. And you'll notice they get trapped because they haven't done any of the research to actually be successful. That's where a lot of the beef in YouTube starts, is because you have people who want to be successful and they haven't done, it's called lazy successful people. They want to be successful, but they're lazy, so they don't do the work. But you can always tell the person who's done the upfront work to make sure that they have built the brand out. They're actually branding and then moving forward, building that brand. And I know it seems like a weird question to ask, but I ask that question because that's one of the things that I notice about you guys. Like, from background, everything is literally on point with the studio, everything. And so you can't help but blow up. I mean, you really can't. I mean, the more I hear about you, the more I learn, you just can't help but blow up. And I'm excited. I'm super duper excited about it. I really, really do. All right, let's get into some creepy things. I'm thinking,
okay,
let's shoot. I'm gonna shoot some questions at you. The first thing that comes to mind, you tell me.
Okay.
Giants. What's the first thing that comes to mind when I say giants?
When you say giants, I'm sorry, you went out. I lost you.
Giants, yes.
Trolls. I mean, if we're doing word association, we just saw that movie not too long ago on Netflix. It was a fun movie. It was a very fun movie.
Yeah. What about missing people?
411. There are so many just weird. And for me, the missing hikers and the parks and whatnot, and obviously a lot of credit goes to David Paulides, because he has pulled a lot of these stories together, but it's falling into that same kind of thing of, they can't all be explained. I don't know if you know the Missing Enigma. He does he's got a great channel on missing people, missing 411 things. And he did a video not long ago where he went through 3 stories of people who had just totally vanished, absolutely vanished off the face of the earth. They are totally missing 411 stories. And within the next year, several months to a year, they were all found under weird circumstances, but completely natural circumstances. So he's, bringing up the point where that they're not all paranormal. But with that in mind, if you do that, if you play that numbers game again, they can't all be natural. They just can't. Tom Messick disappearing in the forest. I mean, I could probably come up with a few other ones too, but there's too many to not have something going on, whether it's a portal or whether it's, taken out by Bigfoot or Dogman or something. Something's got to be going on.
Something
and
strange.
I just think that's, yeah. And that's fascinating.
No, I think so too. Next one. This is a good one.
Okay.
What's the name of the damn submarine? Oh my goodness, I just had it. Never mind, we skipped the submarine because I can't remember the name of it. The Miami alien, the Miami Mall incident. What did you think about that? What comes to mind when you think about that?
I gotta call hoax on that one. I gotta. The video that they show outside doesn't show anything. I saw some videos taken from inside that really didn't show anything. Now, I will say the number of police cars out there does not fit the explanation that the police gives. You gotta be kidding me. So I don't believe the official line. I don't know what was going on. I haven't seen anything that I can say, okay, I can buy into the alien line. Not on that one.
I couldn't buy into it either. I was just like, I'm like, okay, we got a lot of police cars. Awesome sauce.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
I can see a terrorist attack, maybe. I can see that. That makes sense. But when you really look at the videos, and then you look at the other videos with people running away, I was like, all right, where's the alien? It's too many people. Where's the alien? You know what I'm saying? In this modern day and age where everybody has one of these phones, there's no way that, and people were saying that like in the mall, they were capturing people when they came out. I saw a whole bunch of little black teenagers running. You weren't catching none of them because them is track stars. You weren't about to catch them and say, give me your phone. They ain't stopping for you. So I don't understand. I didn't understand. I was like, okay, somebody got the video. It's ill. So I just started looking. And when it talks about the black community, we talk about the black community and the paranormal. If we see something freaky and we got it on camera, you gonna know about it. Same thing that happened with Blue down in Florida. When Blue saw the Dogman in his backyard, you knew about it. Because he was like, oh my Lord, slammed the door, and he started saying songs. Like, we just dramatic like that. You gonna know about it. And when I didn't see any videos, I'm like, all right, man, this here is a hoax. This got to be a hoax. Or maybe it's a cover-up and the alien is a distraction. So maybe somebody was running to the mall shooting at people. I don't know. But it just didn't make any sense to me. Because somebody gonna have some footage. And it just, talking about busy mall and nobody had nothing. Absolutely nothing.
I don't buy it.
And I'm a firm believer that when you're scared, you're not going to record stuff. Now, I don't want to sound hypocritical to the people listening. When you're afraid, you're not necessarily going to record. But somebody out of those thousands of people would have had something recorded. Even if it would have been them running like this with the camera recorder, or somebody hiding behind a counter doing, somebody would have did something. And I just didn't get it. Or somebody,
does the mall not have closed circuit TV? Where are the CCTV cameras? Where's that footage?
Yeah, I'm with you. Or somebody would have been on Instagram real quick or on TikTok saying, yeah, I was at the mall and they had these monsters in the mall. Y'all, girl, you should have seen this monster. Nobody did that. I didn't see it.
There were a couple, or there were maybe a couple of YouTube shorts or something. But then those people came back and recanted their story. They're like, I was just making it up. Okay. So there goes that, can't trust that account if the guy's going to come back and recant. And it wasn't like, they're not like, I didn't see what I told you, like the FBI or somebody's standing right next to him making him say that. That wasn't it. They're sitting on the couch going, I made it all up.
Now I'm going to tell you the word that got me. Remember the guy, I think his name was Andrew Dawson, the guy who found that recorded the Giants, and he came back out That dude looked like he was scared for his life when he started. I was like, okay, now boy, you done stumbled upon something. And them people over there by you talking to you, because he was like, I was like, yeah, somebody got a gun on this man. This man is scared, you know. And I didn't see that with anybody else, you know. I just didn't see it. Now when I saw that, I said, yeah, they done did this boy something happened.
Well, and then his next video that he put out was him like walking around and playing with his hat, saying, "Dude, I totally saw that." You know, I saw what I saw, and it was one of those. Okay, this guy can't be lying, in my opinion. You know, just the way he was saying it and the way he was fidgeting with his hat. It was all like too normal, to things that you would do when you were really scared. Now, unless he was having some psychotic break, obviously that's always a possibility. But I don't think he was lying. I don't know what he saw, but I don't think he was lying.
Nah, I'm gonna tell you from talking to the best Dogman eyewitness we have down in Florida, talking to Blue, when they are afraid, you cannot hide. I mean, that man down in Florida was scared for 12 months. He was afraid. I'll call him, Blue, what's up, man? DW, I'm not going outside. Why not? Because them things is out there. And he'll send me a picture and you zoom in. He called it zooming in. He said, zoom in. And you'll zoom in and you'll see a wolf head with both of the glowing eyes low to the ground. Like, man, you'll be all right. I'm not going outside. Dead serious.
I don't know that story.
Huh?
I don't know that story. I feel like I'm missing a big puzzle piece here, but I don't know.
So it was Fort Pierce, Florida, 2 years ago. This guy named Devarius Stubbs, the nickname is Blue. He opens his back door on Facebook Live. He's been seeing Dogman and Bigfoot on the backside of the property. He actually lives in a project. On the backside of the projects, he's been seeing it. And so he's telling his Facebook followers, hey, you know, I've been seeing these things out here, and everybody's saying he's lying. So he opens the door, and this thing runs across the screen, and it's as tall as a telephone pole, a light pole. And it just runs across, and he slams the door. And he's like, oh my God, it was live on Facebook. Caught live on Facebook. And it went viral. He ended up doing like 5 TV shows on it. Just the best Dogman footage we've ever had.
I think now that you say that, I think I may have seen like a short or something on that, because that sounds familiar. But obviously that's a story I got to dig into.
Oh, you definitely. If you want to talk to him, I'll give you his number. I love Blue. Blue is the coolest dude on the planet. He is the coolest. Oh, he was amazing. And it was full in line with what every witness encountered. So he had his encounter. Days later, he was having shadow people in his house. Days later, he got sick and went and almost died in his house. After that, he started having problems with his neighbor. He just had this run of bad luck after that encounter that was completely ridiculous. Then when you talk to the other people in this project, it's the projects, the rest of the people over there, it was other people seeing it, but they didn't want to talk about it. Like there was another gentleman that I talked to. I don't know if that's the right term to use, but gentleman that I talked to that saw it sitting on this rock. And he was like, I don't want, this is exact words. He says, James, I don't want those people that came over here in the white cars to give me any problems. And so I was like, okay, give me other people's numbers in the area and let me find out if this white car thing is true. And I was like, look, I can pay you to just put me in contact with somebody. So I gave $100, gave me 3 more numbers. I say, hey, all I want to know is there have been white cars in the area. Oh, hell yeah, they got white cars over here every day. All right, cool. And so, it's the most profound Dogman encounter there is, with the most video footage period. And there's another one where there's this guy who was walking his dog out towards the backside of his property, and you see it run across the screen. But if you don't know that's Dogman, you don't know. It just looks like a giant shadow. But when you slow it down, you see the ears, you'll see everything. But you got to go frame by frame because that's how fast they are. It's ridiculous how fast these things are. It's totally ridiculous.
Wow.
That's
another thing that's so interesting, is that there is so much. On the rare occasion that I'm trying to figure out what the next video is going to be, and I go, oh God, for a split second, I'll feel like I'm running out of material. And then I stop and think for a moment. It's like, no, I'm never going to run out of material. There's so much weirdness out there that, I mean, big things happen that I haven't even touched. After almost 2 years, I haven't even touched on. I mean, there's so many stories out there I've never heard of. It's crazy.
Let me see something. I'm gonna do something that I'll never do. Let me see if I get this other phone to plug up, and I'm gonna see if I can call Blue and get you hooked up while we live. But this battery's got to connect to this phone. But I mean, you really
okay. Hang on for a second, because because of how busy and stuff I am, I'm like not in a place where I can like interview people. You know what I mean?
Don't be scared.
Don't be scared.
Don't be scared. It's gonna be all right. It's gonna be all right. Don't be scared. This is what we do.
I don't even know what to do with this.
Yeah, don't be scared. It'll be all right. Let me see if I can get this, because this phone is broken, and I have a phone that's broken that has all my contacts in it. I don't even know if it's gonna pop on.
You have all your contacts on a phone?
Yeah. I have. Yeah. So I'm notorious for dropping cell phones. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4 phones here. I have my original phone from when I ran my construction company with all of my friend contacts in it from like business.
Right.
That when I turn on when I need to call somebody. Then I have the paranormal phone, which is where people call me. Then I have my regular phone. Then I have my other paranormal phone where all the contacts from people in the paranormal field is. I'm retarded like that. I probably should just like transfer them all over, but I like this management system, because what ends up happening is something happens to a phone, like this new phone, and I put everybody's contact in there. I have a backup that I just need to charge up, and it's there. So terrible system. Doesn't make sense, but it works for me. It's kind of like putting the clothes on the back of the chair instead of putting them in a hamper. I'm sorry. That's just what it is.
I would suggest that you put a backup on the cloud somewhere, just in case phones fail, you know?
Mm-hmm. I'm a little lazy. You're right. You're 100% right, sister. I'm just retarded like that, I guess. I do things bad. All right, let me stop messing around. Let's go on to the next subject. All right, so we talked about some kind of we got on Blue. I don't know how we got there. Me running my mouth. Let's play another word association. How about the rake? What comes to mind when you hear of the rake?
The rake, man, you know, you talk about the rake and pale crawlers, and some people call them just white humanoids. They're just, you can maybe even throw skinwalkers into that. They're just like this almost ambiguous cloud to me that I have a hard time telling one from the other. Mm-hmm. The rake just feels like, and this is just the way I feel about it. I totally get that this is my personal opinion. The rake just feels like kind of like in the Slender Man category.
Creepypasta feels like, yeah.
Creepypasta, urban legend. It's newer. It's not so much behind it. You know, bring me some more beef and maybe I'll start leaning in that direction. I mean, I'm happy to tell stories about rakes if they sound like they come from somebody who's telling the truth. I'm happy to tell the story, but I personally, I don't think I can buy a rake quite yet.
And you know, when I think about rake, I feel like it's a spinoff of the real thing, which is the pale humanoid creatures. It's a spinoff that's been kind of marketed. Well, it's been categorized for marketing kind of that way, but it's based on something true. I'll never forget. I probably shouldn't tell this story. No.
Why?
Last time I told this story, I'm gonna tell it. So there's this woman I talked to about 5 years ago. She calls me and she tells me about this night of hell that she was having encounters with in her bedroom with her and her daughter. Her and her daughter are in the bed laying down. She has all the lights off. And she kept on feeling the covers being tugged by her feet. And she was like, DW, I felt like something, you know how you feel the air under the cover? Like when you'll feel like air is coming in by your feet. She's like, I kept on feeling like air was coming in by my feet. And, but I knew my cover was tucked under the mattress. She said, I thought it was weird. She's like, so I click on the light and I try to go back to sleep with the light on. She says, well, she's woken up because she feels tugging on the cover. And when she looks at the foot of the bed, she sees this humanoid thing with these long claws, like long fingers and claws, climbing up towards the bed to reach and grab her daughter, which was laying in the bed with her, but its head was flipped upside down. So like flipped up like that. And it was pale and it had sharp teeth. And the head had like what looked like bones that were a crown on it. And I'm like, huh? She's like, yeah. And I'm flabbergasted when she's telling the story. And I said, okay, let me talk to your daughter. And so I started talking to her daughter, and she says, yeah, there was something, Mr. James, that was pulling on my leg. And she was describing how she was pulling her legs back. And she said it had an upside down head with a crown of bones. I was like, holy crap. So I'm thinking that when people talk about the rake, they're talking about these kind of humanoid, nasty, monstrous creatures. It's just been marketed as the rake. Now, let me say this. Jesus, cover everybody who's heard this story, because the last time I told the story, people's lights started going off. I did it live on an interview. People's lights started flickering. All kind of crazy stuff happened during that interview when I told that story. And that's how I knew it was something really evil. But I think that's kind of where the rake comes from. Those humanoid hellion things is where they get the legend of the rake from. That's what I think. But I think it's kind of marketed. It's easier to name it the rake. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a rake, and you can just put anything under that, and it kind of is a bucket that everything captures it under. Yeah. So I think
the experience is the same thing that people have been experiencing for a while, but the rake is like the new urban term that they've heard. So they just put the new term on the old experience.
On the old experience. That's what I think it is. All right, let's see. Rakes. Let's go to the Las Vegas UFO encounter. I know you saw that. What did you think about that one?
That was pretty good. I have not, it's a kind of amazing. I have not done, outside of touching on UFOs as a part of a different story, I have not done a real UFO story yet. But because I don't know about UFOs. I have an uncle who said that he saw one, but that Las Vegas footage was very convincing. That was very credible to me, because it was just a bunch of people with their phones going, look what we're seeing. You know, it's like, and I'm assuming that we're talking about the same one where you could see the lights bouncing off of it on the bottom and stuff like that. That's just crazy. I don't know. In general, I think that we're not alone. And as a skeptic who's good at math, as soon as when I was a kid, I heard of Drake's equation. And are you familiar with Drake's equation?
I'm familiar with it.
Okay, so I can't even tell you exactly what it is, but you know, given there's this many, I don't know, universes, and inside that, even if only 10% of those universes had a solar system like ours, and if only 10% of those solar systems had, you know, blah, 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 all the way down, and the number that you get to at the end is still so astronomical, astronomically high. I'm like, okay, we can't be the only life out there. So I do believe that there is stuff out there. And again, a numbers game. There are far too many people who have seen it and have reports, including family members, that they can't all be lying. They just can't, you know? I just refuse to believe that. So I think they're out there. I've never seen one. Actually, my husband has, though. Well, he saw something that he reported to MUFON. He won't say that it was a UFO because he doesn't know. Because he's more skeptical and precise than I am. But yeah, I see things like the Las Vegas footage and I'm like, it's gotta be.
No, I got
where is it? You know?
Something's there. And I'll tell you, I did an interview. I try to do interviews with people who are in the science community and the cryptozoology community that are academics. And what I find is that when you start talking to the true academics, so there's this divide between us who are, I want that cigar. I don't want that on the ground like that. That sucks. When you do the conversations between the academics and us who are like, on the side of believers or wanting to believe. There's an in-between space. Wow, look how I did that. There's an in-between space where you come to realize that those who are in academia, they know that this is true. They know that these things are there. Their concern is their credibility. So they'll push it all the way to the edge, and then they won't agree with you on anything. But they'll tell you, oh, yeah, there's a possibility. But they won't just tip over because they know that their credibility is at stake. And so they're careful about what they say. The more I started talking to people in the scientific community that were true academics are, yes, right word, academics, I realized these people know exactly what's going on. They know exactly what's going on, but it's not in their best interest to always disclose everything that's going on. And they're very careful about how they do it. So they do it in a roundabout way. They'll say, you know, it's based on.
Hey, come here for a second. If you enjoying this interview that you're listening to, first of all, I need you to understand that I got a lot of these. I mean, I got a whole lot of content. But I'm going to need you to hit the subscribe button. But I need you more than to do that. I need you to go on over and listen to it because it's hundreds of interviews, real people who've had real encounters. So if you're one of those people that's into like real creepy encounters, scary stories, interviews, say, bro, you in the right place. But you got to go on over, hit the subscribe button, and then go treasure hunting. I'm telling you. Now, if you're one of those people with a short attention span, you can't do nothing but watch a second video or 2-second video or 10-second video, bruh. This will help you. I'm going to help with your short attention span. It's going to help you in everything in your life. You're going to be able to think longer. You're going to be able to pay attention. And see, when your wife gets to talking to you and you hear that blah, 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 bro, all that's going to become clear. You're going to hear her saying, hey, man, take out the trash. My car dirty. And to the ladies, when your husband be telling you, say, girl, I want to get some. You're going to be able to hear him say, give me some of that good. Yeah. Hang out in the dark waters. Chill with me. I got you. Subscribe. I got you.
On this equation, we have to have life. They'll say, well, we found water on Mars. And like, yeah, okay, so that means there's some life on Mars if there's water on Mars. Yeah. And they'll explain these things to you. So there's definitely something out there.
I think so. Well, they see the same things that we see. You know, they're on YouTube. They see shorts, so they see the same things that we see. But when you're talking about, you know, if you are out there on the fringe, that means no funding. That means no job. You know, that's a very, really powerful motivator, and I can't fault them for that. You know, I mean, that's one of our basest instincts is our own self-preservation. You know, so I don't blame them for not wanting to put their jobs and their careers in jeopardy for spouting what they see is true, you know?
Well, it's even simpler than that. I don't blame them for not putting their credibility on the line for somebody else to get views. And when you really look at it that way, that's what it is. So it's like, okay, you are monetizing my credibility. I've had this, like when Kerry Arnold, God bless his soul before he passed away, Kerry caught that Bigfoot called Banner, which, I mean, it was the clearest picture of Bigfoot I ever seen. I did a whole run of interviews with cryptozoologists. The whole purpose of it was to show his evidence. So I showed every last one of them his evidence. I'm talking about, if I had the photo, I don't think I have it anymore, and I showed it to you, you'd be like, oh yeah, that's a Bigfoot right there. You can see his face. It was green. You can see the eyes. You can see the nose. You can see the hair. All of them said, oh, I don't see it. I was like, huh? You don't see that thing right there? No, that's not conclusive enough. That's when I realized, okay, this is about funding. It really is about funding. Now, I say that to the audience to say this. When you have guys like me, you have Caroline, you have Tony Merkel, this is why your support for people is so important. Because the truth that you say you want to get out is not going to come from the academics, because it's a risk to them. So the truth that you want to see get out is going to come from people like us. And so your support is very, very important. If that's what you say you want, then your support is extremely important, because they're not going to do it, because it's a risk to them and their future. So I'm saying that to y'all so y'all understand why you have to support your creator. So, for example, Tony just did a documentary. Everybody needs to be going over supporting. If it's 99 cents, buy the documentary. because what you're doing is you're elevating somebody who will carry the truth out there, and they'll get to the point to where they're in the room with the academics, and then you have a voice in that room. If you censor the voices that are needed to be in the bigger, larger conversations, then you don't have any representation. And that is the true challenge of this field. You know, whether it be Bigfoot,
Yes.
whether it be Dogman, whether it be aliens. Think about it. Like there's MUFON that, if I'm not mistaken, they've petitioned Congress before for things. I mean, you take that away, that group away. Where's the UFO movement if there's no MUFON? You know what I'm saying?
That's right. Yep. Very well said. Absolutely.
Yeah. And that's why we have to be conscious as creators and members of the audience that there's a large goal. If you want truth, then you have to participate to get the truth out. So again, make sure you subscribe to Carol's channel so you can push things forward and help her get out there. Don't be a sucker. Help the lady get what she needs to get to. All right.
Thank you.
Let's see. We touched on aliens. We're gonna circle back.
Okay.
Let's go to creepy clowns. What comes to mind when we talk about creepy clowns? I know what comes to my mind.
It.
Shoot them.
It.
The movie It.
Yes. Yes. I for years my mom would buy me the latest Stephen King novel for Christmas every year. So I read it when it first came out.
Really?
It's like, oh my God. Yeah, of course. Of course.
I-
It's creepy.
I cannot
It's scary.
stand that movie, and I cannot stand clowns. I hate clowns. Ever since I was a child, I have hated clowns. I remember I went to a birthday party where there was a clown there, and I had a butter knife because I was afraid of a clown. My mom was like, "What the hell are you gonna do with that butter knife?" I'm gonna stick it, mama. Sit your ass down. What are you talking about? I cannot stand clowns. I'm gonna stick it with
I
a butter
can do
knife.
Cirque du Soleil. I can do the Cirque du Soleil clowns. They're French. Okay. But no, any other clown? No. Nope.
All right, so now we're gonna swing. Let's let the audience get to know you a little bit better personally. What's your favorite TV show?
Oh my
favorite
God,
TV?
I haven't watched TV in so long. Used to be the X-Files because it was strange and mysterious. Well, yeah, I'm working. I don't have time to watch TV anymore. It's really sad, actually, because I, like I was saying, there's so many stories that I don't even know about because since we started this channel, I've been working so hard on it. I don't even get a chance to go out into YouTube world and look for things anymore. It's kind of sad, but it was X-Files when I was a kid. What else was there? We actually just started watching Young Sheldon because that's a good family one that even my 10-year-old likes that one. So that's we just started that a few days ago and it's hilarious. I never watched The Big Bang, so I'm like, okay, should we watch Young Sheldon? And I think that kid is hilarious. I love it.
The real star of Young Sheldon is his sister. I don't care what anybody says. His sister is the star of the show. That girl is hilarious. She is the star of the show. People
she is, but I think it's the mom.
The mom too, yeah.
I mean, talk about your stereotypical Texas, don't mess with me, mom. I love it. Love her.
Well, people ask me all the time. They say, "Well, what do you watch?" I don't watch nothing paranormal. I watch Father Brown. If you haven't watched Father Brown, you should watch Father Brown. I watch Stargate SG-1 over and over and over again because I love
that. Stargate. Was a good one. Yeah.
I actually met him at one of the what is it called? Comic Cons. I met
Richard Dean Anderson.
No.
Richard Dean Anderson? No.
No, not Richard Dean Anderson. The guy that plays Tilk. Oh my goodness, I got photos.
I don't remember his name either.
I met him at a Comic Con, and he was the coolest dude on. I was geeked out. I was nerded out because they had him like up there to take pictures. And it was me and Dave Schrader and a bunch of other people. And I was like, Dave, I'm going to get a picture with him. He's like, James, it's going to cost like $100. I don't care. I'm going to take a picture with him. And then I like swamp people. I love swamp people. And that's about all I watch. Because I can't do creepy for a living and then creepy in my pastime. I want to disconnect the two. I just can't do it. I absolutely
right. Well, okay. Hold on to Dave Schrader for a second. My other favorite TV show at the moment is The Great British Baking Show. So there you go. Totally it's about as far away from cryptids as you can get.
We're about to geek out. I love The Great British Baking Show. So
I love that show.
Which episodes have you been watching? The ones? See, this is gonna sound real insensitive. I started watching when they had the sister come on with the big old teeth that's always cracking the jokes. She kind of heavy set girl. I mean, when I tell you I love the British Bake Off show, I absolutely love it. I love how they have them baking, whether it's cold outside, whether it's hot outside. It could be cold, and it affects the cakes that they're making. And then I love how people get eliminated. What I don't get about guys, we're geeked out on this interview. I'm sorry, whatever it is, what it is. What I don't get about the show is this. I'm so competitive. Have you noticed how they like to help each other finish their projects? Like
that's part of what I love.
No, I'll be turning down people's ovens. I'll be doing all kinds of stuff to sabotage the people. No, I'm not doing it. You're going to lose. I'm winning.
No, that's why I don't watch. Well, okay. I don't watch reality TV in general since like the 3rd season of Survivor. Now, my sister-in-law is from Australia. I've been there a couple of times. I'm not an expert, but I got a general idea of the layout. And as soon as the 3rd season of Survivor came on and they said, we have them out in the outback. But wait a minute. They're within a helicopter's ride to a hospital. You're not in the outback. You're not, forget it. Plus, I mean, I do actually have a background in TV production, like on the fringe edge, enough to know how reality TV is made, and it's not real, Right. But the other reason that I don't watch it, and I don't watch Big Brother or Survivor, and those, it's because they're so mean, and I don't want that. You know what I mean? I don't want that in my life. I want good and happy and positive vibes in my life. And I love the fact that on the baking show, they're helping each other. I'm done. I've done everything I can for myself to win. So now I can help you. I love that. That's the way it should be.
It's too nice. It's a competition. You're going to get the world's best bacon. No, they're too nice. And then I don't like how they start the show. You can tell they have favorites in the show. It's like they'll have a favorite baker up front. And I'm like, come on, man. Y'all can't be sure. And then I start rooting for the person that's their favorite to fail. And I'm sitting there talking to the people like, nah, y'all can't keep doing this. Like that person is screwed up. They messed up the challenge, and then y'all just gonna keep on encouraging them. While the meantime, they got somebody else doing fantastic. It's just little stuff that I can tell that just bothers me. You know what I'm saying? It really does bother me. And guys, I know most of y'all probably don't watch the Great British Bake Off, but I mean it's a phenomenal show. You should watch it.
Great.
I geek out over it all the time. And there should be more seasons coming soon, but I will sit there and watch it over and over and over and over again because it's awesome freaking TV. And it's good. Mindless.
It is, but my cake making ability has gone up a level or two since I've been watching it.
No, I don't try that. That'd end bad. That'd just be a big old mess. I mean, it would be a huge mess if I tried it. But I've learned a lot. You know what I'm saying? Like a ganache. Show them we're gonna make a ganache. Exactly. I'm like, oh, what the hell is a ganache? I mean, so I've learned what things are, but I'm not brave enough to try it. And I don't have the patience to try it. Like I'll shortchange the recipe, put not enough flour, not enough water, not enough butter. So no, I'm just not.
I still couldn't tell you the difference between an Italian sponge and a Genoese sponge. Right. I have no idea. I was like, what's Betty Crocker? Yeah. What kind of sponge is that? Because that's the only sponge I know. I don't know. But
I know what they just started watching the show about what's the lady's name that was the mother of all cooking shows?
Julia Childs.
Julia Childs. There's an actual show. It's like a show about her life that's out right now. That's phenomenal. They went through how she started out. Yeah. How she first started out, and she was on an interview, and she was trying to figure out how she was going to do things. And she brought a hot plate in and made a guy omelet live on air, and just forced him to eat the omelet. I mean, it's a great show about Julia Childs. I think it's on Netflix. You will love that. You will love that. I'm sorry. Awesome. All right, ladies and gentlemen. See, we done got way off the topic of the paranormal. That's how I know it's time for us to end this interview because we're just talking about crazy stuff. So let's do this. Carol, tell everybody how they can find you and where they can find you, and then we're going to wrap it all up.
If you go to YouTube, it is at The In-Between. Or if you have a story or experience that you want to email to us, it is inbetweentales@gmail.com.
Okay, awesome. So
we are on Facebook and we're on Instagram. And you know what? Sadly enough, I can't even tell you exactly what those addresses are because that's in my husband's wheelhouse. But we are on Facebook. We are on Instagram. I'm sure if you look up In Between, one word, you'll more than likely find it. I hope. He's going to yell at me for that one.
They are social media geniuses. They shall find you if they need to find you. Trust me, they will. They absolutely will find you.
Most people are a level ahead of me on social media. I'm not very good at social media. I'm good at YouTube, TikTok, but not at anything else.
Yeah, I just got my own TikTok, and I was like, okay, let me try TikTok. And I was just like, this is Chinese propaganda, but I'm going to get on it anyway and see what I can do. And so I haven't
attempted. Yeah, I haven't gone there yet because I'm like, okay, I can't even master the ones that we do have going. The last thing I'm going to do is add something else, you know?
Add more work,
that'll be down the road, I think.
Yeah. It ends up being a little bit more work because now you got to learn the tags and this and that. I'm like, no, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it, but I'm doing it anyway. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's the one and only James Williams, Darkwaters. Another great interview. I think we talked about a gambit of things, including cooking shows and everything else that you would love. And I'm telling you, if you don't watch the Great British Bake Off, you're missing out. But be on my team. I'm on Team Subversion. Turn the ovens off, put extra water, unplug the refrigerators and the freezers when they have their dough in there so somebody can win. Now, Carol's on the good side. She's like, yeah, everybody work together. No, let's destroy the people who are in the competition. That's where I stand. All right, guys, we are out here. Thank you, and we appreciate each and every one.
Thank you.
Good evening, listeners, and welcome to the Dark Waters channel. Tonight, we delve into the enigmatic world of the unknown and the unexplained. Joining us in this captivating journey are the seasoned Bigfoot field investigators from the Woodwalkers team, Spencer, Misty, and Greg. With over 5 years of experience under their belts, they've traversed the hidden paths and untamed wilderness in pursuit of the elusive Bigfoot. These intrepid explorers not only brave the wilds, but also share their adventures on their YouTube channel, Woodwalkers, with a Z-E. Their expertise doesn't end there. You can also connect with them on Facebook under the same intriguing name. But that's not all. This year marks a milestone for the Woodwalkers team. They are orchestrating their first ever LBL meetup. Picture this. Hundreds of cryptid investigators just like you and me descending upon the mysterious land between the lakes. Together, we will scour these enigmatic lands in search of Bigfoot and Dogman, hoping to unravel the secrets they hold. So, to all you cryptid enthusiasts and thrill seekers out there, this is an invitation you cannot miss. I urge you, head over to the Woodwalkers channel, subscribe, support, and be part of this extraordinary journey into the unknown. Stay tuned as we bring you another night of mystery and discovery here on the Dark Waters channel. Do things seem off? Trouble sleeping? Issues in your marriage, finances, or with extended family and friends? These are challenges that many men face, but you don't have to face them alone. The Men of Steel prayer group is here for you. We are a fellowship of individuals who share a common interest in the paranormal and cryptid fields, united in our quest for understanding the supernatural. Our goal is to educate and guide those curious or seeking insight into the supernatural, emphasizing the role of Jesus Christ as the supreme authority over the supernatural realm. Visit us at strongmenpraying.com to learn more. The Men of Steel prayer group, where faith and curiosity forge a stronger spirit.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? It's the one and only James Williams, Darkwaters. the proprietor of IamDogwaters.com, HuntDogman.com, the Dog Waters channel, Dog Waters Radio. I mean, I think you guys know me by now. Maybe some of you guys are new, you don't know me, but I'm glad that you decided to join me. This is the first quarter of the year, and during the first quarter of the year, I always go through an interview run. And I'm excited about it because we're touching on Bigfoot. One of the subjects that I don't really get a lot into, but I'm finding it more and more interesting. When it comes to Dogman, we've talked about and been through and done everything we can on Dogman. So I'm excited about it. And I'm even more excited about having some time to spend with my friends from Woodwalker's channel, Misty, Spencer, and Greg. Awesome people. You're going to love them. And before we even get started, I'm telling you, go on your computer, pause me, type up on your phone, Woodwalkers, and hit the subscribe button because they're phenomenal. Really, really cool people. Good conversation. I just recently did an interview with them, and it was awesome hanging out with them. And you guys know when I recommend somebody to you, I'm recommending somebody that's good. I ain't recommending a jerk off that's going to sit there and start drama and act crazy. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, from the Dog Waters channel, I'm introducing the Woodwalkers crew. Greg, Spencer, Misty, how are you guys doing today?
Good. How are you?
Good, man.
Oh,
Yeah,
You
awesome.
intro.
Thanks for having us on.
Oh, man, I'm happy to have you guys on. You guys are awesome. You guys are cool. All right, guys. So let's sit back, relax, enjoy. We're going to have some fun. It's actually 4 people, so it's going to be a little bit of a challenge, but we're going to do this the way that I like to do it, and it's always amazing. So I'm going to put out a question to you guys, and if you feel comfortable answering it, I mean, go for it. What I like to do is rewind people's lives, right? So, for example, for me, if I was to rewind to I was a kid, I can honestly say there's no way you could have told that younger high school version of me that I would be sitting here talking about monsters. No way. You couldn't have told that guy back then that this is what we're going to talk about. When you look back over your life, if you were to go back to when you were an early teenager, did you have an interest in this stuff? Could you confidently say, hey, you know, I've been interested in this since I was a kid? Any of you?
Yeah.
I had an interest in it, but that was about it. I thought monsters was something, you know, as far as Bigfoot, I thought that was out there in Colorado or Oregon or Washington State somewhere. I never thought it'd be where I live.
I didn't even think Bigfoot was real.
What about you, Misty?
I didn't believe in Bigfoot, but I've always believed in weird stuff, weird experiences, ghosts mostly.
Really?
Yeah.
And that's how it is with most people. Their story is either there was a belief system in place that was previously there, or there was no belief system. And you'll find that in this field, when you find creators, they come from one side or the other, but it's a place where everybody meets. The field is kind of like it's kind of like a field hospital on a battlefield. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's coming in and talking, and some people have more other problems and some people have more advanced problems, but you find yourself in this environment where everybody has this one thing in common. They've come to the realization that things that go bump in the night are real. So let's go here. I'll pick you for this one, Spencer. When did you come to the realization that the things that go bump in the night are actually real?
I started getting into it about 8 years ago, but probably right around 6.5, 7 years ago at the first meet and greet I got invited to. Man, shit got crazy. And I walked away going, I had already started seeing some stuff on my own, but at that, I walked away knowing that there was something there. I didn't lay eyes on it, but all the stuff that happened, I mean, it kind of rattled me, to be honest. And I knew, I mean, there was no denying it after that.
Wow. And where was that meet and greet at?
It was in Daniel Boone National Forest.
Oh, hell.
It was
no.
Yeah, it was a meet and greet with the Bigfoot Outlaws. I got lucky. I was like the only outside person there. And we just had all kinds of stuff pop off, everything from trees being knocked over to vocalizations, stuff being thrown at us. And probably the weirdest part of it was whenever we were one of the nights that we were there, whenever we were up there, there was this graveyard that they wanted to go to. And in the back of my head, I was thinking the whole time, I was like, man, are they trying to punk me? You know, like going to a graveyard, like I'm supposed to be creeped out about going to a graveyard. And one of the guys, Eric Tipton, he did a call, him and Kay Michael, they did a call. There was probably 8 or 9 of us there. And we got a vocalization, we got tree pushed over, branches broke, stuff started being thrown at us. But the weirdest part was, I guess I just never experienced anything like it before, but it was like static electricity. You could feel like someone hit a switch. When this thing came in, everything got quiet. There was a buzz in the air. All the hair stood up, like on your arms and the back of your neck and everything. And that's whenever all the stuff started happening with things being thrown at us and everything. And then there was this distant, like, growl scream thing. And then whenever it left, it drew back. And again, it was like somebody turned a switch on. You could physically feel it. It was something tangible in the air. And then everything went back to normal. And, man, so much stuff happened that weekend. It unconditionally changed the way I looked at it.
Wow. And, you know, Daniel Boone National Forest is the place for cryptid encounters. People talk about LBL. They talk about all these other places. That's the spot. I mean, that's the danger zone. It really, really is. And it doesn't get the amount of attention that it should, in my opinion. It's kind of like LBL is marketable and it's easy access. So everybody says, I'm going to LBL. Nah, if you want to get kidnapped, beat up, eaten, go to Daniel Boone National Forest. That's where you go. What about you, Misty? I know your perspective is different. When did you realize things went bumper tonight? Because I know you started having freaky supernatural stuff as a kid, right?
I did. I was probably 4 or 5, I guess, as early as I can remember. I've had all kinds of weird stuff go on. I've seen stuff, experienced it, heard stuff, dream weird stuff, and it happens. But now, going to what he was talking about, though, my meet and greet that I went to the first time I ever went to Daniel Boone is the first time I actually met Greg. And I had something come up behind my tent. And the very next morning, we found tracks back there, 2 different sets. Now, this is cold weather. Something came up and could hear me rummaging around like I was looking for my flashlight and my gun. And it's like it knew that I was awake. And it got mad and it like huffed. And then you could hear it walking off and going over to the next tent, over to where some of our other buddies was sleeping. The next morning we got up and there was tracks right back behind my tent. It was crazy. So yeah, there's definitely weird stuff that goes on there.
Wow, that's insane. What about you, Greg? I know you've had all kinds of encounters. When was the very first time that it synced in? Hey man, this is weird stuff, but this might be Bigfoot. This might be real monsters.
Man, when it first started, it was just, I got into this sheer by accident. I wasn't looking for them. I was just living my life as just old redneck here where I live, and, you know, doing things that us rednecks do, you know, hunting and fishing and stuff. And I started hunting on a piece of property that one of my cousins owned, and took a bulldozer in there, and my dad owned a dozer, and I cleared some green fields to hunt on. Cleared 2 of them on a parcel of land. It was surrounded by national forest land, but he owned 40 acres and, you know, private land in there. Well, it had been logged several years previous and had grown up in just a jungle. Well, I cleared two clearings and put up some tree stands, and then we got ready to hunt, seeing a lot of deer sign. Nothing out of the ordinary, hadn't saw anything, nothing. Well, the very first time I hunted that, down below the field where I was at, probably 20 yards out of the field was only 80 yards long, so 110 yards or so from me, right at dark, something goes to popping a tree. It hit a tree. And I mean a tree knock. It sounded like a high-powered rifle going off. It sounded like the lumber was splintering when it would hit. And I couldn't figure out what was going on. I really thought somebody was poaching. Had come in there and was mad about us hunting that area and was just trying to basically to harass us. came out and we went on down the dead end road. I thought, well, I'm going to catch who this is. Nobody was there. Well, then on out through that season, we would have stuff walk around the field. We would hear a lot of whoops, like WHOOP, whoop. And I couldn't figure out. I really thought it was somebody, like Spencer said, punking me. I thought, it's somebody harassing us, and it kept going. And we'd hear whistles and whoops and tree knocks. The first year, that was about it. Well, then after that, the next year, it got a little worse. These things got to where they would come in, they would do all that, but they got to where they would follow you out. They would follow us, like when you'd come out of the stand, they would follow you out, and when you'd walk, they'd walk. When you stopped, they'd stop. And then it just progressed worse and worse and worse, and it got into where they would bluff charges, they would throw stuff at us. I'd be on a tree stand with a high-powered rifle and a .357 Magnum handgun, and something's walking around bipedal, but it wouldn't come out of the thicket where you could see it. But it would start throwing rocks at us. It would throw hickory nuts at us. It'd throw sticks at us. And then they got to where they would scream and roar, and just a multitude of things that went on. But I hadn't saw one. I couldn't lay eyes on it. It took about 9 years before I ever laid eyes on one. And then when I saw one, all doubt was gone. I mean, I was totally puzzled and perplexed. I knew by researching, just looking for an answer what it was, I'd put it together that that's all this can be. But until I finally saw one with my own eyes, and the one I saw was in broad daylight, there was no mistaking what I saw. And the figure that I saw was over 8 feet tall, probably closer to 8.5 feet tall, 4 feet wide and 2 feet thick. And it was absolutely massive. But that's how I got roped into all this.
Wow. So let me ask you guys this question. Anybody can take this one. What do you guys think they are? Because there's always this debate about what Bigfoot is or what these what do you think they are?
Nothing natural.
Misty.
I mean, I don't think so. I think they're flesh and blood, but I don't think that's all they are.
Hey, come here for a second. If you're enjoying this interview that you're listening to, first of all, I need you to understand that I got a lot of these. I mean, I got a whole lot of content. But I'm going to need you to hit the subscribe button. But I need you more than to do that. I need you to go on over and listen to it, because it's hundreds of interviews, real people who've had real encounters. So if you're one of those people that's into like real creepy encounters, scary stories, interviews, say, bro, you're in the right place. But you got to go on over, hit the subscribe button, and then go treasure hunting. I'm telling you. Now, if you're one of those people with a short attention span, you can't do nothing but watch a second video or 2-second video or 10-second video, bruh. This will help you. I'm going to help with your short attention span. It's going to help you in everything in your life. You're going to be able to think longer. You're going to be able to pay attention. And see, when your wife gets to talking to you and you hear that blah, 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 bro, all that's going to become clear. You're going to hear her saying, hey, man, take out the trash. My car dirty. And to the ladies, when your husband be telling you, say, girl, I want to get some. You're going to be able to hear him say, give me some of that good. Yeah. Hang out in the dark waters. Chill with me. I got you. Subscribe. I got you.
They've got too many abilities that, people claim that they can do to be just something.
Just be flesh and blood.
Flesh and blood. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I agree.
I know. Here's my thoughts on it. I think Misty's nail on the head, because what I saw looked flesh and blood creature wise. I do know they undoubtedly eat meat, because I've had, in the last 11 or so years, I've had 6 deer stolen, and apparently they're eating the things. They will steal your game. Where I live, if you kill a deer, walk to it, touch it, lay hands on it, it's dead. You leave it, stay gone 10 minutes to get a vehicle to get it out. When you come back, it's probably not going to be there. So, but I've also seen the way they move that defies physics. I mean, I watched a creature that I'm guessing weighed over 800 pounds at least. I saw this thing move that there's no Olympic sprinter could even think about staying up with it. I mean, I've never seen an animal, or anything for that matter, flesh and blood, that could move like what I saw move. And I've had them do some other things that defied logic. where they came up to a opening. I could hear it coming. I could see the trees moving. And this thing walked up, and I was waiting on it. I didn't blink. I was staring directly at an opening. And somehow this thing, it was big enough to break tree limbs, and I could hear it bipedal walking. Within about 30, 35 yards, it walked up and crossed basically a trail and jumped from one side to the other. It was a thicket up, and it crossed a 6 or 8 foot opening, and I never saw anything. There was no figure across that road, but I heard it coming, and it got quiet, and then the sound picked up on the exact opposite side and continued on. I can't explain that. Whatever crossed that road, I couldn't see. So they do. I'm with Misty 100%. Whatever it is, I think's flesh and blood, but they've got some abilities that I don't understand. I don't know how science can explain it.
Wow. What about you, Spencer? Where do you stand on it?
Probably a year and a half, 2 years ago, I would have said 100%. I think that they are flesh and blood. I saw nothing to make me think that they were anything other than that. I still believe that they are a physical creature. I think that they are flesh and blood. Like Greg said, I'm fairly well convinced that they hunt game, they leave tracks. Me personally, I know that they manipulate tree structure and stuff like that. I've heard them vocalize, all that kind of stuff. But at the same time, within the past couple of years, it's a culminating effect of what I've experienced throughout the whole time. But I've seen some weird stuff here in the past couple of years that just makes me, everything from the battery drainage to the kind of shadow figure movement thing to the whole one time, I got growled at. I don't know any other way to say it. I got growled at, and it was close. And I looked over, and man, I'm telling you, I could see. I mean, there was not enough coverage for something that close to hide from me, but there was nothing there. And just too many anomalies like that. And now I'm really leaning towards that I think that they're flesh and blood, but I think that they have abilities that we do not understand. And I definitely am starting to think that there's something, some kind of supernatural aspect to it.
All right, guys, help me understand something, because I'm not as abreast on Bigfoot as I am on probably any other cryptid. The narrative of whether they're flesh and blood or not, why is that such a passionate thing in the Bigfoot community? It's such a divisive issue. Why, though, is it a divisive issue? And you guys know where it started? Where does it stem from? Can you educate me on that? Because I don't understand it. Because it's almost like it doesn't have to be one thing. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't have to be classified as one thing. But it seems like there's a contention around whether it's flesh or blood or not. And I don't understand where it comes from. Like, I don't understand how it started. I don't understand what the origins are. I don't even understand the significance of it, because it's clearly some flesh and blood, because you get footprints, you got hair samples, you got evidence where it broke trees. To me, that's like mystery solved. What the hell is all the rest of this crap that it's able to do on this side? You know, it's clear that it's something that's flesh and blood. So does it have special abilities or what? Can you guys educate me on where that started and where it came from? Because I don't get it.
I think that's why people think that, because they've never had an experience that shows them otherwise, you know, that it does have some kind of abilities. And the reason I say that is because I'm a fence rider. I am skeptic. I don't care. I have never seen one face to face. I've had a lot of experiences, but I've never just flat out, I've seen a shadow at Greg's house, something huge moving. I've seen shadows everywhere. But I will say that I have never had what they actually call like getting zapped or whatever, until I was at Greg's. And it was the first time that I had went to his house, and I said, Greg, I want the scariest room there is. And he was like, oh, go in that one. He was like, they'll smack the wall, everything. I said, okay, well, I claim that. That's my room. So first night I'm there and I'm sleeping, I get woke up with what the best way I can describe it is it's almost like a mosquito standing on my eardrum. And it's just this hum, and it's so loud and it's so sharp of a sound. My head literally feels like it's shaking back and forth off my pillow, like raising on its own. I can't control it. I can't go to bed. I can't set up hardly. I can't do anything. Greg's sleeping in the recliner across from me in the other room. And I yell at him and I'm like, Greg, and never could get him to wake up. And I'm like, okay. And so I literally said, I get it. I know you're here, because that was the first thing I said before I went to bed. I was like, come on. People say they can mind speak. I don't know. But I said, if you can hear me, it'd kind of be nice if you'd smack the wall or do something, let me know that you're here. Well, that's how I got woke up. And I said, I'm scared. I know you're here. That's good. Will you please stop? This is scaring me. And as soon as I said that, I didn't pray or anything, just asked it to stop. And it just went away. Well, the very next time that I went to Greg's, I slept in that same room again. I didn't get woke up that way, but I got woke up to the bed shaking. It was like it knew who I was. I know that sounds crazy, but it shook the bed instead of shaking me. I guess if that makes any sense. Like I literally got woke up because I was like, do they have earthquakes? What's going on here? And I'm hollering at my Aunt Donna, who's in the other room this time. And I'm like, Donna, are you feeling anything? She's like, what are you talking about? And my whole bed is shaking. I said, well, there's nothing going on in here. And as soon as I woke her up, it stopped. So I firmly believe that they have other abilities as far as being able to read your thoughts or manipulate what goes on. If that's what it was. I'm not saying the Bigfoot. I'm just saying whatever it was, it knew.
Yeah. Let me add my thoughts on this is I think a lot of it, the reason that you got two big groups of the people that believe in the supernatural aspect of it and the people that are just total flesh and blood. And like you said, it's like a line in the sand that this group won't cross. And, it's more to me, it's kind of the mystery cloud of this to keep people divided, to keep everybody divided. And that way, because if we had everybody on the same page, I think there would be a whole lot more to learn. I think that if people would be open-minded, and look, I was the guy that didn't believe in it at all, really. I was kind of had a thought, well, okay, there's a lot of witnesses, but all this is out west. It's Colorado and out there. I'm down here in the southeast. I'm in the heart of Dixie. That's 1,500, 1,800 miles from me. And I was the guy. I was the hunter. My dad was dragging me to the deer woods at 4 years old. I killed my first deer at 5. We commercial fished. We hunted. Any kind of hunting that could be done in the South, I've done it. I grew up, my daddy was an avid outdoorsman. I've spent my whole life in the woods. I'm that guy because I hear the guys go, oh, I've been in the woods my whole life and I've never seen anything, never heard anything. Well, I was that guy. I was that exact dude till all this fell in my lap. Well, it was hard enough for me to realize that, okay, there's a flesh and blood monster running around in the woods. This thing is gigantic and it's real. That thing's out here stomping around in the weeds. Well, then once you finally start seeing what I've actually witnessed, you start realizing that there's another aspect to this. And I'll tell people that I believe this. Well, it's the only thing I can believe because I've saw so much happen. Everybody is a human to me. We like to have our little square box. And we look at everything. We got to focus on this box because there's so much going on and it just makes life easier to fit it all organized in this box in layers. When you've got too much stuff that you can't cram in that box or that box don't have a slot to put that in, well, instead of keep trying to figure out a way to put it in there, it's a whole lot easier to say, well, we'll just throw that out of the box and we'll eliminate that. So I think that's a lot of it because you got the people that don't believe in spiritual stuff. You got the people that don't believe in ghosts, extraterrestrials, whatever. I don't know. I've never seen orbs. I've never seen a UFO. The little green men I ain't never. I hope don't see them. It's been hard enough for me. Just realizing, even though I've seen these things, seen them, I've dealt with them. over and over and over for years. I mean, we're talking about 23 years worth of this. I've had to put up with it. And it's still, for my little box, I mean, that thing's full. It's hard for me to pack all this in that box. But I did realize that I can't just say, well, I don't believe in that. I need to look at and think about what I witnessed and how does that fit? Well, okay, well, maybe my little box down here where it's so easy to manage and me to mentally accept it, maybe my box has got to get a little bit bigger, that I need more room in that box instead of just saying, well, I don't have room, let's don't load it on. And I think that's the main thing. And then again, people, fear is the main driver in this because people are scared of the unknown. And when they finally start, accepting that there's things that we don't know, that drives fear wide open. And people are so afraid they have to, well, we don't want to think about it. We don't want to think about it. How many things during the daytime do you have that's bothering you or worrying you or whatever? The easiest way to handle that a lot of times until it gets finally to where you have to deal with it is let's discard it. Let's don't worry about it. Let's put it way back over here. And if we don't talk about it, we refuse to acknowledge it, it's kind of gone away. Well, it really didn't go away. You're just ignoring it. And I think that's more not really a disbelief in it. I think it's let's ignore it and we don't have to deal with it. And that's just this old redneck's take on it is that's the way I feel. It's like let's ignore it. We don't have to deal with it.
Nah, that makes sense. What about you, Spencer? You've been in it for a while. I know you've seen the debates and the discussions. Do you know where it originated at? Like how it got started?
I don't know. I can surmise, but in my opinion, I think it's a little bit more simple than a lot of that. I think it's a very human notion. I think that number one, people don't like paradigm shifts. People don't like to go outside their comfort zone. So first of all, just accepting that Bigfoot is real means that you have to accept that there might be other stuff. That's hard enough on its own. Whenever you accept that Bigfoot is real, we have a lot of people that are hell-bent on trying to prove that Bigfoot is real. And I think whenever you're going to try and prove it, if you look at the Bigfoot community as a whole, you see a lot of people talking about the scientific method. And, everything has to be done scientifically and gathered scientifically and collected and organized that way. And the whole, whatever this other aspect of the subject is, that does not fit into the scientific world. The scientific world doesn't even admit that Bigfoot exists right now. So to go out even further and say, not only are boogers real, but there are possibly some supernatural stuff going on with it. That's just way, way too much for a lot of people to accept. And I think that the other part of this, and I think that this is a very big part in the past several years of doing this now, if you get around the people that actually live around these things or have been doing this kind of stuff for years and really looking into this, going out looking for these, had a good amount of experience, most of them are the people that will tell you there is a really weird side to this stuff, an unexplainable side, supernatural, woo, whatever you want to call it, that this aspect is a very real thing versus the probably, let's say 75 to 80% of what fills up the Bigfoot world as far as sightings and everything, which might be this guy was coming home at night at 1 a.m. in the morning and saw something walk across the street. Okay, well, that's a Bigfoot sighting. It was a flesh and blood thing, walked across the street, car headlights hit it and everything. They're not out there in the woods looking for these things and getting the batteries drained or the possible mind speak or the time loss or the being zapped with infrasound, all that kind of stuff. So I think it's a conglomeration of all that stuff. But I think the underlying basic thing is that Bigfoot is hard enough to accept just it being there without adding this other element. And until people really start experiencing it firsthand, they're very reluctant to wade into those waters, those dark waters.
What I find interesting is last first quarter when I went through the interview run and I started pulling people from the Bigfoot world, and I pulled in, I mean people who've been at all kind of conventions, and nobody could pinpoint where that particular argument originated. I mean, nobody could pinpoint it. And it made me consider the fact that, okay, if there's no pinpoint of the origin of it, then it may be manufactured just to cause strife and to cause division. Because somebody should be able to go back and point out to, now don't get me wrong, people can accurately articulate it. There were guys who accurately articulated why they believed that it was pure flesh and blood. And there's no argument to be made with what they're saying. I mean, they're laying out facts. Boom, 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 boom. You can't argue with facts. But just to get to what drew that line in the sand, or more particularly, who drew that line in the sand, my brain was just like, well, where did the line come from? And nobody's been able to really articulate it. And so anybody from the Bigfoot community that's a creator in the Bigfoot community that ends up watching this video, if you want to hold that discussion with me, I want you to know I will interview you. We will walk back through, because I'm really genuinely interested in understanding why there's that division and where it started. Because if you know how things starts, then you know how to deal with it. You truly know how to deal with it. But if you can't pinpoint where it started, bro, it's just no good. All right. So you guys do meets and greets, right? And you guys have a meet and greet coming up soon that you're going to do. How did you guys choose your location for the meet and greet? What made you guys choose that particular location?
Spencer.
LBL has just been a lot of people have a theory about LBL, and all I can say is I've been going to LBL for years now. I love it. It's a great place. I've personally had a lot of experiences there. A lot of people that I'm very close with have had a lot of activity there. And, anytime you're going to have a meet and greet with a sizable crowd, like in this case, we're probably going to have 100+ people there. You need a fairly big spot. And, LBL checks all the boxes as far as having large enough venue, and there's definitely boogers and possibly other stuff there. So, I mean, that it fit the bill for us for this time.
And how many times have you guys had it there so far?
This will be our first one, but we go to the Beast meet and greets when they hold meet and greets. This is our first year.
First meet and greet. Yeah. It's gonna be awesome, man. And you guys have started marketing it already, or how's the interest so far in it?
Well, I'd say we're probably as full as we can get in there. We was really surprised to have that many people respond, this being the first one that we've done. So
okay, awesome. Now I'm gonna pause right here.
House, I hope.
Let me see if I can get my face in the camera. So all you people who like Bigfoot not real, Dogman not real, another group of people are going out into the woods to the LBL. You can go experience it for yourself instead of commenting in my comments and everybody else's comments. Hey, what did you take that picture with? A potato? What kind of camera did you use? You can get off your ass and go to the LBL and actually put your buttocks at risk and prance around in the woods and be bait. You know what I'm saying? And then maybe you can find your answers as opposed to just typing away on the keyboard. I challenge you. Go to
and we still have openings for bait.
Huh?
And we still have openings for bait.
Yeah. Go ahead and be bait. Because that's what I call you. I call you bait. And I don't have no problem letting you know. I want to see somebody, especially one of these smart asses, I want to see them get eaten. I want to see them get chewed on, gnawed on, their bones bitten. And I want to watch it live. I want everybody to watch it, just sit there and just snap their shoulder out of place, beat their head against a tree, and just eat their brains. And everybody was like, damn, you saw him die? Yeah. That's where I'm at with it at this point in time, because anybody who has sense, they're going to behave a certain way. I want one of them crazy people. You're a liar. You just, yeah. Go, man. I'll pay you to go.
We got one.
They got a.
You got one? Hold on.
We'll
You
see.
serious? You got somebody that'll go?
Oh, well, we got 100 people that are going, but yeah, we've got one or two that are very willing to, to experience everything that there is to offer. Now I have to say, whenever you get 100 people together, it's your chances are not good of something coming right up to camp because, holy cow, there's 100 humans right there. But there's a couple people that really want to go out and like do calls and actually get in the woods and, go at night and look for these things. And maybe we get a chance to take a couple of them out. And if we do, we'll have cameras running and all that kind of stuff.
Now I want to send one of them. Oh, you want? Yeah, I'm telling you, I want to send one of them into the place where Dogman really is, into the national forest, in the Daniel Boone National Forest. I want to send them way back up in there, where they do the satanic rituals, and they do the sacrifices and everything else, and put up some cameras. So, man, bring your weapon, bring everything. We giving you tents, we giving you everything, dog. You got a satellite phone, you got everything. Stay back there for 3 days, and let's see. I'm talking about where the ticks bite you and you get diseases that kill you. I'm talking about go up in there. And let's see how this work out for you, man. That's where I'm at on it. Because at this point in time in the field, that's what we need. We need live bait to get the evidence that we want. Everybody want evidence? We need live bait, fresh meat, just like you're going in the prison. Fresh meat. Somebody gonna do it. Somebody crazy enough.
We've been trying to get Spencer to count by himself wearing peanut butter filled underwear, but he won't do it.
Yeah,
that's a terrible idea. That's a terrible. That's like telling them go out there with bacon grease on them. Boy, they will get you, but you got that bacon grease on you. Yeah. Man, I'd wear terrible idea.
I'd wear peanut butter before I smear bacon grease. That's sure enough the way to get it.
Yeah, that's the way to get it. In fact, I'm glad we mentioned that. That's going to be one of the things I add to the challenge. We're going to send them out there with a towel soaked in bacon grease, and they're going to have to tie it on their arm as an armband for the whole time. I want to make sure that everybody sees a cryptid, and that's just that, because that's the way to get it, man. And we got plenty of zealots that I believe will go out there. All right, let me stop playing around. Even though I'm serious and I'm not playing, let me move on to the next thing. All right, let's talk about the channel. What made you guys start the channel itself?
Spencer.
Literally, I made Misty do it. I don't know. Mark Newbill and Larry Porch from Sawdust Beast, which let me say I would recommend Sawdust Beast over my own channel. I mean, please check out Mark and Larry. They're good people. They're honest. They're great at what they do. They have excellent guests. That's where I come from. I went out with them originally. I've been with them ever since. We've been friends. I moderate for their channel and everything. But watching them do the show and just thinking in my head, I see a lot of YouTube shows where I think, man, I would have asked a different series of questions. And I think some of that comes from the fact that we actually go out there looking for these things. So we're not just sitting there doing an interview and we don't know anything about boogers. We go out there as much as just about anybody else and travel, halfway across the country looking for these things. So we have a different perspective. And I saw Mark and Larry do it, and I thought, I'd like to do it too, but I'd like to hit it with a little bit of a different flavor, a little bit funnier, a little bit treating the subject very serious, but we don't take ourselves or the channel very serious. We cut up, we have a good time, we try to just be ourselves. And one of the things that we started out saying, and I think that's true, is that whenever you go out in this field with a lot of people that do this, sitting around a campfire is a completely different thing than whenever you see somebody doing an interview on YouTube. And if you get these people around a campfire, they tell you a lot more stuff and they show you a lot more stuff. They're more open and just relaxed and everything. So we try to approach everything open-minded and just cutting up and having a good time. And, you know, we try to get the details and the important stuff across. But we have different interests as far as, like, you know, we hunt, we fish, we do stuff like camping, wilderness survival. Misty does a whole lot with like wild plants, like as far as medicinals and edibles and everything. I mean, you know, Greg knows a whole lot about everything involved with the outdoor stuff. And, you know, we talk about barbecue sometimes, and, you know, we all bash Alabama white sauce, which Greg loves. And we get Misty crap all the time, you know, and it's just, so we approach it from a little bit of a different point of view, but we're trying to keep the subject real, and we're trying to have a good time while we do it and just be lighthearted about it.
There's nothing wrong with that. You're letting your personality show, and it's a differentiation. It's a way of differentiating yourself from everybody else. That's a smart thing that you do. For me personally, when I started, I made the commitment that I wasn't going to put on airs. I was always going to be who I am, because you don't want an audience to get to know a fake person, and then they have to get to know the real person. So I've always been the same guy from day one. And that's the best way to approach it, because you attract like-minded people and people like you. So, I mean, that's an awesome approach. That's an absolutely awesome approach. Let's spin towards Alabama and Bigfoot in Alabama. I'm not sure the name of the town, because I don't think I remember talking to the gentleman. There's a town, but it's a majority black town in Alabama that has so much Bigfoot activity. It's ridiculous. I mean, but they refuse. When I say they don't want to talk about it, they'll talk about it like on the phone, but bro, they won't. Like if I say, hey man, let me come with a camera crew. No, hell no, we're not doing that. What is it about Bigfoot in Alabama? Have you guys figured out what's going on in that area just in general? Because it seems like there's a super active hotspot for them, and they're aggressive in Alabama for whatever crazy reason.
House?
Well, oh yeah, I'll dive onto the spinning bus tire here. Yeah, I mean, the thing about Alabama is Alabama's got a lot of these things, and that's, you know, here in Alabama, people don't really want to talk about it. It's like a lot of other places, except here, pretty much, if you're not known by a lot of people or relatives with somebody, people are really secretive, and it's been that way forever. I mean, that's just the way we're hardwired. But now it's kind of getting to where it's not the stigma to it that it once was, and people are more open to sharing with others. I mean, I've saw a major difference in the last just 10 years. But yeah, I mean, I can name off from the Alabama, Tennessee line, the North Alabama line, all the way to the Gulf Coast. It won't skip 50 or 60 miles. I mean, I've got friends that have hot spots that they're dealing with these things all the time, year round. They're like, maybe they may go a week or two. You may go 3 or 4 weeks, nothing happened. And then you may have an encounter 3 days in the same week. There's just Alabama, the way Alabama is with the timber, the lay of the land, the rivers, the creeks, the diversity of Alabama. Alabama is unreal at the terrain, how diverse and how much really forest land we've got, and still wild areas. But it's these boogers, like you said, they're not super friendly. Now I hadn't been attacked yet, but I dang sure thought I was going to be several times. But you know, one of my best buddies is, well, you know, really well known in the Bigfoot world, Tim Coonbo Baker. He lives 50 miles north of me. He has stuff all the time. Where I'm at here, 50 miles south of him, and he's really close to Florence, is where Tim's farm is. Come 50 miles south to where I'm at. Then you go about 100 miles on down south of here. We got Mr. Mark Green, which is another one of our good friends. Then you go down to Mr. Dale Boswell. He's on down 50 miles or so south of him. Then we go on down about another 50 or 100 to Flat Rocks. And then you go all the way down to the state line We got Miss Bama BF. I mean, that's just working. That's just the ones that I know really well working down the state. And it's crazy. And, you know, Alabama's kind of known as the land of 1,000 rivers. I mean, Alabama, we have massive amounts of rivers, creeks, all kind of watershed. We've got mountains, we got flatland, we got swamps. Alabama, you can have just about any kind of terrain you want to have. And a lot of it's very secluded. So, I mean, that's a lot of what goes with Alabama, but still people want to be tight-lipped. They still that stigma of coming out and talking about it. People are just, it's just us being the way everybody's raised pretty much in Alabama. That's just how it is.
I'm going to show you guys something that I found in my research that I thought was very interesting. If you look at the actual Mississippi watershed, and you look at North Alabama, where the main feeder is that feeds a lot of the rivers that go through, you'll notice there's always a bunch of encounters straight through here. And it's crazy. I found this when it goes to Dogman and when it goes to Bigfoot, you will find.
Come here, bro. Let me tell you something. If you've been enjoying these interviews and you are part of the 10-4 hat community, everybody trying to tell you you crazy, you don't know what you talking about, bro, join the Dog Waters channel. We love that 10-4. We all about that 10-4. Don't be listening to nobody else. We about that 10-4 over here. Hit the subscribe button. We about that foil. Don't worry about all of them. Come holler at me. We about that. We all about it. Yeah.
These encounters being any rural area that these watersheds touch, period. And it's the Mississippi watershed running all the way through, and it's how the water flows out, but you'll find it anywhere along this area. And it's absolutely insane. I tell people all the time, if you're going to look for Bigfoot or Dogman, you get this map. And if you work your way along these rivers, you're going to have an encounter, period. Hands down. There's nothing else to it. And if you get over here in Kentucky, you start getting to Ohio and you go in the wrong area, you ain't coming out of there. You're just not coming out of there. And when you look at the watershed map, and if you plot it against various Bigfoot sightings, I plotted this map against my Dogman sightings. It's literally spotted dots all the way through, boop, 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 everywhere, all the way through. And this is just the watershed map. It doesn't have all the basins that feed off of, like the Red River and all the basins that feed this way, or the Yazoo and all the basins that feed out. It doesn't have all that, but it has the main arteries that you can look at. And that's where I think all this activity comes from. I think the activity is based on them. This is how they move. This is how they feast. This is how they feed. This is how they hide. And it's right there in front of us, but people don't really want to look at it. You know, they just don't. So I figured I'll share that with everybody. So yeah, it's an awesome thing.
These things, they definitely move, in my opinion, from what I've seen, they definitely move along the waterways. And just like on that map that you were just showing, where the Tennessee River comes down through, LBL goes down into North Alabama, and then you have tributaries branching off, going down through it into the national forest and everything. Whenever you find these main watersheds and the tributaries going into national forest land, definitely in there, you're going to have activity. It's just,
well, just they have to have
LBL is in this area. You said the LBL is in the North Alabama area up in here?
LBL. Go ahead.
No, the LBL is on the state line from, if you'll notice there where the Tennessee River, it comes out of from like up around Knoxville, Pigeon Forge. It actually runs southwest, and it runs down across Tennessee and comes into the northeastern corner of Alabama, and then it runs nearly due east to west, and then it turns and goes north all the way across Tennessee, and it goes into the Tennessee-Kentucky line. Well, that goes into the LBL. There's two lakes. The Tennessee River feeds into the lake on the west side, and it goes from south to north. And then it banks out of that, where the two lakes come together, it banks over into the Mississippi River, and then they flow south and come out, in New Orleans. But and looking at a map, the Tennessee River, the way we look at things usually on a map, everybody thinks river or water running downhill. but the way they want to think from north to south. But the Tennessee River absolutely runs south, then it runs west, then north, and then west into the Mississippi. But see, you could get in a boat in Knoxville, Tennessee, and you could go by boat or canoe. You could go all the way from Knoxville, Tennessee, and you could come out in New Orleans.
Wow. Bro, I think this is the key to it right here. When I was put up on this by a guy from National Forest Services, I was like, wow, this is crazy. He's like, James, you need to look at the watershed maps if you want to see the truth. And I was like, okay, let me look at the Mississippi watershed. And I was like, holy crap, there it is. Now, I'll tell you what I found interesting. Let me see if I can make this zoom out. When I started looking for encounters that came from the border straight up, I think this is the Four Corners in it. I'm not sure. I never really did a whole bunch of research. You will find encounters that are Dogman encounters that come from here going straight up all the way to Great Falls. I mean, it's crazy. When I started marketing that area, looking for encounters, it took a while to break in and get people to actually trust me, because it's like you're paying people to tell you stories. I'm like, yeah, I mean, I can tell if you tell me the truth or not. And once people opened up and started talking, man, it was insane. And so it's like they have these highways. I'm sorry, I turned the earpiece off. They have these highways that they've created based on the watershed maps. And then the other highways are based on the mountain ranges. And that's where they roll through. And it's really that simple, man. Yeah. It's really that simple.
Well, if you're out or whatever and next to the water, if you think about it, if you travel the waterways, most of the time, it's your easiest place to walk. If it's somewhere that's full of laurel or whatever, that's, really hard to get through, you can always walk the creek beds. Not only that, you got your food there, you got vegetation that grows there whenever it doesn't grow anywhere else on top of the mountain. And if you listen and the water's running, how much stuff do you really hear behind that water? Not a lot, because you hear the water over top of everything else moving.
Yeah. That, talking about Alabama on that map that you're showing, that's showing the Mississippi River and then everything it's draining into it. If you look where what I'm talking about, the Tennessee River, where it goes across Alabama. So where you see Alabama there, you go up, see where it's only showing the blue line across northern Alabama. The reason that line is only right there at the top, where it says Tennessee in blue. All right. Right. See, we're down into Alabama where the blue line is. The reason that line goes east and west or left to right on this map is because just south of that, where I am, we're up on the mountain. That where you're seeing that is the Tennessee Valley part of northern Alabama. But where I'm at, I'm up on the mountainous part of Alabama, and I am in the tail end of the Appalachian Mountains. See, a lot of people think about the Appalachians being, of course, northeast Tennessee, Virginia, down through there, and they're coming on down into Georgia. Well, those mountains actually curl and come all the way across through northern Alabama, really to the edge of Mississippi. And that's the reason all that water that you're seeing on this map, the reason it doesn't go any further down is because you got a mountain elevation that's probably going to be 400 or 500 feet, I guess, or 300 or 400 feet from that river to up here where I am. It's a major jump in elevation all the way across Alabama. So from where I'm sitting right here, if I go about 12 miles north of me, there is actually a ridge line. And if I take 2 steps one way and pour a bucket of water out, it's going to go in the Tennessee River. If I take 2 steps south from there and pour the same bucket of water out, it's going to go down through the center of Alabama and come out in the Gulf of Mexico, but it's going to come out in Mobile Bay. That's where it's going to come out. It's going to come out total different. It's a total different watershed on account of the terrain. But there again, James, on the sightings, we've looked at it. A lot of the hot spots they coincide with the rivers in Alabama. I mean, it's just like I saw your stuff before online, how you had it overlaid, and it made just a lot of sense to me. But that's yeah, I agree. These things follow rivers. They're going to be really close to them. It's a travel corridor. Well, first off, it gives them a it gives them a route, and there's not a lot of people on it. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's yes, there is places, there's houses built on it, but still, the steep terrain on a lot of these rivers and creeks and stuff, there's not a lot of people. There's not houses built right on it. It's secluded, it's rough, it's rugged, and I think it just allows them to be hidden more. There we go. Yep, see the mountains there coming into Alabama.
Mm-hmm. That's the thing that I find interesting about this subject. Like when you study the terrain, it gives you all your answers. And for me, it's been, I guess it's the engineer's mind. It's like, okay, we got encounters. We know people are telling the truth. We have multiple encounters from different creators where we have multiple eyewitnesses. So the sampling is across the board. And so, okay, the answer had to be simple. It had to be about the terrain to me, period. It just had to be about the terrain. And then when you start looking into the terrain, it's like, yeah, that's the perfect place. If I was a monster and I wanted to hide and move and not be seen by humans, I would go the path of least resistance as it pertains to humans, because I can't go through a city. I'm going to go through a place where they won't go. And I know I won't run into them. And when I do run into them, it's an off chance. It's a 0.015% chance I'm going to run into a human. And if I run into them, I'm going to eat them because they shouldn't be there in the first place. You know, and that's just how I saw it. And so, yeah, when we get into terrain maps is when you really, really get into how they move. And I love it. I mean, I love that the conversation even goes in that map. That's how I know when people as creators actually know what the hell they're talking about. If they don't know the terrain, they don't understand the waterways, you don't know what you're talking about. You just talking. You know what I'm saying?
I would also say
what's going on.
I would also say that you need to take into consideration, we've been looking a lot at not only the terrain and the waterways, but also cave systems, magnetic ley lines, Native American burial mounds and travel routes. We're trying to understand the thing from a multitude of
Yep.
Well, here's the freaky thing. The Native American burial grounds are all where they prospered and where they built out civilizations. It was all built on the river basins because that's how they moved goods up and back and forth. And that's what life was. Life was based around water, right? So you're going to naturally run into their burial mounds, their lands when you're in that river area, those river basins. The ley lines thing is something that I toyed around with, but I couldn't really find a good map of them that I could overlay on top of stuff. And that's something that I want to mess around with again. I'm glad you said that. I'm gonna write that down as a note. Because I gave up on it. Because I was like, man, it was hard to find just a map of the ley lines that I could just crop out and just have the lines and then have them laid over the map. And I was like, screw this. I got enough. But they clearly have something to do with it. I'm not sure. What do you guys think? How do you guys think the ley lines play into it?
I don't know. That's more on Spencer there, because I just think that there's a lot of different things affect these things.
I think you have to take into consideration natural, magnetic, and energetic fields and areas that come together. And whether you're talking about anything from putting off vast amounts of negative ions to underground water systems that contribute to kind of an EMF field in the area. All I'm simply saying is that it should be taken into consideration. And whenever I'm looking at it, plotting the stuff that the areas that I know have activity, like moving down the Appalachian mountain train, I can show you stuff from Pennsylvania all the way down to where Mark Green is, of sightings that I believe to be legitimate. The people are very credible. Stuff that I've experienced on my own. So I'm looking at it, I'm like, okay, here's a mountain train. And everybody thinks Bigfoot out in the middle of the wilderness and everything. But you got to keep in mind that a lot of sightings are in fairly, rural communities,
right?
You know. So then you're bringing in the waterways and travel corridors that go through there. And then it's a matter of cross-laying, like, is there cavern systems, cave systems? Is there magnetic ley lines right there? And coming down the Appalachian Mountain Train from Ohio down to North Georgia, there is what most of the maps show as one of the main ley lines coming down there. So I'm almost wondering if it's not something on an energy level. I mean, I don't know. I can't back that up. It's a working thesis that I'm looking at while we're doing this, but hey, James, you're muted.
I think it's something that should be explored. I just haven't wrapped my mind around how you explore the magnetic energy component of it. And I haven't run into anybody who's actually dug into it so I can hold a conversation with them and they can teach me and educate me on it. And so I think that's something I should look into. That's another note I'm gonna make. We're gonna find somebody who understands ley lines.
We're trying everything from tuning forks to EMF readers and everything that you can think of that crosses the spectrum of all this stuff.
What, James? Wait, David. Go ahead, Misty.
Go ahead. No,
well, I was just going to say, I mean, look at us. Well, I'm going to holler jinx on you. Anyway, we've even looked at, as like these things are seen a lot around high tension power lines, and are they using it just because it's easy for them to travel? I'm sure that probably plays into it. I mean, most of your high tension lines are secluded and it's a pathway, that they could navigate pretty easy. But we've also looked at, okay, is it something about the electrical field that they're attracted to the power lines? Is it something about that? We've looked at, like goes back to the running water. Supposedly running water, it increases negative ions, especially if it's a waterfall, something like that. But just flowing water can increase negative ions. So are these things maybe attracted to that also? I mean, we've tried, like I said, we tried to jump out of our safety box and really looking at it open to a lot of different ideas to help us maybe come up with a plan or just anything. I mean, we're trying to think out of the box because there again, everybody wants to focus on this one little flesh and blood thing. Well, if you're not willing to at least try to listen to an opinion, we don't rule out anything. We want to look for ourselves. And like I said, like they've said before, we're all skeptics. We're skeptics on all this stuff, but we're still open-minded to listen to what somebody else's ideas. And we'll get on and do just a live chat with like us three or another one or two, and we'll bounce ideas. That's when we really dive off into it, because we bounce these thoughts from one to the other, and I tell them it's when we have our lightning struck brainstorm. And we really do bounce a lot of things back. We bounce it off each other, and you got a lot of times 3 or 4 heads instead of one.
No, that's a smart thing to do. I'm telling you, the answers will be found when you can get probably 15 to 20 seasoned field investigators in the room and take all the pretenses away. All it's got to be flesh and blood. It's got to be this. And there's just a brainstorm session. And it's a topic. Okay, how do negative ions affect Bigfoot or cryptids? And then you say, okay, give me your opinion on it. You jot those opinions down. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, what do you think about ley lines? Boom, 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 boom. And then that knowledge base comes together, and then you're going to be able to pluck things out of it that make sense. And then you turn around and research them and figure out what the pieces to the puzzle are and how to arrange them. And it's going to work out. But it has to happen that way, because the wealth of knowledge is stored in individuals. It's not like in this field, it's in a book. It's actually stored in individuals who've been out in the field. And once you have that happen, man, it's over. The truth is going to come pouring out. Just like it's clear there's certain criteria that are in nature that increases your chances of having a sighting. We already discussed Native American land, waterways, at the base of mountains, close to Appalachian trails. I mean, there's clear criteria that if you say, okay, if I can find this criteria and spend a week in this area, I'm going to have an encounter, period. It's evident that that's what it is. So the issue is why? Why do they see it that way? Why do the cryptids themselves, use those water routes and use those ways? We can speculate on it. We can't talk to them. But the only way we can get to the truth of that is put out the criteria, go based on that criteria, and spend time there in the woods. I'm not doing it because I'm not getting eaten by monsters, and I can't run real fast. So y'all got to go, not me.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll take one for the team.
Yeah, y'all take one for the team, homie. I'm not doing it. I am not doing it. All right,
They
so
always use me for bait.
they always use you for bait.
Yes,
Man, if a monster was going to eat any one of us, it'd be her. She's a lot more appealing. So yeah.
Well, she's not afraid to wander down in the woods. We have to keep an eye on her when we go.
Yeah, she'll do it on her own.
Yeah.
Mental note: Misty is crazy. Gotcha. Thanks, guys. For letting me know. Misty is
That's why we call her.
That's what it is. She's crazy. All right, let's talk about you guys' Alabama kind of expeditions that you guys coming down the pipeline. Early spring, late fall, early spring. You guys are going to be heading out to Alabama. What's the game plan? Are we taking cameras out in the woods? Are we camping? And what are we doing when we go out there?
Well, at Greg has to live with these things, and that's an important distinction. They're right there at his house, and Greg goes about treating them a little bit different. He can speak to that. So at Greg's, we're just there, and if they come up, they come up. But every time this past year that somebody has gone to Greg's, they have, in one way, shape, or form or another, experienced something. Everything from finding tracks to having rocks thrown to like the stuff that Misty was talking about. Now at Mark Green's property, we're a little bit more open to actually do stuff like calls and try to provoke them. And plus we're in the middle of the woods. At Greg's house, we're staying at a cabin essentially on his property, but the location is ideal. At Mark Green's, we're fairly much in the middle of the woods. So, camping, anytime you got a handful of people camping, if you're in an active area, real good chance that stuff is going to come up and look at you. I hope to get to Flat Rocks this year. I think a couple of us are going to try to do that. Flat Rock has them right there on his property, I do believe. So, we'll probably be trying to entice them with calls and stuff like that. We always had the cameras going. Well, I should say most of the time, and most of the time we have the recorders going, except for whenever we go to Kumbo's, who just walks out and calls them and says, hey, let me let them know that we're here. And Kumbo goes, whoop. And I kid you not, 3 seconds later, 100 yards away, this thing goes, whoa. I mean, and we didn't have anything going. I was so thunderstruck, I didn't know what to do.
We were getting ready to go out and eat and left all of our equipment and everything in the truck. We didn't know we were even going back there for a second, so we didn't even get anything out.
Yeah, but wow. we normally have stuff going. Yeah.
Do you guys have like an experiment protocol, like things that you try in the sequence and order and take notes on what the results are? So like a whoop, tree knocking, playing calls, tying bacon grease on Misty's fingers and letting her run through the woods. Anything like that?
That sounds like something we should try.
We want to survive. Hell no.
Misty has her own kind of approach. And she can elaborate on that. Sometimes we do calls, but we're careful with the calls because you have to keep in mind, like everybody says, we really don't know exactly what we're saying. The calls are based off of people that grew up with these things and they have repeated to us, I hear these type of calls at this time of year under these kind of conditions. So we do similar calls like that. Most of us don't really do knocks or clacks. For the most part, that is, in our experience, or in my experience, and a lot of people that I know, the knocks and stuff like that, just like whoops, are kind of like an indicator that, hey, maybe humans are in the area. Don't know that for a fact, but that's kind of how it seems. So I can't really say that you get a lot of results with like wood knocking at night, but at night, after a certain time, maybe after they've already hunted and they're sitting around doing certain calls at certain times of year, certain weather conditions and everything like that, you might get a response depending on the area that you're in and the type of stuff that's happening right then there at the moment. And sometimes it's best just to sit around the fire and play music and cut up and everybody laugh and relax and have a good time. Like at Mark Green's, seems to be like that. Seems like they're going to come in on you, if you're just hanging out and there's only a handful of you. So it's different approaches for different areas, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Gotcha.
James, have you ever heard the old story, the old wives' tale, where like country folks will tell you, don't whistle at night, especially if you're in the woods. Don't whistle at night. There's a reason for that.
Oh, I bet there is.
Yeah.
I'm listening.
Well, whistling, man, I've heard whistles a couple times. I tell you what is freaky is hearing the 300 or 500 pound owl or the birds or the other stuff like a 400-pound crow in the middle of the night. That kind of stuff, it really makes you sit back and think. Like whenever you hear that big owl and it doesn't have a trill on the end of it, instead of the whoo, it's just whoo, man. And again, at Mark Green's, man, we were getting some crazy vocalizations up there. And that was right before a couple of us saw the whatever that shadow was moving between the trees like that. It was man, it'll make you think about it a whole different way, I'm telling you.
That one of the creepiest things for me, y'all, one of the sounds that weirded me out probably as much as any of it was when it sounded like there was 3 or 4, something as big as a horse. It was breaking limbs, like you had horses chasing each other, stampeding through a pine thicket. And I'm hearing them go back, like run 100 yards to the left, then they're going back to the right, and then up the hill and down the hill, and they're just going zigzagging. But as they're breaking these limbs, I'm hearing what sounds like children. It sounds like children giggling and laughing, and it sounds just like kids were playing a game of tag. And I'm over a mile from anything, off in the middle of the forest, down on some of my cousin's land, but it's all grown up woods, and there's a field that I hunt, a big field. And this grown up pine thicket is full of briars and honeysuckle vines. And I'm listening to these things crash through this, and they're just running all over. And this is right before dark, and it's like 20 something degrees. This is hunting season. I'm in here with a high powered rifle trying to kill a deer, and I'm hearing something, and it's bipedal. I can tell they're bipedal. They're not far. They're 120, 30 yards from me, and it's running all through this thicket. I mean, it's breaking limbs. It's pulling vines, and it sounds like horses running through there, but it's bipedal. But it's giggling like little kids. It's giggling and laughing, and it sounds just like what I'm envisioning. It sounds like kids playing tag on a playground, and I'm in the middle of nowhere, and I'm hearing these things. And the only thing I can come up with is it was some small boogers, some little ones, and they're absolutely playing like kids would play, because that's what it sounded like. It sounded like I was hearing a game of tag being played.
Wow, that would freak me out, bro. When I tell you that would freak me out, I'd be like, nah, I'm out of these woods. They got monster kids running around, breaking tree limbs. And that means the parents somewhere close around.
That was my biggest fear. That was one of my biggest fears. Yes, I was. Yeah, it's time to go.
That's insane. That's insane. All right, guys, we're coming up on an hour and 15 minutes. We're going to cut it off right here. Let's quickly walk through where people can find you. The channel is Woodwalkers on YouTube. Do we have a podcast yet? Have you guys put this show out in a podcast format yet? Y'all got a lot of work to do, man. Y'all got to get on
We're late, James.
No, y'all got to get on your game. What else? Where's the social media? Is it Facebook, YouTube? Is it Twitter? What do you guys got?
Just Facebook and YouTube for right now. It's okay. Woodwalkers with a Z on the end. Walkers has a Z on the end.
Walkers. All right, and so if somebody wanted to come to the meet and greet at the LBL, which I think all the smartasses who want to go out into the woods should go to the meet and greet. How do they sign up to go to the meet and greet?
I want you to come to the meet and greet. I'll come down there and drive you up
myself. Going out in the damn woods. That ain't happening. No.
It'll be fun.
If they
Yeah.
Black dude never survived horror movies. My black ass will not survive the horror movie. I'm not doing it. Done. Not happening.
Hey, look here, James, brother. I'm right. When it goes down, I'm gonna be gone. I go big. I go armed. But look, I know when it's time to go.
I know not to go. That's how you stay out of all them problems. I know not to go. I don't have no problem telling anybody that. People used to be like, well, Dog Waters, you need to have more encounters. Hell no. I don't need to have nothing. You can go and I can tell you a story, but I ain't doing it. I ain't no.
We will report back when it's over.
Yeah, I don't want nothing to do with it. But there people should sign up on Facebook. How do they sign up to come to the event so we can make sure we get some more people going out there in the woods to use as bait?
I mean, for the most part, we're running it kind of loose. If they want, the best way to guarantee, because we only have X amount of spots and they are mostly filled up at this point. But the best way is to reach out to us on Facebook. You can message us individually. You can go to the Woodwalkers Facebook page. We have a separate page for the meet and greet. But if you just get on the regular Woodwalkers Facebook page, you can find it. If anybody has any questions, they can hit us up in chat on YouTube and we'll direct them to it or whatnot. But we have to a degree, we have to keep it kind of controlled, just from the sense of, protecting the people that are going to be there and trying to prevent, jerks and hoaxers and everything else, so we won't give the exact location away unless
there's game wardens through every day too checking, and you're only allowed so many vehicles and so many people, and if it gets out of control and we've got people just parking, blocking roads and stuff like that that could cause
luckily for us, there'll be more than just me there that's law enforcement, I'm sure.
Yeah,
I mean, we ain't got no problem. We ain't got no problem policing the crowd if I need to. Look, I may be out of state, but I'm a sworn officer. I still know how to thump somebody on the head if they don't act right.
And it's a private campground that we've rented, so technically we're in charge of who gets in and who doesn't. It's on our say so.
But
so
we're definitely
the easiest
open to people. Yes.
Do what?
But I said we're definitely open to people, checking out the page if they want to try to come to it.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
In other words, let me translate what they're saying to you. You're welcome to come, but don't act a damn.
Hey, bro, come here. Have you been warning your friends and families, telling them that things ain't right, everything ain't what it seems, and they think you crazy? I'm telling you, join the Dog Waters family. You ain't gonna experience none of that over here. We know what's going on. We know they got reptiles. We know they got Bigfoots. We know they got aliens, and we be on top of it all. Come join us, the Dog Waters family, where we wear tinfoil on our heads and we crack jokes about it. Subscribe.
Fool, because you're gonna get thumped in the head. There's limited spots, so get in now while you can. You may have to be on a waiting list, and if you act a fool, you're gonna get thumped in the head and tied up to a tree. It's bait. That's what they're saying in a polite way. I'm just gonna boil it down. That's what's going down out here in these LBL streets.
Yeah.
You're gonna die. You're gonna die if you act a fool. They're gonna feed you to the Dogman or feed you to the Bigfoot. That's what they say.
we welcome anybody as long as they want to act right. I mean, they don't even have to agree with us. They don't even have to agree with us. They just, just be respectful about it. That's all we ask anybody to do.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a complete skeptic and don't believe in any of this, hey, come out there, meet us in person, see what we're looking at. Can't guarantee that anything will happen there with 100 people, but man, I would welcome anybody that wants to come, especially the skeptics. Come out and talk to the people, and let them go through and explain this stuff in person, and come look at the stuff that we're looking at.
I'll just be honest with you, and this is going to sound crazy, and they're going to think this is crazy. I would wait 10 to 1. I'd rather the biggest skeptic out there. I'd rather the biggest skeptic have an encounter as somebody that's a believer. I really would. Because look, I promise you, if you have one of these encounters like I've had, you'll go from skeptic to believer instantaneous. You'll be over on our side going, hey, look, I was that skeptic, but let me tell you what happened. Because I have changed some people that's been in the woods with me that were skeptics that wanted to laugh about it. Yeah, some of those skeptics now won't even go back in the woods up here. They won't. They're like, y'all know what's in them woods, and y'all keep going back. It's like, yeah, y'all crazy as hell. There's something wrong with y'all. Y'all going back in them woods? No, they won't go back. So, like I said, I'd rather convert a skeptic as I had anything. That's where it's at. And I brought it up on one of the shows I did last night. People want to talk about the evidence that they want, the evidence that they don't have that they want. All I ask people to do, look at the evidence that there is. Start looking into that evidence, the evidence that is there, the ironclad evidence that is here. Look at that and just have an open mind. And the more you research, if you'll just be honest about it, just go in it open and look at the evidence that's there and start stacking that up. You'll see a pattern, and that stuff will start adding up. And then it's finally going to weigh on you that, wait a minute, all these people ain't making this up. There's no way that many people's making it up. Well, I got news for you.
There are people that makes it up. So everybody, not everything is Bigfoot. So y'all know.
That's right. I agree, Misty. There's people out here that want to blow smoke up people's butt and whatever. But here's the deal. If you've got, let's just say you had 500 people. You had 500 people and 499 of them are making it up. If one of them ain't, if that one is die hard telling the truth, well, what's that tell you? That means it's still real. If you got 499 bold-faced liars, if there's one that's telling the truth, okay, there you go. And it's doctors, lawyers, policemen, politicians, rabbis, preachers, whatever, any walk of life, any little kids, old people, whoever's word that you would believe. You want somebody that does nothing but stay in his mama's basement and play on the video game. Well, guess what? He may have to go out and get the mail one day and the booger man nearly got him. Well, odds are we could find one of them gamers that's had experience. We could find somebody that's, whatever, just name it. Odds are there's somebody out there that's going to fit your criteria of the person that you would believe. And it may not be that you'd ever believe anybody but yourself. But there again, have you been in a place where these things were? Have you ever had an opportunity to even be in the same area where these things were? I don't know. But just all I ask people, if you don't agree with me, that's fine. Just be respectful. We can part, we can talk about it. You can even laugh at me. I don't care. But just you don't have to be disrespectful to disagree with somebody. And I think that's the biggest problem is people just being disrespectful, because everybody's got different ideas. Everybody's got different views. Everybody on this screen has lived a total different life than the other person next to them on here. But we find, if everybody looked for common ground, the whole world would be a whole lot better place.
And nobody's experiences are the same.
You're right.
No, I 100% agree with you guys. And that's a good place to leave off at. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have spent time with the Woodwalkers with a Z. and it has been phenomenal. And so now you know where to go. I need you to go on over, subscribe, listen, hang out with them. I'm telling you, it's a ball being on their show, and it's a ball hanging out with them. I've been a little bit more structured and rigid than they are. They just sitting there clowning, laughing, joking, bada bing, bada boom. I enjoyed myself, and I'm telling you, if you're looking for the softer side of the Bigfoot conversation, cryptid conversations, where you can really just kick back and not feel like, oh my God, am I going to say the wrong thing? This is the place to go. It really is. It's the people to hang out with. So check them out. Woodwalkers with a Z, not a S, and subscribe, ladies and gentlemen. All right. I love you all. I appreciate you, and I will see you soon. We got many, many more interviews coming down the pipeline, a lot more. So just be prepared to be getting a lot of information. Peace out.
Thank you.
Welcome to the Dark Waters podcast, where the veil between the known and the unknown is thinner than you think. I'm your host, James Subsky, former volunteer search and rescue EMT, wildland firefighter, and mountain guide turned chief operating officer of Margie's Outdoor Store in Bingen, Washington. My life has been a journey through the wild, the unpredictable, and the unexplainable. Here in the heart of the Columbia River Gorge, I've encountered mysteries that defy explanation and phenomena that challenge our understanding of the world. In this podcast, we'll dive deep into the shadows of the gorge, exploring stories of the supernatural, encounters with the unknown, and the legend that haunts these lands, the elusive Klickitat ape. Join me as we unravel the secrets of the paranormal activity lurking in the Columbia River Gorge, share first-hand accounts of eerie encounters, and investigate the thin line between myth and reality. Whether you're a believer in the paranormal, a skeptic, or somewhere in between, the Dark Waters podcast promises to take you on a journey that will question everything you thought you knew about the natural and supernatural world. So buckle up, keep your flashlight close, and prepare to explore the dark waters of the unknown.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen, and one and only James Williams, Dog Waters. I'm back with another great interview. Today I have James Subsky with me, and we're going to talk about the Columbia River Gorge. Now, I'm telling you right now, this is about to be a great interview because we're talking about all kind of genetic experiments, escaped experiments. We're talking about Bigfoot. We're talking about something that seems like it might be Dogman, but not named Dogman. We're talking about humanoids and little peoples. This is about to be fun. I mean, this is going to be insanely fun. So sit back, relax, and enjoy yourself because it's going down. Without any further ado, I bring in James Subsky. James, how you feeling today, my friend?
Great. Thanks for having me on.
I'm happy to have you here with me. There's two Jameses here. So, guys, y'all got the two J's. Two J's is in the building. Bro, start off with this right here for me. I'm going to hit you with the question now to hit everybody else with. Somehow people find themselves being fascinated with the paranormal or interested in the paranormal. How did you get to this point? Where did it start? Was it as a kid? Was it as a teenager? Was it as an adult? You know, how did you find yourself being interested in this field?
Well, it's something that I've always been interested in. And, I was a infantry soldier. I had some very interesting experiences there. Wildland forest firefighter, search and rescue EMT, mountain guide. I've had some unusual experiences in wilderness areas. And but what really sort of put me on this path was about 3 years ago, my mother-in-law passed away. And she had a number of businesses in the Columbia River Gorge. And so my wife and I made the decision to carry on the family businesses. So we moved down here, and we had to reconfigure one of them. And my mother-in-law's name was Margie. And so we turned a store that she had into Margie's Outdoor Store. With all my outdoor experience, sort of made sense for me to run that kind of a shop. Well, it wasn't long after we sort of put up our signs and said we're an outdoor outfitter that people started coming in and telling us all kinds of amazing stories about their experiences in the wilderness areas around the Columbia River Gorge. And we were hearing stories about Sasquatch, UFOs, portals, all kinds of really out of the ordinary things. And what was amazing to me was it seemed like everyone who lived here either knew somebody or had had an experience themselves. So I put up a big sign in the window and it said, file your paranormal reports here. And I didn't know what we were going to get. Well, we're about 2 years later, and we have had easily over 250 reports. And it's everything from glowing orbs, classic UFOs, Bigfoot. We've got this really interesting story about, we've had over 80 reports alone on a creature we call the Klickitat ape cat, which is this enormous Black Panther creature that's been spotted in the county. And so that is really what put me on the path. Since then, as I start to dig in some of these mysteries, I mean, you can imagine with 250 reports, it's a couple times a week a new Scooby-Doo mystery walks through our door. And it's really, really interesting stuff. And we're just now starting to see some patterns and some interesting data. We've got a lot of theories about why the gorge, which is one of the most geologically unique places in the country, why we have so many reports in this area.
All right. So let's rewind a little bit. For those of us like me who are not sure where the gorge is, let's do like, imagine you're above, you're not floating up in the sky. Tell us where it is so we can lock in.
Sure thing. So Marge's Outdoor Store is located in Bingen, Washington. And Bingen, Washington is in southern Washington state. We are about 60 miles east of Portland, Oregon. All right. So the Columbia River forms the border between Washington state and Oregon state. So there's a bridge, it's maybe a mile long, and I can get right from my store into Oregon. Now, the gorge itself is a really remarkable area. So the Columbia River is the largest river in North and South America that flows into the Pacific Ocean. It's been here for about 40 million years. So there's this really strong established current of energy flowing through the area. Now, it's unique because it flows right through the Cascade Mountains. And in fact, it is the only sea level passage through those mountains. It's a very rare phenomenon on Earth. There's very few places like it. The western half of the gorge, which is about 80 miles long, is a Pacific Northwest rainforest. The eastern half sits in the rain shadow of the mountains, and it is a high plains desert. And so I start my day in Stevenson, Washington, where my home is. I drive about 25 minutes, and I start off in a Pacific Northwest rainforest, and I drive to the edge of the desert.
That's great.
Yeah. So it is a stunningly beautiful place. It's so beautiful, in fact, that in the 1980s, U.S. Congress, in a rare moment of bipartisanship, designated it with a special protective status. It was the nation's first national scenic area. Basically, what that means is we're sort of like a national park, but all of the scenic viewways and things like that are protected. And so it's one of the few places where you can live in incredible beauty, park-like beauty, and still live and work and have businesses, but it's also got that unique protection. So some of the things that make this place incredible is that in a half a mile, you can go from basically sea level at the river to 3,000 feet. There are steep cliffs all over the place. We have over 90 named waterfalls on the Oregon side alone, which is the highest concentration of waterfalls anywhere in the United States. Some of these waterfalls are over 600 feet tall. You move around the gorge. There are just stunning rock formations. We've got probably over 600 caves out here. It's a world famous windsurfing and kiteboarding location. We got whitewater rafting, mountain climbing, rock climbing, hiking. Pretty much it's an adventure wonderland. So an astonishing place. And its history, geologic history, is really, really unique. And, we can get into some of that in a minute, but I can tell you that when you look at government maps of the gorge, there are these bright pink letters on it that say, warning, your magnetic compass readings are going to be off in this area. And that has to do with how the gorge was formed. It's a pretty astonishing story. About 16 million years ago, an enormous fissure opened in the earth. It was 97 miles long, right at the Washington-Idaho border. And giant volumes of lava just started erupting out of this thing. So much lava erupted out of this thing, this giant fissure, that if you spread it out evenly over the lower 48 states, it would bury the entire United States in 60 feet of lava.
Wow.
And this rock, they estimate over 300 different eruptive events. And so when you get to the gorge, you see this layer cake, like each of those different lava flows. And that lava flowed 300 miles through the ancient Columbia River Valley all the way to the Pacific Ocean. Well, as each one of those, that lava flowed in, and when it was still soft, the magnetic material in it, the iron and whatnot, oriented towards the Earth's magnetic North Pole. Then maybe 10,000 years pass, another lava flow comes in, and at this point, the Earth's magnetic North Pole has moved. And so the second layer is going to point towards the new magnetic north. You know, like our North Pole in the last 100 years has moved 700 miles, right?
Right.
So it's a pretty significant difference. So what that means is that each layer has a unique magnetic signature. It's a very unusual system. Then about 2 million years ago, we had the Cascade Mountains rise up. So literally the river's older than the mountains. And you have mountains like Mount Rainier, Mount Hood, Mount Adams, Mount St. Helens, Mount Shasta. These are all Cascade peaks, all over 10,000 feet tall. And they took those layers and then they bent them. And so now these magnetic layers are now at weird angles to each other. And then some of your listeners may have heard of, Graham Hancock or maybe Randall Carlson talking about these Younger Dryas floods. So about 15,000 years ago, there was this ice age lake that was formed. They say it was trapped behind a glacier dam formed in Missoula, Montana. Well, in a single day, that dam catastrophically collapsed. And the volume of water equal to all the Great Lakes combined rushed across Washington State, eastern Washington State. The water, as it came across Washington State, was over 300 feet deep. It's the most epic flood that we're aware of in the history of the Earth. And this all got trapped at the eastern edge of the gorge, a place called Wallula Gap. And then it started shooting down the gorge. And in some places in the gorge, like where my store is, those waters were over 1,000 feet deep. And
That's
it
crazy.
absolutely scoured the landscape. Nothing was left, nothing lived, and completely reset the gorge. But basically what it did was it scraped away all of the topsoil, all the trees, all the forests, and those magnetic layers, which would normally be hidden, are now all exposed like a live wire. And there's some really interesting theories about how, because our brains contain magnetite crystals, this is a 100% verified scientific fact, that in our hippocampus and our temporal lobes, they estimate there to be 5 million magnetite crystals per gram of brain matter. And this is what allows animals to navigate with magnetosense. And in the 1980s and 90s, a guy named Dr. Michael Persinger up in Laurentide University in Ontario, Canada, did studies about what happens when you manipulate magnetic fields around a human's brain. And a whole range of perceptions emerge. People have a sense of sense presence. He created this helmet. It's like a motorcycle helmet with these solenoids on it. And in the media, they called it the God helmet because a number of his study participants claimed to have seen God while he was manipulating these magnetic fields. And so, like I said, we way over-index in terms of the amount of paranormal reports we receive in the gorge. It's an enormous number. I'm just one storefront, and in 2 years, we've gathered over 250 reports. But it's not just me. Washington State has the highest per capita UFO sightings anywhere in the country, and the highest per capita Bigfoot sightings anywhere in the country. And I really believe that, and of course, here in the gorge, like we're sort of the beating heart of that stuff. The very first UFO sighting that became popularized was the Kenneth Arnold sighting. I believe it was in June of 1947. He was flying a private plane across the Cascade Mountains, and it started, he saw 9 saucer-shaped craft. Basically, he flew from the north past his location near Mount Rainier and right towards Mount Adams, which is a part of the gorge geologic complex. And Mount Adams is very famous UFO hotspot. And so from the very beginning of the UFO flying saucer phenomenon in America, this area has been right at the center of that. And then, of course, many of the Bigfoot stories that you hear come right out of this area. Basically, in the Washington side, there are two counties. There's Klickitat County, which is where my store is located, and Skamania County, which is where my home is located. In Skamania County was the very first government agency anywhere in the world to actually legally protect Sasquatch. And if you shoot a Sasquatch here in Skamania County, you're going to be charged with a felony.
I'm gonna stop you. I want to rewind and ask you a question. So, are we saying that the working theory, the working theory came up in my mind, James, is that because of these magnetic lines and the magnetic fields, people have the ability to see the UFOs and all the paranormal activity more in that area versus other areas because of the unique structure in that area with the magnetic fields. That makes a hell of a lot of sense if that's what you're saying.
It is what I'm saying. Very astute of you to pick up on that. So you think about like a radio station. Say you're listening to a classic music station, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have to tune the receiving apparatus to that station to pick up that information. It's existing in the world. You normally don't see it. It's only when you get your tuner and you set it up right that you're going to be able to listen to classical music. Simultaneously, there's talk radio, there's classic rock, there's hip hop, there's all these different stations being broadcast. By simply adjusting that tuner, very slight electromagnetic adjustment, you're suddenly able to perceive things that have always been there, but you didn't have access to because you weren't tuned to them. What I think is happening out here in the gorge is that this is such a electromagnetically active area that people's tuners are automatically getting adjusted. And, it can also be influenced by things like solar weather, whether that's impacting the Earth's magnetosphere. Might even have to do with the types of things you ate that day. Maybe more potassium in your diet will adjust some of these chemical levels in your brain or whatever. And so you're perceiving things that I would argue are always there, but you're just not tuned to being able to perceive them. We have tons and tons of co-witnessed reports. So these are reports where there are multiple people seeing the same thing. I have a group of 6 whitewater rafting guides that for half an hour watched an enormous egg-shaped UFO float in the sky. And so 6 people all having the same experience, very clear visual perception. We have photographic evidence. So I myself have taken pictures of glowing orbs and some of the more tectonically stressed areas of the gorge. And I've seen them with the naked eye as well. We have obviously tons of footprints in the area. One of the most significant Bigfoot castings, it's called the Skookum cast, occurred on the flanks of Mount St. Helens. And this is a cast where it's not just a foot. Apparently the creature sort of laid down on its side to grab some fruit that they had placed in the middle of like a big mud puddle, essentially. And they have imprints of its buttocks, its hips, its forearm, and part of its heel, all with things like dermal ridges and stuff like that. So the kind of things that you would expect to see. Dermal ridges are like fingerprints, but you have those on your heels and in other parts of your body. And so we have this enormous amount of physical evidence. I've got folks who brought in Sasquatch hair samples into the store. We've taken castings and footprints of that nature. So it's really clear that whatever is happening here, first of all, there is a data recording component to it. It's not something which is a hallucination in one person's mind. You can't take pictures of hallucinations. People don't co-witness hallucinations. Hallucinations are an individual personal thing. But again, these are creatures that are not recognized by science. They're infrequently seen or seen under only certain unusual conditions. And so if we're being reasonable and logical about it, we have to say, okay, there's obviously the human apparatus is limited in terms of what it can perceive. Like we all recognize that dogs can hear sounds that we can't hear, that there is infrared and ultraviolet light that we normally can't see with our eyes. And that's no reason to think that there aren't other energetic modes that we're just currently not tuned to. And so my best theory is that it has to do with this incredibly complex and unique electromagnetic environment. You know, we talked about all that geology, but think about this. There are 14 hydroelectric dams on the Columbia River. They generate 44% of all of the hydroelectric power in the United States. And they send that power via these, transmission lines, these high power transmission lines. And those are sort of crisscrossing the whole area. And oftentimes, many of these reports that we get are within 100 yards of some of these high power transmission lines. And again, to me, that's all speaking to an electromagnetic
field.
Yeah.
Huge electromagnetic fields are created by those. I mean, absolutely enormous.
Yeah. I think the clue that really tipped it off for me. So I talked about Dr. Michael Persinger up at Laurentine University, and he was experimenting with manipulating fields, magnetic fields around a person's brain. And one of the things that they were able to do was turn fear on, like a switch. Like if they set it to a particular setting, people would suddenly feel like they were in abject terror. No build up to it, no story associated with why you're scared. Suddenly you just feel terrified. So we had in the spring of this year, spring of last year, someone sent me a picture of what looked like a classic tic-tac shaped UFO over Underwood Mountain. Underwood Mountain's maybe 3-4 miles from the store. And, we did a little image enhancement. The picture was taken from 12 miles away, but it looks just like one of those tic-tacs that you see on the gun cameras from the fighter jets, right? No wings, no props, that kind of stuff. And the best that we could say about it was that it's a possible UFO, but had all those characteristics. Now, at the base of Underwood Mountain, where right at the river level, I took a picture of a blue glowing orb. And, we talked to different photographic experts. It is 100% not a lens flare. And it's not headlights. There are vehicles in the picture that do have headlights, and it's clearly not that. And so, again, this is another phenomenon where we've got some type of photographic evidence of it. But in the middle of Underwood Mountain, there's a number of vineyards. So this area is very favorable for growing wine.
I'm going to stop you right there. That's why I was wondering. I got a report, and I was wondering, same place of a Bigfoot sighting at a vineyard. I was just getting ready. I wrote it down. I asked him about the vineyards in the area. I couldn't remember it because it was like Columbia's Gorge. I was like, I think somebody told me about Bigfoot. That's crazy. So I literally just got a sighting out of the area about that. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Sure. So we got a report. A guy came in. What's interesting is that, in the store, I set up some policies, and I said, we are going to be a safe place for people to file these kind of reports. Knowing that oftentimes if people have an unusual experience, they're reluctant to talk about it. And so I said, we're going to treat everyone who walks in with respect and dignity. We're going to ask intelligent follow-up questions. We're going to treat their experience as though it was rare, but real. And, you could say, oh, you're going to get fooled. People are going to come in and, tell tall tales. And honestly, no harm, no foul. I'm not a scientific body. I'm not trying to prove anything. But I know, and it turns out that there's not that many people who come in and are being silly. I mean, obviously there's a few folks, but for the most part, the people who come in are pretty earnest, and their stories honestly aren't that interesting. Like, I saw it run across the road and that was it. But the main thing is that I really wanted to ensure that this was a place where people felt like they could talk about these experiences without fear of being ridiculed or laughed at or, given side eyes or whatever. And just to take it seriously, take in the data, see what comes of it. And so this guy came in, and like I said, he lived in one of the vineyards on Underwood Mountain. So at the top of Underwood Mountain, we've got the tic-tac. At the bottom, we've got this glowing orb. And he said that he saw 2 red glowing orbs sort of almost dancing in the sky, leapfrogging each other. They descended to the earth. They started moving across his vineyards towards him. And suddenly, he said, like a switch was thrown, I felt terrorized. So he ran into his house, grabbed his shotgun, came back out, and by the time he came back out, the phenomenon had ended. And it was that note of that he felt terror like a switch was thrown that harkened me back to the studies done by Dr. Michael Persinger. And that's really where I began to think, I think that these phenomena are related. And so here we've got an area of high tectonic stress.
Let me stop you real quick. I want to ask you a question. I'm going to stop you. Did he describe or did he give any graphs of that electromagnetic signal or how it was shaped when those people experienced that fear in his research? Did he graph it out so you can see what it looks like? Did he give any measurements of it? Because I'm willing to bet you that if we take that exact signature, however it's measured, which I'm pretty sure I know how they're measured, and then you compare it to an eyewitness in Louisiana, and they find themselves being made afraid in their bedroom at night in the dark when they're all alone, you're going to get that same electromagnetic frequency in both locations. I'm convinced that's what would happen.
You're absolutely right. Very astute of you to make that connection, because that's exactly the kind of connections that Dr. Persinger was making. And he found that not only did people feel terrorized, but they also sensed a presence in their room. There's a number of other things that are, might be called classic abduction phenomenon that people were feeling. And so whatever is going on here, again, because we have so much physical evidence, it really leads me to believe that somehow these, we're talking about an independent reality, something that's just persistent. It's not localized to one person's brain or, hallucinatory experience. And we're accessing things that we just normally aren't tuned to. And so, yeah, it's been a really amazing adventure for us to sort of be receiving these reports. And honestly, it's so much fun. I mean, I know some people get kind of creeped out about this stuff, but for me, I absolutely love living here and sort of being at ground zero for a lot of this stuff, because so much of the world, people have already think they know the answers. And here's a place where there are some legitimate mysteries going on. There are things out here that we don't understand. And the people who wave their hands and, dismiss it as nothing really aren't looking at the totality of the evidence. But boy, it sure is exciting and fun to be, participating in this and starting to try to make sense of it. It's one of those fields where scientists aren't touching it for taboo reasons, reasons that involve their funding and their professional reputations. I don't have that concern. For me, it's just an exciting avenue of exploration of what is going on out here and how can we learn more about it.
And that's the thing about this field. You find that there's two sides to the coin. There's guys like me and you who we enjoy it. We look at it from a scientific standpoint, but we're not scientists. And then when you meet with a scientist, like I just did an interview with a scientist about UFOs that's releasing today. I could tell by the conversation we were having that he knew everything I was talking about, but he would not acknowledge any of it. He kept looping me in the conversation. He had a go-to line when he was like, yeah, if I could prove the aliens existed, man, that would be good for my funding. I'm like, that's the first time you said that. By the fourth time he used that loop to get out of a question, I just gave up. I said, okay, this guy doesn't want to risk the ridicule, and I'm not going to press him because it's unfair to him, because his livelihood is based on it. And you find that that's what's going on. They know, bro. It's not like they don't know. They know. They just can't come out of the academia and talk about it. And that's the problem. They know probably way more than we'll ever think that they know. Now, this doctor, is he still alive or did he die?
He passed away, I think, in 2014.
2014. We will be doing a deep dive on his research.
Yeah,
we'll be doing a deep dive on that research, because that's phenomenal. Let me rewind again. All right, let's go back to the store. We understand that you have the store. Talk to me. Are you giving tours out of that store, or is it just the outdoor store where people come to get their equipment? I mean, how is that outside of taking the reports? How is it blending in other ways into the area, into the paranormal activity? Do you take people out to certain places where eyewitnesses have seen things? Anything like that?
That's a great question. So, when we first started getting this information in, I really wasn't sure what we were going to do with the data. And you can see behind me, there's a map of the Columbia River Gorge. That's one that I hand drew myself. And so now I've started to populate that. We've got a giant version of that in the store. We put push pins on it, so people know what's going on or where these reports are coming from. We also have there are a couple different ways to interact with what we're doing. We got margiesoutdoorstore.com, where we've got some information about some of the creatures and different phenomena that are going on out here. Margie's Outdoor Store on Facebook and YouTube. We put up information there. I've produced a couple of what we call arcane adventure maps. These are sort of like self-guided tours of some of the paranormal hotspots. One of the ones that's really interesting is called Horse Thief Butte. It looks like a desert mesa. But when you get into it, it's riddled with a labyrinth of hidden passageways and natural amphitheaters. There are petroglyphs on the walls. And so lots of really interesting stuff going on there. Lots of reports in that area. And then another area that we have an arcane adventure map for is called Beacon Rock. This is the second largest monolith in the northern hemisphere. It's a giant extinct volcano, 840 feet tall. It's got a trail that's actually pinned to the side of the cliffs, and you go through all these tunnels and caves and switchbacks and everything to get to the top. Easy enough. Like, I take my dog up there. We see kids up there all the time. But Beacon Rock has got a whole history in and of itself of strange paranormal phenomena. We hear about the maintenance workers at the park talk about seeing ghostly apparitions at the equestrian trailhead and the group campsite in particular. We've heard stories of glowing orbs in this area and many, many Sasquatch reports. And Beacon Rock is just maybe a mile away from one of the largest hydro dams we have, the Bonneville Dam. From the Bonneville Dam, we've also had reports of UFOs, and people who work at some of the bridges that cross the river in that area, going back even to the 1970s, talk about seeing enormous UFOs just coming down the river valley. So you asked about the store and what we're doing. We've got the big maps. We've got a number of sort of, I guess you'd call them, displays or exhibits where people can look at some of the stuff that's going on. And I'm just on the verge of getting a sort of a paranormal club in the area. So people who are interested, we can get together and talk about, recent reports and, put together investigations, get a little more serious about it. Again, this is the kind of thing that's evolving, and it's been really, really very gratifying and satisfying to be a part of it and sort of be at the center of it all.
You have any limited edition maps, anything like that you have a limit on that somebody will like take as buy as a collectible?
We sell this big one in the store. That's available. We don't have enough of anything to limit it. So I'm happy happy to sell them as is without, doing a collectible kind of thing out of it. But,
well, I'll tell you now, there's plenty of people, and I promise you, my audience will tell you, there's plenty of people who will buy a collectible map of Bigfoot sightings and locations in the area, because that's one of the things that we pride ourselves on, is actually being able to put a pin in the map as to where something happened. That's how you collect the data points on what's really going on. Like, for example, I'm pretty sure by you getting eyewitness encounters, you understand this. The average encounter is, I saw something crossing the road, I heard a noise, I saw something behind a bush. There's normally not these epic encounters where Bigfoot is chasing down the road and ripping a bumper off and punching through the window. It doesn't happen that way. Those are like 1 in a million almost, right? But the data set of, okay, there was a sighting here, it has tremendous value for people who want to be researchers, because they can't get to that location, but they can definitely collect it as research. I'm just bringing it up as a point. It's a good idea for you guys to.
Yeah, and I think we're getting ourselves a little bit more sophisticated in that regard and putting together some of those programs. We've had those requests of people looking for the stuff, and it's just a question of, I'm running this business and a couple others, and trying to keep all those balls in the air and make sure I'm able to pay everybody. Some of these things take back burner kind of stuff.
I got you. Let's switch gears. I want to know about some of the things that are actually active around there. So I know we have this giant cat that has a monkey face that sounds like a Dogman, which we call Dogman. Does that thing stand up on 2 legs, or is it always on all 4s? Let's just get that out of the way.
All right. So you're talking about the Klickitat ape cat, and we have had over 80 reports of this enormous, very mysterious Black Panther-like creature creeping around the Columbia River Gorge. So, you know, as we compile these reports, some of them go back to 1968. Like I said, 80 different reports. Just got one today, in fact, a new report up by Mount St. Helens. And so of these reports, all of them describe this large, very muscular black cat with a long black tail. And that's really kind of one of the key characteristics. Obviously, we have black bear out here and we've got cougars. But when we talk to the wildlife professionals, they will tell you that there is no such thing as a black cougar, right? Cougars are either sort of a tawny tan, and when they express their melanin, they go to more of a reddish color. But no scientist recognizes black cougars in North America. The only big black cat in North America is the jaguar, when it's in a black melanistic form, but their range is 1,000 miles south of Klickitat County. So the idea that there is a black cat running around in Klickitat County, even if it's just a mutant black cougar, is national news. So everyone talks about that, and the defining characteristic, the way we know it's not a bear or a cow or something like that, is this cat-like tail, and then these sort of feline body shape and feline movements. In fact, over the summer, we got a video. It's a crappy Facebook video of a couple that caught it at the west end of the gorge on film. You know, you look at the thing and it's a spot kind of crawling around in the background, but it wouldn't be what I call conclusive evidence. So 80 reports, large black cat. About half of those reports, including the one that came in the store today, say that this creature is enormous in size. So by that, I mean 4 to 5 feet tall at the shoulder. So normally a cougar is not going to be more than 24 inches tall at the shoulder. So at the shoulder, meaning, you know, when it's walking along, you know, the head can go up and down, but the shoulder is sort of where they measure it from. Even tigers aren't that big. So this is a beast of enormous proportions. The fossil record only indicates that there is one creature that was ever a cat of this size. It was an Ice Age cat called the American lion, or Panthera atrox. And this was the largest cat that ever lived on Earth. There's a really solid fossil record of it. It absolutely lived in Washington State 10,000 years ago. And among its characteristics, it was over 1,000 pounds, and it had the largest brain pan of any cat that ever lived. So, but outside of the Panthera atrox, there's nothing that describes a cat-like creature that is 4 to 5 feet tall at the shoulder. And then there's a handful of reports that say that this creature has a face that looks like a monkey. And that's one of the ones where, you know, I always keep an open mind, but when I first heard that, it's kind of arresting. Like, how does that even work? What does it look like? The first guy who came in, the very first report we ever got, a guy was navigating, you know, orienteering up near Buck Creek, probably 4 or 5 miles, not far from Underwood Mountain, in fact. And his compass started acting weird. Shortly thereafter, he looked up across the creek, and there is this enormous black cat-like creature sitting across the creek looking at him. And he's the first one to describe it having a monkey-like face. He said the best way I can describe it is a cross between a cat and a monkey, intelligent ape-like eyes, and some other primate features. He watched the cat for, he says, close to 5 minutes. And so he got a really clear look at it. It was completely unafraid of humans. And we hear that again and again in many of the reports, that the creature does not seem to fear human beings. Really rare, because normally a cougar is will abandon a fresh kill just at the sound of human voices. So the fact that there's a cat looking at somebody and not running away, very unusual. So when I first got this report, you know, the guy, this was not long after I took over the store, and it took him about 45 minutes to work up the courage to tell me what he had experienced, because it's such an unusual thing. And he also had a family connection with my mother-in-law. So not quite a friend of the family, but someone who was familiar to the family. So in my mind, it was kind of a credible report, you know. one report doesn't, mean a whole lot. It's just, okay, well, interesting data point. Where does it go from here? But yeah, he described 4 to 5 feet tall shoulder, black fur, monkey-like face. So I was really excited. The next day I was talking to my employees, and as I described the creature, one of my employees, Missy, started shaking. And I said, "Are you okay? I mean, what's going on here?" And she said, "Oh my God, James, I have seen that thing myself." And she was driving down Klickitat Canyon at dawn. She saw this enormous cat-like creature on the side of the road. She even stopped her car to watch it. And eventually it walked into a small patch of tall grass, and then she never saw it again. And she wondered if she should, talk to the homesteads nearby to warn them that there's this enormous black predator in their area. She decided against that. And it's kind of a good thing, because when she described this creature to her family, they told her that she had probably seen a cow. So think about that. Like, here's a grown woman.
You're going to tell us a cow.
Yeah. And you don't know the difference between a cow and a giant black cat. Like, it's like if you saw a red Ferrari driving down the street, and you told your family, "Hey, I saw a red Ferrari." It's like, red Ferraris are pretty rare. What you probably saw was a minivan. It's like, It's ridiculous on its face. But, the sort of pushback and kind of joking ridicule that she got, she just clammed up about it and never talked about it again. Mm-hmm. And once I described this creature to her, she said, "Oh my God, this is something that I've experienced myself." And so Missy's a really honest person. No reason to suspect that she was, making this up or anything like that. So at that point, I realized we've got something to talk about here. So obviously the store's got, an advertising budget. So I put up some radio ads asking, has anyone seen this cat? Put some flyers at some of the trailheads and things of that nature. And reports started flooding in. A lot of them really unexciting. I was driving my ATV, a giant black cat jumped across the trail, scared the crap out of me, and I never saw it again. So a lot of stuff like that. We've had a report, a guy saw it in his driveway, and it had a kit with it, a youngling. So this thought that these things are reproducing. Obviously, if you're seeing young. We had one hunter that saw it in the scope of his rifle, decided not to shoot because he wasn't sure it was an endangered animal or not. We've had reports of it swimming in the Columbia River and up in trees in the area. Senior law enforcement officials tell me they've seen it. And so there's this really large body of field reports. And, I'm trying to make sense of it. And as I'm going along, like, I won't hear that monkey face description for a while. And then someone will come in who's really credible. Like, I talked to a wildland forest fire crew chief, and they were deployed up between Mount Adams and Mount St. Helens. These are two stratovolcanoes that are within 35 miles of the store. And they were fighting forest fires up there. The whole crew saw this giant black cat with a monkey-like face, and they wondered what the hell they were going to do if it ever showed up in their camp. They were on a 3-day deployment. So what's interesting is we have reports that go back all the way to 1968. That's the earliest report that I've received. There are no hostile encounters reported. No one ever says this thing attacked me or it attacked my pets or anything like that, which is a really curious data point as well. Many folks report feeling like they're in the presence of something special or unusual when they encounter it. What's interesting is that the woman who was the fire crew chief said her description of the monkey-like face was a little more helpful. She said that, how like a German Shepherd has got a long snout, but a pug dog has got a shortened, flattened face.
Yes.
And her description was more like pugs and German Shepherds are both dogs. It's just one has got a more compressed facial structure.
Right.
And, you can imagine that that there may be some type of thing going on there where it's, just a more of a different facial build than you normally see. And so people have this perception it looks like a monkey to them. Again, I'm trying to make sense of the data that's coming into me. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen its face myself. And so really hard to sort of ascertain what we're looking at. We do know that like the Panthera atrox had a great degree of sexual dimorphism. That means that males and females are different sizes. And so many of the reports that we get, like close to half of them, are that it's sort of more of a regular sized cougar sized animal. But then, like the guy we talked to today, he saw it jump across the road, and he said that it was nearly as big as his Honda Civic. And so just an absolutely enormous creature. So there's some questions like, all right, well, we've got a lot of credible folks reporting with field reports of this phenomenon. You can either say they're all liars, which is not a theory I accept. It just doesn't make sense, right? Why would there be 80 people lying about this thing, putting themselves out, and especially given the responses of people that I know personally and their reactions to it, I think that we're genuinely talking about actual field sightings. So you look around, what are some other explanations? Well, there is a Native American tradition of a race of supernatural panther protectors. It's a race of what they say they come from the underwater realm, and they're called in the Great Lakes area Mishepeshu. And so these are this race of beings that they look like black panthers, and they come from the underwater realm. When Native Americans talk about things coming from the sky realm or from the underwater realm or from the underground realm, they're talking about beings that have a foot in the spirit world and the physical world. That's those sort of transitional type of beings, which sounds a lot like the types of things we were talking about earlier in the show. What's interesting about the story of the Mishepeshu is that one description I read said that it looks like a black panther with the face of a man. And so interesting correlation there. Now here in the Columbia River Gorge, there are tons of petroglyphs. So these are rock paintings and rock etchings. And over by that Horse Thief Butte area that I was talking about earlier, there is this really fabulous image of a cat-like creature, big ears, eyes, long teeth. And under its head, there are these wavy lines looking like water. And then coincidentally, there's a crack running through the water. And so it may be that the inhabitants of the Columbia River Gorge have been experiencing a creature like this for millennia. We just don't know. There's another interesting lead. So just south of Mount Adams, maybe 20-minute drive from our store, there's a place called the ESETI Ranch. ESETI stands for Enlightened Contact with Extraterrestrial Intelligence. And for decades, Jim Gilliland has opened up his property. People come from all over the world, and they watch UFOs fly around Mount Adams all night. And people come as skeptics, and they leave believers. And so you can go to eseti.org, and the first thing you'll see is their logo, which looks like a lion-faced. There's a lion face on there. And one of the races of extraterrestrials that they claim to be in contact with is a race of feline humanoids. So I haven't had a chance to talk with them in detail about this, but there's another possibility where locally there is a group of individuals that claim to be in contact with feline humanoids. Sounds a lot like kind of what we're talking about. But interestingly, the most rational explanation for where these giant Black Panther creatures are coming from is that they escaped from the Hanford nuclear site just upriver from us. And so Hanford was a part of the Manhattan Project, which got started way back during World War II. And when you walk through the facts and the data, it's remarkable that that may be the most reasonable explanation for where this thing is coming from. I'm sorry, I think you're on mute.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So are we saying nuclear genetic mutations, normal mutations, or are we saying genetic experiments? What are we saying when we start talking about this? Are we talking about?
I think we're talking about genetic experiments. And so let me walk you through sort of the history of that whole program. So World War II, Einstein writes a letter to the president worried about the Nazis unlocking the secrets of the atom. They take him seriously. They spin up the Manhattan Project. So everyone knows that there's Oppenheimer down in Los Alamos, and he is working with the engineers, and they're designing the bomb. But over in Hanford, the U.S. government needed a place where they could set up the first industrial scale nuclear reactors, and they chose Hanford, which is along the Columbia River. They basically evicted all the people who were living on a 600 square mile area of land that had 45 miles of the Columbia River running through it. It's really close to a new hydroelectric dam up there. They knew that they needed the electricity from the dam and the water from the river to cool the reactors and power the whole facility. And they needed a place that was remote enough and far enough away from the coast that it couldn't be bombed, by Nazis or Japanese people or whatever. And so they spun up this Hanford nuclear site. Eventually, after we won the war and the Cold War started, they produced enough plutonium there to build 60,000 nuclear weapons. It's often referred to as the Apocalypse Factory because it was our number one nuclear site. And so during World War II, it's top secret. They've got a whole army of 40,000 people who build this city overnight. They build the reactors, they get everything going. And from day one, they had a biologist there, and his name was Dr. Lauren Donaldson. Look, the only thing that Dr. Lauren Donaldson, he was from the University of Washington, the only academic accomplishment he had ever done was he had created a super animal. So it's called the Donaldson super trout. This is a fish that is 8 times larger and stronger than a normal fish. And it reaches sexual maturity in half the time. It can swim in salt water and fresh water. It's super survivable. It's a very tough creature. They use it even today to stock fisheries. And so he's the guy that they put in charge of the animal testing program at Hanford from the very beginning. And you got to ask yourself why. Well, the Nazis were super interested in creating super soldiers and super animals. There are really credible reports they had actually resurrected an extinct Ice Age creature called the aurochs. It's a gigantic, hyper-aggressive bull. And through retrobreeding and a number of other Nazi programs, they actually brought this creature, this Ice Age creature, back to life, and they populated an entire forest in Poland with them. And so the Allies are looking at that. And, back in the 40s, we knew that radiation could induce mutations, but we didn't know a whole lot more than that. In fact, the Hanford biology program is where we know most of our information about what effects radiation has on biological creatures. And so Donaldson is in there during the war. He's, studying fish and doing whatever he was doing there. We do the Trinity test. It was Hanford plutonium that is used in the first nuclear detonation in the history of mankind. And then it was also used in the Nagasaki bomb. And so then they announced Hanford to the world. They say, yep, Hanford was what saved America. Well, then the Russians start scooping up Nazi scientists. So we start scooping up Nazi scientists. They clamp down. The whole site again becomes a top secret site. Donaldson winds up going to the South Pacific, and he's a part of like the Castle Bravo test and the Bikini Atoll test and all that crazy stuff that went on down there. And he stays in touch with the new guy at Hanford, a guy named Bill Bear. So Bill Bear is a World War II highly decorated veteran specializing in amphibious warfare. And he gets put in charge of the animal testing lab. Well, during the Cold War, Hanford, this animal testing lab balloons to this enormous size, and they can house 1,000 large animals there at a time. And what they're saying they're testing is things like what happens to, like, if a cow interacts with fallout, can you still drink their milk? Or like, can you wear wool clothing from sheep that have been irradiated? Like, what are those kind of things is what they say their program is all about. But they continue to do this crazy testing. Now, Bill Baird died, probably 2017. And Hanford closed down in the 80s. And he did a number of oral history interviews. And I watched those. And in 3 of them, he talks about how they were doing radiation experiments on apex predators. And then those apex predators escaped and they couldn't recapture them. And so he tells the story of how they had 30 alligators. And he even holds up a picture of the device that they were using to irradiate these alligators with X radiation. And he says, yeah, so we were doing these experiments on these alligators. One night, 6 of these experimental apex predators outsmarted the scientists and escaped into the Columbia River. So they had 6 irradiated alligators swimming around in the Columbia River, the public has access to it. And there are contemporaneous newspaper articles because they put out a press release about it. So earlier, one of these gators had escaped. It was caught by a fisherman. It was killed, stuffed, and put into a sporting goods store. And then the Department of Energy, which runs Hanford, confiscated it because the thing was radioactive and hot. And so they didn't want that to happen again. So they put out a press release that said these alligators have gotten to Columbia River. They spend 6 months trying to hunt these things down, and they only ever catch 4 of them, right? So out of the 6, there's still 2 out there. And in these interviews, Bill Bear is saying, yeah, even into the 80s, I'm getting reports, Fish and Wildlife guys asking me if I know anything about gators in the Columbia River. And he just tells them no, and he laughs about it in the interview, like it's hilarious. Wow. So what's really clear is that they're doing experiments in apex predators, and you have to ask yourself, why the hell are they doing that? It's not like we use alligators as a food source, or we alligator eggs, or we milk alligators. Like, there's really no reason to be doing those kind of experiments in terms of any kind of national security
weapons,
except for what they were doing with dolphins. So since 1958, the U.S. government has used trained dolphins to protect some of our most sensitive nuclear sites. In fact, in the 80s and 90s, over a quarter of the U.S. nuclear stockpile was guarded by dolphins. And the reason why is that so many of our nuclear sites, like, for instance, nuclear sub bases or any kind of reactors, they're always going to be on a waterway because you need that cooling, or for the subs, you need the access to the ocean. And like, if you're worried about Soviet scuba divers coming in and sabotaging or surveilling your site, you can't really use sonar to detect them, because a scuba diver is the same size as like a seal or a tuna or some other piece of marine life. But they learned in 1958 that you can train a dolphin to identify those guys. And so what they would do with these dolphins is they would attach a barb-like harpoon thing under their snout, and they'd train the dolphin that when they encountered an enemy diver, to ram that harpoon into their body, and then a balloon would inflate, and then it would bring that diver to the surface, and then the Navy would scoop them up and gather intelligence from whatever was left. A dead diver at the bottom of the ocean doesn't tell you anything. And so a super effective program for the U.S. government as a way of safeguarding our most sensitive nuclear sites is employing animals to do that work. In fact, on Hanford, they had 4 Nike missile launch sites. So a Nike missile is a surface-to-air nuclear-tipped anti-aircraft missile. And during the 50s and 60s, this was the primary way that they planned to defend sites like Hanford from Soviet bombers. So the idea was, it's far better to detonate a nuclear warhead and take out bombers over U.S. civilian populations than to allow those bombers to bomb a place like Hanford. And Hanford had 4 of these sites on it, the most of any site in the American defense structure. And each one of those sites was guarded by dogs. And what they said was, a dog is worth 10 soldiers in terms of a sentinel role. Like, they're that much more effective. So if your job is, you're a cold warrior and your job is to defend Hanford, you've got a really big problem. There is 45 miles of the Columbia River running right through the middle of this site. When you combine, an east bank and a west bank, that's basically 90 miles of river coastline that you need to guard. And this is the country's #1 nuclear site, Department of Energy. Nothing is more important than Hanford. You can't bring dolphins in here because the Columbia River is freshwater and dolphins only operate in saltwater. So if you're a zealous cold warrior, you're going to ask yourself one really basic question. What is the world's most effective river hunter? Well, it turns out it's a black jaguar. Black jaguars can hold their breath for 15 minutes. They can eat underwater. They can swim a kilometer in the open ocean. They have night vision that's 6 times better than a human being. Coincidentally, they can kill alligators with a single bite to the back of the head. They're the strongest of the big cats, pound for pound, and they always instinctively drag their prey to shore. And so if you were looking for a base animal to create a sentinel creature, the jaguar is your #1 starting point, right? If you need to guard 90 miles of river coastline, you're going to pick an animal that has this array of super abilities. And what we think happened was that so they had a Jaguar Sentinel program. We think that perhaps that alligator program was also a Sentinel program that didn't work out. We think that they were manipulating these creatures just like they were manipulating the alligators. These creatures eventually outsmarted the scientists that were trying to contain them. Once those creatures escaped, they couldn't recapture them. And so if you look at the position of Hanford in Washington State, if you go north, south, or east of Hanford, you just go deeper into desert. If you head west towards Klickitat County, this is a place that's got an enormous variety of habitats. There's tons of trees and available prey food sources. And so what we think happened was that they had a Jaguar Sentinel program where they were manipulating these creatures just like they were manipulating the gators. They eventually escaped and they headed west into Klickitat County. And that's why now we're seeing, we've got over 80 reports of giant black panthers creeping around Klickitat County.
Man, that makes so much sense. And it makes so much sense if you take that same thought process and apply it to different locations based on where things need to be protected, the animal that they would use would change. And so you would have a genetically modified wolf, you may have genetically modified crocodiles, you may have all kinds of stuff. And then you combine the fact in that just 2 years ago, they were trying to work a bill through the Senate to stop them from doing genetic modifications. And it was a bill to stop what they were already doing. And they voted to keep it going. It makes all the sense in the world, man. It makes all the sense in the world.
The other thing that's really interesting, we've had no hostile encounters. And that to me is a real head scratcher. I mean, this is an enormous predator, right? 4 feet tall at the shoulder, bigger than a tiger. Why is it unafraid of humans? Cougars are terrified of humans. Well, if you had a sentinel creature, you would want it to be desensitized to human presence. Like it shouldn't automatically attack humans. It should only attack humans under certain command words or certain conditions or whatever. And you'd want it to be completely familiar with people so that it, was able to work with its handlers. And so again, we're trying to put together the pieces and we're missing half of them, right? And so this is a really complicated puzzle, a lot of weird things going on here. But, for my money, if you don't want to evoke some kind of supernatural explanation, they're some type of extraterrestrial feline humanoid race, or there's some type of, Native American tradition of something that's come from the spirit world. And you're just looking for, hard nuts and bolts. We're not looking for anything magical or spiritual. This story about the Hanford nuclear site is one that seems to make a lot of sense.
Now, let me ask you this question. This is how we'll know how close you are if you hit the nail on the head. Have you had any pushback since you started talking about that?
I really
How many times have you talked about it publicly so far? How many?
Couple dozen times. And like I said, today, the report that we got, someone had heard me on another podcast and they came in. This individual saw it leap. They were driving from Mount St. Helens. They saw it leap into the middle of the road and then jumped off out of the road. We've had other folks, talk about when it jumps across the road, its body stretched out, back paws to front paws, reaches from the white line to the yellow line to the white line. So a really enormous creature. But to answer your question, we haven't had have government folks come and talk to me or anything like that. No, we haven't heard anything like that.
Okay.
But I will tell you this. So Hanford is kind of just the beginning in terms of government involvement in the area. You can imagine with as much infrastructure we have here. So if we're producing 44% of all the hydroelectric power in this country, we've got this enormous waterway, there's railways on either side of it. Like the Columbia River Gorge is an incredibly important strategic location, right? And so we see military choppers flying through the canyon all the time. Sometimes folks have reported in the store that they have seen highly advanced aircraft, like helicopters that don't make sound, things of that nature. We've had reports of multi-domain craft, craft that is flying through the air and then dives into the river
the water,
and continues underwater. We've had folk that say that while they were hiking, they were stopped by soldiers and told they couldn't enter certain areas. We've had areas that have been completely closed down by government agencies. There are some folks who've reported in the store that they believe that there is some type of multinational base near Mount Adams. This is the mountain where people come and watch UFOs fly around all the time. And so we do have this really high degree of government interest in the area. And that's just the way it's always been. And like I said, in the store, we get reports, and there's when we can follow up on them, we do, but we have had numerous reports of strange government activity in the area.
I'll tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, we're almost out of time, but I tell you what, you know how you got all these guys that contact me, DW, I'm looking for a place to go investigate. You know a place? This area is the perfect place. It's got everything. It's got more bang for your buck than anything I've heard. And we only touched on this cat and a few UFOs. We didn't go into the humanoids. We didn't go into anything else that I've seen that, I mean, this place has all the bang for your buck that you could ever want as an investigator. James, tell everybody where's the address to the store? What's the address? So they want to come and they're in the area, they want to reach out and come buy something.
So we are located in Bingen, Washington, and the biggest town close to us. So Bingen's got about 800 people in it, not huge. But the closest town that people know about would be Hood River. It's right across the river from us. There's a big bridge, and you'd fly into Portland Airport, 60-minute drive, and you'd be in Hood River, and then another 5 minutes, you're over in Bingen. Right there on the southern border of Washington State. Check us out on Facebook, margiesoutdoorstore.com, or our website. And that's really sort of the best way to keep track of what we're doing. Facebook is a place where we do a lot of updates and things like that. But yeah, if you are in the area, I'd be happy to point you in the direction of where a lot of these astonishing things occur. We, like I said, these interviews go so fast sometimes, and there's just so much content to cover. I've had some really unusual experiences myself. Things that I've seen over by Horse Thief Butte. There's an area here we call Broke Lake Barrows. It's basically a lava flow that's the size of the island of Manhattan, and people have gone missing in there. And I've had, strange experiences of, lost, I guess I'd call it spatial and temporal displacement. So, yeah, and was transported. It's a longer story than that, but basically,
okay, let's just go into the story. Let's just go. If you got a few more minutes, let's just hit the story, because you're trying to squeeze it in. That ain't gonna work. All right, so we go to this place. Right, so you lose time and we get moved around. So that's the summary, but go into the details of it, because this is crazy.
All right, so Broke Lake Barrows is this really. All right. Just to give you a sense, I have been a professional land navigator since I was 18 years old in the Army, right? So land navigation, compass, maps, and then as a wildland forest firefighter, and then as a search and rescue EMT. So I am, like I said, have been professionally land navigating my entire adult life. I have really good sense of direction. I know where I'm at in the wilderness. Like, if you are out there, if you're the kind of person that they call when someone else is lost and hurt, you can't be getting lost and hurt yourself. You have to really be at the top of your game, right?
Right.
So Broke Lake Barrows is this lava flow. It's maybe 20 minutes from the store. And it's kind of up in the wilderness area, a place called the Indian Heaven Wilderness. And 8,000 years ago, this volcano erupted and just sort of filled up this entire mountain valley with this jumble of rocks. There are, like micro canyons and lava tube caves, this jumble of rocks and ridges. Honestly, it is the worst place that I've ever seen to navigate in. And once you get in there, because of all these jumbled rocks that are covered with moss and everything, it's incredibly quiet. It's deathly quiet in there. And like I said, people have gone missing. They were just 20 yards from their companions and then vanished off the face of the earth. Hundreds of searchers go in there. No one finds a trace of them. And so I was up there doing some investigations, and I was flying my drone down one of these little micro canyons. So imagine like the lava will flow, and it'll form a crust on the top. The lava will continue to flow through until all the lava is gone. And then you get a cave, right? Because that lava has sort of spilled out. And then that cave roof collapses. And so you get a trench. And so just for the sake of simplicity, I'm maybe 150 yards from the edge of the lava bed. And I'm flying my drone up and down, like, let's just say north and south, up and down this trench, getting some footage of it, stuff like that. I walk to the north end of the trench. I make a 90-degree turn, and I start walking west. All right. So, and I walk another 200 yards. And then I find another trench, and I say, oh, this is really great. And so basically, when I turned west, I'm going deeper into the lava bed. And so I'm looking around, and you have to understand, when you are a professional land navigator, you are doing things like you're building mental maps. It's really, really rare if I've been someplace that I, wouldn't recognize it again. You're counting your paces. You're keeping an eye on, important landmarks. Like, there's a whole series of things that are going on in the background of your mind when you're land navigating. So I make that 90-degree turn, walk another 200 yards deeper into the lava field, find another trench, and I go, this is a cool trench. I think I'm going to fly the drone through here. And I'm there for 5 minutes, and I realize that I am at the south end of the original trench that I went to, right? So I've been transported easily 300 yards and readjusted probably 110 degrees from the direction I thought I was going in. So for a person like me, who has been, who is the kind of guy that you call when someone else is lost and hurt, to be completely unaware of my surroundings and completely, spatially displaced by over 300 yards, maybe even more, and then turned around, not even recognizing where I was, is a really jarring moment. Like, what the hell just happened to me? And, if you were to imagine that there were entities in this lava field, like, and no one goes in there, like, just to give you a sense of scope, the island of Manhattan houses 1.7 million people. This is an area the same size that could house 1.7 million people. And if you were an entity and you were trying to keep people out of there, this was perhaps like one of the most benevolent ways to do that, where you simply, close their eyes for a second, and we're going to put you back at go. And that's going to be it. I think the reason why I spent so much time talking about my land navigation experience is, for anyone else, being lost in the woods or not knowing where you are or mistaking where you are might be a fairly common thing. For me, that never happens. It's the kind of thing where, if you were driving your car and suddenly you realized, in your hometown, and you realize that you were back where you started from after driving for a couple of miles. Like, it's that same level of, what the hell just happened here? And in the same area, we've had Bigfoot sightings, Bigfoot footprints. The ape cat's been seen up in this area. And I have a sense, and there are no trails in there. I should also tell you that compasses don't work in there. Cell phones don't work in there. My drone was having a hard time picking up GPS satellites. And so there are these places here, obviously, with this jumble of volcanic rock, the magnetism is off the charts, another highly complex electromagnetic environment. And like, that's just one tiny area of over 2,000 square miles of like vast, deep wilderness that's both desert and rainforest. It's truly a remarkable place. And if anybody is at all interested in paranormal investigation, come out to Marge's Outdoor Store in Bingen, Washington. We'll set you up. We'll tell you where to go. If I have time, I'll take you out there myself. But man, this is a place where I think it deserves more recognition. I think it's a place where some mysteries can be, some real good data can be gathered.
It seems like it, man. One more question. You were physically fine, though. No nosebleeds, no headaches, no nothing crazy. It's just like somebody said, okay, nosy person, you're here. We're going to put you right here. Get out of here. Just to make the point.
And it was seamlessly edited, too. Like, I had no idea that I had been moved. It took me 5 minutes to come to my senses and realize it was only after I flew my drone and I looked over and I could see the edge of my rig. I was like, holy crap, I am back where I started. Like, how in the hell did this even happen? And it wasn't there wasn't jarring. It wasn't like I felt violated or like any kind of weird thing. It was just, we're going to bumper car you over here, and that's going to be the deal. And so this place is, there's but one 4-wheel drive track into it. You can scratch into it maybe a quarter of a mile. And it's weird that there's any kind of road there at all, because there's no commercial interest. There's no, you don't log in there. There's no mining in there. And this road just leads to this collection of weird pools of water that are sort of filling up some sinkholes. And I was out there, and there's a campfire spot, and I found a bunch of 5.56 NATO cartridge rounds. So these are the expent cartridges. Right. And so in and of itself, not crazy. AR-15 shoot 5.56. But what was weird was that there were belt links. So, when I was in the Army, I was a squad gunner, had a M249 squad automatic weapon. It's a belt-fed machine gun that uses 5.56 ammo. And what's weird is that, sure, civilians have 5.56 ammo, good old boys, belt links in the woods, but it is illegal. Like, no one has a belt-fed AR-15. Like, that's just not something that civilians are allowed to have. And when I looked at the pattern, it looked like they were firing in all directions. Again, hard to say what a lot of these things are. I mean, I'm not going to stake my claim to say there's definitely some type of military presence, but we do know that during 2014 lost person out there, the military actually showed up to find this guy. Really unusual. I mean, I've been on as a search and rescue EMT, dozens and dozens of searches. And the only time the military shows up is if, like, maybe there's a Navy chopper that comes in or a Coast Guard chopper that comes in to help airlift somebody, but you never get boots on the ground. And here was this military unit searching for this guy. So again, there's a lot of strange things going on out here. I think I'm just kind of scratching the surface of all of the strange phenomenon and all of the ways these different organizations and entities and everything else are interacting out here.
Nah, man, that's crazy. You know exactly what you're talking about. That's crazy, man. That's insane. All right, James, we're gonna shut it down right here. And ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for joining us. This was a phenomenal interview, and he touched on a new location for me that I knew nothing about. And now you have a brand new location where not only can you go to the store and shop, find someone who can be a guide. I prefer if he just sends you to the location and one of them things pick you up and drop you somewhere, and you can call me back and go, hey, Star Waters, I went there and it picked me up and it dropped me, and I get the story. But nonetheless, I think you should go. And in fact, bro, I'm gonna be out there not too long from now. I want to say in August or September. I'm going to be out in that area going to some of the wineries, so I'm definitely going to pass through. And
give me a call. I'll set you up.
Yeah, I'm not going there though. I don't play that. I already know. Bro, I don't need to be shifted in location, and I don't need none of that. I'm cool. I don't need none of that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are out of here. It was great. Peace out.
In the garden, I talked to the snake. I picked the apple, got hooked on the stick. But I found paradise, the Eden of my dreams. My eyes are shining like a serpentine chain. I totally surrender my heart, my soul, my brain. Love wraps around me like a serpentine chain, like a serpentine chain, like a serpentine chain. I fell for a charmer and I creamed like a vine.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's your boy Dog Waters, and I'm back with one of the most prolific insightful dogman encounters that I've heard in a long time. Now, you guys know I don't do a lot of recorded interviews, and the reason why I don't do a lot of recorded interviews because in most cases I do not want my witnesses to go through the criticism and critique of a bunch of goddamn retards. But it takes a strong-minded person for me to do an interview, and I found one of those people strong-minded. He's not afraid, and I know his personality can handle anything that comes his way. And when I find people like that, I'm very comfortable with interviewing them. Outside of that, you know, it takes a little bit of nerve and a set of kahunas, you know, to tell your story and deal with the bullshit that comes with it. So, without further ado, let's get started on this interview. And I'm telling you guys, it's very insightful, and you guys will understand very soon. Are you there with me, brother? How you feeling today?
Feeling good, James. How you doing?
Oh man, I'm fantastic. Let's start by you telling the audience whatever you're comfortable with sharing about yourself: nickname, name, occupation. And for the record, guys, I'm going to actually do this story along with the interview. So YouTube will probably get the story before they get the interview, but members of the website will get both. So go ahead and tell us a little bit about yourself, what you're comfortable sharing. You don't have to jump out the window and tell nobody your address, anything like that, because you know people know it's credibility over here. They know I'm not lying. So go for it.
Sure. My nickname is KP. I work in oil near the Sabine River.
Right, you live right there near the hot spots. So we're doing this story in remembrance of your father and the lessons that your father taught you, which are very freaking important lessons. And it's important to have a dad in our lives anyway, because men make men. You know what I'm saying? A lot of moms, I love your moms, your good guys are straight, but you can't make a man. So let's start off talking a little bit about your dad, because what you shared with me about your father made me understand that not only was he a real live woodsman, like a throwback who understood being in the woods, but at the same time he understood the things that go bump in the night. Am I correct with that?
No doubt. He was a very experienced woodsman. There's a lot of hunters in the world, but there's different levels of hunters. I would say he was more of a slayer. He didn't hunt out of stands. He stalked. He was a excellent tracker. He could tell you movements, time frames. Pretty amazing. A lot of that was taught to him by his grandfather, my great grandfather, Henry, who was a Comanche Indian. So he was very experienced in that. And my family has deep roots in cattle and animal husbandry, taking care of cattle, horses, working the land. My family goes back all the way to the Sons of the Republic of Texas. They were some of the first people in Texas before Texas was even a republic. Some of the founders of Orange, Texas. Long line of cattlemen and woodsmen in my family. So, my father had a lot of knowledge in that area.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of it. When we first talked and you started telling me about your bloodline, your father, I distinctly remember you talking about how your father taught you to be able to literally stalk through the woods, and because most hunters sit in a tree stand and take a shot. It's a whole nother world when you're actually literally tracking an animal and you're ghosting through the woods, not leaving a scent, not making noise. It's a whole, I only know I'm the one other person who actually knows how to do that. That's like old school. And that guy, his bloodline is Native American as well. And that really is a tradition that's passed down through the bloodline. So, again, I'm sorry for the
now,
loss.
Now, I can't do it. He taught me, but I can't do it. He could. I mean, I know what he did, and I was taught how to do it, but I never mastered it like him.
Wow. I thought you had picked up on a lot of it, but you don't know how to do it the way he does it.
Oh, I did. No way.
Well, it's definitely something that's passed down through Native American bloodlines because the other guy, I mean, he's tribal. You wasn't looking at him, you wouldn't think he's tribal, but he's tribal, and that boy will sneak through the woods. It's terrifying the stuff that guy can do. I mean, it really, really is. It's a lost art.
Right.
It really is a lost art. All right, so let's get
It
started
is.
going into the Dogman encounter. Let's start with what your dad taught you, and let's just start with your dad and what he experienced, and let's walk all the way through what happened and how it ended.
Okay. Well, we I had a pretty large ranch. I had I don't know, 50 or 60 head of cattle, and I believe it was I know it was after the ice storm in the 90s. I guess that ice storm was in 97 or something like that. But you know how whenever there's a big event, you know, you always say, you talk about that event for a couple of years. So I think it may have been the season after that ice storm. It started with, you know, I look back on it and I noticed there was a lot of signs that I didn't register, but our property is about 4 miles, I guess, 7 miles if you drive it, but if you cut across the Sabine River, there's a lot of water on our property, and there's a pipeline that runs through our property. Well, you know, that's kind of like a highway for deer and most all animals. So we had a large population of deer and animals crossing our property always. And I guess the first thing I noticed is that the traffic kind of went down to nothing. I mean, there was no tracks, and I'm talking about beaten paths where the deer were traveling, you know, and the traffic went down to nothing. And I would always tell my father, I would say, well, boy, that ice storm really messed us up. And he just, you know, he just would shake his head no and not really say. He wasn't a man of a lot of words, but he really wouldn't say much about it. Well, first that happened. Then I guess it was on a Friday evening. Yeah, it was on a Friday. It was on a weekend, because I remember when I went out there, I could hear the Delta Downs Casino's not far away, and I could hear the announcements of the races going on. I got a call from a neighbor stating that one of the horses was out. So I got my dog and took off out there. I had a cow dog that would work, you know, horses, cows, whatever, help me. And I got out there, and when I pulled up, the horse was outside the fence looking straight across the pasture all the way to the back. And the way the pasture's set up is there's like, I guess 100 acres is pretty clear, like just real nice pasture, and there's a couple of ponds on it. And then there's like a ravine that runs north and south across the property. Now the pipeline runs east and west down the middle, but this ravine runs across, and it drains all the properties around there. That's where all the water goes out and it heads down to the river. So there was nothing in there. Once you cross that ravine, there's thick woods behind there. That's where all the woods start. It was uncleared. And all the horses were, I guess, within about 20 to 25 yards of one another, standing there in the front, all looking to the back. Well, I pull up, and the one horse is barbed wire, you know, on her, and she's bleeding, which kind of surprised me because it was my best horse. It was the horse that I rode every day. And, you know, anybody who owns a horse understands that a horse can be like, you know, one of the best pets there are. She's not wild. So it was kind of shocking to me that she was outside the fence. Well, I started treating her, getting the barbed wire off, fixing the barbed wire, repaired everything, and didn't think anything of it, and went home. Well, I remember that night before I went to sleep, I thought, you know, the dog didn't even get out of the truck. And, you know, anybody that has a cow dog knows they like to work. And normally she's out getting it. And she never got out of the truck. So I thought, well, maybe she's getting old or not feeling. Maybe I need to take her to the vet. So anyway, I go to sleep. The next morning, I'm woke up by my father saying, "Hey, let's go." You know, way it worked is I had leased some bulls and we did artificial insemination on certain cows. So my dad would mark the calendars of the prospective days for birth for calves. And so he was excited because that's like, hey, we got calves coming today, you know. So he's waking me up. So we take off to go out to the property. Well, I guess we got there about, sun was just coming up. And it was cold enough where you could see your breath. You know, it was chilly. And so normally I would catch 2 horses and saddle them, and then we would go to the back or wherever the cows were and look for the new calves. But my one horse she got kind of ripped up, so you know, I wasn't going to mess with her. And the other ones, for some reason, were like borderline ferocious. I mean, they were just like not having it. You know, they'd paw at you. And I just took it as, well, it's cold and they don't want to work. So my dad says, well, let's just walk. You know, you're talking 1.5 miles to, 2 miles to get to the back of it. It's a good ways. But we did it all the time. He liked to stalk and walk, and I mean, that was his thing. So we take off and we're walking across the pasture, the open part, and my dad says, do you notice that none of the cows are in the pasture? And I looked, and there was nothing. They were nowhere. So I said, well, they must be across the ravine up in those woods because it's chilly last night, I guess. And then he says, do you have your pistol? I said, yeah, I got my gun. And I always carried a .357 with me for just whatever. So we're crossing, and then we walk all the way across, still seeing nothing. And when we get to the ravine and we cross the ravine, on the other side of the ravine, we found about an 800-pound bull, young bull, dead, right on the edge of the ravine. Now, I say he was tore up, but I mean, it wasn't like Scarface ripped up, like ripped into shreds or anything. It wasn't like that. It's like kind of like whenever a bobcat or a cat kills something, they just kind of rip at it. He had like some rips at him, and but this bull was a fighter. This bull would, he'd protect the herd. He was a pretty rank bull. So in looking, we saw there was canine tracks around there. And they were really the biggest I've ever seen. I'm not saying they were giant like a basketball or nothing, but they were big. They were like the biggest dog you can think of. They were bigger than that. They were big. So I start calling the cows, thinking, maybe somebody has some mastiffs or something, or, I don't know. Well, my dad, the whole time, he's saying nothing. He's not saying anything. He's just smoking cigarette after cigarette, not saying anything. And he just keeps looking at the back of the pasture, and he goes, all this land connects to the big woods. Well, the big woods everybody knows about big woods. The big woods cemetery is kind of famous, and it's a bunch of it's like lots of thick forest, and it goes almost all the way. You can get to Shreveport once you hit those woods. You can go all the way up to there. So there's a lot of big game has come out of there. I mean, I heard tell of giant deer being shot out of there. So I just think, well, yeah, whatever. So we start walking kind of south, going down the ravine, following the ravine on the opposite side where all the woods are. And, I had cleared out a path, I guess about 25 yards wide, and the cows would walk that path. So that was their path. So we're walking that. And as we're walking, my dad says, don't stop calling and don't stop walking. He said, but look off to your left underneath those pine trees at the back corner. Well, this is something that we did we always would bring, if I was building fence or we were doing anything, we would always bring rifles and we would keep them close because I killed most of my deer because they're curious. You know, anybody that hunts knows a deer's curious. And if you're running equipment or if you're driving posts and they hear that noise, they'll come and look. Well, we would always keep a gun close. And one of the things we would do is my dad would say, keep working. Or he'd keep working, or he'd start fussing at me, like where his voice is talking, to keep it like we don't know. And then I would walk and get the gun. And so that was something that we always would do. So then he says, just keep calling the cows and keep walking, look off to your left. Well, underneath these pine trees is an area that I'd even had shot a deer there years before. It's a kind of a covered area, and the pine needles kind of clear, you know, no grass grows underneath those trees there. And animals think that you can't see them because it's kind of like in a shadow underneath there. So many times we'd see deer and other animals up underneath there. And I looked off and I saw a very, very large canine. And it was black, which I've seen many, well, you don't really see wolves here. They're mainly like coyote mixes or, you know, I'd never seen one black. And it was, it looked puffy. It looked puffy up in the front, like it had this thick winter coat. But, you know, it wasn't a coat. I think it was just an odd shape. Like, I think you're used to seeing a wolf. A wolf is kind of slender and long, you know, but this thing was kind of puffy up in the front, the top of the chest area, kind of like, and real big head. And it was just kind of just sitting there watching. So we kept walking, and then we go down to this other area, and it kind of opens up. Well, all the cows were right there. I'm talking 60 cows. If you've ever worked cows before and you put them in the pens, if you're trying to rope one or you're trying to catch one, man, they clump up super tight. Like just, you couldn't put a piece of paper in between them. They get so tight together. They pack up real tight, like for protection. And they were just all packed up super tight. Like there was like electric fence around them or something. It was really strange. They were all just standing there. So I look at my dad and I said, you think those wolves are hurting them like that or something? He just shook his head. No, kept smoking a cigarette. He said he just kept looking back and just wouldn't say nothing. So then I said, I screamed at the cows. Man, they looked up and saw me and they got excited. I mean, it was like your kid at the mall that lost you, you know, I mean, they just took off. They ran right past us, crossed the ravine and all the way up to the front. Just took off. Now, I didn't see anything at that point anywhere around them. So it didn't make any sense why they were standing like that. So we keep walking a little further south, and I look, I guess, 100 yards south further, and it looked about 9 foot, 10 foot high ahead. Now, the grass was tall back there, so I can't say I saw a body. So I don't know if, you know, something was standing up or in a tree. I don't know. But I saw this massive head, and I remember that I could see the pupils at that far of a distance, which there's no way in the world you're going to be able to see the pupils of a wolf at 75 yards away. There's no way. I mean, I remember I could see that. And so I pulled out my pistol and I shot at it. And it kind of eased down. And I remember my dad wasn't really mad at me, but he kind of made the comment, do you have another bullet? And I said, yeah. He said, well, you better put it in there. And we started walking real fast. Well, then I remember I stopped back at the area where all the cows were kind of corralled up, like, and I was looking at the fence, and by the fence, because I thought maybe they had broke the fence. And I remember he was like, we need to get out of here, kind of acting like. And I saw the tracks, and it looked like the tracks went from 4 to 2 when it got near the fence. So then I told him, I was like, damn, that wolf must have jumped, you know, like stood up and jumped over the fence. And he just shook his head, no. Like, mm-mm. And he's like, man, that's the big woods back there. I'm just thinking, what is that? You know, what does that mean? So anyway, we take off walking. And as we're walking, I noticed he was like moving fast. And when I looked, I guess it was about 300 yards by now in that area where I had shot. The one I had saw, the head, eased off into that open way where I could see it. And it was big. I mean, you know, I can't tell you exactly, but I know this. I know that I had looked at cattle from that distance my whole life. And it was equivalent to, say, a yearling, which, I mean, you're talking 800 pounds. It was huge. And then my dad said, they're flanking us. He said, you know, we got to move. So we took off and we crossed and we went across, and the whole way we're walking, he's like, you need to call the livestock commission, which a friend of mine worked for the Calcasieu Parish Livestock Commission. He said, you need to call him. And he said, and we're going to call the game warden. He said, because we might need tags or something to get rid of these things. Well, also there was three cows that were supposed to calve that night. And we could see that they had calved. Well, we never found the calves ever. We saw they had calved, but we never found the calves, never found bodies, nothing. So something happened. They got those calves. So we called the game warden, and I mean, he is there quick because they all knew my dad. I mean, we all grew up together. Livestock Commission and the game warden are there fast. I mean, within an hour and a half. They're out there. They're looking at the tracks. They're looking at everything. They said, these are wolves. They said, these are wolves, and they've migrated from Yellowstone. Whole time they're doing it, my dad's smoking, shaking his head, no. He's not saying nothing. He's just shaking his head, no. A couple times I heard him kind of say, that's bullshit, you know, kind of underneath his breath. So they said, we're going to put cages up, and we're going to catch them. And he said, you got 1 week. And if you don't get them in a week, I'm going to end them. So they said, oh, you can't do that. You know, they're protected. And he's like, you got a week, 1 week. He said, y'all know me, you got a week. Well, they put all these cages out, about 10 big live cages. Game wardens came every shift and checked those cages. Those cages were tore up. I mean, tore up. Never caught nothing. Well, they finally come and get their cages and everything. I guess it was my dad kept saying, well, he kept saying, you know, the big woods, the big woods, the big. He would always say that. Well, when they came and got the cages and they left, my dad looked at me and he said, that's not no fucking wolves. That's loup-garou. I had no idea what that meant. I thought that was just like French for wolf or something. I didn't know. So now, one thing my dad would always do whenever he would hunt, we never would just like clean deer and just leave the organs out laying on the ground. You know, he didn't do that. He would always burn stuff. And he would always take a chunk of meat and throw it out for the birds or whatever. And he said that was to guarantee good hunts and protect your herds. He would always say that. His grandpa talking about. You always got to burn it. Always got to burn it. Well, guess about a week later, I go to my fridge, my freezer. We butcher calves, you know, so we always keep a lot of meat on hand. And I open up my freezer, and my freezer is totally empty. I'm talking nothing, everything gone. Well, I'm pissed off. So I go to my dad, and I'm like, what'd you do to all my meat? And he said, what had to be done? That's all he said, what had to be done. So my father had been ill for years, and we never knew it. You know, he wouldn't say much about that. And he had a massive stroke, and got to where communication just, you know, kind of like he was there, but he wasn't there kind of thing. You know, communication just wasn't good. And one of the last things he told me is he said, when you find it, you burn it. And I was like, find what? Burn what? You know, it didn't register. I was like, okay, sure, Dad, I'll do it, you know. And I guess it was, he was down a while and before he finally passed. And I remember it was like October 30th. It was the day before Halloween. I was out on the land, and I was out near the last pond in the very, very back, kind of where I'm talking about, where they had all the cows had been corralled up real tight. And I was back by that back pond, and I'm just kind of sitting on the edge of the pond, and I looked into the pond, and there was a massive canine skull. I could see it in the. Now we always check the ponds because sometimes, you know, things die in the pond, and you don't want to mess your water up. Although our ponds are like artesian wells, they fill themselves up, but still you don't want rotten stuff in your pond. So we check them, and I saw this massive skull in there. So I had to walk off in the pond to get it, and I pulled it out of the pond, and I mean, this thing was big. I'm talking about the size of a young bull. I mean, it was big. And so as I'm walking back and coming back, I feel like this like crunching underneath my feet. And I look down on the edge of the water, and I look down at the water, and there's freaking paper everywhere. I'm like, what is all this crap, you know? And I pull it up, and I'm reading the paper, and it says ribs, roast, steak, round steak. I was like, that's all my meat wrappers. So I pull out, and I'm sitting on the edge there, just kind of thinking, what in the world is all this? And I look to the right, and there's like a little tallow tree beside the side of the pond, and underneath there is 2 5-gallon buckets of antifreeze. And on top of those buckets is syringes. Some of them still had antifreeze in them. So then I knew he took all my meat, came out here, injected all that meat with antifreeze, and that's how he got them. So I remember what he said about burn it. You got to burn it. You got to burn it. Well, I pulled one of the tooth because I thought, I mean, I'm talking, that canine was 5-6 inches long, that tooth. It was huge. So I'm thinking, man, I might get rich, you know. I might be able to sell this or something, you know, I don't know. So I pulled this canine, and I burned everything else like he said. And I don't know if this is coincidence. I don't know if this is what he was trying to tell me, because he would say that you would be cursed. But October 31st, my house burned and everything I owned in it. Now, that tooth ended up getting burned anyway. Coincidence? I don't know. But I know my dad was a stalker, and I know that he slayed the Dogman. Because I didn't know that it was a Dogman until I started listening to you, and until me and you, James, had conversations, and you enlightened me on how they moved, and it all made sense, and my location. And that's my story.
Man, that's like, that's wild, dude. And the first time you told it to me, I was just like, wait, what? And then when I started hitting you with like little questions, not like hardcore questions, and you had the answers, I was like, yo, my man is fucking telling the truth. This is fucking crazy. You know what I'm saying? But I do have to hit you with 1 or 2 questions that are pertinent. And the reason why I'm going to ask you these questions is so nobody else down the line can come back and try and discredit what you're saying. So the first one I have to ask is, what was the time period between when your dad, well, you say when your dad actually injected the meat, and then passed away, to the time period where you actually found the skull in the pond, because what it signifies is
I
that
would say it was a couple of seasons. I would say it was a couple of seasons, because the paper was that kind of wax paper. You know what I'm talking about, where you wrap meat with. It's kind of that waxy kind of paper.
right.
And which that stuff lasts, and a lot of that paper was degraded pretty well. So I would say it was maybe 2 seasons, maybe 2 falls later, something like that.
Gotcha. Which is definitely long enough for it to actually to decay. And then the only other obvious question would be, because no one has ever had the opportunity to describe a skull, can you go give your best description of what that skull actually looked like? Just articulate it to the best of your ability, like dimensions, and just use your hand. So, you know, the easiest thing for someone to understand would be the distance between your pinky and your thumb. That way they can actually look. How big was it? How long was it? How thick was it? Could you tell it was a snout? You know, how long was the canine? Just touch bases on those kind of things real quick.
All right. I would say if you know, I would say maybe 10 or 12 inches wide, maybe 20 inches long. Canine probably 6 inches. Best way I can describe it, because is you see people with cow heads on their walls, you know, with the skulls and the cow head.
Right.
It was similar to that size, but a canine. I mean, I've seen many canine skulls. We've had to kill many wolves, many pests, many bobcats, and it was far larger than anything I had ever seen. I mean, no comparison, and never seen anything that big since. Nothing even close. I would say that if I spread my hands, that it was almost 2 wide. You know, I mean, it's
That's
big.
freaking huge. Yeah, that's huge.
Close to 12 inches wide, I'd say. I mean, it was really, really big. Now I didn't see any other bones. I didn't see like ribs, and you know, I didn't see like the rest of the bones. Now, whether the pond drops off once you get, you know, it slopes, because we slope it for cows so they can walk down and get water if the water's low. But once you get to a certain point, it drops, and it's an artesian well, so we go all the way to the clay, and then we punch a hole, so it's pretty deep, you know. So I mean, whether or not they were off in further in there, I don't know. I wasn't about to dive for it, you know. To me, at this point in time, I didn't even know what it was. In my mind, a loup-garou was just a wolf, and this was just a big ass wolf at that time. It wasn't until we talked and you started explaining things to me, and I started putting it together, that I started thinking, whoa, wait a minute, you know, this is another level. This is something different. There's a reason why I haven't seen. And, you know, I've seen wolves in Colorado. I've seen wolves in Alaska. I've seen wolves all over. I mean, I'm traveled. I've seen wolves everywhere, and I've never seen anything like this. And it was the shape was not right. That's the best way I can describe it, is the shape was just not right. The upper body, like I said, it looked like it had like a furry coat on over just the top part of his body. Now, but it wasn't cold enough for it to be like a thick, winter coat or whatever. Kind of like these old ladies you see, and they throw these minks over their shoulders, and you could it thickens up that top. That's kind of how it looked. It looked like that across the top part of the body. Now the second one, the big one, I can't tell you shape that well, because we didn't see it come out into the clearing until we were a good, we were a good quarter ways into the pasture. So we were 300-400 yards away whenever we saw it. But I could tell by the size of it in comparison to seeing horses or cows or whatever at that distance thousands of times, that it was in that area of the same size.
Let me ask you this question for people who don't know. You described it as the size of a yearling. For people who don't know what a yearling is, like, you had to describe and explain that to me. And you were talking about 800 pounds. Let's just, because of your experience dealing with cattle, kind of give a range for a yearling, what a yearling is, what's the maximum size they could be, and what's the maximum weight they could be, minimum weight they could be, so people can understand. Because when you're talking about 300 yards away, we're talking about 3 football fields away, you're talking about a significant amount of distance. Yeah. It would have to be a huge animal for you to even, you know what I'm saying?
Right. Because at that distance, whenever we would see deer, they looked like they were little, small, Yeah, a yearling, whenever a calf is born, normally they're, for our calves, they averaged about 118 pounds on average, something like that. And then they stay on the mama for X amount of months, according to how quickly you can get them away sometimes. And then they wean off the mom. And then you usually start transferring them to some type of feed or putting them in a pasture where you planted some type of grass or something for them. And then they eat that for a while. And then the yearling is about at a year mark. And normally, they can be 800 to, and that's not super heavy. I'm just being modest in, overall 800 to up to, 1,000 pounds, some of them, depending on I didn't have big size cattle. I bred mid-sized cattle because they were easier keepers. They didn't need as much grass to stay fat. So I didn't have the real big giant cattle. I always went with kind of a mid-sized cow. So, I'd say, 800 to 1,100 pounds would be, the average. At least it was for me. That was kind of our average for about at a year mark. And he was a bull that was killed. Now there was numerous calves that were killed and lost, and I mean this was an ongoing thing. That's just this particular event. That we had lost multiple calves up to this point. It was a problem. And whenever I say that the traffic of the animals stopped, I'm talking about to nothing, absolutely nothing. And whenever the animals stopped moving the pipeline, I assumed it was the ice storm. I mean, they have no other means of path. They have no other means of travel. So how are they going to get from Big Woods to the river if they're not traveling the pipeline? They're not going to walk down the interstate. They're not going to walk down the highway. They're not going to walk through people's backyards. That's the only means of travel. So for that amount of animals to be shut off, it was a serious red flag of something was going on. Now I've had the rabbits disappear because of bobcats, or that's happened. A predator comes, things change. That had happened in the past. We had bobcat problems before, and we noticed the difference in things, but never the large animals stopped to that point. Never.
And were you able to correlate the lack of, or the game going missing with the time period in which your calves started going missing? Was it like the game went missing and then my calves came up missing, and when the game was around, my calves were fine? Was there any correlation that you were able to make, looking back on it now? Because you probably weren't thinking about that then, but looking back on it now, was there any correlation between the two?
Absolutely. Absolutely. It was all in that same time frame. Because I remember, you know how like whenever, like for instance, you know, we just dealt with Laura. So now everything is compared to, well, man, you know, since Laura. I remember in that time frame, everything I would say would be, man, that ice storm. Because it was, you know, that was the first time we got really shut down on lockdown for 4 or 5 days. You know, I had cattle freeze. I mean, it was, you know, the first of that. That was before, you know, Katrina and Rita, before all that had come. So you just kind of blamed everything on that. But yeah, it was the same time frame. It was about the same time frame, and it was progressive. It was progressive because there was, before that, you would walk out into the pasture and the cows would be in the pasture, which normally your cows are going to be out in the open spot where the good grass is, where the food is. And sometimes that area that I was talking about underneath those pine trees, sometimes there'd be something would be laying up around in that area, and usually deer would be there. And a lot of times, whenever out in the field, your cows would be out in the field, the deer would intermingle with them. You'd be walking across the pasture, and you'd say, looks like there's about 4 or 5 calves with that one cow, and then you would get close and you would see it was the deer. The deer would just get in there and eat with the cows. Not odd at all. But that stopped to the point of no deer. Nothing.
Yeah, that's crazy. Well, no, the reason why I asked that question is because when I do my interviews, I'm going to ask the questions that naturally someone would ask, so they don't need to be answered later on. And that way you don't have to worry about people coming back. And the one thing that stood out to me, and I just want to get your thoughts on it, because I don't know if you're not sure if your dad actually explained this to you, but when he talked about the game warden, he told you may have to get tags to remove these things. What was your thoughts about, you know, tags? What did he mean by that? Were you thinking he was implying that they knew what it was, and that because then you told me that they said they were protected species when it came to trapping them.
Right.
Do you think they knew what it was, and your dad knew that, okay, I can't just roll out here and kill these things, I might get in trouble? And I guess that would be from that conversation.
Yes, he did know that. That's because he said that. He said, you know, wolves are protected. He said there might have to be, you know, but you know, if an animal is a nuisance and it's killing your cattle, of course you have rights, you know. And I think what he was referring to is, you know, I don't even know if there is an actual tag. That's what he said. I don't know if he was meaning like I may have to get permission to take care of these things. But he specifically told the game warden, you have a week or I'm going to end them. And they knew he meant it.
Yeah, and so after that, they just didn't come back, or they just let it ride? The game
After that, they didn't come back, no. No, they didn't. They didn't. But the game warden, like I said, I mean, I grew up in church with the guy. My dad used to take us fishing as kids. I mean, he's known my dad, you know, his whole life. And he knew as cattlemen that we had rights to do what we needed to do. But you know, I don't really know enough about the rules. I know that we tried to follow the rules and call all the appropriate people, called the livestock commission and had them come and look at the bull to show them, you know, what had happened, showed them all the tracks, and they frequented the property regularly for that week. And I know that not every one of those cages, but I know that the traps were tore to shreds. I know that.
If you had to describe the trap that was used, like if you had to describe the cage or trap, let me describe that, because people, I can't imagine the size of what we're talking about. Kind of give somebody a reference to the size of the track, you know, dimensions, length, width, and height, because I think that's significant as to what they knew. It kind of gives you an idea of what the game warden knew and understand. Because it's not like they went out there with a 3-foot long trap, right?
Yeah, it looked more like a trap, like you were trying to trap like multiple pigs. You know, kind of like a trap, like if you were trying to catch, like, hey, I have a pig problem and I'm not sure how many of them I have. They were like that. I mean, you know, you're talking about, you know, if you were on the back of an 18-wheeler, maybe 4 could fit on it, on the bed. I mean, they were big. They were big enough to where I think you could probably catch, you know, 6 pretty large pigs, and I'm talking, you know, and pigs get big. So yeah, they were big. They were big, and you know, I think that they also were that size because they maybe didn't know, you know, how many there were. And my dad said if we saw now, the first one, no way did it know we saw it. It didn't know we saw it. The second one knows we saw it because it shot at it. I don't think it would have known that we saw it. But, you know, you're talking about a different level of senses whenever it's your property and you're out there every day and you walk the same path and, you know, your cows are out there. I mean, if something's out of place, if the limb breaks, you know, in a tree, we would notice. So, you know, it's definitely a heightened level of awareness as compared to somebody else just walking through the woods out there. Especially with my father. I mean, he was a stalker. I mean, he would stalk animals. I mean, he would go to Colorado hunting with all my uncles, and he would shoot his tags and theirs because they couldn't get anything. So then they would end up giving him their tag, and he'd shoot their tag too. And they're in stands, and he's walking. So I wish I could have picked up more of his skill set. I mean, I think that I'm former military, and I think I'm pretty good at it. But you know, in comparison to him, nowhere in the same ballpark.
No, I understand. The last and final question that I can think of that anyone would ever try and poke a hole into. I'm glad you disclosed the former military. I was going to get into that. What about, so we have these game wardens on the property. What kind of behaviors were you able to observe from them? Like, how did they behave when they were there? Were they behaving like they were frightening? Were they armed? What was their behavior like when it came for as far as them being on the property?
I believe I would say that they were kind of nonchalant until they saw the tracks. It was just kind of like, you know, I don't think that they didn't come out there all serious like, you know, like a SWAT team. They came out there, I believe, mainly out of respect to my father, and because we were friends. I think they came out there, you know, out of respect, and I don't think, no, they weren't like armed to the T or freaking out until they saw the tracks. Once they saw the tracks, they got a lot more serious. They got very serious, and he said it was wolves and that they migrated from Yellowstone. And he said they've migrated all the way to Mexico. And my dad shook his head no and said, that's bullshit, like that, kind of under his breath. And he didn't say loup-garou until they left with the cages and didn't have anything. That's whenever he told me, that's not no fucking wolves, that's loup-garou. And I thought that, like, oh, that's like a different kind of wolf or something. That's like a bigger, you know, like you have a mastiff and then you have like a Napoleonic mastiff, or, you know, whatever. You have different strands or breeds or bigger. I didn't I thought it was just like another word for big ass wolf. He didn't act like, he didn't act like it was some type of mystical thing. It was just kind of like, he was very kind of nonchalant about it. My father was very serious about it, but I don't know if he'd ever encountered anything like this before. I don't know. I mean, he was just the kind of guy that would light one cigarette off the next and shake his head no. I mean, I don't know. I really don't know, but I know that I've never seen anything like it since, and I know that he got rid of them quite ingeniously.
Well, I think the last and final question, and this question, depending on how you answer this question and how much you disclose, it's going to depend on what little small portion of the interview I chop out. There will be if I hear something that I know will cause a problem for you personally, I'm always going to cut it out. But do you still own the property, and have you been back since well, wait, let me pause. Let me go back one more question. Two questions. Did you ever discover what caused the fire itself?
No.
And then the final question. And the final question would be, do you still own the property? Have you been back to the property? Do you even go back to the property? Like what happened to the cattle? What happened to the horses? How did that all conclude for you after this experience? Because that's one of the most significant things for people to understand. When something really, really bad happens, I mean, there's always a consequence, and there's always something that shifts off course.
I no longer have cattle or horses, and I've never set foot on that property again.
And that's directly correlated to the experience, or is it like the experience, or is it your dad dying? Is it you moved in a different direction? How did that how did that play out for you to make that decision?
I'd say partially because of him passing, and because it was kind of our thing, partially because of that, and partially because, James, I really don't know why, but I can't really tell you why, but I haven't set foot on that property again. And I really don't think I have any intentions to.
No, I understand.
I'm not saying I'm scared. I'm not saying I'm afraid. I don't, it's just, I really don't have an answer for that, James.
No, I completely understand. I understand where you're coming from with that. Because psychologically, it's something that you and your dad did together. And probably going back to that, you have to relive all those memories. And then you combine that with what the encounter and the experience is. For most people, it's a very tough thing, just to relive an encounter with something creepy and weird. But then you combine death associated with that, and you and your father having a good relationship. It's definitely a tough thing. I mean, it definitely is a tough thing. Well, I tell you what, I
also don't hunt anymore either.
Oh, really?
No, I do not.
That's really significant, because a lot of people who have an understanding of what's really there, they don't hunt anymore either. You would literally have to force, like, it would have to be, okay, society's collapsing, I need food, I'm going into the woods. A lot of people, they give them woods up, man. Once they realize that they're not the alpha predator, they give it up, which is a significant thing for an outdoorsman, because that is solace and peace for most people. And to give that up means a lot. You know what I'm saying?
I do.
Well, we're right at the time limit. I want to give you an opportunity, based on your experience, just to speak about anything as it pertains to Dogman from what you've seen, any lessons you want to leave people, any points you want to get across to people, anything. I mean, because completely wide open, whatever the hell you want to say, go ahead and say it now, and then we'll wrap it up.
I don't really think I have anything, James. I don't think I have any words of wisdom, or I mean, all I have is what I experienced and what I know from it, which is really not much until me and you kind of started kicking it, talking about it, and you started explaining things to me. It kind of helped me connect the dots on some things to where I had a better understanding as to how they came there, how, you know, why they came there, what the roots were. You know, you explained the cattle, why the cattle were all crowded together like that. I mean, you know, it's just a lot of things. Actually, you know, I guess the only thing I would have to say is that Dark Waters is for real. That's about all I got to say.
Nah, I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that more than you know, because as you know, I put a lot of time and energy into it, and I don't just talk to you once. I leave these long gaps just to make sure everything is what it is, and it's necessary because in this environment, everybody wants attention, and they want to be popular, and they want to be. That's the thing that I thought was very significant about you, because when we talked, you said, "Man, I don't give a fuck if you tell a story or not." He's like, "I don't give a fuck if people believe me or not." Until just recently when I said, "Hey man, can I do the story?" He was like, "I want to do it to honor my dad." And I was like, "Okay, I'm gonna drop everything I'm doing." And like I told you, when I'm done with this, it will definitely be presented in a way that you will be proud. I mean, it really will be, because that's the significance of what I do. When I tell a person's story, I'm aware there's a person on the other side of it that can hold me accountable to what I'm saying and what I'm doing, and I encourage them to hold me accountable if I tell anything that's not true. I say, "Hey man, if you hear me say anything that you didn't share with me, or if you hear me add anything to your story, not subtract, but add anything to your story, then you call me out on it." And I haven't been called out once, because I really take it personally, because you guys are people that I talk to and I get to know. So I just want to thank you for taking time to share your experience, and being brave enough to do it. I am going to use some of your music when it comes to this encounter, which I really love. I mean, it's dope shit, and we're going to get it done, man. We're going to definitely get it done. And I'll make sure that if you send me some links to the songs or wherever it needs to go, I'll. Let's go. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? This is one and only James Williams, Dog Waters, the one and only proprietor of IamDogWaters.com, the Dog Waters channel, the guy who brought you the Dogman, Siege of Lager Ranch comic book, and many other things. Dogman Cams, which is a defunct project that did capture some evidence but got destroyed by wild, savage heathens. But nonetheless, it is me, the gentleman that you guys know. And tonight we are picking up with our Bigfoot weekend. And I have Jimmy Barr with me, and we're going to get into the topic of Bigfoot. But before we go too deep into it, I want to address some things, ladies and gentlemen. If you are listening to this content right now, then you're getting a mixture of interviews and stories. Some of them are funny, some of them are skits, and some of them are real people's encounters. So I want you to understand we're growing by thousands of people per day, and some of you guys are new, and some of you guys don't know what to say or how to say. So I'm going to tell you like this. If you don't have nothing positive to say and your fingers get to moving and you want to say something negative, just stop. Just stop, because it's not going to get you anywhere. All I'm going to do is ban you, because I'm not like everybody else. I read the comments, bada bing, bada boom. Hang around, hang in there, listen to the evidence, listen to the interviews, and learn and grow before you open your mouth, because that's how you put your foot in your mouth, baby. And we don't want to see you walking around with one foot hopping around with a foot in your mouth. I just don't want to do it. So with that being said, Jimmy Barr, how you doing, baby? How's life treating you?
Life is good, man. I appreciate you having me. Thanks for having me on.
Man, awesome sauce, bro. I know your whole life you have been probably out in the streets running with that last name. And I tell you, man, I bet you picked up all kind of women with that kind of last name. If I would have been out drinking with you, bro, I could have done anything. Be like, girl, look at my homie Good Bar over here, Mr. Good Bar. I'd have went off with a last name like Bar, bro, and just using it to, to pick up on bros, man.
Yeah.
That is a cool last name. Let's start here, bro. Over my time in this field, which is about 8 years now, I've come to the realization that there's two types of people in the cryptid community. There's people who actually came across the subject of cryptids as a young man or a kid. Either they saw one in the woods as a kid, or they started watching TV shows as a kid. Or there's people who became an adult and they got fascinated with the topic. And then from there, they kind of ran off and jumped into the field. Now, ladies and gentlemen, granted, I don't know much about Jimmy, so you're going to witness us get to know each other in this conversation. That's the objective of this. Jimmy, where did it start for you as it pertains to the whole Bigfoot cryptid thing?
Well, I will verify some things with the audience. I literally just met James 8 minutes ago, 7 minutes ago.
Yep.
Never spoke a word to him before in my life. In fact, I'm going to subscribe to your channel. I've heard of Dark Waters, but I've never subscribed to Dark Waters. I've been just, in the Bigfoot fields, specifically the Bigfoot topic of, cryptid Bigfoot, and how I kind of got involved with this topic is when I was 7 or 8 years old in North Carolina as a child. One fell out of a tree about 5 feet from me.
What?
Me and my two brothers were there. Actually, my encounter has been reenacted and aired on the travel channels. These Woods Are Haunted, season 2, episode 8, titled "We're Goners." I have been a part of Kerry Arnold's crew with the 168 expedition project and behind the scenes with it, and was scheduled to be a team lead for the next 168 before Kerry's tragic passing of his car accident. And I've just been, ever since, I can just go straight into my encounter really quick. My mom was, she kind of considered herself a gypsy. This is, I'm 50 years old, and this was, roughly 42, 43 years ago. I was 7 or 8. And it wasn't uncommon that we would be at 3, 4, 5 schools a year. We just moved around that much. And my mom was married to a Native American, and he wanted to go back home, which was in North Carolina. And so in North Carolina, that's where we went. We drove all the way from Illinois and in the back of an El Camino. And we went to North Carolina, his home. And they had his brother lived out by the blacktop, but they had kind of just dug up a road, made a sand road back in the woods, and cleared out some trees, and they put a mobile home in there. And my stepfather wasn't really a fan of us. He loved our mom. We were just baggage, me and my two brothers. And both of my brothers, Galen was 2 years older than me. Bobby was 2 years older than him. So we were all 2 years apart. My sister was 2 years younger than me. So my mom wasn't the greatest of moms. Nowadays, she would probably be in jail. But, 42 years ago, things were a lot more accepted. And we had just pulled up after a long drive from Illinois in the back of El Camino. And one thing I loved about this El Camino, it's for some reason that it made an impression on me, was it was a black El Camino, had some great mag wheels, but the paint job was, I think it was the first time as a child I ever seen a paint job like it. It was just this black metallic sparkly, huge metallic sparkly paint job. It just looked like it was covered in diamonds. And for me as a kid, that was just the coolest thing ever. But we were in the back of El Camino. We rolled up, went down this real sandy lane, back in the woods, and got out, and as soon as jumped over the side and got out and my feet hit the ground, my stepfather just looked at us and said, "Stay out of the woods. There's a hairy man back there." And he just said it like, "Stay out of the woods. There's a hairy man back there." And, for us being 7 or 8, 9 or 10, and 11 or 12, I had never heard hairy man put together in a sentence. So we all kind of just chuckled, boys laughing at a funny word. And instead of helping carry things in, we are now in a new environment. I was from central Illinois, where it's beans and corn as far as the eye could see. And so now we're actually in a wooded area. So plus it was, kind of new construction. There were trees knocked over and stuff. So this trailer could be brought down the sandy lane and pulled around and parked. And it didn't even have skirting on it. It was just getting anchored in, and my stepfather was hooking the electricity up that day. When we got when we rolled up, he had to hook that electricity stuff up. And we got out and just started exploring. We're in a new area. As kids, we were just very intrigued about the new environment that we were in. But when he said hairy man, we just kind of giggled, and he's like, "Well, I told you." Like that was his demeanor was like, "If you get eaten, it's on you. I could care less. I did my job. I told you." He didn't go into detail of anything. He said, "Just stay out of the woods. There's a hairy man back there." So, we were just running around and whatnot. And then, flash forward about 3 weeks. And if you've ever been, I say this jokingly, blessed enough, excuse me, I've been battling an ailment, upper respiratory infection type of virus for about 5 weeks. If you've ever been in a mobile home, kind of the layout of how it works. And the the front door, it's obviously on the long side. When you're looking at the front of the house, the front of the trailer, the front door to the right, at the very end is where the hitch was. And that was also where my mother and stepfather's bedroom was. But when you walk in the front door, you kind of come into a living room / dining room / kitchen. This was only a single wide trailer. And if you walk straight ahead, you hit the wall, veer left, and it's a hallway that goes towards the other end. And down the hallway on the right-hand side was the back door leading outside to the back of the trailer. But right inside the back door to the right at the end of the trailer was our bedroom. Me and my two brothers shared a bedroom. So we were running around clockwise. So from the hitch to the front to ours, to the other end, to around the back where the back is, just chasing each other, throwing dirt clogs at each other, hitting each other with sticks. I was usually the punching bag of the group, being the little brother. And there was this yell that it just sounded like a woman, it just sounded like she got ripped in half. It just sounded like the worst woman scream. And it was just a quick 1 second yell, just but it was just piercing loud. And we went from, chasing each other and picking on each other to we came together. We came without saying a word. We just huddled together, just like drawn together, like, okay, we need to stick together without saying anything. And, we went around to the left side of the, when you're looking at the front towards our end of the bedroom, our end where the bedroom was. And we kind of went around the trailer and just started working our way back. We didn't say anything. I don't remember saying anything. We just went to kind of investigate it, but together. My mother and stepfather had been gone for 2 days. Us three boys were just there by ourselves. 11 or 12, 9 or 10, and 7 or 8. And the wood lines, there were sporadic trees around the trailer. But the farther away you got from the trailer, the thicker the woods got. And we got about, 50, 75 feet from the back of the trailer. And there was a pine tree. As an adult now, if you were to stick your arm out, and fingertips straight, it was 4.5, 5 feet. We were from this pine tree, and there was a crack up in the tree. And, we just kind of stopped and looked up really quick. And when we looked up, there was this, at the time I had no reference to Bigfoot or Sasquatch. I haven't even seen Star Wars. I didn't know anything about Chewbacca, but what I had seen at the time was Planet of the Apes. And what was in the tree, the first branch was about 15 feet up, and it had, the way it was situated was it had both of its feet on that branch slid up to the trunk. So its feet were up against the trunk of the tree on that branch, but it was crouched down. So if you can imagine putting your hand cupped around a flagpole with your arm straight out, and then sliding your feet up against the base of that flagpole, keeping your arm straight, crouching down. So you're kind of at an angle like this. So it was like it had all of its weight up against the tree, and it was holding on to the tree. And when we looked up and locked eyes with it, it started to stand. And when it started to stand, the weight of it shifted or something on the branch, and the branch that it was standing on, it broke. And branch and all just came, excuse me, it just came down. Now, as a kid, for me, what I expected to happen at 7 or 8 was there's no way anything is going to live falling from that far. So instantly I looked down at the ground, just coned in on this area, waiting to see whatever was in the tree die as soon as it hit. So I was just looking down at the ground. I remember seeing the limbs come down before it did, but when it landed, I'm gazing at its knees now. And when the knee area, and when it landed, I expected it to lie down, just to fall down and die basically. But when it landed like you or I stepping off of a curb. Its knees barely bent after it fell 15 feet. Just like I said, like if you or I took a step off the curb, there was just barely any knee bend, just absorbing the step off the curb. Like it done this 50 times a day, and it could have probably done it out of an 80-foot tree.
Right.
Then I remember looking up at it, just in shock that it wasn't dead. And I looked at it, and then when I looked at it, it didn't change its facial expressions. I don't remember a smell or anything like that. It didn't change its facial expression. It didn't show its teeth. It didn't do it. All I remember is when I looked it in the eyes, it had this oh shit look in its eyes. Like I could see its eyes were brown, all brown. Couldn't see any whites of its eyes until it just went like, I'm busted. Like eye contact, its eyes got really wide. Then I seen the whites of its eyes. That's when we turned around and we ran back towards the trailer to the back door. And I say this when I tell the story. That's the day that I realized if I was going to survive in this family any longer, I needed to become a faster runner. Because my oldest brother, he beat me and my older brother back to the trailer. And as I was running away from, I didn't want to look at this thing. A monster just fell a tree at 7 or 8, absorbing what you're seeing and looking at it and trying to get details. No, I just wanted to get the hell out of there and run. But as I was running back towards the trailer, I glanced back and it was following us. It wasn't chasing us. It wasn't fast walking. It wasn't on all fours. It was just meandering like, hey, where are you going? But when I glanced back, it stopped on that stride. It just stopped. And then as I was running, I turned back and around and running. But when we got to the back porch, and the back porch and the front porch was the same, the trailer just got put there. So there was no real legit porch. They were just cinder blocks stacked up on top of each other to make steps. And that last step of cinder blocks from that block to getting in the door was the biggest step. And outside, so when you go up to the stairs to the left of the cinder blocks, there was this old freezer chest that was out there, like an old ice cream chest, and it had like a glass plastic top per se, but it was like an old car headlight. It's hazy and you can't really see through it, but light comes, the headlights come through, you can still see that. That was my brother got up in the my first brother got to up and in the trailer, shut the door and locked us out.
What? You serious?
Yeah, but I mean, at 11 or 12.
Yeah, I know. I'm just out about it, freaked out. I know what you're saying.
Yeah, 11 or 12. Everybody ate my brother alive on the comments after that show aired. How could you do that? I mean, what a dick, I'm like,
yeah, he's a kid, scared out of his mind.
At 11 or 12, self-preservation. There is no fight or flight. It is save your own ass, and that's what he did. And there was, at the time, I'm sure we were a little bitter. But so my older brother, not my oldest was inside, but my older brother, Galen, he was, just scooped me up, put me in the ice cream chest thing, and he got in it and shut it, and that's, that's the only thing, that was our only option, putting something between us and it, but it literally, we were there for the taking. There was no way out. I remember this thing smelling on the inside, just really musty, and it was rusted on the inside, and it just smelled really bad. If you've ever been in an old freezer chest that's been really old and ain't been used in a long time. But it walked up to the freezer chest, and it just kind of leaned over and looked. And, if you remember the old shades that you could pull down, and if you let go, they'd roll up really quick,
Mm-hmm.
But if you shine a light on one side and you can see a shadow through it, so basically that's kind of how it looked. When it leaned over, we could see its silhouette through the top, and when it leaned over, it just huffed. It sounded to me, the only thing I can make it equate to is it sounded like a horse when it huffs and just blows out air. Just kind of did a huff, sort of like that, just huff grunt thing. And then it walked away. At any given point during this encounter, it had us. There was nothing we could have done about it. We've been alone for 2 days. If it wanted us, we were in a freezer chest, for God's sakes. We were leftovers to this thing. It could have had us if it wanted us. But it just walked away. And then when it walked away, I guess a couple minutes went by. I don't know, but I know that it just seemed like forever, but we just kind of busted out of there. It almost felt like we couldn't breathe. And as soon as the top came open, my older brother opened up the door and was like, get in, it's gone, get in, and so we get in. And when we get in, I don't remember anything. Excuse me. I don't remember anything between that time and later that evening. I mean, this probably happened around 4, 5, 6. Sun was still up, but it was evening, but it wasn't dark. Excuse me. And we, what I remember next is being in our bedroom. So when you walk in the back door, you take immediate right, you take one step and you've ran into our back door, our bedroom door. When you walk in the back door, you take a right, our bedroom is there. And then if you go in, that's the bedroom at the other end of the trailer. We're in at the other end of the trailer. So the layout on that bedroom is when you walk in, if you open the door all the way to the right, the doorknob's going to hit the wall. That wall is where the headboard was to our bed. So if you took 2 or 3 steps, you were going to walk into the side of the bed. To the left, in the middle of the room, is where the foot of the bed was. And then on the other side of the bed, about 2 or 3 steps, was the end of our bedroom. And there was the window at the end of the mobile home. And so we were in there. And for some reason, for the life of me, I don't know why, after what we just, I'll kind of backtrack. The thing that was in the tree, like I said, I didn't have anything or any reference to go by, but now I do. And if I had to say the best description at the time, I thought Planet of the Apes, but more accurate description is also Planet of the Apes, but one of the newer Planet of the Apes with Caesar in Planet of the Apes. This thing had bubbled mouth like a chimp. It had bubbled mouth like a chimp. I mean, it had even the nose reminded me of a chimp. My stepfather was probably about 5'7". I'm 5'8". This thing was taller than him, probably about 6 foot. It had an athletic body. It wasn't huge. It wasn't ripped. It was lanky and toned, but it looked like Caesar from the Planet of the Apes. Its skin tone, its flesh tone around the nose and around the lips and the chin were our color, white, peach, pink, whatever. But the farther out on the face, it's speckled into solid gray, like a light charcoal gray. So this was inside was peach colored, flesh, our color, and it speckled into a gray skin. But his hair was black and charcoal gray. It was thicker than the one that came to the window. But we were back then. There was this toy called a ghost gun, and it was basically a flashlight gun that you could change the tips of the flashlight gun, and it would shine different silhouette beams of like a ghost, a spider, a word that said boo, or whatever. And at the time, it turned out to be a game to scare the little brother, the one who's screaming like a girl. And we didn't have the lights on. I don't understand looking back what we just went through and why were we in a completely pitch black room. It didn't make any sense. But what they would do is every time they would turn the flashlight on, and as soon as the light hit a wall, whoever seen it would scream, or whatever, and it was scaring me. So they're screaming, it's scaring me, and I'm being the little girl that I was, I'm telling them, stop, turn the lights on. I don't want to play this anymore. And they just kept doing it, making it worse. And finally, I became too big of a sissy, and my brother was like, well, let's just open the curtains in the window and let some light from outside in or whatever. So they opened up the curtain, but it didn't change anything. I mean, it didn't get any dark, or it didn't get any lighter. And they kept doing it and kept doing it. And finally, when my brother took the flashlight over the open window, the beam went across the open window. When they did, that light went right across the eyes of another Sasquatch that was standing right there at the window. And that close to it, there was no eye shine. Don't know if it had something to do with flashlight 42 years ago. I have no idea. But this one didn't look at all like the one that fell out of the tree. This one looked more like a really, really, really old Native American elder mixed with a caveman, is the best I could say. It was cinnamon color. Its hair was a cinnamon color, but its face was a grayish color. Its mouth went all the way across its face, like it almost like went from here to here, the lip line. But it had that old, wrinkly Native American elder look to it. The nose didn't look like the one that fell out of the tree, but it did the same thing. It didn't change its facial expression. It didn't grit its teeth. It just, oh shit, I'm busted, when it went across its eyes. And I was 3-4 feet away from the window from this. And I turned around and I jumped over the bed. And when I jumped over the bed, by the time my feet landed one of those cinder blocks that made steps up into our back porch to get in the back door, was thrown through the back door, literally busted through the back door. There's broken chunks of cinder block in the back door. And we were pretty terrified, and I think we were struggling to decide whether or not we should go past that that opening for fear of getting grabbed. And when I was and fear's a pretty weird thing. It can make you imagine things. It can make you forget things. It can make you just things differently. But so when I told the producers that these woods are haunted, I'm like, look, I don't know if this really happened or if it did happen, but I feel like it did happen, because what was at the window was a cinnamon brown Sasquatch. Now, the top of the window in this mobile home was probably about 8 feet off the ground, the top of the window frame. And this thing was up against the window, and the top of the window was right here, just above its eyebrows. And the bottom of that window only went to, I don't know, you can't see me, but the bottom of the window went down to about here. So this and this took up the entire window. So if it was standing up straight and erect, it was a 8.5 foot. If it was standing
easily 8.5 foot,
right?
That's if it's not kind of bending its knees to look down into the window. That's terrifying, bro.
Most, the one that fell out of the tree had bent knees, and it didn't ever stand up erect. I'm just assuming this thing wasn't standing up tall it was just. So regardless, what I seen and what I remember when we were trying to decide whether or not to jump past the hole, if it was gone or not, is when we went to jump past the hole, a big black arm reached in to try to grab us as we ran by. And what makes me believe that wasn't fear put that in me was what was at the window was cinnamon brown color, but what reached in to get us was a black arm. And we ran past that. And again, we ran down the hall. If you run straight down the hall, you're going to run right into the bar that makes the divider for the kitchen and the living room, dining room. And we pulled the couch away from the bar, and we got in between the bar and the couch. And at that spot, nothing could see us from any windows. And we stayed there. our plan was to stay there until my mom and my stepdad got home. And again, I had my mom was terrible. I had a childhood that I don't wish upon anybody. And we were more scared about mom coming home and seeing the door broke than the two monsters that we just seen that day. My mom was a very, very violent, very violent woman. We were punching bags. We were things to take out anger and stress relief. And it was, when they got to the door and we heard the El Camino pull up and we could hear them coming up the steps and talking and giggling and whatever they were doing. We rushed the door and we were told them, we didn't even let them get any words in. Where the hairy man was here. It just tried busting in and it was here. And then my stepfather had never mentioned anything to my mom about the hairy man. And they came in, seen the door, started yelling at us. And we're like, it was the hairy man. It was the hairy man. It wasn't us. And, my stepfather seen the fear and the terror that we had and tried to smooth it over by saying that was just Franklin, his brother down the street's son, so Buddy's nephew, my cousin by marriage. But Franklin was only a year older than me. I'm not going to jump out of a tree 15 feet and be okay. In a suit. I'm it's 8 years old. I'm not going to be able to fill an entire window in a costume 8 feet off the ground in a suit 42 years ago. I'm not going to be able to, it's 7 or 8 years old, pick up a cinder block and throw it through, get it high enough to throw it through a window that'll easily break, let alone throw it through a door. It was his way of trying to get us to calm down. It really wasn't a monster. It really wasn't a monster. And my mom and him had a huge knockdown, drag out fist fight in the kitchen about what do you mean, hairy man? What are you talking about? And then when it was all said and done that night, we packed up all of our clothes in garbage bags, threw them back to that El Camino, and we drove back to Illinois.
Wow. Bro, that's freaking terrifying, man.
It was.
That's absolutely freaking terrifying for a kid.
And the crazy part about that is because of my childhood, my mother was the real monster in my childhood. So on a day-to-day, things were worse than what we experienced that night. So what happened then, it just got put back somewhere in my mind. And it wasn't until when we lived in Georgia about 6 years ago, my son and I were watching Finding Bigfoot. And I knew about my encounter. I remember my encounter, but the fear and there's this unnatural primal fear that you don't realize when you have a close encounter with something that is a monster. When Matt Moneymaker was talking about the Native Americans around the Uwharrie National Forest and surrounding areas would call it hairy man. When he said the words hairy man, it was a trigger. It was just a trigger. And I felt nauseous. I got hit with so many emotions from nowhere. I wasn't physically prepared for what just hit me. I felt sick. My body started shaking. I'm starting to shake in my voice and trembling now. It's not just a mental, it's physical. It's when your voice starts to shake, when your body starts to shake, when you're holding back, crying in front of 135,000 people. It's something that really takes over you. And I found the more I talk about it, the easier it gets, but it just doesn't go away. But when Moneymaker said Harry Man, it was a trigger, and all the feelings and fear that I had as a child, even though I remember my encounter, it was the trigger word Harry Man that opened up the feelings and emotions that I was feeling as a kid. So I literally, when I go through and talk about my encounter, I am feeling the fear as a child, not as a grown man. And which is why I kind of linked up with Carrie when we did the first 168. He's like, I need somebody to sacrifice. I need somebody to, if we got a Sasquatch behind a big tree or bushes or something, I need somebody that's got a bird dog it and go over there and get it running out so we can get it moving and running. And as scared of and terrifying and horrifying as my encounter was as a child, I wanted to kill two birds with one stone. I wanted to have another encounter as an adult, because as a child, I didn't want to look at it. I didn't want to see what I just seen either time. But as an adult, I wanted to be able to look at what I was seeing, being able to analyze what I see and process what I've seen and look at details. Everybody wants to know and see details now. And two, I was hoping in that process of, if I could chase one out, having another encounter would maybe bury that fear when I talk about my childhood encounter, because I've seen another one and it wasn't so terrifying. It might be, careful what you wish for, I guess. It might be. But I volunteered to be that bird dog. And that's how, Carrie and I got hooked up, and we became friends, and just, really respected each other and leaned on each other a bit, and, that was my childhood encounter that most people like to hear about. I had another encounter that happened in the same area.
Before you go into that encounter, let me ask you something. I'm gonna change course real quick.
Go ahead.
How long have you been dealing with this sickness where you're breathing like this?
My buddy and I went to Ocala National Forest. This coming Saturday will be 5 weeks.
And it came on you after you left the forest?
Yeah, after I left the forest. I was fine. It was a cold morning. One of the colder mornings we've had. It was, on the way there, it was like 27. But Ocala National Forest it's a big forest. It's like 360,000 square acres or something like that.
How deep did you guys go in?
Well, we go in pretty deep, because my buddy Bobby, he's on my team, Bigfoot Forest Giants. We've been best friends for 30 years, bandmates, roommates. We wrote many a song together, sitting in truck stops after, nights out and whatnot. Played out together. Like I said, we had gone to we've gone to Ocala National Forest, and he has this Kubota side by side, and we can cover a lot more ground in 2 hours than we can in 3 days. And trudging around Ocala National Forest, but that night on the way, just got back, jumped in the shower, started getting a sore throat, a scratchy throat. Went to bed, woke up the next morning, and my throat felt like I had a cheese grater in my throat. And then it all went downhill from there. I very rarely miss work, and I missed 3 days in a row. Coughing, couldn't hardly breathe, and I'm still dealing with the respiratory part, the tickle in my chest, the fatigue and whatnot. I did the COVID test. And I think it's a virus, because everybody in my house ended up getting it. My daughter got it, and she ended up getting strep along with it. And my sons both had, they got diagnosed with sinusitis and bronchitis. And that's just, sinus infections and bronchitis aren't something you can give each other that I'm aware of.
No.
unless it's viral. So, and my wife ended up getting it. I got it the worst, but my daughter, she's 3. She's like, it's really hard to explain. My daughter, she wasn't supposed to happen. We were trying to have children for 5 years, and we found out that there was something wrong with my wife's parts, and it wasn't going to happen. And then we got pregnant, and we were wanting a girl. We got a girl, and I didn't realize that there was a spot in my heart that was there until she was born, and she has my entire heart wrapped around her little hand.
Little finger, huh?
Yeah, and she's just recently diagnosed with autism, and she's costing me a lot of money because I'm a singer-songwriter, and I'm working on a song that I wrote, and about a year and a half ago, I was sitting at work thinking about my daughter, and she just has this thing on me, and I was thinking about my daughter, and I just stupid idea of you should write a children's book came to my head, and I laughed at the thought because my grammar is atrocious even for a children's book, and but I did it and finished it that day, and it got published. And it's out in Barnes and Nobles, and it's in Amazon, Amazon and Barnes and Noble website and whatnot. She's costing me a lot of money because she's a lot of inspiration. So all the stuff that she inspires me just by thinking about her.
Yeah, well, children are a gift from God. Let me ask you one more question. Did you guys go into a new area that day, or was that someplace you had already been going into multiple times?
We had been gone in that area. Well, we've hit the same trails, our hot spots that we have, things that have produced just about every time, whether it be prints, whether it be, tree structures that men aren't making unless there's 5 or 6 of them with some kind of mechanical help. And then you have to ask why. It's more believable to think that Sasquatch did it than 5 men out there with a machine trying to hoax people in the middle of a forest. It's literally more easy to believe that it's made by Sasquatch than that, because that's just stupid. But some of we would go down the same trails, but we'd go in, if we see something that, okay, hey, that looks suspect, let's go check that out. There was several places that we haven't gone in on the trails that were new.
Okay. We're going to edit this out, but let's do this, because I'm going to tell you what I think happened to you. So what this has happened to a lot of researchers that I've spoken to. When they go into certain areas, it just depends on what's going on in that area, in that Bigfoot area. Sometimes they'll come out of that area and they'll come out like everything is normal when they come out, right? Like physically normal, spiritually normal, emotionally normal. But then there's times where they come out and they'll come out with a sickness or an illness, or they'll come out with I call it an agitation that affects their household. Bro, when you guys went out there, something attached itself to you. And I don't know if you believe in God or not, but this is what I'm being told. That's why I'm asking these questions. A sickness attached itself to you, but it's not manifested from a physical virus. Like, it's manifesting itself as a physical virus, but it's not a physical virus, if that makes sense to you.
Yeah.
Let me say a prayer for you real quick.
Effect.
Yeah, let me say a prayer for you real quick, and then we'll edit this out, and then
you don't have to. It's up to you, man. You don't have to. Like I
said, I
want
to. This is a part of the work that I do. When
editing. You don't have to edit this in if you want. You don't have to edit this out.
Oh, that's fine. Most gracious Heavenly Father, I come before you today. First of all, thanking you for your Holy Spirit, which speaks to and through me. It is an amazing blessing that you are so gracious and so kind and so loving that men who know not each other, you know their hearts, you know their spirits, you know their minds, and you speak through your sons to help each other. Based on what is written in John 1:9, I come before you asking that you forgive my brother of his sins, for your word says that if we confess our sins, you are faithful and just to forgive us of our sins and cleanse us of all unrighteousness. Also based on Revelations 1:5-6, where your word says we are made kings and priests by the finished work of the cross, appointed kings and priests by Jesus Christ and through his finished work of the cross. Father, I come before you as a priest and as your king, as the builder of your altar, as your son. And I plead the blood of Jesus Christ over each and every sin that has affected this man's life, that affects the life of his wife, his children. I plead the blood of Jesus Christ over the sins of his parents, his mother and his father that have affected him since he was a young man. And Lord, I ask that you forgive them, for you are gracious and you're merciful, and that you cleanse him of all sins and make him righteous. As for me, Father, I ask the same thing, that you forgive me of each and every sin, for no matter how just we try to be, Father, we are just fallen men and we're in a fallen state. So I ask you forgive me of each and every sin that I've committed today. Each and every sin that is personal, the things that are in my heart, the sins of my heart, the things that only you know, Father, the things that only you see about me that are filthy and unclean. I ask that you cleanse me of those things, and I ask that you cleanse my brother Jimmy Barr of this. Now that we've been made clean and righteous, Lord, because you cannot lie and you're not a man, you're the God of everything. Father, I ask that you, in a dimension of the great healer, Jehovah Rapha, I ask that you heal him of his illness, heal his family of their illness and their sickness, Lord. Any spirits that have come after this man based on his profession, based on his interests, based on his habits, what he likes to do, Lord, I ask that you, by the power of your might, the power of your omnipotence and your power of your glory, that you dispel those spirits and bring healing into his household. And I build a hedge around his household like that which surrounded Job. And I plead the blood of Jesus Christ over that hedge for his safety, for the safety of him, for the safety of his children. Specifically, Lord, I pray for his daughter and for his relationship with his daughter. Children are not a burden. They are a gift from you, Lord. And so I ask that you provide for him each and everything that he needs to take care of that child. For she is a gift. She's an inspiration. And you do not give anything evil. For all things that come from you are good, because you are good. All these things I ask by the power of the blood of Jesus Christ, and the same power that raised him from the grave. For he is glorious and magnificent. And you, Father, are amazing and awesome. Amen, amen, and amen.
Amen.
All right, so we got that squared away. There's a tea that you need to get. It's called chaga tea, bro. It will knock out it'll force you to cough up any phlegm in your body, any phlegm in your chest, any phlegm in your nose. It's an expectorant. You're just gonna be coughing, but it's gonna come out and you'll feel better. And then before this is over, I'm gonna hook you up with somebody that I know that can get you meds that'll knock that out. But nonetheless, that's what happened coming out of those woods. And it's unfortunate, bro, because it's one of the things that nobody talks about with field researchers. Me and Kerry had a couple of conversations about this privately. And, he would say, man, I went to the woods and, bro, I came back and, we've had some weird stuff happen. I'm like, yeah, Kerry, that's the kind of stuff that happens when you go out in the woods with these things. Oh. Excuse me. And people it's one of the things that's just not discussed. But it's only a discussion you can really have with researchers, because most people are armchair researchers. They'll look up a video and they pass judgment. Yeah. But it's only a discussion you can have with researchers. And there's two types of researchers. There's researchers who Bigfoot is their God. Like some people, they'll say, my life, everything that I've gotten in my life, I got it because of Bigfoot. That Bigfoot is their God, right? And so they don't get sick. Yeah. And anybody else who goes in those woods, sometimes they get sick. All right. With that being said, bro, I'm gonna circle back. That's a horrific childhood experience. That's like you said, the difficulty as a child with your mother, that's traumatic. And then to have this trauma on top of it, then all of a sudden you're triggered and it all comes flooding back to you. How long ago was it that this triggering happened? You got to forgive me. I don't know much about anything. So these are simple questions that I don't know from my knowledge. How long ago did this happen where all this came flooding back to you? Has this been over like the past 2 years, past 5 years? How long ago was that?
It's probably about 5.5 to 6 years ago when I lived in Georgia. I've lived here for 4 years. We moved here in 2018, I believe. I live in Port St. Lucie, Florida now. But prior to that, I lived in Marietta, Georgia for 2 years. And when we were in Georgia, my son and I were watching, and finding Bigfoot. And it was then that it happened. And things came there's been so many full circles in this topic for me that are weird, just weird. My wife and I, we are simple people. We have a great life. The house in Georgia was a house we only dreamed about but knew would never get. And here we had a 4-story house on a lake. you know, we love our life. Um, but we're simple people. If I'm a trillionaire, you're gonna still find me at Waffle House where the grease is on the floor and the flies are on the windows. We're simple people. And we were at Waffle House one day about a week after that. That trigger word happened, and there's these little newspaper stands that have like used trucks for sale and used cars for sale, and one will be like one of them little magazine things will be for realties, just local realtor stuff. And on one of the covers there was the cover was just a white Yeti face, and it said New Bigfoot Museum opening in Cherry Log, Georgia. And I just had this trigger on me. It consumed me when he said that. It consumed me for a few weeks, because I was dealing with these emotions like it just happened right then and there. And I told my wife, I'm like, I'm going to this. Try and stop me. My wife at the time, I never told her about my encounter at that time, while we were married and whatnot. Now I have two older brothers, an older sister, a younger brother, and a younger sister. We all have different moms or different dads. My two older brothers and my younger sister have the same mom, but we all have different dads. My younger brother and my older sister, we have the same dads, but we all have different moms. So I don't have a full-blooded mother and father, sister, brother. You know what I mean? We're all halves. And my sister, my little sister, my little brother, and my older sister, they didn't know about this. My best friend, Bobby, of 30 years, going on 30 years, he didn't know about this until about 3 years ago. I didn't tell him. But again, it wasn't until this trigger thing happened that, anyway, the full circle was, I went to Expedition Bigfoot in Cherry Log, Georgia, and met Dave Carr. Him and his wife are amazing. The museum's incredible. I've gone several times, but I felt compelled to tell him my encounter, and I felt like an idiot because I'm telling a complete stranger. I'm trying to figure out when I'm talking to him, is this just a roadside attraction for you, or do you really believe in the stuff that you have out here? Are you a knower? I'm thinking, because as I'm telling him of my encounter, it's all so fresh to me. The feelings are also fresh to me that I'm crying. I'm trying to hold it together, and he sees it. And he's like, my God, this is so incredible and terrible at the same time. And he was like a huge support, and it was a big weight off my shoulders to just tell somebody, but I was reliving it at the same time. And so I'm sitting there and I'm watching later on. He asked me, look, I'm having my very, very first town hall. I know I've seen the pain that you're going through and the struggle that you're going through. He's like, and if you don't want to, I completely understand, man, but I would absolutely love if you came and told your encounter to people at my very first town hall. And I was like, I thought on it for a while, and I was like, yeah, I'll give it a try. I can't guarantee that I'm not going to collapse in front of a bunch of strangers who are going to be judging me, because that's what it feels like. And he totally understood. And so, but a little while later, I was watching this series that was on a different channel. I can't remember what it was on, and it was called Terror in the Woods. And there's this scream in the intro, Terror in the Woods. And when I heard it, it was the same thing. It brought back these triggered emotion, because it was what we heard as kids that actually drew our attention to the one that was in the tree. Just one loud scream. And I just knew that, I'm like, they were there recording this scream. How did they get this? It was one of these things. I'm like, I'll never know in a million years how they got this scream. I'll just never know. And it's driving me crazy. Well, a few weeks later, Dave calls me And he's like, look, man, I got these executive producers from the Travel Channel. They reached out to me because they knew I have a lot of people that come in and tell me their encounters. And he's like, I can't get yours out of my head. And you were one of the first people I thought of for them to talk to. He's like, I'll give you their contact information if you want to reach out to them, or if you want me to tell them that they can reach out to you. Can I give them your contact information? And I was like, yeah, sure. I didn't know that they were the same people that did the Terror in the Woods. They changed networks. They changed over to Travel Channel. So because they changed the Travel Channel, they wanted them to change the title to These Woods Are Haunted. But they used the same intro, exact same intro. They just changed the title. And it was really weird. They flew me up to Pennsylvania, to Philly, to do the recording and the interview and whatnot. And before I left, I was like, look, this is a once in a lifetime opportunity for me. And they're like, well, no, we appreciate it. I'm like, no, I need to know how, where did you get that Sasquatch call in the beginning, and explain to where it was. And like, oh, because it was just really weird that it came full circle, that I had a chance to find out where they got that scream. And it was a disappointment, but it told me what they had to go through to get that scream. And they're like, well, we've had a lot of people describe the exact same thing. One scream sounded like a woman getting murdered. And we tried woman screams. It didn't work. We went through and basically what we ended up doing was playing several different coyote calls. And we would find one that was kind of close, but it wasn't. And we had to manipulate it. We had to distort it. We had to draw it out. We had to, compress it. We had to, shift the pitch a little bit. We had to amplify it and whatnot, just do all these things to get it. And then they would go back and forth with the people and they confirm, yeah, that's what I heard. So I found out that it was a coyote call, but they had to really manipulate it to get it to sound like what everybody heard. And it was what I heard. And so I told him, like, that's what I heard. That's what I heard as a kid. What I'm sitting here telling you that drew our attention, that's what I heard. And then the guy interviewing me looked at the sound guy and the sound engineer. He's like, well, then, we really need to consider using that for the show. I'm like, that'd be amazing, because that's what I freaking heard. And then when they do the show and I'm waiting to hear it, and then they use some cheesy scream of a woman. And I'm like, oh, for God's sakes, you guys had the tools and you messed it up. You had the tools. I called Dave and I was like, man. And he's like, man, Harley Weird rarely gets it right. But overall, I was pleased with it. But it only screamed one time. The thing that screamed at us in the trees that looked like Caesar from the Planet of the Apes, it screamed once. But in this episode, they made it scream 5 or 6 times. And in this episode, the one that showed up at the window, they made it sound like the first one came back. I guess a second Sasquatch suit wasn't in the budget. So, they asked me to change the detail of the truck, because I described to them exactly what I described to everybody else. This thing we drove in was a black El Camino with just diamond metallic paint. They're like, we're never going to find that. If you could just change that as the back of a pickup truck, we can get an old pickup truck, but we're never gonna
get that El Camino. But you know what, Jimmy, I'm gonna tell you that circles to one of the conversations that I had the other day with a gentleman.
Excuse me.
And that's the difference between Hollywood production, or production houses trying to paint a picture for an audience, versus the real encounter. Like the way I was trying to explain this to this gentleman, like a change of 10, 15, 20% to relate to the audience the message and get the point across is one thing. Changing 80% of something is a lie. You know what I'm saying? And one of the things that I found in this field is that people don't seem to understand there is a definite difference between the entertainment aspect of bringing people awareness to Bigfoot via entertainment, which is you are a real eyewitness who had a horrific encounter. When you tell it yourself, you get all the fine details, you hear the emotion, you're not lying because you can hear it. You can see it in your eyes that you're not lying. But when that transfers over to where it needs to get out to 1 million, 2 million people, there are things that are going to have to change in order for that to happen. And like I was telling the gentleman the other night, bro, the only way you don't make those changes is if you have the money, you have the budget, and you have the clout to do that. And it's one of those things. I've seen a couple other guys who were on shows and they gave their eyewitness encounters, and it was almost as if people made them defend their encounter. Like, well, that's not what you said over here, and that's not what I saw on a TV show. And the truth of the matter is, anyone with common sense, and if the audience doesn't have that, then let me help you guys understand. Like, anytime you hand something over to a production house, they're going to make changes to it because they have to monetize it. And that monetization takes precedent over, because it's an investment, it takes precedent over other things. Like my friend Blue down in Florida, who has the best Dogman footage there is.
He's only 20 minutes from me. He's in Fort Pierce.
You're right, Blue. When Blue went on the TV shows, they were telling him, well, and we need you to say this, we need you to say that. And he calls me, he's like, James, I got a question. I was like, what's up, homie? Well, they're going to pay me this amount of money, but they want me to say this. I said, how far is that away from the truth? I said, give me a percentage. Maybe about 10% away. I said, say what they need to say, get your money and keep it moving. I was like, because at the end of the day, bro, you're not going to have this opportunity again. It's not like Dogman going to run out in your backyard again, and so it's a delicate balance that people need to understand. Audience need to have an understanding of it. And not only the audience, but the creators of content need to have an understanding that there's a delicate balance there, man. And you're going to walk that tightrope if you want to get to a larger audience. And go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I was under all I knew about my going there and recording the interview was they were going to pay my airfare. They're going to pay for me an Uber to the hotel, and they were going to pay my hotel. That's all I knew I was getting, man. I'm terrified the whole time, knowing that now all my friends back home for my entire life are gonna find out. And then I see the ridicule, I was shocked when they handed me an envelope that had a couple $100 in it. No, it was just $200 bills. And I was like, I wasn't here for this. They're like, no. But we've seen what you're going through. I mean, I had to change clothes like 6 times in their studio because of the way, you couldn't have anything with the logo on it. You couldn't have anything that the color would clash with the setup, and and it was they're like, no, I mean, this is just more for your troubles of why you're here, or whatever. Literally, that's and again, they were paying for my my travel expenses and my hotel stay. That's all I knew of. There was no contract. I mean, I don't remember signing. Maybe I did. I don't remember signing anything. But they did change, the conversations that on the show between the boys were all ad-libbed, because they were asking me, well, what did you say? What was the conversation like when your brother finally let you in after they left? I'm like, I don't remember a single word being said, but I imagine it was, how could you have left us out there, type of thing. I'm like, if a conversation was had, I imagine it would have been that. And they went with it. That was, how could you leave us out there to die? And then it was like, well, you aren't dead, are you? And so that was the other thing. The actors of the brothers, people were eating my older brother alive. But the actor that played my older brother was probably 19 or 20, and he should have been 11 or 12. The reality of it was the boy that played me was about the age of my older brother.
Wow.
Again, I was 7 or 8. My next brother was 9 or 10, and then Bobby was 11 or 12. So people don't realize, that we were young and alone, and this thing had us at will, and it had a chance. And I think when it tried to grab us, that was the chance it was trying to take. But they changed things, to, if I don't have any more to add as far as ad-libbing conversations, and they ask me, what did you say, or what would the conversation say, have been, they asked me, I'm like, I imagine it might have been nowadays, it'd have been like, how could you have left us out there type of thing. And that's the direction they went with it. You know, I thought overall I was pleased with it. I was disappointed that they didn't have the original Scream in there, because that was going to bring it home to me. The fear was already there watching it. The anxiety was there. My son Riker, he's a brilliant kid. He's on the gifted classes and whatnot, principal honor roll, but he's sitting there watching it the night it comes out. And the guy that's playing me is sitting on the couch drinking a beer. And at the end of the show, he's standing there drinking a beer and hearing the words Harry Man echo as it ends, you know, and my son Riker looks at me. He's like, that isn't you. You don't drink beer. And I'm like, really? That's all you got out of the whole thing was, I don't drink beer. Okay. You know, but overall I was pleased with it. I guess I could say I'm proud. But you know, it could have been worse. It could have been way.
It could have been way worse, bro. I'll tell you something, Jimmy. So I went on Coast to Coast and I told my family stories about like Mississippi and hoodoo and the stuff that happened to me as a kid. And the first call I got was a producer, and they were like, well, we want to redo your story for this show. And I was like, how much money y'all paying? And he was like, well, we're not sure if we're going to be able to pay you any money, but we'll fly you here. We'll do this. We'll do that. I said, I'm not leaving New Orleans until you cut me a check for this amount of money. Well, we don't have that kind of money in the budget. I said, you got to be out your mind. I said, because here's what's going to happen. My family doesn't really want people talking about what they did. I said, so I'm going to go out. I'm going to talk about the background history of my family, and you're going to dig. I said, you're going to really dig, and I'm going to tell you a whole bunch of stuff. And I'm going to come back to this madness, and I'm not going to have a dime in my pocket. And I said, then I'm going to have to deal with the madness of other people asking me why I was on TV talking about this. I'm not going to have a dime in my pocket, and you're going to monetize it, and you're going to make a whole bunch of money. I said, so here's what we do. I said, you write me a check for this amount before I get on a plane. I said, then I want a check for this amount when I get there. And the lady was like, well, I don't think we have enough budget. We're not going to do it. I said, awesome. No problem. Thank you. And bro, I've had that conversation at least 9 times, because at the end of the day, what happens to the witness, and I've learned this just from using real eyewitness encounters with my stories, the witness goes through all kind of ups and downs based on their story being shown or the dramatization happening. But there's not enough compensation there to account for what happened and what transpires in their life. So a couple of $100 is nothing when you come and it's kind of like this thing where it's like, yeah, well, you were on TV. I don't give a damn about being on TV. Don't do that. That's not a good thing. You know what I'm saying?
A lot of people on TV on cops.
Yeah, it's not a good thing at all. And that's what happened to Blue. Like Blue, man, it went crazy for that little dude. And if it wasn't for the fact that he was a ghetto dude that kept a 38 on him at all points in times, Blue would have caught all kind of hell. But he's just a hood dude. So he's like, nah, y'all not gonna play with me like this. But it was one of those things to where when we negotiated for him, I was like, nah, bro, that's not enough money. Tell him more. He was like, Jay, I said, tell him more. And he got the money that he needed. And now he did the show, and now it's tapered off. And the only time he gets more attention is when like I promote his interview again. Then people are like, oh my God, da da da. New people see it. But it's one of those things to where, and that's where us in this field, like creators and YouTubers, and because the real witnesses always come through us and go to that, they transition to like a Hollywood platform.
Yeah,
it's a part of educating that person as they transition to, and somebody taps into you as a resource. Say, hey man, I know you met this guy. We want to interview him for a show. Okay, you need to coach that dude and tell him, hey bro, this is what's going to happen. They're going to fly you up there. They're going to pay for this. They might give you some food. You're going to be there for 4 or 5 hours. They're going to put you through all this stuff. You need to get paid, because when you come back home and they air the episode, everybody that didn't know is now going to know. And there's going to be people passing opinions on you and your family that, you know, it needs to be worth your time. So that's one of the things that I pride myself on doing. I think everybody should do it for the witnesses, man, because if you don't, you're just setting people up for trouble.
Yeah, I actually was just kind of new into the researching aspect of it. I would literally, I think I came across Blue's feed hours after it actually happened. I sent him a message on Messenger, and I was like, you know, he's probably got thousands of people messaging him because just let him know, hey man, I'm kind of doing the cryptid thing, you know, looking into Bigfoot, and I'm just 20 minutes from you. If you want somebody to come out and check it out, you know, and help you navigate through this I'm trying to figure out the best way to this sudden realization.
It's muck.
Sudden realization of something that you didn't know exists. Because a lot of times, there's a big thing with whatever cryptid. It doesn't matter if it's Bigfoot. It doesn't matter if it's Sasquatch. It doesn't matter if it's the little peoples or fairies. It doesn't matter. The sudden realization of it for a lot of people is just too much to handle. You can do one of two things. You can accept it, but in order to accept it, you need to change your entire reality. Or you can refuse to accept it and blow it off. But something's always going to be there. Some people can't accept it. Some people will accept it, but then they will turn to something else as a crutch to handle it. And some people, has been said and reported, have taken their own lives because what they have just seen shouldn't exist, and they don't know how to live with the thought of it. And so the sudden realization of it was something I was trying to reach out to him. I'm like, and be able, I wanted to be able to reach out to him and say, look, you know, what you just saw is stupid. Nobody should have to see without being aware. And that was Kerry Arnold's big push, awareness. And that's why I was on board with that as well. I was kind of trying to reach out to him to help him realize he's not crazy. Go out there, see if I could find some evidence for him to say, look, you know what you saw, but here's more validation. You know, he was not wanting to go out that back door again. But you know, once I realized that he was just getting inundated with people reaching out to him, I was like, I'm not going to add to that pile of things to sift through of do I trust, do I just ignore, whatever. And that's the thing with these things are absolutely real. So, you know, Bobby and I, we did some researching in Ocala National Forest, and we came across some really crazy stuff. Never had any sightings, but we came across prints, 17-inch prints, tree structures. We casted several prints in one or two prints one day, and then a couple more the same size, and then we ended up getting 15-inch, 13-inch, and 17-inch prints. And when we cast it, we were confused. Because what we casted wasn't what we were expecting to cast. People know what a genuine, well, this is a Dogman show, but people in the Sasquatch community know what more or less a Bigfoot print is supposed to look like. Right. And so when we casted this, we weren't sure we were dealing with a Bigfoot or a Sasquatch. Because this is what we casted.
Yeah, that don't look like no damn Bigfoot, bro.
17-inch, three-toed. We got 15-inch and 13-inch, three toes. Look at this toe right here. It looks like a big toe. They've all got this hump characteristic right here. This was our very first cast. So I got to line up. So this right here is overpour. So the foot is actually, shaped like that. Damn it, this camera's backwards.
Wow.
This is all. So this is 17-inch, 10 inches across the toes, 7 inches across the heel. And this was in the Ocala National Forest. We weren't sure we wanted to show people. We're new into the research of Sasquatch. And this is what we got. Damn it. There we go.
Yeah, bro, that's huge.
So we found all kinds of structures that weren't man-made. You can't go out into a forest like Ocala National Forest. It's pine and scrub oak, and with hundreds of years of leaf litter and pine needles and twigs and pine cones and sticks. You can't jam your finger in the ground to your first knuckle, let alone a tree that's that big around 8 inches into the ground. And there are these X structures and other TP structures that trees were just stabbed into the ground. And what we would do when we find these things stabbed into the ground is the first thing we would do is we look up to make sure a top of a tree hasn't broken off and then fell and then just landed.
Right.
When you find no tops of trees missing, and what's stabbed into the ground is a tree, and you have 17-inch three-toed prints that lead up to the base of the X on the right side. This print track went up to the base of this X, stopped on the right side, and then it pivoted and went to the left in front of the X and walked around the back of the X dead center and then walked away from the X. And then the prints disappeared. When everything else in its path was destroyed, tree breaks 3-4 feet off the ground, it looked like two transformers were in the woods having a fight. This entire area was just trashed. And in this area where we find all of these prints and the tree structures, there's so much destruction. The area was trashed with a lot of hog activity as well. The ground just tore up. But outside of this destruction and the structures, you can't find a hog print. And what I first thought was X's meant, and this is me theorizing, what I first thought was X's mean keep out, stay out, danger, get away. But then, you wouldn't put a keep out sign on your front door. It's too late. People are on your front porch. You'd put it on your fence line. As you put on your property edge, keep out. For me, it's said that Sasquatch are nocturnal, mostly hunting at night and whatnot. And so by going by that theory, if you're trying to corral and herd deer or hogs into a certain area, you want them to go this way, but it don't matter if you're a Bigfoot or not, every damn tree at nighttime looks the same. Every tree. We've gotten lost 100 yards away from our camping party. We couldn't find our way. We got turned around and we just got lost. Every tree looked the same and we thought we knew where we were. But what doesn't look the same, in a world where all the trees are up and down, this looks different.
Yeah.
And we noticed that where the X's were and where the structures were, trees were broken off and laying on the ground. The breaks would be about 4 or 5 feet off the ground, and it literally made obstacles for the hogs. And what we theorize is this is a hunting ground, and all these tore up location for the trees that are knocked all over the ground are slowing down the hogs, and they're driving them to these structures as a landmark for a kill zone, choke zone, whatever. It just makes sense. Whether that's what it is, don't know, but that's what the evidence points to that, because outside the torn up areas of the trees, the hog activities, hardly noticeable. There's hogs all over the Ocala National Forest. And there's spots that you can find them in spots. We went out that day we went out, we were out for most of the day, and there were 100 hunters out. Each of them had 2 dogs, at least. We heard dogs all day long, but not one single gunshot. Not one.
Wow.
And that's kind of telling.
That is telling.
And here's the thing about people that are kind of curious. You got your phone on you really quick?
Yeah, I got my phone with me.
I want you to do some research and while we're talking, and you can do this and you can do this and you can verify this for your viewers. If you got your phone, either type into your phone or say into your Google search, lower Suwannee hunting regulations.
Suwannee. How do you spell Suwannee?
It's like,
there it is.
SUWANEE hunting regulations, something like that. Lower Suwannee hunting regulations.
Yeah, there it is. Okay.
First thing that pulls up is the government site.
Yep.
Click on it. and it's probably going to ask you to download a PDF or something of the.
Yeah, the PDF downloads. Yep.
Yeah, do it.
Okay.
Now, when you download this PDF site and show up, that there should be a little map. It's got like a green map on it.
Yep.
And then it's got all the hunting regulations. Now, right below that map, if the map is on the same page, you go down and you look at hunting regulations for hogs. Okay, hogs, people don't even look at the hog hunting regulations here in the state of Florida because they don't change. You can hunt them 24/7, 365.
Okay.
I'm not a hunter. I don't know if they're 24/7, but you can hunt them every day.
Okay, no size of bag limit for hogs.
Yeah. Well, first off, what do they call Sasquatch, Bigfoot down here in the South, in Florida?
I don't know. What do y'all call it in Florida?
In Florida, in Alabama, Georgia, they're called skunk ape or swamp ape.
Okay.
Read that last two sentences if you're in the right section.
Turkey spring season.
Of the hog section.
It just says specific hunting regulations, field dressing, prohibited actions, general hunting regulations. It doesn't have like a specific hog section.
Well, the map is the map on the same page as the word.
Yeah, it's on the same page. Yep.
Look directly below the map. There should be writing and paragraphs under the map. Under the map, there's a highlighted in bold that says like hunting regulation hogs or something like that.
I don't think I'm looking at the same one because this one has like a green
map.
Well, it's a map with like green spaces on it, but it doesn't give me. You must buy Florida hunting license, general, blah blah blah, permit regulations.
Lower Swanee hunting regulations.
This might not be the right one.
Well,
let me go back. I just lost it.
You ain't gonna be able to see that because it's
Lower Swanee hunts. This might be the wrong thing. Let me see.
So I don't know if you see that. That's what it says right there. Lower Swanee National Wildlife Refuge hunting regulations.
I'll tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna pull it up on the screen right now. Hold on. Let me look it up. Lower.
So the Florida government knows about these things because in the last sentence of that paragraph, it says in the hog section, a section that you don't need to look at because it doesn't change. There are no taking of swamp or skunk apes.
Oh no, we about to pull this up. Hold on. Share screen. Window. Brave tab. Boom. Boom. All right. So you should see that on my screen. Here it is. Lower Swanee hunt and fish regs.
Go down three. Go down to the third one.
Okay, let's go down to this.
Right map. Go down to the third one now.
The brochure?
Yeah.
Is it this is the one? Can you see it?
Mine doesn't have the red on it, but
yours has the green on it?
Yeah, mine's got the green map.
No, that's the one I had before. Hold on, we're about to find it. This is, I think it's on this one. This is the one with the green on it.
Yeah.
All right, boom.
All right. What are you using for browser?
This is Brave.
Okay, see it. I've somebody else tried it. See, that's the same map.
Prohibited from trees, metal objects. You know what? I know how to do this. I mean, act like I had some sense. Control F will allow me to search the document and let's look up skunk. SKUNK. There it is. Here it is over here. Let me zoom in so people can see it. And there it is. Shoot them all. Take hogs during any season except for spring, turkey, and waterfowl. In designated archery only areas, see map. Only bows and crossbows allowed. Coyotes may be taken during archery, muzzle-loaded, general gun, and family hunt. There are no taking swamp or skunk apes. Holy shit.
That's covering their ass.
Holy shit, that is right there.
Okay, that's a government site, right? We can verify that. That's a government.
I just downloaded it from a
Right,
government
right,
site. It's
exactly. So,
fws.gov.
right. So, there's been a soft release on this stuff, but nobody's paying attention to that soft release stuff. So in 1977 and 1978, the Florida House of Representatives put a bill up, and it is called the HB 58, and it is a and the representative at the time was Knuckles, Muckolls, and they were passing and amending a bill. And I will read this. It's called the HB 58. I imagine it stands for House Bill. And I don't have you on Messenger. I can send it to Vic. But it says on House Bill 58, a bill to be entitled in the act relating to anthropoid or humanoid animals, prohibiting the taking, possessing, harming, or molesting thereof, providing a penalty, providing effective date. Says was read the first time by title and referred to Committee on Criminal Justice. And this was in 1958. It was brought up in 1957. And they brought it up again in 1958, Florida House of Representatives. Now, when there's meetings like that and everybody comes together to try to do laws and stuff, somebody is recording everything somebody said, typing it down. Representative Knuckles said this. Representative asked, hey, what time is it? And Representative Barr replied 7:58.
Right.
So I have the notes from that.
That's
crazy. Where they talk about now, they're going back and forth of hey, is this thing only been cited in so and so county? No, they have been cited in other counties and this area and that area. And then Representative so and so is like, I am presenting a letter from the Louisiana governor, and starts reading the letter. For those of you who don't believe and are having trouble believing that these things are existing, I can assure you they exist. And here are some pictures. So the Louisiana government sent in a letter and pictures to help them believe to pass that law. I have the copies of that stuff.
That's crazy, dude.
It's there. If you look, it's not easy to find, but it's there if you look. I can send that stuff to you. It's kind of boring and it's exciting at the same time because they start talking about Sasquatch and Bigfoot and calling it the names, and they even wanted to change the amendment that they talk about in here is, well, we need to put in there that the police are protected if they have to shoot one. We don't want other people shooting them, but if the police have to shoot one, they're protected. We need to put in an amendment in there that people can't profit, I guess, financially off of them. So, getting the body and exposing it and selling it to the highest bidder, okay, you're done. It's no longer your property. It's against the law. You can't do it. It's out there. There's soft releases out there. I don't know. There's 30 something states out there that have laws against shooting some unidentified animal. It's against the law. You can't do it. And so it's out there. These things are real. And I know they're real. I had a conversation with MK Davis and Chris Reinhardt a couple of weeks ago about, the Patterson-Gimlin film is all we got. That people think that's all we have. And it's really not. There's thousands of eyewitnesses, thousands of cast prints, thousands of audio, but if we just go by the Patterson-Gimlin film, for me, it's irrelevant. It's absolutely irrelevant because what fell out of the tree 5 feet from me, I don't care about the Patterson-Gimlin. I don't need a shaky video to tell me that it could or could not be real. It's irrelevant to me. It's always been irrelevant to me. Other people may not like me saying that because to them, that's their God, that's their Bible when it comes to this subject. When you see one up and close, everything else is irrelevant and everybody else's opinions on the matter are irrelevant. We just want to push forward the awareness. Again, my buddy and I, we didn't want to really put this out there as a Sasquatch print. We don't know that a Sasquatch made that. We are not saying this is a Bigfoot print, but what we are saying is there's something out there in the Ocala National Forest, several things in all different sizes that have 3 toes and very large feet. Now, I reached out to a girl. Her name's Shell Cole. I can't remember what her name is. She's very into dogmen, dog creatures, the seeing eye, and the aura and the chakra and stuff like that. That is way above my head. I have a hard time saying any of them. But I showed her that. She's like, "Oh, honey, that's not a Bigfoot. That's a dogman." And I was like, I don't really want to hear that. I haven't seen a dogman yet. I'm still processing Sasquatch. And I love werewolves. I absolutely love werewolves. I'm Team Jacob. I hate, I hated Twilight, but anything that's got werewolves in Underworld, forget it. It's one of the best series out there of movies. But when she told me that, and I was just like, damn, what do I do with that?
But that doesn't fit anything. That doesn't fit the description of a dogman footprint at all. I'll tell you what I think it is. And when people see 3 toes, they say dogman. I'll tell you what I think it is, and what I've seen other casts that look like that. There was one cast that came from State Line, Mississippi, that looked exactly like that. And I'll tell you why. I'll tell you it's not dogman. That foot size and the way that weight is spread out. Every dogman cast that I've seen, they're getting the claws. They're getting, because all the weight is on the very front of the foot, the ball of the foot.
Yeah.
So you're not even getting that very back end. And when you get a back end, you get what looks like a divot, like a ball that's in the ground. So it would be a slender, more condensed footprint, where you would definitely see either claws at the very front, and it wouldn't be 3. You will see the claws at the very front, and you will see the ball of the foot. And then about, depending on the size, about 6 to 18 inches behind, you'll see it. When they put their foot back down, you'll see this divot or this ball, because there's an arch on the foot. What you have is what I like to call a vomit footprint. And that's what people describe as alligator man. It's an upright walking alligator. And if you look at that footprint, only thing I don't see is the webbing on the very between the toes, but I didn't get very, very close look at it.
Yeah.
That's called the vomit. And I've seen two castings of that, one out of State Line, really another one out of Florida. There it is. There's your webbing on the foot. Yeah, that's the vomit.
Well, a lot of this is overpour.
Okay, so overpour.
Yeah, a lot of like I said, it was our very first cast, and this shit, I'm on the wrong side. Where my finger is, on the inside of my finger is where the foot stops. So everything I can feel it. Everything behind my fingertip is overpour. I can feel the ridge. And this right here
is overpour.
It's overpour. The toe on the inside right here was about as long as it is on the outside. So
okay, gotcha.
And this right here, this is kind of just like overpour. It was our very first cast, and it's held up really well. It's really not all that thin, but the impression was about 1 3/4 inches into the substrate of the Ocala National Forest, where we could stomp and not make a millimeter of a dent.
Yeah, I'm telling you, that's what that is. I've seen it before, and that's not a good thing. It's not a good thing at all. It's a very, very heavy animal or heavy creature. Linda Godfrey was one of the only other people that ever talked about the vomit or alligator man. I haven't really heard many other people talk about it, and it's something that only a handful of eyewitnesses have seen. But that's some terrifying, absolutely terrifying stuff. Just an upright walking thing that looks like an alligator, head of an alligator, the whole nine. And Florida is prime territory for that as well. So it's one of those wild things.
All of our 3-toed prints are in Ocala National Forest. near the bombing range. There's a military bombing range right in the middle of the Ocala National Forest.
Wow.
And when you look at that bombing range, it's like Pine Castle something bombing range in Ocala National Forest. If you look on it right now on Google Earth, the way they have their trailers set up, like it looks like cargo trailers. They look like hieroglyphics to see from space. They don't. There's that. That's not just random. That to me, but what they spell out is also USA, and the entire bombing range is like a circle, and it's cut out and like it's got like 4 sections, at least on my Google Earth, where like quarters. And on the right side, when you're looking at it, where between 1 and 3 o'clock, it spells out USA with like cargo trailers.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
On the left side, from like midnight to 9, it looks like hieroglyphics, unless it's changed.
No, that looks like hieroglyphics. I'm looking at it right now. That's crazy.
It looks like a message to space, don't it?
Yeah, that's crazy. Look at that crap.
You have to show people. I couldn't show it, but and it's south of the bombing range where we've got where our hotspot was with these big 17-inch 3-toed prints.
Yeah, that's crazy. All right, Jimmy, we're running up on time here, man. Let's do this. How do people?
Thing you want to talk about?
No, I mean we hammered away at a whole bunch, bro. we hammered away at a whole bunch, and I got to get in here and cook me some dinner and get in the bed because I got a good old fashioned 315-pound squat workout at 7:30 in the morning. So I'm gonna give me some rest. Tell everybody how they can get in contact with you, or you got a YouTube channel or Twitter. How do people communicate with you if they want to just ask you questions, or they want to share their stories, or they want to ask you questions about your research? How do they catch up with you?
Well, that we have a couple groups on Facebook that we got 4 guys in our group: me, Bobby White, Mike Velez, and Richard Farabee. Me, Mike, and Richie and Bobby all worked out there with Kerry Arnold in the field, and our group on Facebook is Bigfoot Forest Giants, and we have one that is Okeechobee Bigfoot. We have a Bigfoot Forest Giants page on YouTube that I'm a family man. I love my wife and my children, so I'm at home more than I'm in the woods. That's where I prefer to be, honestly. Like I said, I love my wife and my children more than life itself, and so I'm one of the rare guys that would rather spend time with his wife than his friends. But basically what I'm saying is we don't have a lot of content on our YouTube channel, so we don't really promote it much. And what is out there is Richard's putting a lot of stuff out there because he lives in one of our research areas now. Well, he's lived there, but it's a new research area all of a sudden. And, we've had some decent stuff come out of it. And, we've got the Bigfoot Forest Giants. I can't remember exactly what the YouTube page is. I think it might just be Bigfoot Forest Giants on YouTube. But they can reach out to they can hit me on Messenger on Facebook. Like I said, I have my daughter. She's autistic. She's 3, and she inspired me to write a children's book. Her name is Carly, and the children's book is called Carly the Princess Dragon.
Awesome sauce. Where do people find that if they wanted to buy a copy of it? Where is it?
Those are in the Barnes & Noble website. They're in a handful of Barnes & Noble book and mortar stores, Amazon, any of the places you can find those books online or whatnot. This isn't going to help me any, but I'm really not in it for money. But Amazon's, their prices just sporadically drop up and down, and it's going to be for a better buy to buy it on Amazon. Just a week ago, copies were $8 and they're supposed to be $24.99. So if anybody wants to purchase them at a really good price, go to Amazon. I looked this morning and they were back up to $18 for the hard copy, and the soft copy, the paperback is like $5 or something on Amazon, and it's regularly like $14.99. But the paperback it just don't feel like a book when it's in your hand. But I've literally given away twice as many books as I've sold. I don't have a following per se. I'm not good at marketing. I have songs out. I've got an award-winning songwriter, singer-songwriter, but nobody would know it. I got like 27 views on one of my songs on YouTube. It's been out there for 2.5 years. Yeah, I just promoting myself feels weird. I feel like it should be somebody else's job to promote me, because I tried to talk to one person once about my stuff, and they were like, "You seem kind of arrogant," and I'm like, "Nah, I just asked if you wanted to hear one of my songs." So
Really?
that stuck with me. So now I really don't. I don't. I mean, like I said, I've given more away than I've sold,
and that's a huge mistake. That's an awesomely huge mistake. When are you when are you doing your next children's book?
I'm not sure if I will. I mean, I wanted to go a route where I could have an illustrator at, publishing, putting it out there, going through all the hoops and whatnot. I didn't want to have to deal with that. It was just a spur of the moment thinking about my daughter inspired me to write a book, and I wrote it the same day I thought of it. I thought of the idea. So I went to Fulton Books, and there people call it vanity publishing. I don't call it vanity publishing. They give you 25 different illustrators to use. They don't go through the next step until you're happy with each step. And then when it's all said and done, you've had complete control over it. You just have to pay for it. And that book cost me about $4,000 to put out. And I've gotten a royalty check of about $300.
That's why you got to promote it.
What it is, with family and friends, everybody wants one for free. Nobody wants to promote it. Same thing with my music. And when I tell people, they're like, "Well, why don't you promote your stuff?" I'm like, do you support me? Yeah, but I don't have the money. You don't have to have the money. Just copy a link and paste it on one of your social media platforms. It's taking you 5 seconds, and you're not spending a dime. You're getting word of mouth. My daughter's autistic. My time is so limited. I just don't have it.
Well, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to talk about something. I'm going to get your number when we're done with this. We're going to talk about something because it's synergy is what creating synergy with your life and what your interest is where the true magic happens when it comes to not only getting the message out about you, what your beliefs and what your values are. It's all synergistic. So it has to all run in line with what's most important to you. And that's where people, they fail at. It's a lot of people that are on YouTube that are in different fields, they're focusing on the wrong thing. And that is why they don't have the success. But everything is like, you got all the pieces to the puzzle there, but they got the wrong pieces in the wrong spots. And they're like, "Oh, it's not working." No, you just got to move some things around. So we're going to talk about it. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, man, this has been a wonderful conversation, Jimmy, man. I'm really glad we had a chance to talk. You're a cool dude, man, and a passionate man, a father, a family man. I love that. I love talking to people like you who are in the field with a good heart and a good spirit. And I'm thankful for you spending this much time with me because I know you got a family you got to get to, man. So I just want to say thank you. And bro, we're going to do many more conversations, my friend. We'll do many more.
To it. I appreciate it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's the one and only James Williams Dog Waters, and we are out of here. Peace. And if you need more, I could do 100, but you got 50 on me to start. I got plenty of people in the Dog Waters family that would love to see it. So you got 50 on me. I'm buying 50 people to get access.
We appreciate that very much. That's awesome. We're going to have all our members, people that are members of Bigfoot Odyssey, will get to see it because we'll put it out on YouTube for members only. So these are people that pay us $3 a month and for nothing. Essentially, we do a members only show every now and then for them. But I usually like to get famous people on when we do it. So at least, it's that much better. Wes Yarmer has done one with us. We're gonna have
man, I tell people all the time, Wes is the Don of Bigfoot. He's like Don Corleone of Bigfoot. Are you talking to me? Are you talking to me?
You'd have to wonder where we would be without him.
Oh, hell yeah.
And I mean, in the Bigfoot subject, as niche as the whole thing is, Dogman's even more niche than Bigfoot. And you've, been successful at that. And I mentioned this before, and it's impressive. But it's not the content as much as it is the character of the person presenting it. And that's the whole problem that I have with David Paulides. He's got the best content on Sasquatch out there, period. But he sucks at presenting it. If he had someone else presenting it, it would be gold. But I like David Paulides and I appreciate what he's doing. But, you know, you have to have, there's something else that has to be there. And you have that. You definitely do. Wes Germer has it. You know, you're just a trusted voice. When you speak, people trust what you're saying, and that matters. And so we would, for us especially, would be nowhere. Wes Germer's helped us so much with just exposure wise. But Wes is just like you. He believes in people that he feels are, you know, going in a good direction anyway, you know, promoting the subject and not themselves. Because that's what this needs, you know, more exposure.
It needs way more exposure. And not only does the topic need way more exposure, but we need people we need to engage corporate America in a manner in which it's reflective of what the audiences have knowledge of and understand. For example, we're getting ready to do an interview with the senator out of Oklahoma. Or was that Ohio? I think it was Oklahoma, the one who said he wanted to do the thing where, you know, it was Bigfoot hunting season. We're going to do an interview with him in like another week or so. And we had preliminary conversations. And I was like, bro, you know, if you really, really want to do some things for promotion to get like people out there, the season should be hunting, but it should be hunting as far as evidence hunting and getting evidence. And your woods will be flooded with people that have a permit to hunt for evidence. And he was like, yeah, I've been told that. And I'm like, look, we're going to chop it up later more in private, but I'm going to tell you how you really make this work because, dude, we know there's squatches there. You know what I'm saying? Period. And we just need to have the right people going out looking, and it's going to work out. But you got that other picture?
Yes. Well, you know, it's as much looking for the right thing. And I'm having to learn that myself. Who's looking for a green-faced anything 10 feet off the ground?
Nobody.
No, they're not. Okay, here's the first one. I should hit share on that. Okay, that's actually the second one. My bad.
You can see him, but it's not as clear on that one.
I messed up. Yeah, he's far away. Well, did the other one not go? I guess. Wait a minute. I'll see what happened here.
But no, and that's overall, the field needs that. It needs people, it needs generals to start putting some order in place and then helping people find their place in the field and find their voice in the field to where their voice can be more than just a dissenting voice. You know what I'm saying? There he is. Look at that big old head right there.
Now look, you can see.
He looks green too.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this is the same guy. I think this is him. If you look on the right side of that circle, you can see it's the way you're looking, the way you're seeing it. It's going to look like it's his left hand. Anyway, you see that thumb sticking out there. It's on a tree, actually. And I did it anyway. If you look at the second one, he turns his head just a little bit. Is that it? That's it. He turns his head slightly and takes his hand down. You'll have to put it up there. Yeah.
I got it. Let's see.
See, he turns his head just a little bit.
Yeah, he turns his head that would be to the left.
Yeah.
Yep, his hand is going. That was a big old hand, man.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a big dude.
And that's his shoulder. Wait. Terry, that's his shoulder on the opposite side of that tree to the left?
Yeah, it's the rest of his body.
Dude, that's freaking massive, bro. How far away is this?
Same distance, man, 80, 90 yards. And if you look just to his right, it looks like there's another one, but it's really hard to see. This is one of the 168 hours clips The second clip we show after this is of the blinker, and he's only 30 feet away, but it's being filmed in with an iPad, and you can see this face through this hole in the bush, and then you're like, it kind of looks like a face, and then it blinks, and you can really see the nose clearly, and it's got this really pragmatic, apish type look. So they don't all look the same. Some of them look like this, like caveman, and some of them are a lot more apish. I've got an image here.
Is that a bald spot on his head? Like, is that a hair?
No,
with a bald
that's
spot?
actually a leaf in front of his hair.
Okay,
There.
I gotcha.
If you look really closer at it, this I'm just kind of give people an idea of what to look for. This is what you're going to be looking for here. Is this thing?
We got time, bro. Relax. It's all good. That's a little bit harder to see than the other ones. Was that taken at night, or what was the deal with this one?
No, it's just with a different camera, but that's him. But just to get some context, I'll put the outline of him up there. But very aboriginal looking face. You see that light gray skin. You can see his shoulder muscle. You see his bicep muscle. If you look and he's behaving like something that's hiding. He's got and plus he has his arm, what looks like his arm up under his bicep, because you can see his knuckles. Look just to the right of the bicep, and you see it looks like he's got his hand, like he's shouldered up into that bush to watch Mark and Melanie from that far out.
See, I'm having trouble seeing that one. Let's walk through this. All right, so if we draw a line straight down the middle of that circle, right? Let's just say we put a crosshair straight down the middle of that circle, and there's a dot directly in the center. Are those the two eyes I'm looking at to the right and to the left?
That white spot is the nose. You see a white spot with a little dark spot right next to it.
Okay.
That white spot is his nose.
Okay, gotcha.
And then you see his shoulder, and you see how thin his hair is. Shoulder, you see the sun shining off the shoulder muscle and the bicep muscle. And if you look just to the right of the bicep, which is, if you look at the bottom left and you see those palm fronds sticking out there.
Okay.
The very tip of the one in the middle. Let me get the other image. It's not I was going to get a close up, but it doesn't look like it's going to work. It's just going to cut everything else out.
No, you can see that face right there.
Yeah, it's a little more isolated there anyway. But we had been getting things like that from a distance, but without not that detail. So we got a lens that would reach out there into those places, light up the dark and reach into those places that are far off, because they're not getting close. Right. You're not going to get close to them. Not there anyway. Something else is going to have to happen. We're going to have to see one like that in real time, because I didn't see him. This thing's 10 feet tall. 10 feet tall. Now, the palmettos are about 5 feet tall. So when I was filming, and Mark told me, he said, this is where Banner likes to hang out, in this area. So I'm carrying this 16-pound rig. That's without the tripod. So figure, 18, 20-pound rig. I'm carrying it up this trail, and I get to a high spot where I can see out over the palmettos, and he said, okay, he didn't point, but he gestured in the direction, because we said we don't want to point or anything like that. Let them, know anything. So I set the camera up, and I tell them what this thing looks like to them, because the lens is this long, and then it extends out. When it's zoomed all the way out, it's 2 feet long, and it's this big around. So I've got it on this fluid head tripod, and I would zoom all the way out and then just use the focus ring and focus on things far away. And then I would focus on things that were close, and I'd get about 5 seconds in each spot. And I just swept all the way across. And that's how I got him, because I wasn't looking that high. Second, I wasn't looking for anything green. I'm looking for, what everybody else is looking for, something dark. And I'm looking just over the edge of the palmettos, thinking he's going to be peeking up over the top. So I wasn't even looking up there. He's 5 feet above the palmettos. It's how big this guy is. And someone sent me an equation for like inverse square. And it was, he should weigh 1,200 pounds at 10 feet tall with an 18 to 20 inch foot. The tracks that we got that we think are his anyway. Could be another one. There's more than 20 different ones documented in this place. And then we have multiple shots of him. They're just not clear like that, you know, where you can see the brow and the facial detail and you see his hair. And he has a stick in his hair. You can see that white thing just above. That's a stick.
Right here. That's a stick going through his hair, like he's got it in a bun or something.
Well, this is what I think. If you take a stick, any stick, and it's got a Y, you know, on the end, all you need is a smaller Y up here. And you can pull that right through your hair. The smaller Y holds it in place, and the bigger Y holds your hair back out of your face. That's what I think is going on. And that's tool use.
No, it makes sense. That is tool use. And that's definitely a sign of intelligence.
Yes.
Well, I believe that these things have been around for a long time, bro. So it's not like they don't know how to use tools. It's not like they haven't seen us do things and learn from us. So it makes all the sense in the world that they would understand how to use tools. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And as far as the green face, and if you really look at it, well, I'll put it up here again.
Put it back up again, and I'll pop it out.
Yeah, let's go with the full view. You can see that his face is just a little bit different green than everything else. It's just a little bit lighter. We call it lima bean green. I know I've sent you several images of that lima bean green on different individuals.
Yeah, you did.
And Mark and I are kind of split on what's going on here. Now, you know, his theory is good and probably right. That it's diffusion, that their skin is actually very, very light gray, almost white, with this layer of oil on their skin. And the light is diffusing from the foliage onto the face. Okay, a good theory. I am leaning more toward it's something that they're putting on themselves. He'll put a stick in his hair. This guy's trying to look like the Bushes. That's his whole life, is hiding.
So wait. So when you say that, you're leaning towards him, like taking something like face painting is what you're saying. Like he's taking some kind of green and painting his face that color.
There's a moss that grows on cypress trees, just above the water line, that will stain your skin. You can take that and rub it into your arm. I mean, if you did it enough, especially for years, you know, you're going to have this camouflage, you know, in their hair, you know, aside from the stick being something to maybe break up his outline. Either way, it's being used for something. It's not just a stick that's stuck in his hair, I don't think, because we were already suspicious that they were doing this, that they would put limbs and leaves and sticks in their hair. We've got one, and it just looks like he's holding a limb in front of his face and peeking through. But this is what they do. They peek, and I caught him peeking. That's why I say it's a very unique situation. It's not like going out into an area looking for Sasquatch and then just happening to get that. No, these things have been baited with apples and peanut butter for years, and they don't get close. And that's why the lens is like, to me, it's catching a 10-pound bass on the first cast. That's the best image not to mention that I've ever seen that I got, but I've never seen anything else that clear. Not with the face.
Kerry, again, how far out were you when you took this photo?
He's at least 80. That's being conservative. It's probably more around 90. Between 80 and 90 yards.
Yeah, dude, that's a long ways
Yeah,
off.
long
And you were just snapping pictures, like scanning the area, snapping pictures. There's no way you could have saw that face at 80 or 90 yards. Man, you struck gold,
I was taking 100 frame per second video. I got about 1,200 frames of him.
What?
Yeah. And you can see him get just a little
bit
close.
Smoke for this documentary.
Sure,
bro.
man. Oh, when you guys see the clip, the clip is going to get you, but that's not all I got. That's not all that's going to be in there. We just wanted to show people that this is what we've come up with this new equipment.
Hold on, pause for a second. I see Wes. What's up, Wes, man? Shout out to Wes. He's in the chat real quick.
Hey, what's up, Wes?
Dude,
thought he was going to call me.
Smoke. You got the smoke. You got the fire and the smoke, and you got the TP. Ain't no maybe. Last time we talked about this, bro, we was on your channel, and you was like, man, you know, people are gonna say it's blurry, and people. I was like, bro, screw that. I can see that face. Anybody who's ever looked for a Bigfoot face, like that's a face, bro. Even from this is not even a close-up shot that you had where it was isolated in red. I can see that face without you zooming in. I can see a face. I can see a nose. I can see a
Yeah.
brow. I can see a cheek. I can see the eye sockets. I can definitely see hair, and I can see some kind of stick. The only thing I would argue about this picture is I would say maybe that's not a stick. Maybe that's a branch. But outside of that, that's a freaking face, bro. Period. I don't care what nobody say. And
Yeah,
that's
no, I agree. And what I said was they're going to have to question my integrity on this one. They're not going to be able to say this is the bushes. They're going to have to question my integrity. And if they're going to question it, it's going to have to be, well, it's some kind of digital masking, or it's somebody out there in a mask, you know. But I've got over 1,200 frames of this. And you see him, he gets a little bit closer. Those trees are not side by side. That pine tree is probably about 10 feet beyond the bigger tree on the left there. And he's behind that. No telling how far. He is huge. His head, you could not put a 5-gallon bucket on his head. He is that big. And that, which draws into questions, you know, other things. And you know, a lot of egos fall into play here. You know, I had a researcher say, I would have noticed something that big. And I'm like, really, man? Come on.
At 80 yards away?
You can't. Well, this is just what we think. They're 10 times stronger, 10 times faster. Cartoon fast is how I've heard it described many, many times. Ultra stealth. I mean, this guy you could probably walk right by him and not even know he's there in this place. Master of this environment, 100%. The only reason I got him is because he was peeking at us throwing apples. That's the only reason I got him.
Hey, do you have that other photo where you can see the full face of one kind of leaning to the right? I used it in the article. I want to put that one up. Hold on. Let me see if I can share the screen. Let me remove this. I kind of hate this thing. Let's see. Share.
I got it.
Yeah.
I actually have 2 images of him.
That there, like when we start, for example, I sent 2 of those photos to cryptozoologists and zoologists. One of them came back and he said the photo was blurry. Then he called me because I was talking about financing one of his expeditions to go and find like giant anacondas. And so we're sitting there talking about the budget. And I'm like, bro, I can't do this until mid next year. I said, hey, by the way, we're here on this platform, but we're in a private stream. I say, hey, by the way, look at this. So he looks at Banner and he says, that's kind of blurry. And I show him the other one. And I'm waiting for this man to say that this is blurry because I'm going to spaz out. Like, I'm just going to spaz, right? He says, I definitely see something there. And in my mind, I'm like, you better not say that's blurry. Because if you say that's blurry, you being a hater, bro. And I'm going to tell him, you just being a hater. He looks at it. He says, I definitely see something right there. I said, okay, bro. Because if you say that's blurry, I give you Banner. But this one, bro, you a hater. You a hater, and you a hater from planet Hatron. You know what I'm saying?
Well, this image that I'm about to show is the same individual. We think that it's Banner, and we've got several of him. You're going to get to see him if you watch the film. You'll get to see him. And the way we've set this up, just so we can continue to do it, is you'll get the odysseys that we've always done. I've done 14 documentaries at this point, and that's the same thing. I just went to people's place where they've had experiences and had things happen and tell their story. It's going to take a minute, James, for it to come through. But what we've done is we've created a website. It's cryptoodyssey.com. It's being created right now. And what we're going to add to the Odysseys is an investigation. So the first Odyssey is going to be about crypto reality and Mark and Melanie and what they've done for the last 7 years, and some of the best evidence and images. You guys are going to flip over some of these video clips that are 5-6 years old. There's one in there with this thing. They used to do a segment called Bigfoot Field Researcher's Journal. So Melanie would film Mark with an iPad going through, his theories on what's going on out there, right?
Okay.
And this thing stands up in the palmettos, 6-foot palmettos. Those are over Mark's head. Mark's about 5'11". These are over his head a few inches. This thing stands up. You see his whole head, shoulders, grimaces at them, and then ducks back down behind them, 40 feet behind them. It's insane.
We got that. He's got that on video.
Oh, yes. That's going in the Odyssey. That's going to be up on YouTube on our channel. Everyone can see that. Now, if you want to support what we're doing, then you can go to the website, and it's going to cost you $3, $2.99 to watch the investigation. And that's how we're going to pay the bills and continue to do this. That's the plan anyway.
Well, tell you right now, put me on the hook for 50 of those, for 50 people in the Dark Waters family. When it's ready, I'm paying for 50. Because we're at a point now, Kerry, and this is where I'm at in this field. It's gotten to the point to where, pardon my language, and the Holy Spirit telling me not to curse, but it's gotten to the point to where it's completely ridiculous that stuff is out of control where people just refuse to support each other. And I'm over it. So guess what? I'm about supporting everybody, even the people who hate me, even the people who talk trash about me, because once we turn the corner of getting past all the confusion, dissension, hate, and the foolishness, then as a group, we are unstoppable. So somebody's got to do it. So you got 50 on me. I promise you. Okay. It ain't nothing to it. Right.
You're not going to get close to them. Not there anyway. Something else is going to have to happen. We're going to have to see one like that in real time, because I didn't see him. This thing's 10 feet tall. 10 feet tall. Now, the palmettos are about 5 feet tall. So when I was filming, and Mark told me, he said, this is where Banner likes to hang out, in this area. So I'm carrying this 16-pound rig. That's without the tripod. So figure, 18, 20-pound rig. I'm carrying it up this trail, and I get to a high spot where I can see out over the palmettos. And he said, okay, he didn't point, but he gestured in the direction, because we said we don't want to point or anything like that. Let them, know anything. So I set the camera up, and no telling what this thing looks like to them, because the lens is this long, and then it extends out. When it's zoomed all the way out, it's 2 feet long, and it's this big around. So I've got it on this fluid head tripod, and I would zoom all the way out, and then just use the focus ring and focus on things far away, and then I would focus on things that were close, and I'd get about 5 seconds in each spot, and I just swept all the way across, and that's how I got him. Because I wasn't looking that high. Second, I wasn't looking for anything green. I'm looking for, what everybody else is looking for, something dark. And I'm looking just over the edge of the palmettos, thinking he's going to be peeking up over the top. So I wasn't even looking up there. He's 5 feet above the palmettos. It's how big this guy is. And someone sent me an equation for like inverse square, and it was, he should weigh 1,200 pounds at 10 feet tall with an 18 to 20 inch foot. The tracks that we got that we think are his anyway, could be another one. There's more than 20 different ones documented in this place. And then we have multiple shots of him. They're just not clear like that, where you can see the brow and the facial detail, and you see his hair, and he has a stick in his hair. You can see that white thing just above. That's a stick.
Right here. That's a stick going through his hair, like he's got it in a bun or something.
Well, this is what I think. If you take a stick, any stick, and it's got a Y, on the end, all you need is a smaller Y up here, and you can pull that right through your hair. The smaller Y holds it in place, and the bigger Y holds your hair back out of your face. That's what I think is going on. And that's tool use.
No, it makes sense. That is tool use. And that's definitely a sign of intelligence.
Yes.
Well, I believe that these things have been around for a long time, bro. So it's not like they don't know how to use tools. It's not like they haven't seen us do things and learn from us. So it makes all the sense in the world that they would understand how to use tools. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And as far as the green face, and if you really look at it, well, I'll put it up here again.
Put it back up again, and I'll pop it out.
Yeah, let's go with the full view. You can see that his face is just a little bit different green than everything else. It's just a little bit lighter. We call it lima bean green. I know I've sent you several images of that lima bean green on different individuals.
Yeah, you did.
And Mark and I are kind of split on what's going on here. Now, his theory is good and probably right. That it's diffusion, that their skin is actually very, very light gray, almost white, with this layer of oil on their skin. And the light is diffusing from the foliage onto the face. Okay, a good theory. I am leaning more toward it's something that they're putting on themselves. He'll put a stick in his hair. This guy's trying to look like the bushes. That's his whole life, is hiding.
So wait. So when you say that, you're leaning towards him, like taking something like face painting is what you're saying. Like he's taking some kind of green and painting his face that color.
There's a moss that grows on cypress trees, just above the water line, that will stain your skin. You can take that and rub it into your arm. If you did it enough, especially for years, you're gonna have this camouflage, in their hair. Aside from the stick being something to maybe break up his outline, either way, it's being used for something. It's not just a stick that's stuck in his hair, I don't think, because we were already suspicious that they were doing this, that they would put limbs and leaves and sticks in their hair. We've got one, and it just looks like he's holding a limb in front of his face and peeking through. But this is what they do. They peek, and I caught him peeking. That's why I say it's a very unique situation. It's not like going out into an area looking for Sasquatch and then just happening to get that. No, these things have been baited with apples and peanut butter for years, and they don't get close. And that's why the lens is like, to me, it's catching a 10-pound bass on the first cast. That's the best image not to mention that I've ever seen, that I got, but I've never seen anything else that clear. Not with the face.
Kerry, again, how far out were you when you took this photo?
He's at least 80. That's being conservative. It's probably more around 90. Between 80 and 90 yards.
Yeah, dude, that's a long ways off.
Long.
And you were just snapping pictures, like scanning the area, snapping pictures. There's no way you could have saw that face at 80 or 90 yards. Man,
I was taking 100 frame per second video. So what I wanted to do was get a little bit deeper in, closer, where I can catch them coming to the food while it's still daylight. So that's what I did. And while I was down there, it was late December of 2006. And while I was down there, some turkeys got up to roost right beside me, scared the ever living crap out of me. So light bulb moment. Now I know where the turkeys are. I'm going to set up and hunt them. And I had found this area. It was cleared off area. There's a few trees in it, a lot of sage grass, and I burned it off because that's what turkeys like. You burn an area and they come in and pick the seeds and dead bugs and stuff like that, right? So, and I did that probably mid-January. Well, come March, turkey season for me anyway, it was March the 10th, 2007. It was on a weekend. It's on a Saturday or Sunday. I had gotten out there early and went through. I'd always heard weird things. A lot of weird things happened to me out there. And there was this one place that every time I'd pull in, I'd hear knocking. Just 4 or 5 knocks, which never dawned on me, but there's houses around. So it kind of sounded like it might be something, somebody beating on something, but it was always happening. So I pull my 4-wheeler in and I hear the knocking, like 3 or 4, maybe 5 knocks, right? I walk. It's 800 yards to where I'm going, a half a mile. So I get in there, sun's coming up. I get set in. I've got some gallberry bushes in front of me, and I sit down and I start calling. I've got a chirp in my mouth, which is a reed. And it's just sound like a hen.
Okay.
And I've got a box call, which is just a box that you put chalk on and you slide the lid and it makes that same sound. So I'm trying to sound like 2 hens. And then I've got what's called a locator, and you shake it and it sounds like a turkey gobbling, but it's Jake is a young male turkey. When they gobble, you can tell because they just kind of half-ass do it. Blah, 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 and that's it. Just a couple of. So that's what that's supposed to represent. Is you got a Jake and 2 hens that are feeling frisky. A gobbler hears that, he's going to come running. It just works like that. So what's interesting to me about the whole thing, being a turkey hunter, is I never saw a gobbler, but I had the whole rafter coming in. At least 30 turkeys were coming toward me. And then all of a sudden they perk up and then fly away. And I'm hidden pretty well. I'm fully camoed out. I've got on a Recondo hat, a mesh net on my face. I got black under my eyes. I'm hidden. You have to hide from turkeys because that's their defense, is their eyes. I mean, don't even blink because they're gone. And that's what happened. But about the time I figure I can't hear them anymore is when I hear what sounds like somebody walking straight out in front of me. And, this area I'm in, if you look at it like it's a football field, east to west, end zones, north and side, north and south sidelines. I'm on the northwest sideline where I can see down all the way down the north sideline. Straight out across the south sideline, it drops off into, it's a 2-tier creek bed. And it wraps all the way around this area. So it's like a 7-foot drop straight down into this first tier. That's where this guy was walking. And I stood up and I remember pulling the mesh net down off my face, and I'm looking, I couldn't see him. There's this huge loblolly pine tree right beside me. It's, this big around, it's massive. So I walk over to it and I plop my back against it. And I've got my shotgun. So Benelli 3.5-inch 12-gauge automatic. And I'm holding it like a boat paddle into me, a non-aggressive. I'm not going to shoot at you. Don't shoot at me. But before that happened, when I finally saw who it was, it's a black guy, which made perfect sense. The property I own belongs to a black family. It's one of them. It's the niece, it's the nephew, the cousin, somebody's out there. Because I had never hunted past deer season. And I never hunted this area. So I didn't know who came in and out doing what, I was upset because first, he scared my turkeys off. They had a direct line of sight to him. Second, there's no communication going on. Now, as far as I know, none of these folks ever went into the woods ever. None of them. I mean, it was so thick and grown up when I got to it. I worked it for years. So they never went back there. And which brings back some other things that I'll mention, pretty quick. So I see him. And it's through the thicket, and I can see just about from the shoulders up because he's down on that grade. And he'd snap his head and look, and he looked back where he's going. And he snapped his head and look at me again. So I waved at him. Like, oh, right here. Never dawned on me how in the hell he knew where I was. None of that stuff ever registered. But I'm thinking this is an amateur. He has no idea what he's doing. He's trying to find a way to get up because he can't. The way he's moving, I thought this is a 400-pound, really fat guy, a good old country boy, and he's wearing something. This is the only thing I could think. So I can't see him. I can kind of hear that he's still going through there. But what he does is he goes down around like a point and kind of starts coming back up toward me. And he's probably 100 feet, and I can really start to see looks like he's wearing camouflage. Or the arms are dark, but this is like a lot like broken up. So, and he's coming toward me. Now I see camouflage, and I just lit up. I was livid. He's wearing camouflage. This sumbitch is out here hunting. Now I'm pissed. Okay. First, he screws up my entire hunt, and then he's out here messing around in the woods. Everything screamed amateur to me. That's all I was thinking. I was just going to just light into him. And he probably gets where I was to the edge of the clearing was 72 feet. It was 24 steps. It's about 3 feet from one of my steps. So he's about 72 feet away. Or another 10 feet past that, there's 2 pine trees. And they're 10-inch pine trees. They're half grown, 25 feet tall, but they're only about 3 feet apart. He gets about 10 feet from those. And when he reached his arm out, and I could see the dark gray skin on the inside of his arm, I could see the hair hanging down. Still didn't register that this is anything more than a guy, but he's wearing something weird. And he just doesn't look right. And I think that was probably the moment of transition for me, that that I was thinking this may not be a guy, this may be something else. And when he got to the tree and he pulled right up to it and put this tree right in his chest right here and started making the most unnerving sound I'd ever heard in my life. I can hear it right now, and it gives me that same washed over feeling. And I describe it as someone pouring a bucket of cold water over your head.
And we are live. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? It's the one and only Dark Waters, and I'm back with a live stream. I'm hanging out with my boy, Kerry Honor from Bigfoot Odyssey. And we're going to be talking about Bigfoot. And we're going to be talking about what Kerry has going on, how it's going down, and how Kerry is doing some groundbreaking things in the world of Bigfoot, especially capturing evidence. For those of you who've been following the articles posted at dogmenencounters.com and paranormaloutlaw.com and dogmanbelievers.com, and you've seen this article written about Kerry's evidence and some of the evidence that he's captured. We're going to go a little bit deeper into that. He's in the middle of doing some documentaries and making some things happen, and I wanted to have Kerry on to talk about it. So Kerry, how are you doing this evening? How are things going? Talk to me, man.
And it's a true sinking feeling. I am 800 yards from my four-wheeler. And I can tell this thing has a hell of a lot of power, whatever it is. Now, it's a weird situation because the first thing that came to my mind was Sasquatch. This is a Sasquatch. This has got to be what people have been seeing and reporting for years, is this thing. And then I come to my senses. I'm like, no, this has got to be a dude. Somebody's messing with me. It's probably the real reason I didn't shoot it. Was that, but he was being very aggressive toward me. He was bitching at me. He was saying words. Whatever was coming out of his mouth, he understood it, but I didn't.
Right.
But there was form to it. He was modulating. And he would get loud. And then mumble. And then get loud. And I'm sitting here like this, petrified. And I guess I got the nerve to just move my hand. I want to get my hand down on this grip. And as soon as I moved my hand, he did not like it. He started rocking back and forth maybe 2 or 3 times. And he lunged toward me like, no, you're not putting your hand on that gun. I think it hit me just about the time I was getting my hand on the gun. And I was able to move. And I moved. And I took about 4 or 5 quick steps out to my right. Now I can really see him good. Now before there was tall sage grass that hadn't burned in front of him, and he's standing down this grade. And I'm 6'4". I'm a relatively tall person, about 250. Back then I was in really, really good shape. And I'm looking at him eye to eye. So he's definitely taller than me, which I didn't really think about until later. But now that I'm out from under these limbs of this tree, I can see and hear this tree he's holding on to, and it's whipping. And 3 people couldn't have done what he was doing to this tree. And he wasn't shaking it. It was incidental. He's rocking back and forth and still holding on to this tree. I think he could have pulled it out of the ground and thrown it at me personally. But it was that sense of power that made me feel like these were my last moments. People see this all the time. They don't live to tell about it. That kind of stuff. Well, he stopped doing that. He went back to growling and mumbling. He showed all of his teeth and stuck his tongue straight out. Just like, not at me, but like out, just like tasting the air. I didn't know what to make of it. The whole thing terrified me. I'm just standing there waiting for him and wondering, where am I going to shoot him? Am I going to shoot him in his legs and take off running? I got 3 shots out of an automatic because the plug was in it, which doesn't sound like me. But I think it came with the plug, and I just never took it out. Right. I had a pocket full, high brass number 4 turkey shot, which is not anything to sneeze at. I think I could have killed him if he got close enough. And I was so sure that this is what was going to happen. If I make it out of here, I'm going to have to fight him all the way out. These are the things I'm thinking about. So he stopped. He did that. He stopped. He took his hand off the tree, all in one motion, turned his body, his foot away from me, and started walking quarter away from me, but still looking at me. But he didn't have his head turned this way. He had his head down and turned upside down. He was looking at me upside down across his shoulder and down his nose, still looking at me until I couldn't see him anymore, but I could still hear him. Now I'm in the middle of this cleared area and I can hear him walking down that grade. And I'm looking to my left. I'm just thinking Jurassic Park, something's going to get me from here. I wanted to be out in that open. And that was where I felt the most comfortable, I guess, was out because I didn't want to be up close to that thick that was behind me. So I'm still looking to my left. And I think about the time he gets down into the bottom of that creek bed is when he actually yelled. And it wasn't the old Finding Bigfoot, holler. This sounded like something a baboon would do. It was a buildup, and the way I describe it, it's like a whip cracked at the end. Wow! And it was just so loud. And I vividly I can tell you how tall the grass was, how much the wind was blowing. It's 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning, right? Beautiful, sunny March day. Wind's blowing a little bit, but it was so quiet after that.
There was just, it was so many places, so many different aspects of it. Being in the Dumas brothel, one of the most famous haunted spots in Butte. It's been on so many shows. We caught a lot of crazy stuff. And then while we were setting up, getting ready to film, we had lights blowing out. We had cameras that would not work. We had to take them out of the building thinking, oh my God, something's happened. They've crapped out. And as soon as we get them out, the cameras would come back on. It's crazy.
No, that's about par for the course. For any time you're dealing with spirits and really dealing with the paranormal, it gets real hairy real quick. That's
right.
What I started doing probably in the past 12 months was initially when people would call me with problems and issues, I would kind of give them some advice, do this. I'll tell you something, Dave, when you start praying for people who have spirits associated with them and interceding for them, man, you start to see some of the wildest things. Just recently, this lady called, she was sending these pictures, bro. I mean, pictures of shadow men with horns, like straight up looked like a man with big old horns that curled down. She sent us a photo of a Native American standing on her ceiling, clear as day, fully manifested, with a glowing diamond in the middle of his head. And she says, I want help and I need help. So, man, we start trying to help this woman and praying. And I go to bed and wake up about normal time to take a leak, look in the mirror, and there is this thing looking at me through the mirror. I said, oh, buddy, who are you? I'm like, who are you, buddy? You're going to have to get up out of here. Bye. You have to go. And I rebuke it and get rid of it. But it's amazing that legalistically just, and I learned this early, when you start butting into the business in the spirit realm, which is other people's business, in this case of an entire city, it's almost as if, it's almost like a military parade can happen where it's just this parade of events to make a presence known that, okay, yeah, I'm real and this is what's going on. And let me show you who and what I am. And it's amazing, but it's terrifying all at the same time. It really, really, really is. And then when you start talking about like that physical effect of, literally feeling like you were being shot, because that's what you described. Most people, they'll probably gawk at that and say, well, no, I don't know about that. Well, no, that's what happens. Like you literally physically feel what happened to that other person. And it's that gets to the point to where we go from, just the scale of being a little bit afraid. Now we go back into that territory of losing control, and it puts fear on you. And how do you deal with a situation like that? You're in the hospital. You're trying to figure out what the hell is going on. You felt this pain. How do you deal with it when that fear hits you in a situation like that?
Well, I was nowhere in the concept of supernatural. I just assumed I was a dead man. I was having a heart attack or something had ruptured and I was spilling toxins into my blood. So I immediately went to the darkest side of it all, and oh my God, I'm dying. This is it. Once I got through that, I was like, oh, good. Okay. No, I walked into a place memory. It was actually a relief because it meant there was nothing physically wrong with me. And they laughed. They're like, well, we cannot find anything wrong with you. And at your age and weight, we kind of expected there was going to be some problems, but every one of your tests came back perfectly normal. One thing is elevated, and is that because you take a lot of ibuprofen? I said, yeah. They said, yeah, your liver function is a little wonky, but you just back off on the ibuprofen and you should do well. That was it. All of that. And that was it. It was just that, you know, I was fine. I was in good health. I was absolutely okay. So the fact that it was paranormal was a relief to me, and so it didn't put me in the same scare factor.
Right.
But then it went straight into, oh my God, what happened? And you know, I had a few days off from that, and they actually dug into it, and that's when they found this poor guy who had been murdered, Richard Sims, and then found the story behind it. And here, you know, there's one thing that didn't make it. While we were there at the Cabbage Patch, our director was walking along, just eyeballing the location for something, and he saw something glinting down in the grass, and he reached down and pulled out, he dug up this little necklace with a heart-shaped pendant that was engraved, and it said Richard on the back, and it had an engraved image of this African-American man. And obviously, it's a contemporary new necklace because of the work that was done on it. But he's like, oh, this is weird. And he put it in his pocket thinking, oh, you know, I'll give it to Fisk, our historian. Maybe he knows who this guy is because Fisk knew everybody in town. And the audio recordings that Cindy and Katie had gotten were saying this, identifying a spirit as Richard. And when they all got together, they didn't show on scene because understandably they thought, oh, nobody's going to believe the director just happened to find a necklace with the you know, black man's picture on it and his name is Richard on the back, even though it's definitely not the same guy. But it was an interesting element to the story and a weird synchronicity, and it was a shame we couldn't use it because we felt a very big tie to it. Like Richard was definitely finding a way to let us know who he was and what his story was. So it was, you know, I've had people say, well, Dave, okay, so you've been knocked down a couple of times, you've been bitten, you thought you got shot or stabbed. Why do the ghosts pick on you? And, you know, like before the show today, we were talking, he said, you just got to take everything day by day. You just got to try to make the absolute best of the day that you have before you. And that's the way I like to look at those moments. People want to look at it as though I was attacked. I like to look at it as though the ghost found the right person to make an impression on. And I was able to turn around and help instead of running out scared, screaming, unaffected, you know, or not unaffected, but not affected in that way. And, you know, maybe had it happened to Cindy, being an empath and a psychic medium, she may have not wanted to go back in, and it would have been too personal. And had it happened to KD, who is a vet from the Iraqi and Afghani wars, he might not have let it affect him the same, or he might have just shelved it and not talked about it. The spirits found the right person to communicate with, to get the attention of everybody. And I felt that it was a gift bestowed unto me from these spirits to kind of, here's somebody we can connect to.
No, that's a
And
cool
then they
way of
did.
looking at it. That really is a
Yeah.
cool way. I don't think I can look at it like that. You're OG for that. I'd be like, yo, stop touching me, don't press me, don't touch me, get away from me. But I mean, that's definitely a good way to look at it. And that's a way to keep yourself open so you can encounter it again and have an appreciation for it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it takes that to do what you do. You know what I'm saying? It really does take that to do what you do. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to pause right here because I don't believe in promoting at the end of interviews. Because people, you guys listen and you be like, oh, I forgot. Look, Paranormal 60 on YouTube is where you can find Dave Schrader.
Had all of his original case files, handwritten notes, but then we also had his recordings, and we had the film footage, and we had the photographs. So whether we encountered anything or not, the evidence was already there. It already existed, and it was sometimes more terrifying hearing the channeling voices of ghosts. And if you watch the show at the beginning, you hear Ethel Meyer, you know, this genteel English woman, and this voice is emanating from her, my body, where's my body, and calling out. And that was terrifying enough. So they really felt that the crux of the show was in the original evidence files that Dr. Holzer had, and could we corroborate them? And when we did, fantastic. But there wasn't that same pressure to us because we already had a hook that didn't entail needing to craft anything around it. But I will say, I've been on Ghost Adventures, Paranormal State, shows like that, and I've never seen any shenanigans. I've never seen them craft a story around something. I was there. The evidence we caught is what they showed. When I was on Ghost Adventures and we did the Demon House in Seattle, that was exactly as it appeared. We got no activity, not even a dust orb floating by a camera. And they presented the episode that way, which I thought was bold and fantastic, that they showed, hey, this happens sometimes. And, it's funny because the audience who's out there shaking their fist the most at, oh, we want reality, and they're so overacting, and you can't find something everywhere. And they aired an episode where they got nothing, and people bitched and whined and moaned about it.
Yeah.
Well, there was nothing there. Why'd you even waste our time? Because we wanted to show you that sometimes the claims and why this person felt this way is just as fascinating as finding this. And could we go in and could we corroborate or disprove, which has always been the crux of these shows? Can we disprove these claims to help these families feel better and more grounded? And the gentleman whose house it was, he has gone on to try to make a career out of, swearing his house was haunted with these demonic forces. But Dark, for God's sakes, there were these things painted on the wall, images, 666, Native American symbols, the upside down man, all of these kind of tropes from horror movies. And then the funny thing is they weren't just painted, they were like sponge painted. So I always thought, well, is this an interior decorating demon that we're dealing with? Because why would he sponge paint 666 on the ceiling? You could tell what type it was. It was just ridiculous. And, God love him. Let him go out and continue to try to spin his yarn. I don't believe that there was anything demonic there. I think it took a team from Europe coming over there to investigate, to agree with him and try to disclaim everything that we found on Ghost Adventures. But, anybody that really went in there and saw the evidence or lack thereof, really kind of, you could see for yourself. Nothing ever happened on camera. He would always have his camera at an angle where something would whiz by from another distance. And instead of spinning the camera towards the area that it just came from, he'd aim it at where where the candle smashed into the wall, instead of turning around to see if there was anybody there that threw the candle.
That threw it,
so right. It was just, it was a lot of nonsense. And then when I called him out about it on a radio show once, when he called in and got very defensive, I said, what's interesting is you're playing your video games on this big screen TV and you're loud, and that's what pisses off this ghost. But it throws a glass candle holder at your wall. Why doesn't it throw it at your TV set? Why doesn't it hurt you by taking out the thing that's irritating it most? Why isn't it starting your PlayStation on fire? Right?
Like you literally physically feel what happened to that other person. And it's that gets to the point to where we go from, just the scale of being a little bit afraid. Now we go back into that territory of losing control, and it puts fear on you. And how do you deal with a situation like that? You're in the hospital, you're trying to figure out what the hell is going on. You felt this pain. How do you deal with it when that fear hits you in a situation like that?
Well, I was nowhere in the concept of supernatural. I just assumed I was a dead man. I was having a heart attack or something had ruptured and I was spilling toxins into my blood. So I immediately went to the darkest side of it all, and oh my God, I'm dying. This is it. Once I got through that, I was like, oh, good. Okay. No, I walked into a place memory. It was actually a relief because it meant there was nothing physically wrong with me. And they laughed. They're like, well, we cannot find anything wrong with you. And at your age and weight, we kind of expected there was going to be some problems, but every one of your tests came back perfectly normal. One thing is elevated, and is that because you take a lot of ibuprofen? I said, yeah. They said, yeah, your liver function is a little wonky, but you just back off on the ibuprofen and you should do well. That was it. All of that. And that was it. It was just that, I was fine. I was in good health. I was absolutely okay. So the fact that it was paranormal was a relief to me, and so it didn't put me in the same scare factor.
Right.
But then it went straight into, oh my God, what happened? And I had a few days off from that, and they actually dug into it, and that's when they found this poor guy who had been murdered, Richard Sims, and then found the story behind it. And here, there's one thing that didn't make it. While we were there at the Cabbage Patch, our director was walking along, just eyeballing the location for something, and he saw something glinting down in the grass, and he reached down and he dug up this little necklace with a heart-shaped pendant that was engraved, and it said Richard on the back, and it had an engraved image of this African American man. Obviously, it's a contemporary new necklace because of the work that was done on it. But he's like, oh, this is weird, and he put it in his pocket, thinking, oh, I'll give it to Fisk, our historian. Maybe he knows who this guy is because Fisk knew everybody in town. And the audio recordings that Cindy and Katie had gotten were saying this, identifying a spirit as Richard. And when they all got together, they didn't show on scene because understandably they thought, oh, nobody's going to believe the director just happened to find a necklace with the a black man's picture on it and his name is Richard on the back, even though it's definitely not the same guy. But it was an interesting element to the story and a weird synchronicity. And it was a shame we couldn't use it because we felt a very big tie to it. Like Richard was definitely finding a way to let us know who he was and what his story was. So it was, I've had people say, well, Dave, okay, so you've been knocked down a couple of times. You've been bitten. You thought you got shot or stabbed. Why do the ghosts pick on you? And, like before the show today, we were talking, he said, you just got to take everything day by day. You just got to try to make the absolute best of the day that you have before you. And that's the way I like to look at those moments. People want to look at it as though I was attacked. I like to look at it as though the ghost found the right person to make an impression on. Yeah, certainly there were things, and there are parts of the story that don't make it on TV when you're filming 5 days a week for 12 to 14 hours a day, and it gets cut down to 42 minutes. You lose a lot. Sometimes we would get amazing evidence, but it had nothing to do with the story that we were investigating. So there was a lot of history in that house. What we caught had nothing to do with the story we were investigating, and we couldn't take time to jump into another parallel universe story. We had to wrap this one up. So some of that stuff didn't make it. And there were a few pieces of evidence we missed that aired on TV that we didn't see, including one scene when this closet door slides open on its own while Cindy's in there doing a communication. And our camera guy happened to be kneeling right in front of the closet. And you catch, there's this hand that kind of appears in the darkness and then just kind of folds in and disappears. It's creepy as hell. And people saw it. We saw it. It was great. So there was a lot of interesting things. But like I said, a lot of the stories were just the behind the scenes stories of waking up to seeing minors standing in your bedroom, waking up to see people, women in old outfits walking through your living room. And, there was just, it was so many places, so many different aspects of it. Being in the Dumas brothel, one of the most famous haunted spots in Butte. It's been on so many shows. We caught a lot of crazy stuff. And then while we were setting up, getting ready to film, we had lights blowing out. We had cameras that would not work. We had to take them out of the building thinking, oh my God, something's happened. They've crapped out. And as soon as we get them out, the cameras would come back on. It's crazy.
No, that's about par for the course. For any time you're dealing with spirits and really dealing with the paranormal, it gets real hairy real quick. That's
right.
What I started doing probably in the past 12 months was initially when people would call me with problems and issues, I would kind of give them some advice, do this. I'll tell you something, Dave, when you start praying for people who have spirits associated with them and interceding for them, man, you start to see some of the wildest things. Just recently, this lady called, she was sending these pictures, bro. I mean, pictures of shadow men with horns, like straight up looked like a man with big old horns that curled down. She sent us a photo of a Native American standing on her ceiling, you clear as day, fully manifested, with a glowing diamond in the middle of his head. And she says, "I want help and I need help." So man, we start trying to help this woman and praying, and I go to bed and wake up out like about normal time to take a leak, look in the mirror, and there is this thing looking at me through the mirror. I said, "Oh, buddy, who are you?" I'm like, "Who are you, buddy? You're gonna have to get up out of here. Bye. You gonna have to go." And I rebuke it and get rid of it. But it's amazing that legalistically just and I learned this early, when you start butting into the business of in the spirit realm, which is other people's business, in this case of an entire city, it's almost as if it's almost like a military parade can happen where it's just this parade of events to make a presence known that, okay, yeah, I'm real and this is what's going on, and let me show you who and what I am. And it's amazing, but it's terrifying all at the same time. It really, really, really is.
Yeah.
And then when you start talking about like that physical effect of literally feeling like you were being shot, because that's what you described. Most people, they'll probably gawk at that and say, "Well, no, I don't know about that." Well, no, that's what happens.
Kind of rolling my eyes. I'm like, wow, we're really amping up the drama for TV, aren't we? Oh, the ghost is gonna take out my knees. And then when we were standing there and I started pushing the ghost, I said, "You were shot. Did you push Violet Whaley to shoot herself?" And we heard what sounds like a shotgun go off in the house. It was deafening. Boom! And we all jumped and we started playing back the recording. And as we're playing back the recording, something hit me with such a force that it lifted me up off the ground into Shane, and then I fell forward and hit the ground. And when you watch the video, you'll see I turn around and look. I thought one of the cameramen had maybe tripped on the carpet and fallen into me. That's how heavy this presence was. And it hit me, knocked me into Shane. And when I realized there was nothing there, that really shook me up, because I've heard experiences of people being touched and scratched and pushed and pulled and bitten. And I've always taken it with kind of a grain of salt. And now I had my own experience and I saw what kind of force the other side had. And that really put me on my heels and gave me a whole new respect for the paranormal.
No, man, it's extremely frightening when and I've experienced it over and over again. It's extremely frightening when you're touched, when you're pressed, when you're poked, when you're prodded, when, even in my case where it's been whispering, where I've been whispered to, bro, that's extremely terrifying, because it's this sense of, hey man, I'm not in control of this environment, nor am I in control of this situation. And everything about us as human beings, we want to feel like we're in control. And once you come to the realization that, hold on, there's something that not only can I not touch it, hit it, punch it, kick it, I can't even spit on it, but it has the ability to bring harm to me. I mean, it's a frightening thing, man. And then once that fear gets on you, it's very, very hard to get off. How did you deal with the fear of that? I know you've been out and about for a while, but how did you get over that? Because you live on TV, or well, not live. You guys are recording. You had to take a break, huh?
Yeah, I did. I shook it off. I went outside, and I guess maybe it's partly my I'm a father and I've got 11 kids between my wife and I. So I've seen a lot of really scary real world situations having kids, right? Where, people are sick and things happen and there are accidents. And so it kind of prepares you for being out there in the paranormal realm. And it gave me the opportunity to, okay, I can lash out at something like you said that I can't see or witness, and the ghost may be in another room, or like dealing with the children, I can go back in, show a sign of respect, and say, listen, this isn't the way we deal with things. Just talk to me. I'm here. What can I do to help you? And I think that's why we got such great responses, and we had a great resolve for that episode. And we were able to help kind of put some of the spirits to rest, was the fact that we didn't bolster and bluster. We didn't threaten. And, we just went in and addressed the spirits with the respect that were due to them. And I understood why he was upset, and I understood what was going on, and I was apologetic for it, and swore that we would do this show and let people know the real story, so that when his name would be brought up going forward, now there would be history explaining his position, explaining what happened. And they never had another problem like that again. So that really gave me a good sense of accomplishment, that we found a way to reach the spirits in a way that other shows weren't, and we were dealing with them. And so it didn't put me in the same scare factor.
Right.
But then it went straight into, oh my God, what happened? And, you know, I had a few days off from that, and they actually dug into it. And that's when they found this poor guy who had been murdered, Richard Sims, and then found the story behind it. And here, you know, there's one thing that didn't make it. While we were there at the Cabbage Patch, our director was walking along, just eyeballing the location for something, and he saw something glinting down in the grass, and he reached down and pulled out, he dug up this little necklace with a heart-shaped pendant that was engraved, and it said Richard on the back, and it had an engraved image of this African-American man. Obviously, it's a contemporary new necklace because of the work that was done on it. But he's like, oh, this is weird. And he put it in his pocket thinking, oh, you know, I'll give it to Fisk, our historian. Maybe he knows who this guy is because Fisk knew everybody in town. And the audio recordings that Cindy and Katie had gotten were saying this, identifying a spirit as Richard. And when they all got together, they didn't show on scene because understandably they thought, oh, nobody's going to believe the director just happened to find a necklace with a you know, black man's picture on it and his name is Richard on the back, even though it's definitely not the same guy. But it was an interesting element to the story and a weird synchronicity. And it was a shame we couldn't use it because we felt a very big tie to it. Like Richard was definitely finding a way to let us know who he was and what his story was. So it was, you know, I've had people say, well, Dave, okay, so you've been knocked down a couple of times, you've been bitten, you thought you got shot or stabbed. Why do the ghosts pick on you? And, you know, like before the show today, we were talking, he said, you just got to take everything day by day. You just got to try to make the absolute best of the day that you have before you. And that's the way I like to look at those moments. People want to look at it as though I was attacked. I like to look at it as though the ghost found the right person to make an impression on. And I was able to turn around and help instead of running out scared, screaming, unaffected, you know, or not unaffected, but not affected in that way. And, you know, maybe had it happened to Cindy, being an empath and a psychic medium, she may have not wanted to go back in, and it would have been too personal. And had it happened to KD, who is a vet from the Iraqi and Afghani wars, he might not have let it affect him the same, or he might have just shelved it and not talked about it. The spirits found the right person to communicate with, to get the attention of everybody. And I felt that it was a gift bestowed unto me from these spirits to kind of, here's somebody we can connect to.
No, that's a
And
cool
then they
way
did.
of looking at it.
Then in season 3, it was Ghosts of Morgan City in Louisiana. And that was Ben Hansen, Sarah Lemos, Katie Stafford, Jeremy Leonard, the what is it, the Cajun demonologist. So they were all there dealing with the town that was haunted. And this whole series is predicated around a town, and that it's not just a location, but it's an entire area. And why is it haunted? What's going on there? And what can we do to bring peace to the humans and the dead alike? And 4th season was Ghosts of Devil's Perch, which took place in Butte, Montana. So it's a big thriving community. You know, it was one of the most populated little big cities in the world at one point. It had the richest copper vein in the world, I believe. It's just really an amazing place, but it was also a location that was built on greed, lust, love, gambling, drinking. There was a lot that went on there. So there was a lot of darkness that took place. Murder, people's souls and dreams being crushed under the heels of the more wealthy. And being in this town, being called out by the historians of the town, being called out by the mayor and the police because they just don't know how to help the people in their community. As you said earlier, you can't go spit in its eye. You can't grab your cuffs and cuff the demon or the ghost and drag him out of the location. And although the mayor and the chief of police were not necessarily, I mean, the mayor was more open to the paranormal than the chief of police. But what he did say, and he was very sincere, is, I don't believe in ghosts, but I believe that the people in my town are dealing with something that I don't know how to deal with. And we need your help. And Cindy Keza, the medium, myself, and Katie Stafford, who is a vet, an Army vet, and he is a technology wizard and builds different equipment to try to test different principles of the paranormal to try to make communication devices and boxes. The three of us were set into this town to see if we could come up with answers. And that's what we did. We, like I said, we lived there for 4 months and really entrenched ourselves in the town. And I think we had 2 weekends off the entire time. One, I was off on the Jericho cruise, and the other one, I went to New Jersey for a conference. Everything else, we were right there in Butte in the thick of it. But I needed a break. Cindy and KD needed a break because it was just, there was no place you couldn't turn where there wasn't a story attached, you know. And one of the episodes at the place called the Cabbage Patch, which was kind of this place where the disenfranchised, the homeless population lived in these little shanty towns. And they kept a portion of this shanty town intact so that they could show the kids and people that have come through what it was like to live there as the poorest of the poor. And I walked right into a place memory and thought I had a heart attack or that perhaps an appendix ruptured. Something hit me with such force. I literally thought something burst inside me. I went to the hospital and ended up spending the night in the hospital because of it. They could find no earthly explanation for what happened to me. I was sent back home, or sent back to my hotel. And then we uncovered the fact that an African-American gentleman, Richard Sims, had been gunned down in the spot where I was in a love relationship that went wrong. He was a black man in love with the white preacher's daughter. And when she was tired of him and decided that she didn't want to keep playing around with him anymore, she shot him. And his story was forgotten. He was swept to the side and under the carpet while, you know, her family went on to prominence. She wasn't even, I don't even think she was fully tried for it. She certainly wasn't found guilty or convicted because, you know, it's just a black guy back in the day. Psh, who cares? And that was heart-wrenching to us that we get this story and it gave us a chance to come out and tell the story again. But I tell you that to tell you this, when I go in the hospital, once they got past, okay, he's no longer in danger, doctors and nurses filtered into my room all night because they heard I was a paranormal guy. And they all had stories. Hey, I grew up over on this street. Are you investigating over there because this happened to me? Or I grew up over there. Or they were telling me ghost stories that were taking place in the hospital currently. And they were, every place I went, when people found out what I do and who I was, they had stories to share, Dark. And it was crazy because there wasn't a part of that town that wasn't kind of drenched in blood at one point. So there are a lot of spirits that were demanding to be heard. I hope we get another season because I think there's more history to unfold there. And I would like to help be the voice of those spirits and get that story out.
Man, that's terrifying because as you started to describe that city, it sounds like a small version of New Orleans, is what it sounds like. And what's up, ladies and gentlemen? James Williams, Dark Waters, and I'm here on camera for once. I never really am on camera. This is like history in the making. I never got my cigar, but I'm here on camera, and I'm here with Jimmy Barr. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me say this about Jimmy. The opportunity to spend some time with Jimmy is something that I really, really enjoy. Jimmy and I started talking like last year, but what was really interesting about me having a conversation with Jimmy was that during that time period, there were all these people who were like, Dark Waters is the worst person on the world, blah, 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 blah. And Jimmy was like, I don't care. I'm gonna do an interview with